Chapter 1121. Are the Fangs beginning to show? There is no alternative. We must return to South Hot Springs Island immediately. Coincidentally, the Island Master Election Conference is about to convene. Before it commences, let us hold a meeting to discuss strategies for reducing population loss, Feng declared gravely. Understood. The following morning, dozens of bombers departed from North Hot Springs Island, soaring towards South Hot Springs Island. In less than 2 hours, they traversed the Divine Realm. With South Hot Springs Island coming into view, Chen An gazed at the dense crowd below. Brother Feng, the population of South Hot Springs Island must be around 500 or 600 million now, right? I never expected there to be so many hidden inhabitants in this vast desert, he remarked, astonished. Stop being so nosy. Let us land within the barrier first. Feng replied, his mood notably somber. If the entire population were to dissipate, they would soon find themselves crafting their own garments, stitching their own shoes, and handling the arduous task of clearing the sewage system, responsibilities that could only fall upon citizens and residents. Moreover, it was possible that residents might also flee alongside the disaster-stricken, as they, despite living within the barrier and enjoying its warm environment, did not receive the additional benefits afforded to citizens. For them, relocating to the Star-Mon continent would also provide a warm climate, rendering it unnecessary to be subservient to the whims of Hot Springs Island. Whoosh! Over 20 bombers gradually descended within the barrier of South Hot Springs Island. Healy Xian, accompanied by a large group, had long been awaiting their arrival at the landing site. Brother Feng, I missed you so much. You have finally returned, Healy Xian exclaimed, throwing himself into Yi Feng's embrace, weeping like a child. In contrast, Wang Zhihai maintained a composed demeanor. Island Master, please conduct yourself with dignity. This is quite inappropriate. You are, after all, the esteemed Island Master. Feng hastily pushed Healy Xian away, sensing the immense grievance this fellow had endured. Feng, why have you only just returned? Did I not send you a message a month ago? I am so exhausted. I no longer wish to be the speaker. Hu Zhao lamented, also diving into Yi Feng's arms. However, Feng noticed that he frequently cast fearful glances toward Wang Zhihai. In that instant, everything became clear to him. Without his presence at South Hot Springs Island, Wang Zhihai had likely bullied these individuals mercilessly. After all, some forms of oppression do not require overt methods. Insidious tactics can be far more chilling when contemplated. Brother Feng, welcome to South Hot Springs Island. The Island Master Transition Conference is about to begin, and I kindly request you to serve as the host, Wang Zhihai stated coolly. No need, in this regard. Island Master Healy Xian will manage it independently. We are both under his jurisdiction now, Feng replied slowly, clearly expressing his support for Healy Xian. Oh, very well, the election conference starts tomorrow. Let everyone compete based on their merits. I know Brother Feng is reluctant to see me as the Island Master, but that is of little consequence. I will rely on my own capabilities to contend, Wang Zhihai remarked nonchalantly. Feng responded, I am not unwilling. Zhihai, do not be so petty. The last incident was merely a misunderstanding. He patted Wang Zhihai's shoulder. This fellow is indeed talented. Hot Springs Island was already a dominant force in the vast desert, and now, with its proximity to the Star-Mon continent, Wang Zhihai's talents must be nurtured. Haha, Fenggu, do you perceive me as a petty individual? I assure you, I am not at all small-minded. However, I possess the discernment to see who stands in the way of my ascension to the position of Island Lord. Let us refrain from discussing unpleasant matters, Zhihai. Esteemed Island Lord, I suggest we convene a meeting at this very moment, while the election assembly has yet to commence, to deliberate on strategies to mitigate the outflow of our populace. Yi Ji stated gravely. Very well, Fenggu, I shall convene the meeting immediately. Honorable Speaker, do you have any objections? Healy Xian then turned to Hu Zhao. None whatsoever, of course. Feng Ji's suggestion is commendable. We were just preparing to discuss this matter. Then what are we waiting for? Let us proceed. An hour later, in the council hall of Nan Wengchuan Island, at least over 1,000 individuals were seated. They were all citizens of Wengchuan Island, predominantly comprising middle to upper management. Yi Ji observed that the representatives from the banking sector and military constituted the majority present. Wang Zhihai currently held the dual titles of president of the Wengchuan Bank and supreme commander of the armed forces. This clearly indicated that a significant portion of Wengchuan Island lay under his dominion. All right, I have finished speaking. I urge each of you to devise a strategy to prevent the exodus of the 570 million disaster-stricken individuals to the Xingming continent. Otherwise, who shall sustain our idyllic existence? Whom shall we exploit? He Li Xian concluded, casting his gaze upon the assembly. Chen An rose to his feet. Island Lord, honorable speaker, I propose constructing a great wall spanning millions of miles in Chongqing City, enclosing everyone and restricting their movements. Furthermore, those within the wall should be subjected to a permit system. Individuals from one district must not enter another without presenting a pass. Upon hearing Chen An's suggestion, the assembly shook their heads in disapproval. Mr. Chen An, your proposal is rejected. The disaster-stricken populace has grown accustomed to freedom. If we were to forcibly confine them, it is likely that the 570 million would rise in rebellion. Among them are many powerful individuals, and with our mere hundreds of thousands of citizens on Wengquan Island, we would be unable to contain them, Hu Zhao remarked, shaking his head. Then we shall subdue them by force. Another middle-level official proposed. Subdue? No. What we seek are not slaves, but free individuals who willingly labor for us. We must ensure they perceive themselves as free, whilst in reality, we have already tamed them into servitude through currency. Their entire lives will be devoted to the pursuit of Wengquan coins. He Li Xian dismissed this citizen's suggestion. Yi Feng turned his attention to Wang Zhihai. The latter was slouched in his chair, flanked by several loyal captains, seemingly his newly appointed sycophants. Zhihai, you are known for your cunning. Do share your insights. Yi Feng said with a smile. My suggestions were originally intended for implementation after my ascension to Island Lord. But since you have put forth the request, I shall oblige. Wang Zhihai stood, leaning on the table with an air of a dictator. Yi Feng, you rascal. You haven't even been elected as Island Lord yet, and you're already bearing your fangs? No, I shall not cast my vote for you. Feng Ge, along with esteemed Island Lord He Li Xian and the members of the council. My proposal is to employ fear as a means to ensure their compliance in the vast desert region. I concur with Chen An's suggestion of implementing a guide system. Should any individuals resist, we can assert that it is to prevent the spread of the goo worm disease, all under the pretense of benefiting them, thereby keeping them oblivious to our true intentions. Furthermore, we ought to disseminate information regarding the chaos and peril of the Xingming continent, emphasizing that even those at the true martial realm risk falling into demise upon arrival. Chapter 1122, A Countenance of Hesitation and Truth. Most individuals harbor a profound fear of death. Thus, upon hearing that they may perish on the Xingming continent, they will naturally hesitate to venture forth. Even if a few audacious souls dare to traverse to the Xingming continent, we shall dispatch skilled individuals from Hot Spring Island, disguised as natives of the continent, to eliminate them swiftly and return their bodies as cautionary tales, thereby aiding our cause and spreading awareness. This way, a person without a kidney will serve as a far more effective testament to our warnings than our own proclamations. Simultaneously, we shall inform them that upon arrival at the Xingming continent, locals are fond of kidney extraction, often taking 2 at a time, without the use of anesthetics. I firmly believe that this strategy will fundamentally resolve the issue of population decline. After Wang Zhihai concluded his remarks, he cast his gaze towards the military and banking representatives. Over 600 individuals rose to their feet, and a resounding applause echoed throughout the hall. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Yi Feng's forehead. When it comes to the ability to manipulate others, Wang Zhihai truly excels. Zhihai, if you were to become the island master, would you employ such tactics against your own kind? Yi Ji inquired directly. Brother Feng, what are you insinuating? While I, Wang Zhihai, may be ruthless towards outsiders, I am exceedingly benevolent and compassionate towards my compatriots. Moreover, I have decided to form factions within Hot Spring Island. Our military and banking personnel have established a liberal faction, comprising approximately 19,000 individuals. The Helix Island Master and Council members have also formed their own faction, dubbed the Peace Faction, which consists of fewer than 10,000 members. Wang Zhihai stated nonchalantly. Yi Feng responded, How was I not aware of this? Brother Feng, did you not say that you would prefer not to be troubled by the island's affairs and focus solely on your northern Hot Spring Island? Helix complained, akin to a child abandoned by his parent. Did I ever say such a thing? Yi Feng raised an eyebrow. Indeed, you did, Brother Feng. However, since you have returned, our liberal faction welcomes you to join us and serve as deputy leader, while I shall take on the role of leader, Wang Zhihai proposed. Brother Feng, Our peace faction also extends an invitation for you to join us. You may lead if you wish, and I will take on the deputy role, Helix declared, making a bold move to relinquish a position of power. I am utterly perplexed by your undertakings, Feng exclaimed. Whatever the case may be, given my capabilities, I truly cannot manage such a vast undertaking. How many citizens does Southern Hot Spring Island currently have? I recall there being several 100,000 previously. Brother Feng, Wang Zhihai has endeavored to expand his liberal faction by granting numerous recommendations, all to individuals of at least king-level strength, and they have now become citizens as well. Southern Hot Spring Island now boasts a total citizen count of approximately 110,000, Helix reported. Oh, is that so? Feng's gaze swept across the entire assembly hall, where nearly 1,000 members of the management gathered, including over 200 unfamiliar faces. It was evident that they were citizens recruited by Wang Zhihai. Lord Helix, I propose that you appoint an additional minister of publicity to specifically highlight the dangers of the Xingming continent, lest our population dwindle to nothing. As for other matters, I shall refrain from further involvement in governance. Having been entrusted as the island master, I must not interfere in internal affairs. Otherwise, my authority would be rendered meaningless, and others would likely not respect it. Perhaps during my absence from the management of Hot Spring Island, internal turmoil will inevitably arise. Yet such disturbances are a necessary aspect of civilization's evolution. I shall not impede this process. Rather, I shall allow Hot Spring Island to develop freely and observe its trajectory. One thing I do hope for is that, regardless of who becomes the island master tomorrow, they must prioritize the advancement of technology, for it is the cornerstone of our existence on the Xingming continent. Having concluded his remarks, Feng took his seat, withdrawing from the ongoing discourse. The liberal faction led by Wang Zhihai and the peace faction led by He Xian engaged in fervent debate, occasionally punctuated by expletives. Some impetuous individuals even hurled their shoes at Wang Zhihai, causing an uproar in the assembly hall. As night fell, they finally reached a consensus on the new minister of publicity, who hailed from Wang Zhihai's camp. The peace faction experienced a setback. I declare this meeting adjourned. Hu Zhao interjected, bringing an end to the quarrel. Feng returned to the old residence with Duo Yin and He Na, beginning to clean and tidy up. Yixing also joined in, now 10 years old. It was time for him to partake in household chores to avoid becoming incapable of supporting himself when he eventually leaves for Hot Spring Island. Fostering a sense of entitlement would be detrimental. The following noon, as the bells of Hot Spring Island chimed, citizens gradually made their way to the new Hot Spring Square. For the old square could no longer accommodate 1 million citizens. Everyone donned new attire in preparation for voting for the new island master. If the population increased further, individual voting would no longer be feasible. Representatives from each district would cast votes on behalf of their constituents. The Yi family, adorned in new garments, slowly mingled into the bustling crowd. Hina, who do you intend to vote for? Feng inquired. Perhaps it is time to grant Wang Zhihai his wish. Otherwise, his resentment may intensify, and his contributions to Hot Spring Island are second only to yours, Duo Yin Hina responded. Did you not claim that Wang Zhihai harbors ill intentions? Feng remarked. Indeed. But what choice do we have now? Duo Yin Hina sighed softly. Chen An and his wife Qiu Shui also squeezed their way over, the two families standing close together. Chen An, when will you have a child? Don't wait until you are unable to before considering procreation, Feng reminded, treating Chen An as a younger brother and naturally considering his long-term future. Why rush? To conceive a child, all it takes is a simple pull of the zipper, and Qiu Shui's belly will swell with one or more children. Chen An replied with a light-hearted tone. You rascal, still so unfocused. Hurry up and start a family, or else our little Yixing might end up being your child's uncle, Feng sighed. Soon, 7 candidates ascended the stage. Wang Zhihai, He Lishuan, Jin Yu, Meng Yanluer, Hao Yu, Qing Jun, and Duo Manged. Feng's expression darkened. Old sure, how did Meng Yanluer become a candidate? He couldn't help but inquire. This. Shi Jinliang's face turned pale, appearing hesitant to speak. Just say it outright, Feng urged impatiently. Because she has joined a faction, aligning herself with Wang Zhihai's liberal group. Her mother has also joined. Once affiliated, the chances of becoming a candidate significantly increase, while those without affiliation are likely to be marginalized, Shi Jinliang explained. Is that so? It seems the progress of civilization has advanced by at least several centuries. Old Shi, are you affiliated? Feng suddenly asked with a smile. Do I still need to be affiliated? Of course, both factions have approached me, claiming that if I joined, I would have a chance to become a candidate. However, with my lifespan being so limited, I hardly have time to engage in their power struggles, Shi Zhongliang sighed. Very well. Yi Feng nodded, deciding not to intervene and to observe how the citizens would cast their votes. Mei Ji took the stage, serving as the host since she was the former deputy island master and fully qualified for the role. Esteemed citizens and legislators, former island master He Li Xuan, and the honorable speaker, the election for the new island master of Hot Spring Island officially commences. Today's 7 candidates are Wang Zhihai, He Li Xuan, Jin Yu, Meng Yanlu, Hao Yu, Qing Jun, and Duo Meng. Each candidate has a whiteboard placed before them, and every citizen holds a piece of charcoal. If you wish to support a candidate, simply make a mark on their whiteboard, Mei Ji announced loudly. With the citizen count exceeding 1 million, traditional voting methods were no longer suitable. Thus, they could only inscribe their choices on each candidate's board. Additionally, the host's presence must be commanding, or some citizens might not hear her. Former Island Master Yi, please take the lead and cast the first vote for the 7 candidates. Mei Ji gestured towards Yi Feng. Me? Yi Feng pointed at himself, questioning why it was again his responsibility. Could we not have someone else lead? He asked, aware of the significance of his vote. If he supported any one of the 7, the others would surely follow suit. After all, he was the pioneer of the first generation. Even though he hadn't governed at South Hot Spring Island for 2.5 years, his influence remained deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people. Brother Feng, don't refuse, just take the lead. Otherwise, who else would be qualified to cast the first vote? Mei Ji smiled. The citizens below joined in the chant, Brother Feng, cast the first vote. We are all watching you. Sighing, Yi Feng slowly rose to his feet. Esteemed citizens, the inception of my establishment on Hot Spring Island was to cultivate an environment of absolute fairness and justice. If I were to cast the first vote, it is certain that you would follow suit, which would inevitably compromise the integrity of this equitable atmosphere. Thus, I have resolved to be the last to cast my vote, to prevent you from merely mirroring my decision. Upon concluding his statement, Yi Feng retreated to his seat. Rest assured, Brother Feng, we shall not follow your lead. They urged him. Go ahead, we promise not to vote alongside you. Brother Feng, we possess the capacity for independent thought. Moreover, you have been absent from South Hot Spring Island for over 2 years and are unfamiliar with the nuances here. We will not simply align our votes with yours. Hearing their words, Yi Feng hesitated. Really? Very well. In that case, I shall take the initiative to vote, but you must not follow my lead. With that, he strode forward, followed by more than 30 citizens, including Duo Yan, Hina, Yi Xing, and Shi Zhongliang. Wang Zhihai watched Yi Feng with a tense expression, subtly nodding his chin. He yearned for Yi Feng's vote. Strictly speaking, Wang Zhihai had already gained substantial control over South Hot Spring Island. Yet he was eager for Yi Feng to cast his vote in his favor. If Yi Feng were to support him, his position as island leader would be indisputable. Conversely, if the other citizens forcibly elevated him to the role, it would leave him feeling uneasy and hinder his ability to act decisively. Duo Meng, since you are nearest to me, I shall cast my vote for you. Yi Feng took up a carbon pen and made his mark on Duo Meng's whiteboard. Although the citizens had claimed they would not follow his vote, when the moment arrived, they disregarded their earlier promises and began marking Duo Meng's board with affirmative votes. In the blink of an eye, Duo Meng accumulated 5 votes, while the other 6 candidates received none. Wang Zhihai's expression darkened, a flicker of despondency crossing his features. Brother Feng, ultimately, you still do not trust me. Duo Yin Hina approached, hesitating briefly before inscribing a vote on Wang Zhihai's whiteboard. Thank you, Sister Hina. Wang Zhihai responded, bowing deeply. This is what you deserve, she remarked, placing down the carbon pen and departing. Then, an elderly gentleman, leaning on a cane, approached without hesitation and marked a vote in front of Duo Meng. Voting is akin to stock trading. One buys into the rising and avoids the falling. In no time, Duo Meng had switched to a second whiteboard. In stark contrast, the other 6 candidates faced dismal fortunes. Wang Zhihai barely mustered 10 votes, all from his own faction. He Li Xian fared even worse, with only 7 votes, similarly from his supporters. The others fared even more poorly, particularly Meng Yanlu, who had only managed a single vote, failing to secure even one affirmative mark. Hey, Yi Feng could not contain his frustration. You all promised not to follow my lead. How is it that you are now voting entirely for Duo Meng? Have you no sense of integrity? In response to Yi Feng's outburst, the citizens wore selfish smirks. We did not follow your lead. I simply felt closer to Duomanged, so I voted for him. Exactly. Who are you to claim we voted as you did? Brother Feng, we genuinely wish to support Duomanged, not merely because of your influence. Yi Feng, Brother Feng, voting is a matter of freedom. We shall cast our votes for whomever we choose. Must you interfere in this as well? Kindly step aside and allow the citizens behind you to proceed. A courteous citizen gently ushered Yi Feng aside. Yi Feng's esteemed reputation on Hot Spring Island was undeniable. Although the citizens expressed their discontent verbally, they genuinely admired and respected him, thus making his vote nearly decisive for the election of the island leader. Half an hour later, Damen had replaced the fifth whiteboard, while the previous four were filled with positive endorsements. In contrast, the second contender, Wang Zhihai, had barely filled the first whiteboard, with all votes coming from party insiders. Old Shi, has Damen joined a faction now? Yi Feng inquired suddenly. It seems not, Shi Zhongliang replied weakly. That's a relief. At least it won't skew the power dynamics too drastically, Yi Feng sighed in relief. He could not forcibly intervene in the citizens' voting rights, which was fundamental. However, while respecting their rights, he could subtly adjust circumstances to ensure a healthy competition between the two factions, rather than a detrimental one. Healthy competition entails both factions striving to enhance citizens' welfare, advancing technology, and engaging in external conquests. Detrimental competition, conversely, involves relentless exploitation of the citizens without technological advancement, regressing instead into historical pitfalls. As long as this balance was maintained, he would not interfere, regardless of how fiercely the two factions clashed. After a full 3 hours, the voting finally concluded. Wang Zhihai let out a long sigh, kicking the whiteboard away in frustration, and left the hot spring square without a backward glance. Having failed to secure a position once again, he was utterly incensed. Zhihai, where are you going? Yi Feng quickly called out to Wang Zhihai. Zhihai, come back. A group of old friends urged. Chapter 1124. Immediate effect. Wang Zhihai, turning his back to the crowd, waved his hand dismissively and quickly vanished from Hot Spring Square. Meiji stood awkwardly at the podium. I am here to announce the voting results. In first place, Mr. Damen, with a total of 17 votes. In second place, Wang Zhihai, with 4 votes. In third place, Meng Yanla, with 2.5 votes. Due to the excessive number of voters, I can only announce the results by boards. I will specify individual votes only when the margin between two candidates is not significant. Please seek the approval of the House of Representatives. After Meiji finished reading, she turned to the Assembly of Legislators. The previous assembly had only numbered in the dozens, yet now it had swelled to hundreds. Hujuan Audidant, accompanied by several vice presidents, proceeded to verify the results. Although the outcomes were evident, the formalities had to be observed to maintain appearances. After confirming the accuracy, the new island leader was declared. Mr. Damen, please accept the esteemed respect of the legislators. With that, Hujua, along with the hundreds of legislators, bowed to Damen. Damen stood up nervously, feeling dizzy. The mere nomination as a candidate had seemed surreal to him. To think he had actually become the island leader? An island leader, commanding the dual realms of the Hot Spring Islands, with over 1 million citizens and 7 million residents, and indirectly overseeing a staggering 500 to 600 million souls beyond the veil. Yi Feng led the applause with resounding enthusiasm. Damen, a steadfast ally from the early days, was rooted in integrity. Expectations for his abilities were modest. It sufficed that he refrained from malfeasance and corruption. The applause, a tidal wave of sound, reverberated across a 100-mile radius, crescendoing in an overwhelming chorus. Above the Hot Spring Island, the northern winds howled, heralding the emergence of a formidable empire. The clapping persisted for 5 minutes before gradually subsiding. Damen, fervently striking his knee, was beckoned to the platform. Lord of Damen Island, please come forth and share a few words. Tiger Claw gestured towards the elevated stage. Very well, I shall speak. Damen stammered, anxiety coursing through him. His face flushed with excitement. His legs weakened under the pressure of the moment. Bring the Lord to the stage. Meiji perceived the unfolding drama. 2 guards approached, including Chai Ma, who, with the vice-captain's assistance, hoisted Damen onto the platform. Esteemed guests, beloved citizens, Damen struggled to find his voice, choking on emotion. Applause erupted once more, and tears streamed down his cheeks as he stood before the crowd. For 3 minutes, the ovation continued, granting him a moment to collect himself. He wiped away his tears and regained his composure. I never envisioned that I, Diamond, would ascend to the position of Island Lord. In my days as a golden armored guard in Chongqing City, I was under the relentless scrutiny of the celestial convene Yenlai. Then, I encountered Brother Feng. My only thought was to follow him, for at least there would be fish to eat. Brother Feng not only fulfilled my modest needs, but also brought my family to the hot spring island. Ultimately, I witnessed its rise to prominence, dominating the vast desert. At that time, I merely aspired to be a citizen of the hot spring island, where there would be sustenance and shelter from the bitter cold outside. Yet, life is unpredictable. I never imagined I would become the Island Lord, a title that, while noble, is but temporary, destined to change in 2.5 years. Nevertheless, I have held this honor, which will remain a cherished memory. I wish to express my profound gratitude to Brother Feng for his recognition and to the hot spring island and its citizens. Thank you for bestowing upon me this esteemed honor. With that, Daman bowed deeply to the assembly. The sound of flesh meeting flesh echoed throughout the entirety of South Hot Spring Island and its surroundings. Even the disaster-stricken souls peering from beyond the veil were moved, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Among the afflicted, a few of the Duoyen people rejoiced, exclaiming with excitement, "Look, the Lord of the Hot Spring Island is one of us, a Duoyen. Ha ha ha, we have our own island lord. Dortmund, we, the Doyen people, take immense pride in you." In the forthcoming 2 years, everyone will emulate the Doyen accent, taking great honor in speaking the Doyen language. Now, I implore the former Lord of Helishian Island to transfer the Island Lord seal to the new Lord, Dortmund. Here, we, the entire assembly, extend our profound respect to the former Lord of Helishian. Upon concluding his remarks, Hujua, accompanied by hundreds of council members, bowed deeply to Helishian. A faint smile graced Helishian's face as he approached Dortmund, holding the seal. "Congratulations." The two embraced tightly. Dortmund caressed the Island Lord's seal. Although it bore a rough and simplistic craftsmanship, it represented unparalleled authority. In the future, for projects worth trillions, a mere impression of this seal on a document would render it immediately effective. To initiate a war involving millions, the same seal would suffice. The thought of constructing hundreds of expensive bombers excited Dortmund to the point of exhilaration. In that moment, he found himself indifferent to women, culinary delights, and fruit wines. The allure of power surpassed all other temptations. "Lord of the island, do you have any policies to benefit the citizens?" At that moment, a citizen raised their hand, posing the question half-jokingly to spare Dortmund any discomfort. "Rest assured, from today onward, citizens will work merely 3.5 hours a day, effective immediately. Mid-level citizens will work 5.5 hours daily, also effective immediately. Senior management will continue with an 8-hour workday, maintaining the status quo." As Dortmund reached this point, applause erupted, interrupting his speech. Suddenly, a resident rushed forward from the periphery of the light screen. "Lord of the island, what about us residents? Don't focus solely on the citizens. We reside within the light screen as well, with many serving in the military. What are our welfare benefits?" The resident inquired loudly. "Well, rest assured, there will certainly be benefits, but we must deliberate carefully," Dortmund replied, his tone shifting to an official demeanor as he began to evade the question. "Lord of the island, might you clarify now how many hours we residents will work each day? Can welfare benefits be improved, even slightly? Even an increase of 500 hot spring coins in base salary would be appreciated," the resident persistently pressed. "Sir, it appears you are not one of our citizens. At present, I cannot provide an answer to your query. Please exit for now. I will provide you with a resolution later," Dortmund replied coolly, a hint of displeasure evident in his tone. Chapter 1125. We all hear you at that moment. Another resident spoke up. "Do you see, fellow residents? We are mere embellishments of Hot Spring Island. Benefits are perpetually reserved for citizens, while we residents receive not a single fraction. Exactly. Each time welfare is distributed. It has nothing to do with us. What are we to do? I have made up my mind. I will resign tomorrow and let the citizens stand guard." "Resign? No. 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 Let us organize all residents. 7 million of us will strike together, and let us see how this island lord handles the situation. Indeed, the moment we strike, the sewage system of Hot Spring Island shall collapse, enveloping the entire island in a stench of refuse. Should our electrical department join the protest, darkness will descend upon Hot Spring Island. If my factory ceases operations, the island will no longer produce bombers. It seems as though the residents have conspired to initiate a simultaneous strike. What shall be done? Damand appears to be struggling to maintain order. Duo and Hina advised Yifeng. Leaning back slightly, Yifeng cast a cold gaze upon the ringleaders of the unrest. However, he refrained from intervening for the moment, opting to observe how Damand would manage the situation. How outrageous. Bring forth those instigators. Identify them as residents and expel them from Hot Spring Island, allowing them to face the elements beyond the barrier. Damand thundered in fury. I have worked tirelessly to become the island's leader, and now you choose to disrupt my authority? Immediately, a squad of soldiers rushed forth, apprehending the dozen or so ringleaders and forcibly dragging them towards the barrier. Yet, the problem remained unresolved. The wives and children of those detained rushed forward, clawing, striking, and spitting at the soldiers, their cries echoing through the air. Some soldiers, unable to bear the scene, stripped off their uniforms. I quit. I refuse to oppress the residents. One declared, indeed, we are residents too. Why must we turn against one another? Another soldier discarded his uniform, tossing aside his cap. Are you rebelling? Cheng Libin bellowed in anger. Hurry and don your uniforms. Your contracts have not yet expired, and I will not grant you wages under the pretense of human rights. Rimiko also stepped forward. Yet, the chaos escalated, with some residents even disrobing to relieve themselves in the public square. Yifeng, expressionless, surveyed the densely packed crowd, his gaze landing on a figure atop the watchtower. Wang Zhihai stood there, a glass of fruit wine in hand, observing the tumult below with an air of detachment. At that moment, he seemed to sense something. Abruptly glancing in Yifeng's direction, their eyes met in a direct clash. The inequities of Hot Spring Island exploit us, the residents. Let us dismantle his schools and demolish his public square. A surge of at least several thousand residents stormed into the square, wielding hammers to destroy statues and buildings. This initial wave quickly inspired an additional 10,000 to join. They smashed and wreaked havoc, reducing the nearly modern Hot Spring Square to ruins. One individual, in a particularly egregious act, hurled a foul substance at Damand, who narrowly dodged the projectile, the stench permeating the air. Cease this destruction. I will abstain from working. Residents only labor 6 hours a day, Damand shouted. However, the residents, blinded by rage, continued their rampage, leaving the island's facilities in tatters, with no regard for human injury. At that moment, a resident approached Yifeng, hammer raised high. Yifeng shot him a piercing glance, causing the individual to stumble back 2 steps. Yifeng, please. I beg of you, hand me that chair. I wish to smash it. The resident stammered hesitantly. Take it and smash away. After Yifeng spoke, he pulled his wife and child aside. A resident struck down fiercely, shattering Yifeng's chair, and politely requested the other citizens to leave, smashing their chairs as well. The orders from the big boss permitted only the destruction of property, forbidding harm to individuals, and the gunmen adhered strictly to these principles. I've already stated that I only work 6 hours a day. Why are you still smashing things? Damand trembled with rage, his eyes aflame. He envisioned himself wielding a machine gun, annihilating the disruptive residents below. However, Hot Springs Island symbolized civilization, and it was inappropriate to employ bloody tactics against those within the screen. The rampage persisted for a full hour, leaving Hot Springs Square utterly devastated. Curiously, not a single citizen was injured. Some children were frightened to tears. Please, tell me what it will take to make you stop. I beg you, Damand pleaded. His voice hoarse, strands of hair disheveled across his forehead. Now you choose to provide us with welfare. It's too late. The residents were incensed, as if ready to strike. Let us deal with this new island master. He doesn't regard us as human beings. Yes, let us get rid of him. He is utterly useless. Look at him. He has no ability to maintain order. How can he be qualified to lead the island? The clamor of the residents grew louder. In contrast, the citizens regarded Damand with indifference, observing how he would handle the situation. In truth, given the current collective strength of the citizens, 1 million could easily subdue 7 million residents. Yet, the reality was far more intricate. Over the years, both citizens and residents had coexisted within the screen, their lives intertwined, rendering them nearly like family. Moreover, some citizens had taken to illicit affairs, complicating their relationships further. How could they bring themselves to act against acquaintances and lovers? At that moment, a sand vehicle approached from a distance. The vehicle's hatch opened, revealing Wang Zhihai's upper body. Residents, please remain calm and grant me, Wang Zhihai, this favor. Lay down your weapons and withdraw from Hot Spring Square, now, immediately. His authoritative voice resonated. Yi Feng smirked. He knew Wang Zhihai would not remain in the shadows for long. He was indeed a talented director, yet the actors were not equally skilled. Upon seeing Wang Zhihai, the residents surprisingly offered no resistance, collectively laying down their weapons and lining up obediently to retreat from the square, as if it had been prearranged. The sand vehicle slowly passed by all the citizens, coming to a halt in front of Diamond. With a leap, Wang Zhihai descended from the vehicle and stood upon the platform. Residents, in light of my standing, let us heed the island master's words. The treatment remains as it was before. What do you all think? Wang Zhihai's voice boomed. As you command, Director Wang, we yield to you. Since you have spoken, we shall abide by your wishes, a resident responded loudly. Yes, we shall follow Director Wang's lead. If he asks us to retreat, out of respect, we must comply. Marshal Wang, over the years, your leadership has been exemplary, and you have shown great consideration for us residents. Your words command our unwavering attention. Long live President Wang. Long live Wang Zhihai. The residents raised their fists in unison, emitting a fervent cheer. Chapter 1126. Unyielding intentions. Everyone, let us not engage in frivolous talk. I am merely the president of the Hot Spring Bank and the Grand Marshal of the Three Armies. You should be proclaiming long live Diamond, not long live Wang Zhihai. Wang Zhihai remarked with a hint of indifference. Humph. Yi Feng scoffed derisively. The residents, however, were not swayed. Apologies. But our hearts belong solely to President Wang. We acknowledge no new island lord. From this day forth, we shall heed only President Wang's words. Should any misfortune befall him, we, the 7 million residents, will not rest until we uncover the culprit. Indeed, if President Wang were to suddenly meet an untimely demise, whether by hanging or a bolt of lightning, we would hold Hot Spring Island responsible. At that moment, our wrath would not be directed at inanimate objects, but at people. Amidst the crowd, Yi Feng's expression darkened. Wang Zhihai was indeed a remarkable individual. He cleverly rallied 7 million residents to bolster his position. In truth, for any reason, he would never act against Wang Zhihai. Firstly, he was a talented individual. Secondly, the laws of Hot Spring Island forbade it. Upon hearing the residents' words, Wang Zhihai's face remained impassive. Nonsense, he reprimanded, striking the table with palpable force. The votes for Diamond were cast by Feng himself. No matter my capabilities or contributions, I shall not covet the position of Island Lord. Therefore, everyone, please return home. We shall all heed Feng's guidance and the new Island Lord, Diamond. As he spoke, his voice grew somber, evoking a sense of empathy for a seemingly powerful figure rendered helpless. The residents, however, were undeterred. They immediately turned their attention to Yi Feng. Thud, thud, thud. The residents knelt in layers before him. Feng, please cast your vote for President Wang. He is truly capable. Indeed, Feng, I bow before you. Let President Wang become the Island Lord. I believe the future of Hot Spring Island will flourish under his leadership. Correct. For years, President Wang has toiled into the night while we all slept. The lights in his office still shine as he reviews documents. Please, Feng, support President Wang and allow him to become the Island Lord. Subsequently, the sound of kneeling resonated throughout Hot Spring Island. Yi Feng had initially intended to remain passive, but at this moment, he felt compelled to speak. Everyone, he stepped forward. Wang Zhihai eagerly looked towards Yi Feng, for his words held significant weight in the hearts of the citizens. The election of the Island Lord is determined by the votes of all citizens. I, Yi Feng, am currently a non-entity, temporarily serving as the acting Island Lord of North Hot Spring Island. Therefore, do not involve me in this matter, understood? After delivering his statement, Yi Feng retreated back into the crowd. No, Feng, if you do not permit Wang Zhihai to become the Island Lord, we shall not rise from our knees. Why are you all standing there? Bow before him until Feng relents. The rhythmic thumping echoed from the Hot Spring Island, the sound of bones colliding with the floor. Zhihai, cease your actions. Yi Feng, in exasperation, glanced at Wang Zhihai atop the platform. Brother Feng, since you have spoken, very well. Wang Zhihai nodded, then turned to address the densely packed residents. Esteemed residents, return to your duties. Tomorrow, I expect you to resume your work as usual, understood? Upon hearing this, the residents finally rose, each departing from the Hot Spring Square. However, the square had transformed into a wasteland, littered with shattered statues and broken chairs. Lord Duomeng, Please accept my utmost respect, Wang Zhihai expressed, bowing deeply to Duomeng. No. Duomeng's face darkened as he swiftly helped Wang Zhihai to his feet. He ascended the platform, his gaze vacant as he addressed Yi Feng. Brother Feng, I apologize. I am inept and have let you down. After uttering this, Duomeng collected himself. I hereby announce my resignation as the Lord of Hot Spring Island and implore the council to conduct a new vote. Moreover, I shall not participate as a candidate. With tears streaming down his face, Duomeng concluded his statement. The expression on Hu Zhua's face was grim as he discreetly cast a glance at Yi Feng. Very well. Since Mr. Duomeng is unwilling to assume the role of Island Lord, let us proceed with a new vote and erase the white bards, Hu Zhua declared. Following his words, the guards, including Chuema, moved to wipe the boards clean. Meiji returned to the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, an unexpected turn of events has transpired in the election for Island Lord. Mr. Duomeng has resigned due to health issues, thus we must hold a new election. May the 6 candidates step forward. After her announcement, Wang Zhihai, Heli Xian, Jingyu, Meng Yinla, Hao Yue, and Qing Jun ascended the stage. Now, we are still missing one candidate. I invite the council members to propose another nominee, Meiji stated. All right, we will discuss this immediately. After Hu Zhua spoke, he turned his gaze towards Yi Feng and began a whispered consultation with the council. 10 minutes later, Hu Zhua stood up. Following a collective vote by our 494 council members, it has been decided that Yi Feng shall be the 7th candidate. Hu Zhua then directed his gaze back to Yi Feng. No, I have already served 3 consecutive terms. I cannot accept this proposal. Yi Feng shook his head. His mind was still troubled. First, he had not resolved the issue of his inner demons, which hindered his cultivation and advancement. Furthermore, addressing these demons required prolonged rest and relaxation. The more tense he became, the more pronounced the issue grew, and he had no desire to entangle himself in further complications. While serving 3 terms indeed disqualifies me from a 4th, it is Heli Xian who is meant to take the 4th, not Yi Feng. Thus, you are entitled to assume the role of the 5th Lord of Hot Spring Island. This decision reflects the council's vote, which embodies the will of the 494 districts. Yi Feng, you would not defy the will of the people, would you? Hu Zhua remarked with a grin. Only with Yi Feng as Island Lord could they suppress Wang Zhihai. Otherwise, once Yi Feng departed, Wang Zhihai would likely resume his bullying. A Feng. Duo Hina tugged at Yi Feng's sleeve, silently nodding in agreement. She too recognized that only Yi Feng could keep Wang Zhihai in check. Wang Zhihai was far too capable, someone they could neither eliminate nor dismiss, yet he could not be allowed to take the helm. If Yi Feng were to become the island's leader, Wang Zhihai would undoubtedly accept him wholeheartedly, without harboring any ulterior motives. Hina, do you find this proposition agreeable? Yi Feng slightly tilted his head. Indeed. Very well, my dear wife. Your beauty and wisdom are both unparalleled. Thus, I shall step forward to lend my support. Upon finishing his statement, Yi Feng strode confidently towards the podium. A satisfied smile graced Meiji's face. Now, let the voting commence. The citizens erupted in excitement, buzzing towards Yi Feng's whiteboard. Regardless of their affiliations, whether neutral, liberal, or pacifist, each cast their vote in favor of Yi Feng, leaving others with nary a mark. Hey, be a bit more objective. I'm merely here to add to the numbers. Yi Feng's expression darkened. In the blink of an eye, he had stacked 20 white bards. Chapter 1127, Awakening at any moment finally, Duoyan Hina approached the podium. After a moment of hesitation, she marked a single line on Wang Zhihai's whiteboard. How splendid. I did not anticipate this voting process to conclude so swiftly. I shall now announce the results. First place goes to Yi Feng with a staggering 121,354 votes. Second place, Wang Zhihai with a mere 1 vote. Others received none. Congratulations to Yi Feng, who has been elected as the esteemed leader of Hot Spring Island. Upon finishing her announcement, Meiji led the applause, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Phew! Yi Feng exhaled a long, deep breath. At last, the Hot Spring Island he had established had returned to his hands, inextricably linked to him. Please, Yi Island leader, take the floor. After Meiji's statement, applause erupted once more. The entire Hot Spring Island, comprising both citizens and residents, applauded fervently, the sound echoing for hundreds of miles. The applause persisted for 10 minutes before gradually subsiding. Yi Feng took a deep breath and slowly ascended the podium. You all, this group of individuals, are you satisfied now? Satisfied. Beyond measure, Brother Feng, I adore you. Brother Feng, I wish to bear your children. Hot Spring King, Hot Spring King, Hot Spring Island belongs to Brother Feng. He is our king. In an instant, the chant of Hot Spring King resounded throughout the heavens and earth. Yi Feng shrugged his shoulders, indifferent to their exclamations, letting them express their sentiments freely. I hereby declare Wang Zhihai as the vice island leader, who will also serve as the president of the Hot Spring Bank. Applause surged once again, the residents' hands growing red from clapping, while a portion of the citizens joined in. I appoint Susan as the leader of North Hot Spring Island, tasked with reporting the status of North Hot Spring Island to the headquarters at South Hot Spring Island every month. Yi Feng continued. Susan was not present, as she remained to oversee matters in North Hot Spring Island. Sparse applause followed, as many citizens and residents were new and unfamiliar with Susan's esteemed name. I further appoint Naire Maisie as the bank director and Damond as the Grand Marshal of the Armed Forces, while Wang Zhihai will no longer hold a military position of importance. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhihai's expression darkened, but he soon smiled in acceptance. As long as Yi Feng was the island leader, he would wholeheartedly support him. The title of Grand Marshal was of little consequence. If Damond were to lead him, however, he would have his reservations. As for the other positions, I shall say no more. Regarding the incident at the Hot Spring Square, compensation will be solely the responsibility of Wang Zhihai. Wang Zhihai, do you have any objections? After Yi Feng spoke, he cast a glance at Wang Zhihai. Both understood without the need for further words. Very well, since this matter arose from me, it is only natural that I should compensate. Wang Zhihai nodded in agreement. Then there is nothing more to discuss. I hereby declare that Hot Springs Island will host a grand banquet for 3 days to celebrate, with residents participating. And we shall also prepare porridge booths for the common folk outside, allowing them to enjoy a warm meal, Yi Feng proclaimed loudly. At that moment, Wang Zhihai leaned in. Brother Feng, I fear that fish porridge will no longer suffice for those beyond the screen. They now have jobs, and would disdain receiving charity porridge. It is not like 2 years ago. Oh, their lives have improved? Yi Feng inquired. Indeed, they can now afford whole fish. There are so many factories beyond the screen, and according to statistics, the total savings of those outside have surpassed 30 trillion, Wang Zhihai replied. Then we must provide them with some benefits. The joy of Hot Springs Island should be felt by everyone, Yi Feng pondered, feeling somewhat troubled. It had been too long since he held a leadership position, and he felt a bit out of practice. Why not distribute some money? Wang Zhihai suggested. A splendid idea. Let the bank prepare several million in 1 yuan notes. I intend to flaunt my wealth outside the screen, Yi Feng suddenly exclaimed with enthusiasm. In his previous life in a civilized society, he had fantasized about being a billionaire, tossing money from a luxury car while passers-by expressed their gratitude. Bring me 100 million from the bank, in bills of 100 yuan. Wang Zhihai instructed a bank manager. Zhihai, 1 yuan notes will suffice. We shouldn't waste so much money on 100 yuan bills on Hot Springs Island. Yi Feng interjected. Don't worry, Brother Feng, let it be on my account. It's merely 100 million. I have my own enterprises in Peach Blossom Village. Wang Zhihai assured him with a pat on his chest. You rascal, are wealthier than I am. Well then, let's indulge. My wife and son, come. Let us take the sand cart and prepare to show off our riches outside the screen. Yi Feng waved to the two of them. Of course, one must bring their family when flaunting wealth. Before long, a throng of citizens gathered before the screen. Yi Feng climbed onto an old-fashioned sand cart, which surprisingly was a first-generation model, a valuable antique that had attracted a sky-high price from the commoners outside the screen. Everyone come out. Our new island master, Brother Feng, is throwing money. Hurry. Wang Zhihai shouted from outside, prompting a rush of people. Adults felt too shy to collect the money themselves, but readily sent their children to gather it. Yi Feng grasped a handful of Hot Springs coins, all 100 yuan bills, and tossed them into the air. Gather. A swarm of children rushed forward. Son, you should throw some money too. Yi Feng laughed, wanting his son to enjoy the moment. I won't throw any, Daddy. I feel you're acting a bit like a nouveau riche. Yi Xing shook his head. Yi Feng smiled, realizing that his son had developed independent thinking. Indeed, the education on Hot Springs Island was commendable, as it had not produced a generation of mindless followers. He felt a swell of pride. Duo and Hina also gathered a pile of money and tossed it into the air. Long live the king of Hot Springs. Outside the luminous curtain, the common folk bowed down while gathering coins. Everyone, please rise, do not bow. Once you've collected the money, return home where it is warm, lest you succumb to the cold. Yi Xing, possessing independent thought, filled his father with joy. In a moment of benevolence, he gazed upon the children collecting coins and contemplated accruing more virtue for Yixing. The distribution of wealth lasted for an hour, after which Yi Feng returned to the luminous curtain, thoroughly satisfied. In the days that followed, Hot Spring Island hosted grand feasts that extended for 7 days. Yi Feng made an appearance only on the first day before descending to the depths of the abyss, accompanied by Wang Zhihai. You mentioned that 3 months ago, a minor earthquake occurred on South Hot Spring Island? Yi Feng's expression turned grave. Beneath the earth lurked a demigod-level worm monster, a persistent source of concern for Yi Feng. Brother Feng, this is a troublesome issue. Conventional methods cannot vanquish this creature. It is entirely reliant on the goo god cauldron to remain sealed. However, the cauldron's power will inevitably wane, and it could awaken at any moment, Wang Zhihai remarked. Indeed, even if we were to deploy a formidable weapon against it now, it might not be sufficient to eliminate it. In fact, even if we buried 10 nuclear bombs here, it would not destroy it, but rather rouse it. Yi Feng climbed to the head of the worm monster. Its 2 enormous eyes were tightly shut, covered by layers of black scales. Even a single scale could likely withstand the impact of 100 million drops of heavy water. Chapter 1128. Instilling fear in all, let us proceed. After the feast concludes, we shall convene to explore potential solutions for this worm monster. If we cannot resolve it, we will gradually migrate the inhabitants of South Hot Spring Island to North Hot Spring Island, Yi Feng stated, boarding the elevator with Wang Zhihai. As they returned to the surface, Chen An approached them. Brother Feng, we have developed a new weapon. This armament can enable ordinary individuals to slay foes several realms above them, Chen An proclaimed with a mischievous expression. Excellent. Is this another creation of Charlie S? Yi Feng rejoiced. The engineering department, consisting of 700 engineers, collaborated on its development. However, the theory originated with Charlie, came the response. Then let us not linger. We should proceed, Yi Feng said, elated and ready to head toward the engineering department. Suddenly, he paused, turning slowly to Wang Zhihai. Zhihai, you need not accompany us. You have numerous matters to attend to at the bank, do you not? Moreover, you are no longer the Grand Marshal of the 3 armies. So let the Grand Marshal Mond and I handle the weaponry, Yi Feng said gently. Wang Zhihai's expression dimmed, and he forced a smile upon his pale visage. Yes, the Hot Spring Bank indeed has many affairs requiring my attention. If you wish, I can call Mond for you, he offered, attempting to mask his disappointment. He sensed Yi Feng gradually undermining his authority. Before long, Yi Feng, Mond, Chen An, Charlie, and several key engineers gathered together. A Gatling gun? Yi Feng exclaimed in astonishment at the weapon before him. Indeed, a 6-barrel Gatling, Charlie grinned. Impressive. This weapon has been crafted by you, yet it is of no use. The iridium element has not been purified, and the bullets cannot penetrate even the protective divine light of the true martial realm. What purpose does it serve? Yi Feng sighed. This Gatling gun, perhaps, could have been of great utility during the period of the Black Tree River. However, circumstances have changed. The Gale Wind Zone has ceased operations, and the Starmong continent has now merged with their vast desert. In the future, true martial realm experts will be as numerous as ants. Brother Feng, take a look at the bullets, Charlie exclaimed, retrieving a massive blueprint from the drawer. The blueprint displayed 100-fold enlargement of the bullet and its cross-sectional view. See this, Brother Feng? This is the primer. Inside the bullet, there are over 40 chambers. Once the bullet is fired, these chambers will automatically open, merging the elements within to create an additional drop of heavy water in the projectile. Thus, this Gatling is dubbed the Heavy Water Gatling. Imagine, it fires 6,000 rounds per minute, let alone the protective divine light of the true martial realm. Even the divine essence and refining void realms would be utterly annihilated by a barrage of this Gatling. Upon finishing, Charlie produced a single bullet from the drawer. May I fire a test shot? Yi Feng inquired. Not just one. There's a bullet box over there containing a total of 6,000 rounds, perfect for a minute of firing. Brother Feng, go ahead and give it a try, Charlie replied with a grin. Yi Feng nodded, shouldering the bullet box and lifting the Gatling gun. Chen An kindly inserted the ammunition belt into the weapon. Given that this was a heavy water Gatling, it was likely that ordinary targets would no longer suffice for testing. Thus, Yi Feng exited the light barrier, aiming the gun at the azure barrier of Hot Spring Island. Everyone inside, step aside. I am about to fire, Yi Feng declared, pulling the trigger. With a rapid succession of shots, a line of fire erupted from the Gatling gun. 100 meters downrange, the elemental chambers opened simultaneously, causing the projectile to weigh several million pounds. After merely a dozen rounds, the azure barrier began to tremble, emitting a piercing shriek. With a resounding impact, one heavy water bullet pierced through the barrier, striking the Sun City fortress. The 5-meter-thick steel plate was punctured, the hole glowing red-hot, with temperatures soaring to 500 degrees. I can't fire anymore. Feng released the trigger. After firing just 100 rounds, the heavy water Gatling had breached the barrier. Continuing to fire could potentially dismantle the Sun City fortress. Excellent, Brother Feng. If our soldiers are equipped with a heavy water Gatling, we could dominate the Starmon continent. Demandi exclaimed, jumping with excitement. Having just assumed the position of Grand Marshal of the three armies, he was already blessed with such an advanced weapon. Yes, let us return. Feng replied, exhilarated, and shot several rounds into the sky. No, Brother Feng. Cheng Li Bin and the others gasped in shock, quickly retreating behind the light barrier. What do you mean, no? Just as Feng spoke, the ice beneath his feet was punctured by numerous holes. Heavy water cascaded from hundreds of meters above. Its impact equally formidable. Goodness. Feng, startled, felt his hair stand on end and swiftly sought refuge within the luminous barrier. Suddenly, a multitude of small holes appeared on the ice surface where he had just stood, and torrents of seawater erupted, soaring to heights exceeding 50 meters. Let us convene in the engineering department. The development of this Gatling weapon has not presented any surprises, but the heavy water warhead has truly inspired me. Promptly, a group returned to the office of the engineering department. However, upon arrival, they found the office teeming with personnel, 70 senior engineers, 2 chief engineers, and General Domant, the supreme commander of the three armies. Ha ha ha. Charlie, you have done splendidly. The design of this warhead could also be adapted for use in crossbows. For instance, employing heavy water warheads in bed crossbows and vehicle crossbows would only require a parabolic trajectory, allowing the warhead to descend vertically and inflict significant damage upon the enemy. Feng remarked with a smile. Brother Feng, it is not just vehicle crossbows that can utilize this design. Hand crossbows and even pistol projectiles could benefit from it, Daman suggested. Indeed, I believe this design can be applied to numerous weapons and even some ordinary machinery. For instance, in forging machines and tablet presses. Applying several million pounds of pressure could compress all iron into sheets as thin as paper. Our industrial advancement could leap ahead by a century or even a millennium. Charlie proposed, ruffling his sparse hair once more. Well said. Heavy water is an incredibly valuable resource, suitable for both military and civilian applications. By the way, at the fishing grounds, they have to break through thick ice layers every time they fish. If we could employ heavy water there, it would instantly shatter the ice, greatly reducing the manpower required for fishing. However, the fishing grounds are not under our jurisdiction. You could develop the machines and sell them to the fishing grounds of Yulong and Lingling, allowing them to pay a premium for it, Feng stated. Brother Feng, I believe that such advanced technology should not be sold to those outside the barrier just yet. We should first utilize it within our own factories. Once heavy water has undergone further advancements, we can then sell our obsolete techniques to them. Otherwise, their methods will inevitably catch up to ours, Cheng Li Bin remarked, having been somewhat influenced by his time with Wang Zhihai. All right, I shall heed your advice. I will return to finalize the documents, Feng said. His expression relaxed as he made his way back to his office. Heli Xian may not have been a particularly capable island master, but he was undoubtedly a diligent one. Unlike Feng, he left no clutter for his successor. Every document had been meticulously processed. Outside the luminous barrier, a flurry of information began to intertwine. Have you heard? Our location is actually a closed space, but now, this confinement has been breached, allowing us direct access to the Star Dream continent. I have also heard that the Star Dream continent is home to vegetation, food, and a climate similar to ours. Should we consider migrating there? Let us migrate. Although we do not worry about sustenance near Warm Springs Island, we must always act according to the whims of its inhabitants. Most importantly, it is far too cold. Once night falls, one cannot dare to leave the ice houses, for stepping outside would turn one into an icicle. Thus, it has been decided, tomorrow, we shall depart from Hot Springs Island and migrate towards the northern Starmon continent. Some individuals who have found life on Hot Springs Island unsatisfactory have resolved to pack their belongings, and as soon as dawn breaks and the temperature rises slightly, they will embark on their journey to Starmon continent, liberated from the exploitation of Feng. At this juncture, Wang Zhihai's arrangements for undercover agents outside begin to take effect. Old Chief, tomorrow we shall leave Hot Springs Island for the warmer Star Mon continent. I have heard that there are formidable warriors there, and we may yet grasp the hope of becoming true powerhouses, no longer beholden to the whims of Hot Springs Island. Old Chief, please consent. Otherwise, the evening chill will be unbearable, and I can barely lift my spirits. My wife has been lamenting for an entire month. Listening to the crowd, the old chief nodded slightly. Very well, we shall migrate tomorrow and leave this desolate land. At that moment, a young man approached. You are not one of my clan. What business do you have here? The old chief regarded the young man warily. Old Chief, I come to assist you. I have heard you intend to leave Hot Springs Island for the warmer Starmon continent. The young man stated. Indeed, do you intend to meddle in our affairs? I have no desire to interfere, but it is rumored that a plague is spreading on Hot Springs Island. It would be wise not to leave your designated area, lest you risk cross-contamination, the young man cautioned. Fear not. Once we depart Hot Springs Island, we shall not return. The Starmon continent is vast, and there will be ample space for our survival, the old chief scoffed. You may be mistaken, for the inhabitants of the Starmon continent have a particular fondness for preying upon outsiders. They are known for harvesting human kidneys. You would do well to grow a few extra, for their toll is not paid in coin, but in flesh. Each locale you pass through will claim a kidney. They are ruthless and wield their instruments without anesthesia. Should you return bearing scars, Hot Springs Island shall not welcome you back, the young man remarked nonchalantly. Is that true? Is the Starmon continent so terrifying? Some of the younger ones were immediately alarmed. Indeed, they not only harvest kidneys, but also other body parts. Men may be taken as blood slaves, and as for women, well, you understand, the young man chuckled, choosing to sit beside the fire. Nonsense. Do you take me for a child? Tomorrow, I will depart with my family, and I refuse to believe that the Starmon continent truly harvests kidneys. In every region, there are always those who fear nothing. Very well, then, proceed as you wish. The following day, a portion of this small tribe departed from the icy terrain, families in tow, heading northward. Unbeknownst to them, a sand cart silently trailed behind. On the cart sat several doctors and a few formidable warriors. The doctors meticulously polished their surgical instruments, ensuring that when the time came to harvest kidneys, their speed would be swift enough to avoid fatality, thus preserving their intended message. Simultaneously, they prepared to stitch the kidneys of their victims, ensuring they would return as living specimens to instill fear in all who witnessed them. Thus, the issue of population decline would be effectively mitigated. Chapter 1129. So it is. In a vast cavern within Xin County, Li Hualing sat disheveled upon the main seat. Below him were Wei Yinming of the ghostly monarch sect and the various leaders from Xin County. Deep within the cavern resided 10,000 experts of the postnatal realm, 8,000 of the true martial realm, and hundreds of innate realm masters. Those seated in the main hall were all masters of the transformation realm. Has that wretched He Qingji not arrived? Li Hualing glared at the assembly with his fiery red eyes. After Yi Feng had destroyed his royal residence, he feared a second visit from Yi Feng and thus took refuge in the cave. The individuals in the hall were the leaders of various sects from Xin County, along with some esteemed friends from other counties. Lord, He Qingji has betrayed you. What shall we do? Wei Yinming swallowed hard. His ghostly monarch sect had also been devastated, and now they could only hide in the cavern, terrified of another onslaught from Yi Feng's bombardment. Moreover, the members of the Axe Gang had suffered similarly. Their leader, Xiao Li, had been killed by the bombardment, leaving only a few elders who sat there, looking utterly dejected, as though mourning a great loss. Following Xiao Li's demise, the Axe Gang was likely to become a second-rate faction in Xin County, never to reclaim their former glory. Forget that wretched woman. Once I defeat Yi Feng, I shall capture her and make her suffer to the utmost. Of course, my esteemed colleagues, your unwavering support will not go unrewarded. Enjoy yourselves first. I shall torment her later, Li Hualing said nonchalantly. After all, he was in the late stage of the divine origin realm, and even in his current predicament, he was not to be compared with these transformation realm masters. My lord, we did not come here solely for that wretched He Qingji. A remote island dares to strike at us in Xin County, which is an affront to us cultivators. One spoke. Indeed, our purpose for coming is twofold, to aid you in your vengeance, and to ascertain whether Yi Feng is truly as formidable as rumored, another added. Following the attack from external forces, Xin County had become remarkably united. Esteemed friends, Yi Feng's legitimate wife is the epitome of beauty. I possess a portrait. Please take a good look, Wei Yinming proclaimed, pulling a painting from his robe. The image depicted an extraordinarily beautiful woman. This? So beautiful? She seems like a true celestial being. Gasped one. Good heavens, such perfection exists in this world? All the transformation realm masters could hardly contain themselves. My friends, I cannot do justice to her eyes in this painting. If you were to see her in person, you would truly comprehend the beauty of Yi Feng's wife. The portrait merely captures her exterior, lacking the essence of her grace, especially that gaze of hers. It is simply mesmerizing, Wei Yinming chuckled. With that being the case, my lord, you need only give the order. When shall we take action against the hot spring island? The prince commanded. Here we are, the cultivators of the entire Xin County. Surely, we can conquer that mere hot spring island. Your Highness, what are we waiting for? Upon hearing the words of the crowd, Li Huoling finally regained a semblance of confidence. Let us not be hasty. While taking Hot Spring Island is imperative, we must deliberate further. The weaponsmith is currently crafting a batch of indestructible talismans. Once completed, we shall possess an additional layer of protection. Moreover, I have learned that Yi Feng has more than one stronghold. In the south, there lies another base, where they manufacture heavy water artifacts. Do you comprehend my intent? Li Huoling smiled faintly. What do you mean, Your Highness? Please do not speak in riddles, someone inquired. My intention is to seize Yi Feng's artifact base. We must acquire that artifact capable of launching heavy water, and capture all their weaponsmiths to forge such advanced artifacts exclusively for us. Furthermore, Hot Spring Island possesses a production line dedicated to purifying elixirs. We must claim it wholly for ourselves. In essence, after conquering Hot Spring Island, we will not only be able to craft weapons, but also refine elixirs. Thus, it is entirely worthwhile to fight to the death. I hope that when the time comes, everyone will give their utmost effort and hold nothing back, Li Huoling declared fiercely. His hatred for Yi Feng had become deeply ingrained. Killing Yi Feng would not suffice to quench his fury. He needed to seize Hot Spring Island entirely, and, before Yi Feng's very eyes, annihilate his entire family to fully relieve the bitterness in his heart. Rest assured, Your Highness, we shall exert ourselves to the fullest. However, one matter perplexes me. Why do you not seek assistance from the governor? Questioned a rather clueless cultivator. Li Huoling narrowed his eyes. Fine, let us pretend I said nothing. The cultivator quickly lowered his head. Little did they know, in the Black Mountain Kingdom, matters were not as simple as these lower-tier cultivators believed. The governor was not obliged to aid the county prince. After all, the governor had many children and descendants who also desired to place their offspring in positions of power within these counties. However, the county prince must be at least at the mid-stage of the transformation realm to qualify for such support. If he were to seek the governor's assistance, the governor might oblige, but only if substantial benefits were offered. In these times, no one would assist without incentive, even in a hierarchical relationship. Most critically, seeking help from the governor could lead to the governor turning his gaze upon you, seeking to undermine your position to elevate his own confidence. This was the most terrifying prospect. Therefore, under normal circumstances, he would refrain from soliciting the governor's aid unless absolutely necessary. As for the last time he borrowed the black devouring spirit array from the governor, Li Huoling had concocted another excuse, merely claiming he wished to witness the array's power. Understand this well, do not ask what you should not. Tomorrow, we shall set forth. Remember to disguise yourselves as ordinary individuals, infiltrating the storm zone in batches. First, half of our forces will surround the North Hot Spring Island, while the other half will encircle the South Hot Spring Island. With a decisive grasp, I shattered the talisman that spanned thousands of miles, initiating a simultaneous assault from both sides, leaving no escape route for Yi Feng and denying their magical artifacts the chance to ascend. Our objective was clear, to strike with precision, dismantling their grand formation, and once within, to first seize control of those flying artifacts before unleashing a relentless massacre. Ensuring that pivotal figures such as Yi Feng would not escape, Li Huoling methodically issued his commands. Having meticulously planned this operation to prevent any possibility of Yi Feng turning the tide, on the southern Hot Spring Island, Yi Feng gazed at the scroll in his hand, his face alight with excitement. The concept of the heart demon had become clear to him, and he felt a profound understanding dawning. As he stored the scroll away, he looked with genuine warmth at the young man before him. Chapter 1130. It's truly hellish. This scroll holds immense significance for me. Name your price, Yi Feng inquired. Lord Yi, I seek no monetary compensation. I wish to become a citizen. Please, grant me that status, the young man replied earnestly. Oh, I fear that the matter of citizenship is not solely within my purview. It requires a collective vote from all citizens. How about we start with residency? I can assist you in securing a good job, Yi Feng responded courteously. The scroll had provided him with invaluable insights, illuminating the nature and origin of the heart demon. Very well, I wish to join the engineering department, the young man replied. Agreed. Shortly thereafter, the young man was escorted to the engineering department. As tranquility enveloped the office, Yi Feng once again lifted the scroll. Marvelous, the descriptions are so apparent. It became evident to him that the heart demon arises from rapid advancement, a notion he had already grasped. Moreover, an unstable state of mind is a critical factor in triggering the heart demon. According to the scroll, one must endure trials and cultivate to a higher level to avoid the torment of the heart demon. If one ascends smoothly to a higher realm, the heart demon may suddenly manifest, akin to a wealthy heir whose life crumbles overnight due to bankruptcy and overwhelming debt, compounded by a breakup and betrayal from former friends. Such a sudden upheaval could drive the heir to the brink. A genuine state of being can only be attained through hardship and perseverance. Yi Feng had previously practiced the blood-sucking technique, which allowed him to ascend to the true martial realm without enduring any real struggle. However, this does not imply that the technique should be discarded. Moderation is essential. A blend of arduous training and the blood-sucking technique could mitigate the heart demon's ferocity. Conversely, ordinary cultivators, after consuming medicinal pills, must endure the discomfort of impurities lingering in their bodies, which softens the potency of their heart demons. At least until the transformation realm, the heart demon poses little threat to them. Yet, as one ascends to higher realms, the heart demon's power intensifies, akin to a game of chess against oneself, where victory over the opposing self is imperative. Lastly, the importance of experience cannot be overstated. Expanding one's horizons and immersing oneself in the myriad experiences of ordinary life, the sweet, the sour, the bitter, and the spicy, truly serves as the ultimate antidote to the heart demon. If one has not endured the bittersweet trials of life, how could they possibly govern a county, a state, or even a nation? Could they truly grasp the struggles of the common folk? Could they cultivate empathy with the ordinary? It is likely that before long, insurrection would arise among their subordinates. These individuals mirror the inner demons of the leader. Thus, true cultivation necessitates experience. And the most profound of experiences often come through conflict. Engaging in battles, be it against men or beasts, and surviving in perilous circumstances constitutes the finest form of mental fortitude. But what does arduous cultivation truly entail? Yi Feng found himself momentarily bewildered. Thus far, his various techniques were solely offensive in nature, lacking any that would enhance his innate strength. This implies that in his pursuit of arduous cultivation, he was still in need of a foundational technique. The Chongyang technique also served as an offensive method, allowing one's power to be infinitely multiplied. As for abilities like the Shura, Eye, and Ice Flame, they too were all attack-oriented powers. Someone summoned Diamond. Yi Feng called out to the outside. Yes, Brother Feng, came the response, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. His face beamed with excitement. Brother Feng had reclaimed his position as island master, and he could once again pledge loyalty to his most cherished leader. Previously, while serving as the captain of Helixuan's guard, he had often felt the disparity between himself and Helixuan insurmountable, in both wit and charisma. Before long, Diamond arrived. Brother Feng, what do you need? He asked, standing attentively before Yi Feng. Have a seat. No need for formality. It's just the two of us in the office. All right. Yi Feng pressed on. When you were a member of the Golden Armor Guard, how did you train? Diamond replied. After consuming the crystal pill, one simply cultivates slowly. And what posture did you maintain during your training? Did you recite any incantations? Or was there an internal method of circulation? Yi Feng inquired further. No. Just a good sleep suffices. When the energy within one's body is sufficient to break through to the next level, it will naturally occur, Diamond explained. That can't be true. There must be a technique involved. Yi Feng sighed, suddenly recalling an important figure. Diamond, you may return to your duties. Someone, dispatch a bomber to North Hot Spring Island and bring the Fairy of Lotus to me. Yi Feng commanded. 10 minutes later, a bomber ascended gracefully into the sky, swiftly vanishing above South Hot Spring Island. On the outskirts of South Hot Spring Island, two figures stumbled back, panting heavily. They soon returned to their tribe. Amu. Ada, did you not migrate to Stardream Continent? How have you returned so swiftly? Their fellow tribesmen, including the Elder Chief, surrounded them with concern. Elder Chief, we were tormented terribly. The masters of Hot Spring Island spoke the truth. The people of Stardream Continent truly demand the most grievous tributes. If you don't believe us, look, Amu exclaimed, lifting his shirt to reveal a grotesque centipede-like scar crawling across his waist, its sutures meticulously stitched, the ends tied in a delicate bow. You've lost both your kidneys? The Elder Chief gasped in astonishment. Indeed, those wretched beings from the Starmon continent, when they extract kidneys, do so with a ruthless fervor. I witnessed them removing mine with my own eyes. Poor Ade fared even worse. You wouldn't believe it. At this moment, Mu gestured towards the other unfortunate soul. Ade's face flushed crimson. Ade, look at your kidneys, the Elder Chief urged gravely. No, I cannot bear to look. Ade's eyes were bloodshot. His expression one of sheer terror. Quickly, restrain him and strip him bare. No. In the blink of an eye, Ade was left completely exposed. What? The people of Starmon continent are this cruel? It became evident that not only had Ade lost both his kidneys, but one of his testicles was also absent. The most despicable part was that the stitches were not even neatly tied. How tragic. Go, inform those preparing to migrate. They must not venture to the Starmon continent, for it is nothing short of hell. Amu and Ade, I require both of you to present yourselves as living warnings to those contemplating leaving Warm Spring Island. It is far better here, with provisions aplenty. It may be a bit cold, but at least your kidneys remain intact. Very well, we shall go at once. By the way, there is a new pay-per-view attraction on Warm Spring Island. Could we perhaps display them in the nude for all to see? Visitors could purchase tickets, thus generating additional revenue. Agreed, let us proceed accordingly. In no time, the news of the kidney extractions from the Starmon continent spread like a spring breeze across a population exceeding 500 million. Chapter 1131. No more eavesdropping in the tallest ice house of Peach Blossom Village. Wang Zhihai set down his binoculars, nodding in satisfaction. You all have done well. Now, where are the kidneys that were harvested? Dispose of them swiftly, lest they be discovered. Wang turned to the physicians behind him. Rest assured, I have already roasted and consumed them, one doctor replied, removing his mask to reveal himself as a barbarian, preserving the cannibalistic traditions of his tribe. Very well, as long as they have been destroyed. By the way, did those two see your faces during the operation? Wang inquired further. They did not see our faces, but the barbarian doctor exuded a potent odor. I suspect that even without seeing, those brothers, Mu and Ade, would recognize it. Another doctor added, you all must remain in Warm Spring Island and refrain from venturing out for the time being. Understood? Wang Zhihai stated calmly. Understood. Just then, a sharp sound echoed through the sky. A bomber swooped past, the sonic boom collapsing an ice house. It took Wang a moment to release his ears from the shock. Damn it, who is responsible for this shoddy construction? How dare they disrupt our Peach Blossom Village's endeavors? A thorough investigation is necessary. The bomber gradually hovered above South Warm Spring Island. Moments later, a hatch opened in the cockpit, and He Qingji emerged, adorned in a flowing white garment. Chasing Ma rushed forward to greet her. Fairy He, our island master awaits you in the office. Please follow me. Very well, please lead the way, He Qingji replied courteously. This marks her second flight aboard the bomber, and the speed is simply astonishing. Inside Yi Feng's office, Charlie is showcasing his latest invention. Do you see this, Brother Feng? This combat armor weighs merely 1 pound. Once donned, it renders one impervious to heavy water. Upon contact, the heavy water is instantaneously transformed into ordinary droplets by the elements embedded in the fabric. After his explanation, Charlie unfurls a hooded cloak. I shall give it a try, Yi Feng declares, donning the battle attire. Charlie activates the bullet mechanism, and the projectile swiftly descends, landing on Yi Feng's shoulder. Did you see that? The moment heavy water touches the armor, it is immediately decomposed, losing its penetrative power, Charlie elucidates. Such technical explanations are unnecessary. I am solely concerned with the outcome. Charlie, you have done exceptionally well. Someone, please instruct the Hot Spring Garment Factory to commence mass production immediately. Moreover, this armor is exclusively for citizens and must not be leaked to the outside world, Yi Feng states with gravity. Understood. A guard departs with documents for the Hot Spring Garment Factory, preparing for mass production. Once successful, Hot Spring Island will achieve true coordinated aerial combat. Those clad in battle armor, each wielding a heavy water Gatling gun, will face the skies, where bombers relentlessly drop heavy water bombs, undeterred even by foes 100 times their strength. Brother Feng, He Qingji is waiting outside, Zhuma announces as he enters. Charlie, you may leave now. Yes. He Qingji soon enters. Zhuma casts a glance at Yi Feng's vibrant demeanor and thoughtfully closes the office door behind him. In that moment, only Yi Feng and He Qingji remain in the room, and the air seems to thrum with an intoxicating energy. After appraising Yi Feng, He Qingji takes a seat opposite him, her long, graceful legs slightly crossed. Fairy He, I wish to inquire about your rigorous training methods when you are not consuming elixirs. Yi Feng asks. Oh, it appears that the Lord of the Island has grasped the significance of diligent practice. It must be the inner demons that have driven you to this, hasn't it? He Qingji replies, a subtle smile gracing her lips, her eyes sparkling. Indeed, Yi Feng begins to elaborate when suddenly, he feels a soft, warm sensation on the top of his foot. Beneath the table, He Qingji's delicate foot is not idle, gently caressing his instep and calf, slowly inching upward. Ahem. Yi Feng feigns a cough. Fairy He, your discernment is remarkable. I do indeed require rigorous practice at this moment. But how do you usually engage in such training? Just as Yi Feng poses the question, he suddenly senses her petite foot has reached. It seems that Mr. Yi is in dire need of a primary cultivation technique to assist in his arduous training. However, our Yunnu sect possesses only one method of yin-yang harmonization, which necessitates two individuals to cultivate simultaneously. I wonder if Mr. Yi might be inclined to give it a try? He Qingji inquires earnestly, yet beneath the table. Her foot remains anything but serious. Yi Feng feels a surge of exhilaration. After all, she is a beauty of the transformation realm. To be honest, he is quite tempted to explore this further. Oh, originally, I see, but I have no desire to practice the yin-yang harmonization technique. Are there any alternative primary cultivation methods? Preferably those that allow for solitary and tranquil practice? Yi Feng struggled to suppress the anger simmering within him, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. Ha ha ha. It seems Mr. Yi is quite fearful of his wife. I can understand, with such a beautiful spouse at home. I have lived many years and have yet to encounter a woman more exquisite than your legitimate wife. However, fret not, for I can assist you in gathering information on the star-emerging continent. Whether you wish to pursue sword cultivation, body cultivation, weapon refinement, or internal cultivation, I can help you find it. But tell me, what benefits do I stand to gain? At this point, He Qingji's delicate feet trembled, causing the table to tilt precariously, scattering documents to the floor. He Qingji slowly rose and perched herself upon the desk, placing one slender foot upon Yi Feng's shoulder. A typical man would find it hard to endure such an encounter. Before long, the office was filled with the creaking of the desk as papers slipped from its surface onto the ground. Outside, the four eavesdroppers pressed their ears closely against the door, grinning mischievously. Brother Feng is truly impressive. Even beauties of the transformation realm willingly throw themselves at him. It seems to have been over an hour now. How astonishing. After a considerable time, Yi Feng donned his attire once more and turned back to behold the pristine white heap upon the desk. So this is the yin-yang harmonization technique. It truly lives up to its reputation. Might you impart this technique to me? I wish to pass it on to my legitimate wife, Yi Feng inquired. He Qingji let out a soft murmur before once again leaping into Yi Feng's embrace. The creaking of the desk resumed. An hour later, He Qingji adjusted her clothing and slowly opened the office door. Oh dear. The four rascals tumbled into the room simultaneously. This is intolerable. Zhuema, take Fairy He to arrange accommodations. You are forbidden from eavesdropping again, understood? Came Yi Feng's voice from behind. It is Brother Feng. Zhuema hastily guided He Qingji away. Chapter 1132. Death to those who block my path on South Hot Spring Island. Another group of disaster victims had arrived. Clad in tattered garments and concealing their faces with animal skins, only their bright eyes were visible. Upon their arrival, rather than setting up ice shelters on the periphery, they headed straight toward the protective barrier of the Hot Spring Island. These refugees came in waves, each consisting of about 50 to 60 individuals, amounting to over 100 groups in total. Among the last batch were several hulking figures, their movements stiff and awkward. In front of the giants stood a shadowy man draped in a cloak. Master Wei, I did not expect this. This is the renowned South Hot Spring Island. seemingly 100 times more prosperous than the North Hot Spring Island. I fear that even our Pingzhou prefecture cannot match the population here. The leader of the Gray Garment sect communicated through a sound transmission. The barrier in the center is the protective formation of South Hot Spring Island. Let us surround it first, Wei Yiming declared as he produced a long-distance talisman from his robes. Once ignited, the talisman would signal that the fierce fire from North Hot Spring Island had begun its assault. They would strike simultaneously, leaving no respite for either Hot Spring Island and swiftly breaching Yifeng's stronghold. Pray tell, what are you miscreants up to? Which tribe do you hail from? And what is your name and level of cultivation? At that moment, a team of security personnel from Wei Yuan Company approached, led by none other than Amur. He had recently been promoted to security supervisor and had also acquired resident status, granting him the privilege of residing within the warm confines of the protective barrier. His wife and children no longer expressed grievances about his absence. Each day upon his return from work, his wife would personally present him with a basin of warm water to soothe his weary feet. Consequently, Amur regarded the Hot Spring Island as his home and the company as his vocation. He had devised plans for his future. With a few more years of diligent work, he aspired to ascend to the position of security manager, at which point he would devise a grand scheme to win the favor of the citizens of Hot Spring Island, thereby securing their votes. Should he become a citizen, his wife and direct relatives would automatically attain the same status, a calculation that held no disadvantage for him. I demand an answer. Amur approached, scrutinizing Wei Yiming from head to toe. Although he was now a 9th-level power king, the presence of these individuals, who were merely at the level of power masters, evoked a sense of peril within him. Could it be? Just as this thought crossed his mind, his expression transformed slightly. Ah, I see you are here as tourists. Then do enjoy the splendid scenery of South Hot Spring Island. Deputy Supervisor, let us depart and return to the company, Amur declared, preparing to leave. However, his fleeting panic did not escape the keen gaze of the transformation masters. Kill, Wei Yiming commanded with a wave of his hand. And 50 skilled fighters sprang into action simultaneously. Before Amur could fully comprehend the situation, half of his body was severed. Shocked, he struggled to crawl in the direction of home. Bang! A massive foot descended, crushing his head into a pulp. Quickly dispose of the body, if any citizens are involved. It could summon the vengeful forces of Hot Spring Island. The leader of the Gray Robe sect spoke in a hushed tone. The news of Yifeng avenging a citizen had spread throughout the entire Pingzhou. They understood the implications of killing a citizen, as it could potentially attract Yifeng's bombardment, obliterating their Gray Robe sect. With such a multitude of experts, it took mere moments to cleanse the scene of all evidence. Particularly, the puppets behind Wei Yiming consumed not only a dozen corpses, but also licked the ground clean of any remnants. Within the protective barrier, Wang Zhihai observed everything with keen interest. He slowly lowered his binoculars. Go, inform Brother Feng. At once. Throughout both the interior and exterior of the protective barrier on Hot Spring Island, Wang Zhihai had deployed countless spies. The recent actions of Wei Yiming and his associates amounted to a blatant display of chaos and murder, targeting the security personnel of Wei Yuan Company. Such events could hardly escape his notice. After a while, Yifeng donned his heavy water combat suit and stood beside the protective barrier. Through the binoculars, he observed unfamiliar disaster victims milling about the perimeter of the barrier, seemingly aimless, yet deliberately avoiding the ice houses. Ah, Yifeng, you have ultimately offended those you ought not to have. On South Hot Spring Island, we have mobilized an army of 50,000. With nearly 1,000 at the true martial realm, Wei Yiming sneered coldly. Old Ghost Wei, the leader of the Gray Garb sect, remarked, once we breach the light curtain, per the prince's instructions, we will first seize control of the bomber, followed by the purification line for elixirs. No need for reminders. I have it firmly etched in my mind, Wei Yiming responded. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly turned to look behind him. Outside the light curtain, what had once been bustling was now eerily silent. A chilling aura of hostility permeated the air. Something is amiss. Everyone, stay alert. At that moment, the sky over Hot Spring Island was suddenly pierced by a series of whistling sounds. Boom. Was that a bomber ascending? Wei Yiming exclaimed, startled, already haunted by the psychological impact of such machinery. It seems so. What should we do? This is bad. We've been exposed. Quickly retreat. More shadowy figures darted across the sky. A droplet of heavy water descended from above. Thud. A nearby master, caught unprepared, had his skull crushed without even activating his protective shield. Thud, thud, thud. More heavy water fell, claiming additional victims among the masters. Quickly, activate the protective shields. Surrounding Hot Spring Island, numerous protective barriers flickered to life. Hurry, fall back to the periphery. Wei Yinming commanded, his form flickering as he leapt into an ice house. Unfortunately, it was deserted, with a smoldering fire still cooking a meal, indicating the residents had hastily evacuated without extinguishing the flames. Thud! A gaping hole was smashed into the roof of the ice house. Boom! Wei Yinming bellowed, shattering the entire structure. Quickly flee. Do not linger. His voice rumbled through the air. The cultivators outside the light curtain ceased their pretense, tearing at the garments of the refugees, and their protective barriers illuminated simultaneously. Yi Feng counted hastily, his expression shifting to one of alarm. So many cultivators have come to South Hot Spring Island? Does this mean North Hot Spring Island is also? Hurry. Bring me the Gatling. Grasping a Gatling gun and slinging a box of ammunition over his shoulder, Yi Feng dashed through the light curtain. Wei Yinming and his group had retreated about a kilometer when suddenly, numerous soldiers from Hot Spring Island emerged from the ice houses. Clad in battle gear, each wielded a Gatling gun and carried a box of ammunition. The heavy water continued to rain down from the sky, yet it failed to harm them in the slightest. Those who obstruct me shall die. Wei Yinming roared, striking his waist. A massive sword spiraled forth. However, the soldiers in front raised their Gatlings. Vroom, vroom, vroom. The 6 barrels whirred rapidly, unleashing a torrent of fire towards the massive sword. Clang, clang, clang. The sword initially held its ground, but after 100 rounds, its radiance dimmed, and the blade became battered and fragmented. Other cultivators also summoned their flying swords, but against the deluge of 6,000 rounds per second from the heavy water Gatling, their swords shattered within mere moments. Thud, 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 thud. Shadows flitted back and forth in the sky, as drops of heavy water fell relentlessly. Ah, no, my hand. My hand. It hurts so much. Help. The cultivators of Sheen County were in a state of utter chaos, crying out in distress as they flailed about like headless flies. Wei Yinming watched helplessly as his disciples were shattered one by one, unable to contain his frustration any longer. He cast his hat onto the ground in despair, realizing there was no escape. Everyone, follow my orders. We must assault the barrier of Hot Spring Island immediately. If we can breach the barrier and capture Yi Feng, we may have a chance to turn the tide. With a clamor, several highly skilled cultivators swiftly responded, pivoting to charge at the barrier of Hot Spring Island. Unfortunately, it was too late. Yi Feng emerged from the barrier with 5,000 soldiers, each armed with a Gatling gun. Simultaneously, the crossbows within the barrier were raised, ready to unleash their fury. To the left, Elder 3. But before Wei Yinming could finish his command, a crossbow bolt descended from above, piercing Elder 3 with chilling precision. Yi Feng, I will fight you to the death. Hundreds of protective shields surged towards Yi Feng. Wang Laoguei, is it truly you? Yi Feng took the lead. Lifting his Gatling gun, a line of fire erupted from the weapon, as the bullets soared over 100 meters. The 40 chambers within the warhead opened simultaneously under the influence of gravity, merging into a droplet of heavy water. Clang, clang, clang. The protective shield surrounding Wei Yinming emitted a piercing alarm. Gritting his teeth, he produced a handful of talismans from his robes, adhering them to himself. Instantly, layers of shields enveloped him. However, maintaining these talismans required a significant expenditure of spiritual energy. With a resounding crash, the outermost 3 layers of the diamond shield were obliterated by the bombardment of heavy water from the Gatling gun, transforming into a dazzling array of spiritual light. Yet, Yi Feng's Gatling gun continued to whirl menacingly. Wei Yinming darted forward, closing the distance to Yi Feng in an instant. With a barrage of fire, 6 layers of shields were shredded by the relentless onslaught. Youngster, today I shall end your life. A colossal hand descended from the heavens, aimed squarely at Yi Feng. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes as 3 sacred characters erupted from his body. At the same time, a golden Dharma form emerged from his back, enveloping his corporeal form within its protective embrace. Bang! The massive hand struck the Dharma form with tremendous force, despite its apparent strength. Being at the pinnacle of the transformation realm, Wei Yinming's power surpassed Yi Feng by 2 substantial realms. The formidable Dharma form was obliterated by Wei Yinming's palm, extinguishing the 3 sacred characters in an instant. However, in the next moment, Wei Yinming felt a tightening sensation at his wrist. realizing that Yi Feng had locked him in place. Wang Laogui, did you truly believe I relied solely on technology? Blood-sucking technique. What technique? Wei Yiming was momentarily taken aback, but his expression swiftly turned to one of horror. He felt the semi-divine essence within him gradually depleting. This essence was on the verge of transforming into divine essence, something he had spent nearly a millennium accumulating. Release me. Wei Yiming roared in fury, launching a kick at Yi Feng. At that moment, Yi Feng had discarded his Gatling gun, his figure flickering as he positioned himself directly behind Wei Yiming. The lock head clasped tightly. The combination of the blood-sucking technique and the lock head was nearly insurmountable. No matter how Wei Yiming attempted to use his hands or feet, he could not make contact with Yi Feng's body. However, he is undeniably a master at the pinnacle of the transformation realm. With a thunderous roar, Yi Feng was sent flying 30 meters, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. Ha ha ha, young Yi Feng, your strength is commendable. If I were at the innate level, I might have truly been captured by you just now. Alas, the head of this sect is 2 major realms above you. Wei Yiming sneered coldly, advancing with a swift step to stand before Yi Feng. Extending his hand, he aimed to grasp Yi Feng by the neck. Boom. Yi Feng would not sit idly by. He immediately unleashed the Brahma Sacred Demon technique in conjunction with the Chongyang technique. Where they clashed erupted a brilliant explosion of golden sunlight, melting the ice layer within 100 meters in an instant, causing the seawater to surge hundreds of meters high under the pressure. Yi Feng was sent hurtling back 20 meters, while Wei Yiming merely took a slight step back. Even so, he was struck with an inexplicable astonishment. Yi Feng, merely at the mid-stage of true martial, could actually force him back 2 steps? Could this fellow be a force of sheer strength? At that moment, dark shadows flashed across the sky, and a deluge of heavy water cascaded down. Wei Yiming was taken aback. He was unafraid of engaging Yi Feng in close combat. But such unpredictable phenomena instilled fear within him. He summoned a dozen layers of protective shields around himself. Boom. The first 10 layers were shattered instantly, leaving only his protective divine light and 2 layers of green shields. Damn it. After evading the torrent of heavy water, Wei Yiming's expression turned icy as he prepared to strike down Yi Feng decisively. Just then, a voice called from behind, "Hello." Wei Yiming quickly turned to see chasing horse clad in battle attire, a Gatling gun aimed at his back. "You?" Zing. A line of fire swept past. Wei Yiming's 2 layers of green shields held for a mere half-second before disintegrating. His protective divine light lasted 2 seconds, but in that brief interval, the bullets from the heavy water Gatling gun depleted all his energy. Poof! The last layer of shield shattered, and the heavy water bullets made intimate contact with his body. Several small holes appeared on his chest and abdomen, with blood spraying forth like a high-pressure water jet, soaring over 7 meters. Cough, cough. Wei Yiming coughed, his face pale. Though the protective shield had absorbed over 200 bullets, it had utterly exhausted his energy. Now, he was akin to an ordinary person with slightly enhanced physical strength. Yi Feng drew out a heavy water pistol from his waist, pressing the muzzle against Wei Yiming's forehead. "Wei Yiming, do you remember the citizen you killed?" His name was Heman. With that, Yi Feng did not hesitate to pull the trigger. Boom. A gaping hole erupted from Wei Yiming's head. 200 meters away, the leader of the Grey Robe sect was struggling against the onslaught of 30 Gatling guns. This terrifying scene was witnessed by him. "Wei, the old ghost, is dead. This is bad. We must flee. Hot Spring Island is a hell." With a few swift movements, the Grey Robe leader dashed towards the exit of the icy abode. Chasing Horse unleashed a barrage in response. Ah! A shriek pierced the dark night, echoing the Grey Robe leader's despair. About 10 minutes passed, and the cries of anguish gradually diminished, leaving behind a multitude of fallen cultivators and soldiers on the ground. The exchange ratio stood roughly at 1-to-1. It is noteworthy that the soldiers on Yi Feng's side were predominantly of the Strength Master level, yet they faced foes largely of the late innate realm, equivalent to the Strength Emperor level. In addition, there were nearly 1,000 corpses from the true martial realm, several hundred from the innate realm, and 12 from the transformation origin realm. These remains were meticulously categorized and arranged before Yi Feng by the soldiers of the hot spring. "Brother Feng, how shall we deal with these bodies?" Wang Zhihai emerged from the shadows. He had refrained from participating in the battle, but was clad in a heavy water resistance armor. Search their waist pouches and thoroughly loot their treasures. As for the corpses, simply find a place to discard them. Regarding our hot spring soldiers' remains, we shall erect graves for them. In 7 days, a collective memorial service will be held on Hot Spring Island. Each fallen soldier's family will receive a generous compensation, and those with children will have their offspring sent to study at the Hot Spring Academy. For those without children, we shall ensure that the children of their closest relatives are given the same opportunity. We must take good care of the martyrs' families. We cannot let their spirits be dampened. Feng issued his orders with unwavering composure. Chasema quickly noted everything down. Brother Feng, how shall we handle these 40-plus captives? Another group of soldiers approached, leading a long iron chain to which more than 40 individuals were bound. Feng's gaze swept over them and landed upon the leader of the Gray Garb sect, who appeared utterly wretched, his legs shattered, devoid of any energy fluctuations. The others were similarly afflicted, with severed limbs and lacking any semblance of vitality. Their energies spent during the tumultuous battle as they channeled them into their protective auras. To restore their energies would require at least 7 or 8 days. Feng stepped closer to the leader of the Gray Garb sect. Kneel, 2 soldiers barked. Enough, he can't kneel with broken legs. Let him lie on the ground. Feng replied coolly. The leader of the Gray Garb sect, a figure of resilience, gritted his teeth, enduring the weight of the 2 soldiers pressing him against the icy surface. He struggled to lift his head, one side of his forehead shattered by a heavy water bullet, and Feng could faintly discern the pulsating matter within. Was it Li Hualing who organized your group? Feng looked down at him, towering over the once mighty figure who had once been able to extinguish him with a mere finger. Yet now, he lay prostrate before him, and this sensation was undeniably gratifying. One can only feel such elation when overcoming a formidable opponent. To vanquish a beggar would yield no satisfaction whatsoever. Feng, if you wish to kill me, then do so. Spare me your prattle. As for who organized it, you may ponder that yourself, the leader retorted defiantly. With a resounding bang, Feng blew the smoke from the muzzle of his weapon. Drag the bodies away and feed them to the dogs, he commanded coldly. Brother Feng, where would we find dogs on Hot Spring Island? There's only a single bird, Chen An quipped, appearing from an unknown location. Feng, is this a pretentious remark? Does Chen An not comprehend it? Then let's throw him out. Where to? Chen An inquired once more. You little brat, is this deliberate? Feng, infuriated, seized Chen An and unleashed a flurry of blows upon him. A semblance of amusement finally flickered across the stern faces of the soldiers. Yet, before their smiles could fully blossom, Feng issued his second command. Continue to clear the cultivators outside the barrier. Capture and interrogate anyone unfamiliar. Should they dare to resist, let them taste the heavy water and Gatling. Chen An, let us proceed. We have unfinished business. Unfinished business? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 40 bombers soared over Chongqing City, heading directly towards the vast desert. On the lead bomber sat Feng, Chen An, and He Qingji. Currently, there are no bombers on Bei Wenquan Island. I trust that Li Hualing will refrain from striking unless absolutely necessary. When he does, it will be a lethal blow. We must accelerate our pace, Feng declared, immediately pushing the bomber to its limits. A sonic boom swept past the temple. Brother Feng, something feels amiss. Earlier, as I passed the temple, I believe I saw several giants. Surely, I wasn't imagining it. Chen An's eyes widened. Giants? Never mind that. We must head to Bei Wenquan Island. Feng's gaze remained steady as the bomber's speed surged to 25 Mach. Bei Wenquan Island. Countless flying swords circled in the sky, striking the barrier with relentless blows. Inside the barrier, Susan and the others gathered around the blood pool, pouring buckets of blood into it. Yet, just as the pool filled, it was instantly drained. Redouble the assault. We must breach Bei Wenquan Island, Li Hualing urged from outside. He pressed on, hacking away at the cultivators who were slacking off. In an instant, the barrier of Bei Wenquan Island twisted and deformed, but stabilized under a new influx of energy. It was evident to all that the barrier could not withstand for much longer. At most, it could hold for another 5 minutes before collapsing. Sister Susan, we can't hold on any longer. The blood supply is completely exhausted. We can't afford to lose any more blood. Doing so would put our lives at risk. Bai Xiang rushed over. We must defend the island. Citizens, heed my command. You have enjoyed the finest privileges. Now, as Bei Wenquan Island stands on the brink of peril, it is time for you to sacrifice for the island. After saying this, Susan tore the bandage from her neck, revealing a grotesque wound. She looked up at the sky and, without hesitation, made a decisive cut. Plop! A trickle of blood fell into the blood pool. Bai Xiang gritted his teeth and did the same, slicing into his major artery. The other citizens, seeing this, solemnly approached the blood pool. Plop, plop, plop. The sound of blades slicing through flesh echoed continuously. The blood pool was once again filled. However, the myriad flying swords were relentless. In an instant, they caused the once stable barrier to sway violently. The blood within the pool was once more drained. Susan made another cut to her artery, her blood completely spent, revealing the pale flesh beneath. The white elephant, too, made a cut against the artery, and no blood seeped forth. Only the exposed white flesh remained. Sister Susan, there is no turning back. I have enjoyed the benefits of Hot Spring Island, and now it is time for me to sacrifice myself for our clan. If you can hold on until Feng arrives, please convey my gratitude to him. These past few years by his side have been the most joyous moments of my life. What are you planning to do, White Elephant? Susan asked, her eyes filled with apprehension. Nothing of concern, just take good care of my wife and children. I shall take my leave first, he replied, and without hesitation, he leaped into the blood pool. The pool churned violently, swallowing him whole, his flesh and bones dissolving instantly. White Elephant. Susan tightly shut her eyes, a single tear cascading down her cheek. Citizens, I, too, will enter the blood pool. Should the energy of the pool run dry, I hope you all will follow suit. We cannot allow Li Horling to breach Hot Spring Island. Otherwise, all the men will perish. As for the women, Susan's words trailed off as she suddenly leapt towards the blood pool. No. A tear seized Susan's arm. Let go of me. I will not. A tear, being in the initial stage of true martial realm, was far too strong for Susan to break free from his grasp. Chapter 1135, Do not strain yourself, run. If you die, how will I explain it to Feng when he returns? I am the only one in the true martial realm here. I shall jump in. With my blood, I will safeguard our glorious Hot Spring Island. With that, Ater leaped into the blood pool. The once precarious barrier regained its stability. Yet Ater merged with the blood pool. Ha ha ha, you cannot hold out much longer. Increase the pressure. Li Horling's immense consciousness swept across the entire Hot Spring Island. He was certain that no bombers were present, and it appeared that Yi Feng was not there either. Thus, he intensified his assault. Susan slowly rose to her feet. I will also enter the blood pool. You must follow. No, I shall go first. If you perish, we cannot account for it to Feng. We are men. A throng of citizens rushed forward, having bled themselves dry, now reduced to offering their flesh as sacrifice. I am Mohad. Splash. A living body plunged into the blood pool. I am Nazong. Splash. Another body followed suit. I am Ping Hu. Splash. 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 Sister Susan, please look after my children. Splash. Susan's eyes widened in shock, her tear-filled gaze reflecting the grim scene. Outside the barrier, the onlookers were aghast, witnessing the horrific sacrifice occurring within Hot Spring Island. They could scarcely believe what kind of faith could compel individuals to offer their lives in such a manner. In their star-mist continent, every individual was selfish. When faced with critical moments, they would rather sacrifice their closest kin than confront their own demise. In that instant, some cultivators hesitated, their attack speed slowing. The thousands of flying swords in the sky became disordered, their power waning compared to before. Seeking death, Li Hualing, infuriated, executed several incompetent cultivators. With a swift motion, he summoned 30 beams of golden light from his waist pouch. As these golden rays ascended into the sky, they transformed into 30 colossal golden swords. At that moment, a deafening sonic boom reverberated through the sky, accompanied by a cacophony of piercing sounds. Countless flying swords were sent spiraling chaotically. Ah, my hand, my shoulder. It hurts. The anguished cries of the cultivators echoed incessantly. Li Hualing was taken aback, suddenly summoning the 30 golden swords in the sky. Alas, it was too late. The heavy water Gatling guns mounted on the bombers unleashed their fury. Each gun was armed with a staggering 60,000 rounds. Some cultivators, caught off guard, were obliterated into nothingness, their screams never having the chance to escape their lips. Half of Li Horling's 30 colossal swords were shattered, leaving the remaining 15 swords dimmed in brilliance. Yi Feng, I will fight you to the bitter end. Li Hualing, hair disheveled, clasped his hands together. With a hum, the remaining golden flying swords converged into a colossal sword that swept through the sky. Boom. 2 bombers were annihilated in an explosive display. Yi Feng struggled to maintain control of the bomber as it executed another spin, releasing over 1,000 drops of heavy water. The flying swords below were decimated. accompanied by the wails of the cultivators that resonated across the heavens. This is dire. We cannot withstand the bombardment from Chen Island. Yet we cannot flee. Escape would mean execution by the prince. What of the prince now? He can hardly save himself. Run. Immediately, several innate-level cultivators led the charge in retreat. A ripple effect ensued as other cultivators, witnessing their lead, abandoned all caution and scattered in disarray. If they clustered together, they would only attract more heavy water bombardment from above. Li Horling pointed skyward once more, commanding the colossal sword to sweep across the celestial expanse. With a whoosh, a fissure spanning 50 meters was carved into the sky, a powerful suction emanating from within. One bomber, unable to react in time, was drawn into the rift. After a minute, the space fissure gradually sealed itself. The Gatling guns on board began to unleash their wrath, targeting Li Horling's colossal sword. Clang, clang, clang. The giant sword was instantly shattered, scattering into a myriad of fragments. This was the third artifact Li Horling had forged, and he never anticipated its destruction at the hands of the same adversary. His spirit waned, and he coughed up another mouthful of blood. My prince, we must retreat. A few purple-clad guards approached, the remnants of Li Horling's once formidable retinue, now reduced to a mere 5. As the heavy water shattered the artifacts, it began to rain down upon Li Horling and his companions. He had become Yi Feng's primary target, and it seemed as if a deluge of heavy water was falling from the sky. The heavy water battered the protective shields of the purple-clad guards, causing them to flicker erratically. Their internal energy was continuously siphoned to sustain the shields. Yet it was rapidly depleting. My prince, if we do not leave now, it will be too late. One guard's voice pierced through, strained as his energy neared exhaustion. Li Horling gazed upward at the shadow flitting across the heavens. Yi Feng, Yi Feng, Yi Feng. Ah, relay my orders. Retreat back to the Starmong continent. Seek assistance from the Lord of the State. As Li Horling finished speaking, a drop of heavy water descended from the sky, piercing through the weakest of the purple robe guards from head to toe. Go, Li Horling exclaimed, engulfed in a tempest of fury as he fled into the distance. Behind him, an army that once numbered over 50,000 was reduced to merely a few thousand. These individuals, as they ran, were mercilessly harvested by the heavy water. After 100 kilometers, fewer than 500 remained. In the heavens, Yi Feng would not allow their escape. Li Horling, where do you think you are going? His voice thundered across the skies. So you were aboard that bomber? Li Horling squinted, suddenly reaching toward the sky. A colossal hand shot up into the clouds. Unfortunately, it failed to even graze the bomber's rear. Puff, puff, puff. Dozens of drops of heavy water landed upon the gigantic hand, causing it to shatter instantly. In contrast, Li Horling found numerous blood holes appearing on the back of his hand and wrist. Your Highness, do not force yourself any longer, run. The remaining soldiers, devoid of concern for his safety, began to flee ahead. Swish, swish, swish. In the sky, heavy water continued to rain down, causing the fleeing cultivators to collapse one by one. Their vitality had been entirely exhausted, leaving only the masters of the transformation realm barely sustaining a dim protective barrier. Li Horling's barrier was the most radiant, for the essence within him had completely transformed into divine essence, unmatched in both power and endurance. Yet it was futile. Yi Feng focused on the brightest barrier, directing the majority of the heavy water toward Li Horling. With a resounding crash, Li Horling's barrier finally shattered. Now, he was left to rely solely on his physical body to withstand the heavy water. Fortunately, they had escaped into the gale wind zone. Li Horling was the first to leap inside. Looking back, from the once 50,000-strong army, fewer than 100 remained, all of whom were masters above the true martial level. Chapter 1136. Excellent. Let us go together. Yi Feng, I shall return one day. This time, I will summon the Lord of the State to take action. Li Horling, as he fled, even sought to save face. Swish. Another shadow darted past in the sky. Run. Even within the gale wind zone, Yi Feng was relentless, nipping at Li Horling's heels. Their small fleeing squad had dwindled to fewer than 20. The purple robe guards had been entirely obliterated. Li Horling dashed through the gale wind zone, heading straight for a great mountain, hoping to conceal himself amidst its vastness, thereby eluding Yi Feng. Alas, Yi Feng, accompanied by his divine sense, pursued him relentlessly, bombarding him even as he entered the mountain. Brother Feng, we must return. Our fuel is running low, and the heavy water is nearly depleted, along with the heavy water bullets. Chen An remarked. No, this time we must eliminate Li Hualing. Otherwise, he will haunt us endlessly. Yi Feng gritted his teeth, continuing his pursuit and hurling heavy water. In the depths of the forest, Li Hualing dared not run in a straight line. Instead, he zigzagged into the distance, as towering trees behind him groaned under the impact of heavy water. Their bark shredded. With a quick glance to his left, he thought, "You wish to pursue me relentlessly, do you? Very well." With that, he sprinted straight ahead. After covering a distance of 200 kilometers, he plunged into the beastly forest. Did he still hope to use the forest as cover? Yi Feng let out a cold laugh and piloted his bomber directly over the treetops of the beastly forest. At that very moment, a shadow darted past. Bang! The bomber was instantly sent spinning through the air. Yi Feng, feeling dizzy, struggled to regain control of the aircraft. Bang! Another shadow swept by, colliding with the bomber once more. It was then that Yi Feng recognized it. A monstrous avian creature, extending over 100 meters in length. Struck by the bomber, it plummeted rapidly toward the ground. The forest trembled, and various shadows erupted from within. Bang, bang, bang. The bomber collided with 5 or 6 shadows in quick succession, losing its stability and rumbling downwards. "This is bad. Prepare to parachute," Yi Feng exclaimed, pressing a switch. Whoosh! 3 figures were ejected from the aircraft. Himself, Chen An, and He Qingji. Midair, Yi Feng turned to look back. The other bombers had also collided with beasts, with only a few managing to veer off and return toward the direction of North Spring Island. Parachutes blossomed in the sky. "How do you open this?" He Qingji shouted in distress. "Pull the cord on the side." Whoosh! As soon as Yi Feng spoke, He Qingji's parachute deployed. Scanning the surroundings, Yi Feng noted that over 20 parachutes had opened, indicating at least 6 bombers had been destroyed. Of course, there were those unfortunate souls who hadn't managed to deploy their parachutes in time. On the ground, Li Hualing looked up at the sky, a cruel smile flickering across his pale face. "Ha ha ha, fools. In my territory, you dare to bully me? To dare follow me into the beastly forest? You shall soon learn the extent of my power upon your descent." Just as he finished speaking, a thunderous roar erupted behind him. A 10-meter-tall beast emerged, its vertical eyes fixated upon him. A chill ran down Li Hualing's spine. Meanwhile, Yi Feng and the others clumsily touched down on the ground. "Hey, where are you? Feng Gu and I are here. Hurry over." Chen An cupped his hands to his mouth, shouting into the surrounding wilderness. At that moment, the trees nearby began to tremble. Boom, boom, boom. The ground shook ominously. "What on earth is that?" Chen An, on high alert, drew his heavy water pistol. Boom, boom, boom. The surrounding woods quaked, as if some colossal creature were about to burst forth. Yi Feng and He Qingji exchanged worried glances, instinctively positioning themselves behind Chen An. The 3 stood back to back, aiming their heavy water pistols at the periphery. A horrific scream echoed from above, followed by a series of rapid gunshots. A shadow was cast from afar, landing precisely at the feet of the 3 individuals. "Is this a shire?" Chen An gazed in shock at the half-dismembered corpse at his feet, its edges jagged as if violently torn apart by some sinister force. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted as a towering beast, 7 meters tall, emerged from the parted trees. Its head resembled that of a lion, yet its body stood upright like a monkey. Most terrifying of all, flames danced upon its feet. "This is a demon beast. I shall confront it," declared He Qingji, swiftly slapping her waist. Whoosh! A flying sword zipped past, piercing the beast's chest and creating a gaping hole before it could react. Roar! This mere wound was insufficient to slay the creature. It let out a furious roar and lunged at the trio. Boom! 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 Chen An fired 7 shots in rapid succession, the heavy water bullets effortlessly penetrating the beast's body, one bullet striking through its eye socket. A woo! The demon beast howled, frantically clawing at its eyes in a desperate attempt to extract the heavy water bullet. Boom! From the front, back, and left, 3 more demon beasts of varying sizes sprang forth. Boom! 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 Yi Feng also drew his heavy water gun and unleashed a barrage upon the beasts. As a true martial realm practitioner, he was able to utilize his divine consciousness to guide the bullets, ensuring each one struck precisely into the beasts' heads. Boom! 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 One by one, the 4 demon beasts collapsed to the ground, their bodies twitching. Remarkable! Quickly, let us extract their demon cores. These are essential materials for alchemical concoctions. With that, Qingji pointed to the flying sword. Stab! Stab! Stab. For demon cores were extracted and secured in her pouch. There's no need to collect them. Brother Feng can purify the waste cores. What use are these demon cores? Chen An remarked nonchalantly. Yi Feng was infuriated, blood nearly escaping his lips. This fool would inevitably expose the secrets of Hot Spring Island. When that time comes, Qingji would certainly realize that only he could purify elixirs and that the assembly line on Hot Spring Island was entirely fictitious. Chen An, I command you to remain silent for 5 hours, Yi Feng ordered sternly. Why? Because your voice is intolerable. Brother Feng, Chen An protested. At that moment, 3 more individuals emerged from the woods, the successful Air Force survivors. Excellent. Join us, but keep your voices down to avoid attracting other demon beasts. Yi Feng approached and embraced each of the 3. Just then, a swoosh echoed overhead. A colossal shadow swept across the sky, its wings nearly obscuring the sun. Everyone looked up in astonishment at the demon bird soaring above. After a moment, it finally vanished from sight. Chapter 1137. You're such a fool. Brother Feng. That creature is enormous. It's countless times larger than our little bird. Chen An whispered. Indeed, I sense this place has transformed into a demon beast haven, Yi Feng replied, lowering his head. At this moment, He Qingji spoke. Indeed, we stand at the juncture of Xin County and Shiliang County, known as the Beastly Forest, teeming with mythical creatures. There is even a beast king of the divine sense realm lurking within. Why didn't you mention this sooner? We could have avoided this perilous place. Chen An retorted in anger. I hadn't the chance to warn you before your bombers had already plunged into the beastly forest. After all, your bombers are rather swift. He Qingji replied with resignation. Yi Feng approached an ancient tree, gazing upward at its towering canopy, which reached at least 2,000 meters, seemingly endless. The tree was home to a multitude of ants and insects, most of which he had never encountered before, though a few resembled earthly creatures. Among them, a blood-red serpent peeked from a hollow in the trunk. Brother Feng, we must devise a way to return on foot, suggested one of the pilots. Return? No. I sense that this is fate, Yi Feng murmured, fixated on the treetop. What fate? Chen An inquired. Nothing of consequence. Miss He, I have a favor to ask. Please escort Chen An and the others back to North Hot Spring Island. Upon your return, Chen An, relay my orders. Wang Zhihai will act as the island master. Supervised by the council. What? Are you mad? This is the starry mist continent. Do you wish for death? Chen An grasped Yi Feng firmly. Not at all. My inner demons have grown increasingly severe, and I must undertake self-redemption. Now that we have crash-landed in this beastly forest, it presents the ideal opportunity for my training. However, since you are not troubled by inner demons, there is no need for you to accompany me into danger. Yi Feng lowered his head, determination flickering in his eyes. Remaining in a comfortable environment serves no purpose for my mental fortitude. Technology must be harmonized with physical prowess. Otherwise, one day, technology may turn against humanity. The current dependency on technology in Hot Spring Island is excessive. Should it one day fail, the island would become akin to a snail stripped of its shell. Brother Feng, let the others return to send word. I wish to accompany you on this training journey, Chen An declared. We too wish to follow Brother Feng, chimed in the other 3 pilots. Hey, are you 3 truly following me to learn? Have you lost your senses? Chen An exclaimed in fury. Not at all, brethren. Being with Brother Feng feels effortless and comfortable. I cannot quite describe this sensation. However, if we return to be under the supervision of Wang Zhihai or Sister Susan, it simply wouldn't feel as easy, one pilot explained. Indeed, being with Brother Feng is exhilarating. It feels like soaring through dreams. Even the adventures with him promise a thrilling enjoyment, another pilot added. I don't care. Following Brother Feng is the way to go. It feels right. It feels good. I refuse to return to being overseen by Sister Susan or anyone else. Back in our tribe, every day was a struggle, fearing annihilation by a stronger tribe or being devoured by sand beasts. Life was exhausting. Yet, under Brother Feng's leadership at Hot Spring Island, that feeling transformed entirely. It became lighthearted and joyous, far more enjoyable than chasing after 100 women. At last, the pilot spoke. Yi Feng, are you implying that none of you wish to return? It is worth noting that I am about to embark on a journey across the starry dream continent, where I shall delve into the libraries of various locales, absorbing the knowledge of the world. It is plausible that I may be pursued like a stray dog, or even face perilous demise, Yi Feng stated gravely. In that moment, his heart was filled with profound emotion. It seemed the previous management approach was indeed correct. Allowing the team to live in comfort and joy would naturally lead them to walk the path alongside him unwaveringly. If the members of the team were to toil endlessly, who would still desire to follow him? It was precisely for this reason that someone as capable as Wang Zhihai had no opportunity to revolt against him. Brother Feng, in truth, we care not for Hot Spring Island, nor for its benefits or advanced technology. What we cherish is you. We trust you, knowing that following you will bring us ease and happiness. Indeed, Brother Feng, you are the very soul of Hot Spring Island. Without you, it would surely crumble into disarray. The three pilots echoed, their words leaving He Qingji astounded. She took another look at Yi Feng. Indeed, he was at the mid-level of true martial. While he may not possess stunning looks, what was it about him that inspired such unwavering loyalty? He Qingji considered herself somewhat charming, yet in comparison to Yi Feng, she felt instantly eclipsed. Over the past month, she had resided within the confines of the northern Hot Spring Island, where she had sensed the harmonious and joyful atmosphere, an ambience that was undeniably genuine. It appeared that Yi Feng was a remarkable talent in management. Even she, with her authority, would not dare claim that everyone in the Royal Maid Academy would be loyal to her. She could only assure a 70% loyalty, and even that was driven by ulterior motives, either for mutual support or to gain favor and benefits. Do not elevate my significance too highly. At times, I too feel quite helpless. This world is so foreign to me, and I navigate it as one might traverse a river by feeling the stones beneath. I warn you all, do not rely on me for everything. For instance, should we encounter a formidable adversary, I would certainly prioritize my own safety. If necessary, I might even cast you aside as mere fodder, Yi Feng said, his expression vigilant as he regarded the group. Ha ha ha, Brother Feng, your words hold little weight. We trust you, believe in you, and know you would not act thus, they replied in admiration. Indeed, Brother Feng, the three pilots gazed at him with reverent eyes. Boom. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky, landing directly before them. Who is it? What the Li Hualing? Chen An exclaimed in shock, quickly raising his heavy water pistol. Brother Feng, I have him in my sights. Shall I take the shot? Brother Feng, speak up. Upon turning back, Chen An realized Yi Feng and the others had already fled. What the? Are you all so disloyal? Wait for me. Are you foolish? Hurry and run. He is a master of the divine origin realm. Yi Feng's voice echoed from 1,000 meters away. At this moment, Li Hualing's hair was disheveled, and his chest bore a large patch of crimson. Just moments ago, he had been locked in a fierce struggle with a demon beast of the early Yuan stage. Were it not for the abundance of talismans in his possession, even in his severely weakened state, he might not have prevailed against the beast. Thinking of escape? Huh. I shall pursue you to the ends of the earth. Upon finishing his words, Li Hualing darted into the woods like an arrow. Chapter 1138. Is this behavior excessively tyrannical? Due to his depleted energy, his speed was now comparable to that of Yi Feng and his companions. The two groups, one in pursuit and the other fleeing, swiftly penetrated the demon beast forest, simultaneously delving deeper into the starry mist continent. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Yi Feng, looking utterly fatigued, sat beside a waterfall, cupping water in his hands and drinking deeply. Behind him, Chen An and 3 pilots lay sprawled on the ground, their foreheads darkened with exhaustion. Had it not been for He Qingji giving them a lift partway, they would have likely been caught by Li Hualing 3 days prior. Fairy He, let us rest here for an hour. Li Hualing should not catch up so swiftly, Yi Feng suggested. Just then, a shadow flickered above the waterfall, and Li Hualing descended from the sky. For heaven's sake, Chen An, you 4 must get up. The chase continues. Although Li Hualing was utterly drained, the hatred within him compelled him to relentlessly pursue Yi Feng, intent on tearing him to shreds. Above North Hot Spring Island, the sound of whirring filled the air. 123rd generation bombers hovered in the sky. Compared to the 2nd generation aircraft piloted by Yi Feng and his companions, the 3rd generation planes were far more stable. With speeds nearly doubled, the bombers soon settled on the periphery of Hot Spring Island. Wang Zhihai, Hu Zhua, He Xian, Chui Ma, and Yi Lian emerged from the bombers, their gazes fixed upon the entirety of North Hot Spring Island. This is North Hot Spring Island. It has only been a little over 2 years, yet it has developed to a level comparable to our South Hot Spring Island, Wang Zhihai marveled. President Wang, spare the sentiments and hurry to meet Sister Susan and Sister Duoyen, He Xian urged from behind. Jihai, come quickly. Susan beckoned from within the light curtain. A throng of high-ranking officials promptly entered the light curtain, and with a wave of Duoyin and Hina's hands, they simultaneously placed the sword gu on them. 10 minutes later, within the council hall of North Hot Spring Island, the first meeting without Yi Feng was convened. What? Brother Feng is missing? And Chen An as well? Li Xian exclaimed in shock. He hasn't perished, has he? Hu Zhua and several council members also rose to their feet. Yi Feng was their backbone. If he were to die, would Wang Zhihai not monopolize power over the island? I am uncertain. However, I heard from Sister Hina that he should still be alive, though he remains in the Western County. I fear he has likely been captured alive by Li Hualing, Susan said, her complexion pale. In recent days, she had been on edge, plagued by dreams of Yi Feng being brutally beaten, or worse, cut to pieces, none of which boded well. Although Duoyin Hina had placed a curse on Yi Feng, the distance was insurmountable. The territory of Xin County was several hundred times larger than the vast expanse of the Great Desert combined with the Heishu River Basin. She could only faintly sense that Yi Feng was still alive. What? Captured alive? This cannot stand. We must rescue Brother Feng, Li Xuan declared solemnly. How do we accomplish that? Xin County is hundreds of times larger than our entire Great Desert. Finding him is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Wang Zhihai shook his head. Surely we cannot remain passive. We must exert some pressure on Xin County, Susan asserted as she rose to her feet. In my capacity as the acting island master of North Hot Spring Island, I will mobilize those outside the light curtain to spread the word across the Stardream continent, demanding that the people of Xin County return Yi Feng to North Hot Spring Island unharmed. They shall have but 1 month. If Yi Feng is not returned within that time, I'm afraid we at Hot Spring Island will unleash a sustained bombardment upon all factions of Xin County for 5 years, striking once daily until Yi Feng appears at our shores. Furthermore, whoever successfully brings Yi Feng back to North Hot Spring Island shall be rewarded with 10 transformation pills, alongside a distribution of other vital resources. Upon concluding her statement, Susan cast a glance at the high-ranking officials present. Does anyone object? She inquired. Susan, is this not overly tyrannical? It could incite public outrage, Wang Zhihai remarked, picking at his teeth. Public outrage? At this juncture, I care not for public sentiment. If it means rescuing Yi Feng, I would not hesitate to annihilate all life in Xin County. With our current strength, we are fully capable of achieving this, Susan replied, her gaze fixed upon the 120 bombers stationed beyond the light curtain. Moreover, the munitions factory at South Hot Spring Island produces between 40 to 60 bombers daily, and since they print their own currency, we can ensure a continuous supply. Whatever it takes. Sister Susan is one of Brother Feng's rightful wives. I, Wang Zhihai, shall certainly heed your command. Our Hot Spring Bank can finance the endeavor. Contingent upon whether Grand Marshal Damen will support your plan, Wang Zhihai said, turning to the Grand Marshal of the 3 armies, Damen. While I may consider other options, to rescue Brother Feng and preserve the spirit of our Hot Spring Island, I fully endorse Sister Susan's approach, Damen quickly declared, standing to affirm his commitment. At that moment, Hu Zhua, wearing a displeased expression, cleared his throat. Oh, I almost forgot. We must conduct a vote among the councillors. A majority exceeding 51% is required to declare war on Xin County. Wang Zhihai gestured toward Hu Zhua and the others. Rest assured, I shall board a bomber shortly to arrange a war vote. I trust those councillors will cast their votes in favor for Brother Feng's sake. Most importantly, our Hot Spring Island's reputation must be established across the Star Dream continent with a powerful showing, lest those rascals perceive us as weak and attempt to trample upon us. Hu Zhua stated slowly. Suddenly, a shadow darted across the sky. Chen An quickly looked up, noticing several more shadows flitting overhead, racing past the treetops of the beast forest. Brother Feng, it does not seem to be a demon beast, but rather resembles our bomber, albeit with a swifter pace, Chen An remarked, casting a glance at Yi Feng beside him. Among the group, save for He Qingji, everyone had transformed into wildlings. Chen An's trousers, torn by branches, resembled a high-slit Cheongsam. The others bore similar bruises, yet their spirits remained high, with a flicker of excitement in their eyes. Yi Feng savagely tore into a piece of raw meat, only to spit out the skin with a disdainful paw. In recent days, they had barely evaded Li Hualing, yet dared not light a fire to roast meat, for even a wisp of smoke would summon Li Hualing like a hound on the hunt. He Qingji, too, appeared somewhat disheveled, her hair cascading onto her shoulders, and clad only in undergarments as she sat upon a stone. What of the bomber? I have already declared my intention to refrain from returning to Hot Spring Island for now. I seek to hone my skills. Thus, we shall steer clear of the bombers in the future, lest we be forcibly taken back to Hot Spring Island, Feng stated matter-of-factly. At his feet, a small bear was tethered, reminiscent of the earlier little sycophant. Chapter 1139. Forgiveness of the past. However, this small bear was indeed a genuine offspring of a demon beast. Well, while being with Brother Feng is perilous, I still have no desire to return to Hot Spring Island. Chen An nodded, chewing a leaf to smear camouflage across his face. What use is this paint? Demon beasts rely on scent, while cultivators depend on spiritual awareness. It is not merely sight that guides them, Feng sighed. You may not understand, but I once harbored dreams of being a special forces soldier. I find it quite dashing to wear camouflage on my face, Chen An replied nonchalantly. Feng rolled his eyes, allowing him to be. After a while, he too began to paint his face in camouflage. Everyone has a dream of being a soldier. For now, they could indulge in this fantasy within the demon beast forest. Qingji squatted beside Feng, gathering his hair behind him and securing it with a piece of rope. Ah, Feng, merely undergoing trials is insufficient to resolve inner demons. You must possess a goal within your heart. Without a target, you will flounder like a headless fly. And such intentional trials cannot solidify your mindset. Qingji spoke softly. But am I not slaying demon beasts? Am I not fleeing? Is this not a form of honing my mindset? Feng was taken aback. Mindset is not merely about how many demon beasts you slay. I cannot articulate it clearly. But I know that your deliberate attempts at honing are inadvisable. You should return to the capital of Black Mountain. There, you might discover ways to combat your inner demons. Furthermore, inner demons cannot be eradicated, for they are a part of you. As you grow stronger, so too will your inner demons. Qingji's explanation was somewhat vague, leaving Feng perplexed. Are you saying the capital has methods to resolve inner demons? Feng retorted. Let me clarify. Inner demons are essentially yourself. When you are weak, they remain dormant. But once you reach the divine origin realm, your inner demons may pose a threat to your very essence. Your situation is rather unique. It is the first time I have encountered someone who has developed a heart demon at the true martial realm. It seems that the vastness of your journey has left your foundation unsteady. The most effective remedy would be to find a secluded place, willingly relinquish your cultivation, and dedicate a century to arduous training, gradually progressing back to the true martial realm. While this method may be the most beneficial, it cannot replicate the strength of your original foundation, as this would be a deliberate attempt at re-establishing it. However, I can assure you that prior to reaching the transformation realm, your heart demon will not manifest, said Qingji. In the past, while conversing with Feng, she concealed certain thoughts. Yet, after spending time together, she has come to regard him as a trustworthy individual. Come now, dedicate a century to rebuilding my foundation? I fear that is beyond my current capabilities, Feng replied, shaking his head resolutely. See, I knew it. Your mental state is not yet stable. As I understand it, those who can endure solitude are better equipped to combat heart demons. You, clearly, are someone who cannot abide loneliness, Qingji remarked. It matters not. Let us make our way to the capital. By the way, how long will it take to travel there from here? Feng inquired. If we were to board your kind of bomber, it would take less than 10 days. However, if we proceed on foot, it would likely take over 2 years. She replied. Over 2 years? Such a lengthy duration. Chen An exclaimed, his face falling in despair. Indeed, the bomber can traverse mountains, rivers, and perilous terrains in a straight line, but we must navigate around dangers and avoid immense mountains and rivers, as they typically harbor formidable beasts, thus prolonging our journey indefinitely. Qingji explained. That is of little concern. We are here to experience training. Chen An, if you cannot withstand this level of hardship, you might as well return now. Feng stated calmly. No, I refuse to return, even if it costs me my life. I wish to accompany you, Brother Feng, Chen An declared, clinging to Feng's leg. Release me. How embarrassing. You are now a first-level force sovereign, Feng said, kicking Chen An away. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from above the river. Shortly thereafter, a massive beast's head tumbled down from the cliff, blood nearly staining the stream crimson. In quick succession, a figure descended from the sky, crashing down before Feng with a resounding thud. Feng, did you think you could escape? Prepare to pay with your life. Li Hualing said, suddenly slapping his waist. A dozen golden points shot into the sky, encircling Yi Feng and his companions in a tight formation. Simultaneously, several array flags emerged, trapping the 5 of them in place. The Lesser Shumi Array? He Qingji recognized the formation. Indeed. Let us see where you can run to this time, Li Hualing declared, leaping into the Lesser Shumi Array as well. What shall we do, Brother Feng? Chen An and the others sheltered Yi Feng in the center. He Qingji hesitated for a moment, standing to the side. After all, her bond with Yi Feng was not as profound as that of Chen An and Yi Feng. Fear not. This fellow has pursued us for over half a month. It is time for a direct confrontation. Yi Feng assessed Li Hualing from head to toe. His breath had weakened to a mere fraction of what it once was, devoid of any trace of vital energy, sustained solely by his formidable physique. This indicated that the current Li Hualing was akin to a cultivator at the initial stage of the primordial transformation. Of course, he had descended from the late stage of the divine origin, possessing numerous extraordinary abilities. Thus, even though He Qingji's cultivation surpassed his, she dared not act recklessly. Anyone who could cultivate to the divine origin realm would surely have some hidden cards up their sleeves, would they not? Stand aside. Yi Feng pushed past Chen An and his companions, confronting Li Hualing directly. Ha ha ha, you possess courage. Now, if you were to disable your own arms, I might grant you a swift end. Li Hualing endeavored to steady his breath, avoiding any signs of haste. Throughout his journey, the powerful aura surrounding him had attracted equally formidable beasts, preventing him from recovering his divine origin. Li Hualing, cease your pretenses. I reckon you do not possess a single drop of divine origin within you now, yet you wish to deceive me into severing my own arms? Yi Feng retorted coldly. Yi Feng, your perception is commendable. Indeed, I lack a single drop of divine origin, but do you think the divine origin realm is as simplistic as you imagine? Even without a drop of divine origin, my body, honed by it, is more than sufficient to claim your life. Li Hualing shot back without reservation, his gaze momentarily drifting to He Qingji. He Qingji, I have treated you well, yet you dare to betray me? Have you contemplated the consequences of your actions? Li Hualing's voice dripped with cold disdain. He Qingji's complexion paled, her gaze dropping as she dared not meet Li Hualing's eyes. Although her current prowess slightly exceeded his, years of subjugation under him had instilled in her a primal fear. I now grant you an opportunity for redemption. Slay those 4 and cripple Yi Feng's limbs, and I shall overlook your past transgressions. Chapter 1140. The heart still beats. Li Hualing clasped his hands behind his back, striving to maintain his former authority. Upon uttering these words, not only did Chen An and the others change countenance, but even Yi Feng's expression shifted. If He Qingji and Li Hualing were to join forces again, it was possible that today would mark his end. He Qingji glanced at Yi Feng, then at Li Hualing, and suddenly moved to stand beside Yi Feng. You wretched creature, I should have had Brother Feng eliminate you long ago. Chen An thundered in rage. Not of our kind, Brother Feng. We have been too complacent, leaving a hidden danger beside us. One of the pilots fumed. Ha ha ha, Yi Feng. You are but a jester, deluding yourself into believing you are strong, when in reality, you lack any foundation. Li Hualing laughed heartily. Yi Feng, your warm spring island indeed possesses some merit, yet now, you stand alone, a mere figurehead. Do you truly believe your bombers will fortuitously arrive to save you at this moment? Li Hualing reveled in his triumph, eager to flaunt his superiority over his lifelong adversary. Suddenly, a crimson sword tip pierced through Li Hualing's chest, swiftly retracting. After delivering the strike, He Qingji hastily retreated, activating her protective divine light. You despicable wretch. Ah! Li Hualing roared in fury, striking at his waist. Various magical artifacts and talismans soared into the air, unfolding layers of luminous shields that enveloped him in a protective embrace. With a thunderous crash, Yi Feng crouched in a horse stance, 3 Sanskrit symbols swirling rapidly around his body. A golden Dharma figure materialized behind him. The 2 figures, 1 man and 1 Dharma, simultaneously unleashed a punch towards Li Hualing. Thud, thud, thud. The front 3 layers of shields were torn apart by Yi Feng's formidable strength. A sound akin to a wail echoed through the sky as a flying sword descended upon Yi Feng from above. I shall assist you in blocking it, He Qingji declared, casually flinging out another flying sword to intercept the assault. Clang! The 2 swords fell to the ground simultaneously. In an instant, the wound on Li Hualing's chest healed, employing an unknown method. However, even so, the damage to his heart suggested that he would not remain unaffected beneath the surface. I will attack from the left, you from the right. Let us jointly breach his protective barrier. He is in the divine origin realm and possesses countless treasures. Qing Ji strategized. Agreed. Yifeng nodded. Boom. The golden Dharma figure struck again with a powerful fist. Li Huoling staggered backward, retreating several steps until his back collided with the small Shumi formation, while simultaneously, the shields surrounding him were peeled away layer by layer. Qing Ji was not to be outdone. 3 flying swords sliced through the air toward Li Huoling, relentlessly cutting at him. Very well. Today I shall engage you with the martial techniques of the true martial realm, delivering blows that resonate with flesh and bone, Li Huoling proclaimed, as the shields around him shattered one after another. In that moment, he withdrew his spirit stones. His divine origin had already been depleted, and he was relying solely on the spirit stones to sustain his shields. Yet, it was evident that the spirit energy from the stones was too rigid, offering only defense and no offense. In close quarters, a physical attack proved far more efficient. As the shields dissipated, Li Huoling's true form was revealed. Meanwhile, the golden aura surrounding Yi Feng also faded, leaving only the 3 Sanskrit symbols on his body, as he retracted the Dharma figure into himself, solidifying his physical form. Engaging in battle across 2 significant realms, Yi Feng dared not be complacent. Even though Li Huoling was severely weakened, he did not underestimate him. Qing Ji, too, remained vigilant, her flying swords darting through the small Shumi formation without pause, fearful of halting. The oppressive presence of Li Huoling had loomed over her for over 200 years, instilling a deep-seated fear that could not be easily overcome. Yi Feng, I am coming. Boom. The two exchanged a powerful punch. Yi Feng was sent flying 20 meters away, crashing into the barrier with a resounding thud. A metallic taste filled his mouth as he spat out a mouthful of blood. In contrast, Li Huoling merely retreated 3 steps. Brother Feng, Chen An and the others were rendered mere spectators, unable to assist. Impressive, as expected of the divine origin realm, with sheer physical prowess. You can overpower my 3rd layer of the Sanskrit sacred demon technique. Yi Feng wiped the blood from his lips, gradually rising to his feet. Once more. Boom. This time, Yi Feng did not retreat an inch, though blood streamed from his mouth and nose. Qing Ji gasped in shock, and quickly directed her 3 flying swords. Thud, thud, thud. The swords whirled in a frenzy, slicing through Li Huoling's form, disrupting his ability to strike effectively. Wretched scoundrel. In a fit of rage, Li Huoling reached into the air and seized a flying sword. With a sudden gasp, blood gushed from the gaps between his fingers. Yet, Li Huoling was a formidable character. Undeterred by the excruciating pain in his hand, he hurled the flying sword forcefully towards Qing Ji. Startled, Qing Ji's protective barrier instantly doubled in thickness. A piercing sound echoed as the barrier was punctured, the sword gliding smoothly across her abdomen. Such power, in the realm of divine origins, even without divine essence within. The sheer strength of the body far surpassed that of the transformation realm. Indeed, the energies of vitality and divine essence existed on entirely different planes. A body tempered by divine essence was exponentially stronger than that of the transformation realm. Boom. Yi Feng unleashed another punch, this time channeling the essence of the Chongyang technique, amplifying the power of the Fan Sheng divine demon technique 7-fold. A fierce gust swept through, shattering the minor Shumi formation into countless fragments. Li Huoling, taken aback, found his clothes reduced to mere dust by the tempest, leaving him utterly exposed. The force of the punch landed solidly against his chest, sending him hurtling 20 meters back, blood spewing from his mouth like a half-kilogram torrent. The downside of the Chongyang technique lay in its limitations. While it could amplify one's power, it rendered the user incapable of delivering a second strike immediately after the first. Brother Feng, deliver another punch. Chen An shouted from the sidelines. Another punch? Yi Feng leaned against a tree, gasping for breath like a bellows. Meanwhile, Li Huoling steadied himself against a tree, revealing numerous gashes across his muscular frame. Blood gushing forth uncontrollably. Impressive. I underestimated you. That punch just now. Li Huoling began to speak when Qing Ji suddenly pointed at the remaining 2 flying swords. With a swift motion, Li Huoling caught one sword, but the other severed his left arm. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Boom. The Chongyang technique surged forth once more, though this time, he only harnessed fourfold power. Boom. Li Huoling felt a gentle breeze, but in an instant, it transformed into a barrage of explosions. Boom, 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 boom. A cloud of crimson mist erupted beside the trees, staining the surroundings red for 3 meters. In the aftermath, only scattered bones and a still beating heart remained. Yi Feng approached, his face ashen, gazing at the remnants of Li Huoling. Truly remarkable, a heart still pulsating. I'll do it. Chen An stepped forward, crushing Li Huoling's heart beneath his foot. Chapter 1141. Do you seem to be quite afraid? The most powerful figure of Xin County ultimately met his demise at the hands of Yi Feng. In truth, had he taken a moment to meditate in the beast forest, even if only for half a day to restore some divine essence, slaying Yi Feng would have been as effortless as turning his palm. Yet, consumed by hatred and fury, he disregarded all and relentlessly pursued Yi Feng, leading to this dismal outcome. Yi Feng collapsed directly onto the ground, feeling as though dozens of steel needles were piercing through his head, causing excruciating pain. Not only his head, but even his kidneys throbbed with a similar sharpness, a consequence of excessive strain. He Qingji approached slowly, gazing at the lifeless body of Li Huoling, letting out a long sigh. He actually perished? This was something I had never envisioned. She spoke softly, as if lost in a dream. Fairy he, we should leave this place. The flesh and blood of Li Huoling may attract the beasts, disrupting the food chain within 100 miles. This is what Brother Feng taught me on the beach. Chen An stated, swiftly chopping 2 branches with a dagger to fashion a makeshift stretcher. Brother Feng, please lie down. We 4 will carry you. How can I impose? Yi Feng had not finished his sentence before he found himself lying on the stretcher. Chen An, along with 3 pilots, He Qingji took the lead, while Chen An and a primary pilot brought up the rear, with 2 flight assistants carrying Yi Feng on the stretcher in the middle. We must walk another 100 kilometers to exit the beast-infested forest, so it's best to keep your voices low to avoid attracting those formidable beasts, He Qingji warned. Understood. Yi Feng nodded from the stretcher. At that moment, a man suddenly appeared ahead. He bore a massive sword and was fixated on He Qingji. Behind him emerged 3 men and 3 women, the men tall and imposing, while the women varied from petite and adorable to statuesque and icy. I am Guyu, an outer disciple of the ancient sword sect, and I have encountered Fairy He before. The man addressed He Qingji with a bow. Are you all members of the ancient sword sect? Have you come here to slay beasts and collect elixirs? He Qingji inquired. Indeed, but we are merely at the true martial realm, daring only to remain on the periphery, Guyu replied respectfully. As he spoke, his consciousness swept over the 4 companions of Yi Feng. Strange, Fairy He, why are you mingling with these 4 inept individuals? You may continue on your way. He Qingji replied dismissively. Yes. As the 6 were about to depart, Chen An suddenly called out to them. Brother Feng, these 6 individuals could serve as free labor. Why not have them assist us in carrying the stretcher? Among those who attacked our hot spring island last time, there were also members of the ancient sword sect. A chorus of sharp glares descended upon Chen, and Guyu gradually withdrew his gaze and turned back to He Qingji. Fairy He, are these 5 individuals close to you? He inquired. His underlying implication was clear. If they were not closely associated with her, he would consider taking action. The ancient sword sect, after all, was a prominent faction in Xin County, and reputation was paramount. Since Brother An has suggested it, you 6 may assist as laborers and help carry the stretcher. Also, lift that little bear onto it, He Qingji said slowly. Having spent some time on North Hot Spring Island, she recognized the strong bond between Chen An and Yi Feng, hence referring to him as Brother An. What? Guyu was incensed, nearly spitting blood. What? Do you dare defy my words? He Qingji's aura surged forth. And no. Guyu and his companions reluctantly complied and began to lift Yi Feng. I sincerely apologize for imposing upon you, esteemed warriors of the true martial realm, to carry my stretcher. Rest assured, I shall not treat you poorly in the future. Yi Feng struck a pose reminiscent of a beautiful maiden lounging on a sunlit beach, his lips perpetually engaged in courteous banter. I too am fatigued. With 6 of you, why not craft another stretcher? I wish to relish the privileges of Brother Feng. Chen An suggested. Apologies, but we do not construct stretchers, Guyu replied coldly. I shall do it. Before long, Chen An found himself reclining on the stretcher, flirting with one of the lovely bearers. The woman, being of true martial realm herself, was taken aback at the prospect of carrying a mere innate realm weakling. Were it not for He Qingji's looming threat nearby, she would have erupted in indignation. Meanwhile, they speculated on the identities of these individuals who commanded such respect that even He Qingji referred to them as brother. During their journey, they encountered a true martial realm beast. And with a slight gesture, He Qingji effortlessly collected the beast core into her pouch. Suddenly, 3 dark silhouettes darted across the sky. It's the bombers from Hot Spring Island. Quickly hide. We must not be discovered, Gu Yu and the others exclaimed in shock, abandoning the stretcher and retreating into the woods. What are you afraid of? Ouch! I've hurt myself badly, Chen An exclaimed as he clambered to his feet. After some time, Gu Yu and the others cautiously emerged from the thicket, visibly shaken. You seem quite frightened, a pilot inquired, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Frightened? Indeed, we are terrified. Have you not heard the tales of the Duke's Manor and the Ghost Shadow Forest? The bombers from Hot Spring Island wreaked havoc upon the manor, the ghostly forest, and Axe Town, leaving devastation in their wake. Even the illustrious leader Qiao met an unfortunate fate, Gu Yu recounted slowly. Having never visited Hot Spring Island, he did not recognize Yi Feng and his companions. We were unaware. We have been dwelling within the beast forest, Yi Feng retorted casually. Since we have departed from Hot Spring Island, it is best to keep our identities concealed. What a pity. It is said that Li Huoling, in an explosive rage, led 100,000 troops to besiege Hot Spring Island, and yet, only a mere few thousand returned. As the rest scattered, Gu Yu continued to boast of his knowledge. I must inquire, does Li Huoling possess a backing? Yi Feng suddenly asked. If he does, Hot Spring Island may be in peril, Gu Yu replied. Indeed, he has the support of the governor, but the governor spends 10 months of the year in seclusion. By the time he emerges, he may consider military action against Hot Spring Island. However, we harbor little hope. The initial gathering of 100,000 cultivators against Hot Spring Island was due to their belief that it would be an easy conquest. Now, having gained notoriety from the battle, those who survived are unlikely to dare attack again, even if the governor were to issue a summons. The number of cultivators willing to respond would likely be minimal, for we, as cultivators, seek longevity, not servitude to others. With that, Gu Yu resumed her task of carrying the stretcher. Their group finally emerged from the beast forest. Before them lay an expansive plain, where various cattle and sheep merrily grazed on the lush grass. Chapter 1142. It has been ages since I last bathed, my back itches terribly. With each few bites, they would raise their heads to remain vigilant, wary of the lurking carnivores hidden among the bushes. Upon spotting the emergence of a young bear, they instantly scattered in panic. Although the bear was still a cub, as a mystical beast, it was enough to deter most wild creatures. Chen An, I feel that my inner demons have diminished somewhat. Yi Feng suddenly spoke, gazing at the vast grassland ahead. Really? Does that mean you can break through to the late stage of true martial? Chen An exclaimed, leaping in excitement. Yi Feng's advancement brought him greater joy than his own. The other 3 pilots also wore expressions of delight. Strictly speaking, yes. I can indeed advance to the late stage of true martial. Ever since I defeated Li Huoling, I feel my state of mind can now suppress my inner demons. However, I shall endure a bit longer and refine my mindset further. One day, when we return to Hot Spring Island, I will directly leverage the earthworm beast to break through to the innate realm, Yi Feng replied slowly, his demeanor significantly steadier than before. Chen An's eyes twinkled as he suddenly threw a vine at Yi Feng. Watch out, brother Feng. A venomous snake is right behind you. Ah! Yi Feng leaped 3 feet into the air, frantically fleeing the scene. Brother Feng, I sense your state of mind is still quite unstable, Chen An remarked sternly. You little rascal, are you itching for trouble? What are you 3 standing there for? Give him a good beating for an hour, Yi Feng commanded. The 3 pilots exchanged glances, cracking their knuckles as they charged at Chen An. What was originally meant to be an adventurous and thrilling journey had transformed into a joyous escapade with Chen An's presence. He Qingji watched the 5 companions ahead, laughing and joking, and sighed in resignation. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, she found herself relishing this atmosphere, filled with lightheartedness, devoid of deceit and treachery. At the ancient sword sect, Han Nu gazed at the sky, filled with bombers, his scalp tingling with dread. Friends from Hot Spring Island, I have stated many times that I do not have Yi Feng in custody, nor do I possess the capability to capture him. Please return. My ancient sword sect will never be adversaries with Hot Spring Island, Han Nu's voice thundered, ensuring it reached the bombers above. After a moment, a voice echoed back from the sky. Apologies, we are here to carry out orders. Until Brother Feng returns to Hot Spring Island, we will continue to bombard the entire Western County. With that, heavy water bombs rained down like a deluge, sending the cultivators of the ancient sword sect scurrying for cover. After a round of bombardment, the ancient sword sect lay in ruins. Even the massive sword sculpture at the entrance shattered into fragments. Ha ha ha, Senior Han, we shall return to bomb the ancient sword sect tomorrow. As long as Brother Feng does not return to North Hot Spring Island, we will hold the entire Western County accountable. The voice resounded as 20 bombers flew off into the distance. Han Nu collapsed to the ground, his 2 flying swords obliterated by the recent heavy water bombs. Several elders gathered around him. Sectmaster, what shall we do? The eldest elder inquired. What else can we do? Let South find another place. Han Nu replied, his face filled with despair. However, our ancient sword sect is built upon a spiritual vein. If we abandon this place, will we find another locale with such a remarkable spiritual vein? The elders were taken aback. What else can we do? Shall we wait here to perish? Do you believe that with the strength of our ancient sword sect, we could possibly contend with Hot Spring Island? Han Nu rolled his eyes in disbelief. Silence enveloped the crowd. An hour later, the cultivators of the ancient sword sect began to gather their belongings, forming a line to depart from this spiritual vein. Across the entirety of Western County, similar scenes unfolded. The headquarters of various sects were subjected to bombardment by Hot Spring Island. By nightfall, the bombers withdrew from Western County, returning to Hot Spring Island. Yet, Western County lay in ruins, strewn with the bodies of cultivators and the remnants of shattered edifices. Amidst the debris, a single cultivator struggled to rise, gazing skyward. Hot Spring Island, I, of the Demon Heaven sect, vow to stand against you. No sooner had he spoken than an elder rushed forth, covering his mouth. Do you seek death? How dare you openly challenge Hot Spring Island? If this word spreads, our Demon Heaven sect shall be targeted by them tomorrow. Grandfather, are we to allow Hot Spring Island to bully us without resistance? The youth inquired. What do you know, young one? When faced with the powerful, one must endure. When confronting the weak, one may act with impunity. This is an unspoken rule of our cultivation world, though it remains unacknowledged. Tomorrow, our blood demon sect shall commence a search throughout Western County for Yi Feng's whereabouts. Once located, we shall deliver him to Hot Spring Island. Consider what benefits they may bestow upon us. Grandfather, you are complicit in their tyranny. Hot Spring Island has slaughtered so many cultivators from Western County, and you would still assist them in finding someone? Where is your integrity? The youth seethed with anger. You know nothing, too young to comprehend. Western County does not belong to you. It is merely Li Huoling's domain. Our Demon Heaven sect is but a second-rate sect in Western County. Given a modicum of benefit, we would betray anyone. The elder concluded, casting a glance at the surviving cultivators. As the leader of the Demon Heaven sect, I command you to seek Yi Feng throughout Western County. Upon discovery, treat him as an esteemed guest and escort him to Hot Spring Island in exchange for abundant resources. Perhaps we might even procure a bomber in return. In due time, our Demon Heaven sect shall become the second organization in the world to possess a bomber. Though we may not be able to bully Hot Spring Island, we can certainly intimidate others. Understood. The murmurs of agreement rippled through the surroundings. Yi Feng remained blissfully unaware that he was being targeted by various organizations, still merrily honing his skills. However, their trajectory led them away from the county city, heading toward the more distant state capital. Along the way, in high spirits, Yi Feng could not resist aiding 6 temporary workers, purifying a qi-nourishing pill for each. Upon witnessing the 100% purity of the pills, the 6 decided to follow Yi Feng unconditionally. Thus, their group swelled from 6 to 12. He Qingji had shed her previous decorum, embodying the vivacity of youth in every gesture. It is worth noting that she was, in fact, an ancient being of several centuries. Influenced by the atmosphere of Yi Feng's team, a sense of rejuvenation washed over him once more. Brother Feng, could you scratch my back? It's been ages since I last bathed, and my back itches terribly. Chen An twirled restlessly, yearning to alleviate his discomfort, yet unable to reach it. Oh, come on. I'm in the middle of eating. Your back has grown quite a layer of armor, hasn't he it? Yi Feng gestured with a middle finger. Hurry up, lend a hand. There's a tree. Go rub against it yourself. At this moment, He Qingji approached, tearing off a piece of roasted meat and feeding it to Yi Feng. Chapter 1143. You just do your thing, Ah Feng. It has been 3 months since we set out, hasn't it? Ahead lies the junction of Xin County and Dongta County. If we spend another month traversing Dongtu, we shall reach Pingzhou Prefecture. He Qingji spoke gently, her address becoming increasingly natural. Only a select few could call him by the name of Feng. Pingzhou? Is the leader of Pingzhou called the prefect? What is his level of cultivation? Yi Feng inquired. The prefect of Pingzhou is a master at the initial stage of the void refinement realm, with 4 great law kings under his command. All at the late stage of the divine origin realm, on par with Li Hualing, He Qingji explained. It seems it won't be easy. Let us bypass Pingzhou and head straight for the capital, Yi Feng suggested. If we are to circumvent Pingzhou, it would add at least 6 months to our journey. Have you considered this carefully? Moreover, the journey is fraught with the possibility of encountering evil cultivators who might rob us, He Qingji cautioned. As a native of the Starmon continent, she was most familiar with the local customs and dangers. Then let us pass through Pingzhou Prefecture. After all, no one would recognize us, Chen An remarked. Whatever, let us traverse Pingzhou Prefecture. It would be good for us to familiarize ourselves with the Starmon continent. Yi Feng nodded in agreement. This journey was meant for tempering his heart and mind. He was indifferent to the route as long as they reached the capital. At that moment, a group of men suddenly approached from ahead. They were pushing several horse-drawn carts, each adorned with triangular flags bearing the character for escort. What are they doing? Yi Feng inquired. Oh, they are mere escorts among mortals. There's no need to pay them any mind, He Qingji replied. Upon spotting the approaching cultivators, the escort team instantly became tense. I am Mo Da, the chief escort of the Jinyuan Escort Agency. May I ask before the chief could finish his sentence? Yi Feng and the others had already vanished from sight. The bombardment of Hot Spring Island on Xian County was ongoing, prompting most cultivators from Xian County to flee their homeland toward the neighboring county. One day, Susan arrived at the island master's office, only to discover a bloody handprint on the desk. Who did this? Susan furrowed her brow. After a while, personnel from the military headquarters arrived. Sister Susan, a bloody handprint has appeared at the home of our Grand Marshal. Furthermore, there is also a bloody handprint in the northern part of Hot Spring Island. With so many reports coming in, Susan's face turned pale. Inform the higher-ups and gather them in the council hall. 5 minutes later, the council hall was filled with people. I have made the situation clear. Sister Hina, is there anyone who can disregard the goose sword silk and directly enter Hot Spring Island? Susan inquired, directing her question to Duoyan Hina. Within the light curtain, the situation is quite straightforward. Some formidable individuals can briefly obscure the strands of the goose sword. But what astonishes me most is that the blood in the blood pool remains intact. That is truly the most terrifying aspect. Duoyan Hina spoke slowly. In the council hall, the expressions of the gathered crowd shifted dramatically, leading to a flurry of hushed conversations. Who possesses such strength? If he can enter and exit the sword formation at will, it implies he could effortlessly take our lives without our awareness, Chung Libin remarked thoughtfully. Chung is correct. Our Spring Island has attracted the attention of a super-powerful being. The ability to traverse the sword formation undetected and without disturbing the blood pool suggests a level of capability that perhaps even the void refinement realm cannot achieve. It is likely a being of the spirit-severing realm, or even a demigod, Duoyan Hina continued. This powerful entity has merely left a blood handprint, yet has not sent a letter or message. What could be his intention? Susan posed a question. Who can say? This powerful being has left behind only a blood handprint, perhaps as a demonstration, or maybe as a warning. After all, in recent months, we have unleashed relentless assaults on Xian County, resulting in the deaths of hundreds of thousands of cultivators and millions of innocent civilians. Upon hearing the words from the crowd, Susan rose to her feet. Clearly, this serves as a warning. As acting island master, I hereby announce a cessation of bombardment on Xian County. Bourgeois, do you and the council concur? Susan inquired. Spring Island has instituted a novel system whereby both the initiation and cessation of warfare require the approval of the councillors, as they embody the voice of the people. I personally agree. Preserving our lives is paramount. We can halt bombardment for a month and observe whether the blood handprint manifests again on Spring Island. If the handprint ceases, it will indicate that the powerful being indeed issued a warning. If it continues to appear, it suggests that the being has other motivations and is not merely here to caution us, Bourgeois asserted. Agreed, let it be so. Susan nodded in affirmation. Meanwhile, a significant number of individuals from South Spring Island have begun migrating to the Starmon continent. There are always those who fear nothing, unperturbed even by the threats posed by the goo. This has directly led to numerous factories in South Spring Island halting operations as workers demand wage increases, threatening to leave the island if their demands are unmet. North Spring Island is under Susan's stewardship, while South Spring Island falls under the management of Wang Zhihai. These insolent individuals dare to abandon our South Spring Island. Wang Zhihai slammed his palm on the table in frustration. Vice Island Master Wang, currently, nearly half of the factories are at a standstill. The workers are on strike, insisting that if wages are not raised, they will cease work and depart Spring Island. You must devise a solution, an engineer implored. Without the external processing factories, we are now unable to produce even 10 bombers daily. Given the circumstances, we must implement the plan. Modding, I require you to dispatch a military force to the northernmost region of Chen County to seize a warm stronghold, establishing a concession there. Within this concession, we shall establish an academy and factories, recruiting the common folk of Chen County as laborers. This group of obstinate individuals believes that our factory would cease to operate in their absence? Wang Zhihai remarked coldly. Very well. Demandi nodded in acknowledgement. However, your decree must still be approved by the House of Representatives before it can be executed. I currently lack the authority to implement your orders. What can that bunch in the House do? Just focus on your own duties. Disregard those antiquated relics. They will only hinder the progress of our civilization on Hot Spring Island. Wang Zhihai replied impatiently, waving his hand dismissively. I apologize, but this is a law established by Feng. Major matters must receive the House's approval before execution, Demandi countered, shaking his head. While his capabilities may not rival those of Wang Zhihai, he held a deep respect for the policies set forth by Yi Feng. Fine. Let us have the secretary draft the necessary documents for the House. It is indeed a hassle, but that shall be the decision. Time passed swiftly, and a month slipped by. At this moment, Yi Feng sat cross-legged within a cave, steam billowing from above his head. Indeed, he was on the verge of breaking through to the later stage of Zhenwu. 10 days prior, he single-handedly defeated 2 innate-level evil cultivators, further solidifying his mental state. After an indeterminate period, Yi Feng felt a cracking sensation within his body. Chapter 1144. I am willing to follow you. I succeeded. Outside the cave, He Qingji wore an expression of delight, even more elated than if she had achieved the breakthrough herself. Even the little bear beside the cave emitted a joyful howl. During its time with Yi Feng, it had been well fed and had even consumed 2 pills of 100% purity. Perhaps Yi Feng had projected his longing for a devoted companion onto it. Let us hurry inside to congratulate Brother Feng, Chen An suggested, preparing to enter the cave. Wait. Guyu interjected, stopping Chen An. The breakthrough to the later stage of Zhenwu requires several days to consolidate. Otherwise, if the foundation is unstable, he might regress to the mid-stage of Zhenwu. Very well, we shall wait outside then. Chen An obediently squatted at the cave's entrance, his keen gaze scanning the passers-by. At that moment, he seemed to spot a familiar face. Isn't that a soldier from our Hot Spring Island? Indeed, Brotherin. His name is Nuoerki. What brings him here? You all stay here to protect Brother Feng. I will quietly follow him, Chen An declared, swiftly blending into the crowd. On the rugged mountain path, Nuoerki called out as he walked. Hot Spring Island is in need of many workers. Please proceed to the former Duke's mansion, as our concession is established there. Once you become a formal worker, you will have the opportunity to earn Hot Spring coins. With Hot Spring coins, you can refine pills. Ordinary individuals may ascend the social ladder by becoming workers on Hot Spring Island and transform into esteemed cultivators. Nuoerki's voice quickly garnered the attention of a multitude of common folk. Due to the proximity to the gale force winds, temperatures had plummeted to -10 degrees, and they were compelled to migrate to warmer locales. My good sir, are you truly a resident of Hot Spring Island? An onlooker inquired. Indeed. Observe. This is my citizen's token. Nuoerki proudly displayed his Hot Spring citizen badge. Impressive. You are indeed a citizen? Not long ago, your Hot Spring Island caused us great suffering. Countless compatriots perished beneath your bombers. A brash young man stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Norche. You fool, silence yourself. This is a matter for citizens. An elder emerged, swiftly pulling the young man aside. Through their recent encounters, they had come to comprehend the formidable nature of Hot Spring Island. The loss of a single citizen would impose a staggering cost upon Chen County, as evidenced by the past incident where the death of one citizen led to the bombardment of the Duke's residence, the Phantom Forest, and Axe Town. resulting in the demise of even the notorious Axe Gang leader, Jolly. Consequently, the people of Chen County harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Hot Spring Island. Tempered by a paralyzing fear, none dared to provoke its citizens. Dear friends, do you aspire to become citizens of Hot Spring Island? If so, follow me to the Chen County concession, where you may first become laborers, then residents, and ultimately citizens. Once you attain citizenship, you will wield the power to oppress others. Norche stated nonchalantly. Upon hearing these words, the angry townsfolk's eyes flickered with intrigue. Their hatred for Hot Spring Island stemmed from their exclusion from its ranks. Yet, the prospect of citizenship transformed their animosity. The human tendency to forsake moral outrage for personal gain was evident. For instance, when news broke of an elderly man marrying a young girl, the online community erupted with indignation, demanding severe punishment for the man, driven by a sense of moral superiority. However, had they been in the man's position, their outrage would likely have dissipated, replaced by a sense of camaraderie. Their anger was rooted in differing perspectives. Now, with Hot Spring Island offering them the chance to become citizens, those who command the skies and unleash devastation, they quickly made their decision. I wish to follow you. I long to become a citizen of Hot Spring Island. Let me join those lofty individuals in the skies. I, too, wish to pilot a bomber and assert my power. In mere moments, a staggering 99% of the populace found themselves trailing after Norche. Chen An, having eavesdropped, began to grasp the situation. It was clear that Hot Spring Island had extended its reach into Chen County. Without hesitation, he recognized this as the brainchild of Wang Zhihai, the sole ambitious figure within the upper echelons of Hot Spring Island. Sister Susan, for the time being, lacked such audacity. Chen An refrained from revealing himself to Norche. Should Norche discover his presence, he would undoubtedly return to alert his superiors. In such a case, Sister Susan would dispatch hundreds of bombers to forcibly retrieve Feng, potentially mobilizing the military across land, sea, and air. Upon returning to the cave, Feng had already emerged, lounging languidly in the sun, basking in the rare warmth. Soon, the skies would be filled with icy clouds, rendering sunlight a memory. Feng, here is what transpired. Chen An recounted his observations. Recognizing the hallmark of Wang Zhihai's strategy, he realized that Hot Spring Island could not afford to lose him. The severe loss of personnel had compelled them to establish a concession in Chen County, aiming to rebuild their factories there. Feng made a guess that was nearly accurate. Shall we venture into the foreign concession? Chen An inquired. What for? In Chen County. No one can rival the Warm Spring Island anymore, as long as they are not in danger. Our priority is to continue our journey towards Pingzhou and see what the city is like, Feng replied, stretching languidly. Having reached the later stages of true martial, coupled with his numerous extraordinary abilities, he was confident that even a pinnacle innate expert would struggle against him. As for those in the transformation realm, he felt assured he could handle an encounter. Qingji, after these months of companionship, I believe you are ready. I shall write you a letter of recommendation. Return to Warm Spring Island and gather votes from the citizens to give you a chance to become one of them, Feng said gravely, looking at Qingji. She was a formidable master in the transformation realm, and Warm Spring Island needed her. Furthermore, having her as a guardian would hinder Feng's own training. Really? I can become a citizen? Qingji exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Of course, I shall write the letter now. Upon your return, inform Susan and Hina, as well as my son, that I am alive and well, honing my mental state. Do not reveal my whereabouts, or I fear they might pursue me with bombers. Feng added, swiftly taking out a feather quill to write, and upon completion, he pressed his fingerprint onto the document. Qingji, holding the letter of recommendation, felt a rush of exhilaration. All right, I shall return. Even if I cannot become a citizen, I will do everything in my power to protect Warm Spring Island. Without hesitation, she turned to leave. Over this period, her desire for citizenship had grown fervent. Feng recognized her sincere wish to become one of Warm Spring Island's people and decided to grant her this opportunity. After all, only Atai Air was in the true martial realm, and the island needed a great expert to strategize for its benefit. He remained unaware that Atai Air had already fallen. Once Qingji departed, Feng turned his attention to Gu Yu and the others. They were all true martial experts, and he felt no fear. If it came to a confrontation, he was confident he could eliminate all 6 of them. After Qingji had completely vanished from sight, Gu Yu and the others' demeanor shifted slightly. Their gazes were no longer as respectful. Guyu, now that you know I am the master of Warm Spring Island, are you contemplating capturing me to claim credit? Yi Feng inquired with a smile. That's out of the question. After all, we are still friends. Guyu replied with a grin. Well then, we must continue to Pingzhou City. Will you accompany us? Yi Feng asked. Of course, we will follow, after all. Master Yi possesses the ability to refine elixirs, spoke Gu Qin, Gu Yu's sister. Then let us proceed. Once we enter Pingzhou, you want to expose me to the governor. Will you? Yi Feng added cautiously. No, we understand your worth, Gu Yu assured him. That is good to hear. Let us advance, Yi Feng declared. Leading the way as Little Bear promptly followed at his side, frequently scanning the surroundings with a vigilant eye. Animals are more loyal than humans. Feed them, and they shall remain devoted. Chen An and the three pilots trailed behind, while Gu Yu and her 6 companions exchanged glances before following suit. Among the 6 individuals, Gu Yu considered himself to be at the pinnacle of true martial, believing he had a firm grip on Yi Feng. Chapter 1145, watching the show quietly. After traveling approximately 100 kilometers, Gu Yu suddenly halted, casting a glance towards the direction where He Qingji had vanished. A cold smile crept across his face as he gestured to his sister, Gu Qin. Gu Qin swiftly positioned herself directly in front of Yi Feng and his companions. In truth, Yi Feng had already sensed their intentions through his spiritual awareness while they exchanged furtive glances behind him. It was unexpected that, after over a month of interaction, the true martial realm had not been swayed. They were reverting to their primal instincts. Gu Qin, is there something you need? Why are you blocking our path? Yi Feng feigned inquiry. Ha! Yi Feng, your reputation precedes you, but I must say, I never anticipated that the illustrious Yi Feng would be so foolish. Now that He Qingji is no longer here to protect you, tell me, how should I deal with you? Gu Yu remarked, as he and the other 5 encircled Yi Feng and his group. Oh, what do you intend to do? Chen An positioned himself in front of Yi Feng, his hand resting on his heavy water pistol, which still contained 3 bullets. With only 3 bullets among the 5 of them, the situation was dire. What do I want? I kindly invite you all to visit the ancient sword sect, Gu Yu chuckled. If he were to capture Yi Feng, he could only imagine the grand rewards the sect leader would bestow upon him. So, there's no room for negotiation? Chen An raised his pistol. Gu Yu and his companions felt a jolt of alarm and instantly summoned their protective spiritual light. They had witnessed the power of the heavy water pistol, which could slay beasts with ease. However, against their protective aura, it would prove ineffective in the short term. They needed merely 3 seconds to subdue Yi Feng and his companions. Stop! Yi Feng pressed down on Chen An's pistol. Is the ancient sword sect on the way to the capital? Yi Feng inquired suddenly. On the way? Gu Yu laughed derisively. Are you suggesting that if it weren't, you wouldn't accompany us? Indeed, if it is not on the way, I might hesitate to follow you, Yi Feng replied nonchalantly. While he could easily deal with these 6 inept foes single-handedly, he preferred to avoid unnecessary conflict. A visit to the ancient sword sect might prove beneficial. After all, he could escape or even retaliate against the 6 at any critical moment. Yi Feng possessed formidable abilities such as blood-sucking technique, Chongyang skill, and the Brahmin's sacred demon art. Within the same realm, he was virtually invincible. Moreover, he was currently at the late stage of true martial. In contrast, Gu Yu and his companions were only slightly stronger, with Gu Yu being at the peak of true martial. On the way, Gu Yu suddenly stated, his eyes glinting with a new idea. He had changed his mind. This journey would certainly not lead them past the ancient sword sect, but rather through Pingzhou Prefecture. There, he could directly hand Yi Feng over to the prefect, who would undoubtedly be far more generous than his own sect leader. Perhaps the prefect would casually grant him a transformation pill, allowing him to break through the significant bottleneck of true martial and enter the innate realm. Regardless of whether it is on the way, our direction must align. We shall head towards the capital. Does anyone object? Yi Feng stated calmly. I have no desire to engage in idle chatter with you. Today, wherever you may go, you must follow in our wake, another male cultivator impatiently declared. This brother spoke with considerable bravado. What if I refuse to accompany you? Yi Feng retorted coldly. Refuse to follow us? With He Qingji absent, tell me, who will protect you now? The cultivator finished speaking and promptly slapped his waist. A flying sword spiraled forth, weaving through the sky with reckless abandon. Yi Feng gazed upward at the sword. Although he too was at the true martial realm, he had never learned to wield such a weapon. It seemed he needed to forge a set of flying swords for himself in due time. Otherwise, he would be left far behind in this ever-evolving world. It appeared that the six were truly set on subduing him, leaving him with no choice. As Yifeng spoke, he suddenly clenched his fists, unleashing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. The flying sword above began to spin violently, trembling under the force of his voice. You? Seeking death? The cultivator pointed at the sword. Whoosh. The first-grade spirit sword lunged fiercely toward Yifeng. Boom. A law avatar emerged from behind Yifeng, its colossal hand reaching out to grasp the sword, which was instantly immobilized within its palm, emitting a series of melodious chimes, as if striving to break free from Yifeng's hold. Yet, in the next moment, the avatar's other hand extended, slamming down on the sword with tremendous force. Clang! The high-grade spirit sword was shattered into several pieces, cascading down from the sky like autumn leaves. Not good. He has destroyed my first-grade spirit sword. Senior brother Guyu, let us join forces. The cultivator seethed with fury, slapping his waist again. A spare spirit sword flew forth. Simultaneously, Guyu and the others drew their own swords, 6 spirit swords soaring through the air, all aimed at Yifeng with deadly intent. Boom. Yifeng narrowed his eyes, bringing his hands together. The law avatar mirrored his action, lifting a colossal stone weighing 100,000 pounds and hurling it at the 3 assailants. The impact resembled that of an ancient giant lifting Mount Zhou, the force overwhelming as if a mountain were crashing down upon them. Not good. This fellow's physical strength is formidable. Guyu gasped in astonishment, swiftly dodging to the side. However, the male and female companions beside him failed to react in time and were directly struck by the massive stone. Boom. 2 protective auras extinguished in succession, leaving them buried beneath the rubble. In the sky, 2 spirit swords simultaneously lost control, plummeting earthward. 7th junior brother, 9th junior sister, Guyu bellowed, his eyes turning crimson as he glared at Yifeng. Yet Yifeng refused to meet his gaze. The avatar's enormous hand reached for the ancient zither nearby. Ah! A piercing scream echoed as the zither fell into Yifeng's grasp. Its protective light flickered erratically, on the verge of collapse. Sister, Guyu quickly retracted his spirit sword, fearful of harming his own flesh and blood. Yifeng yanked his arm back, drawing Guyu before him. With a sudden burst, Guyu's protective light shattered. Yet she gritted her teeth defiantly and pointed at the sky. The white flying sword came crashing down toward Yifeng's head. Bang! Yifeng's expression remained impassive as he effortlessly struck towards the heavens. The white flying sword was sent hurtling back 20 meters, its brilliance dimming instantaneously, severing its connection with the ancient zither. The 2 other cultivators, witnessing this, simultaneously pointed at Yifeng. Are you seeking death? Yifeng nonchalantly lifted the ancient zither and hurled it towards the flying sword above. No. The 3 cultivators gasped in shock, hastily retracting their spiritual swords. Fearful of harming their own, Yifeng tightened his 5 fingers, and his mirrored the motion, crushing the ancient zither in his palm, eliciting a series of agonized cries, followed by a spray of fresh blood from her lips. Chen An and the others watched from the sidelines, obediently spectating. They were wholly unqualified to intervene in a battle of the true martial realm. Stop, Yifeng, let us make peace. Guyu suddenly took a step back, retracting his spiritual sword. Chapter 1146. Do as you wish. Make peace. Yifeng's face bore a cold smirk, showing no intention of retracting his. Indeed, I must admit my previous oversight. Although Mr. Yi possesses only late-stage true martial prowess, his physical strength may rival that of the transformation origin realm. I, along with my 6 companions, do not consider ourselves his match. 4. Guyu glanced at the 2 corpses beneath the boulder, adjusting the count. Little did he know, Yifeng's might extended far beyond mere physical power. He wielded no less than 3 formidable supernatural abilities, particularly the blood-sucking art, the Brahmin's sacred demon technique, and the ice flame. Any one of these powers could enable a practitioner to vanquish foes of higher realms, yet Yifeng possessed all 3. Only someone of his caliber, unburdened by arduous cultivation, would dare to invest so heavily in supernatural abilities. Others, who laboriously refined a modicum of spiritual power, would naturally prioritize ascension, resulting in most cultivators possessing little to no supernatural prowess. Even if they did, their investment would be minimal, for a considerable investment would hinder their progression. The pursuit of immortality leaves little room for frivolous expenditure of time and spiritual energy on supernatural skills. Brother Feng, why waste words with them? Just eliminate them all. Chen An urged from the side, having found great amusement in Yi Feng's single-handed confrontation against 6 formidable foes. Have you heard my brother's words? He seems rather displeased with you, Yi Feng remarked with a faint smile. Me? Mr. Yi, let us do this, if you agree to a truce. We will turn and leave at once, and we shall not trouble your 5 companions. Gu Yu spoke earnestly. Thus far, he remained oblivious to the situation's gravity. Trouble us? Yi Feng raised an eyebrow. Indeed, we shall abide by our word, never oppressing the weak. Gu Yu nodded in agreement. Yi Feng chose not to engage in further discourse, slowly extending his index finger and, without warning, flicking it towards a nearby cultivator. You? That cultivator was merely at mid-stage true martial. He hadn't even had time to summon his protective divine light before Yi Feng's ice flame struck him. Boom. The cultivator instantly transformed into a transparent ice sculpture resembling a fiery figure, frozen mid-action as if about to strike. What sort of supernatural power is this? Gu Yu's voice trembled slightly. Previously, he had witnessed some prodigies capable of defeating many with few, but he had never encountered someone like Yi Feng, who could dispatch opponents of the same rank as easily as one would slay a chicken. You don't wish to disclose that, do you? Yi Feng slowly approached, resting a hand upon the ice sculpture. Within the icy confines, the cultivator was rendered immobile, helplessly gazing at Yi Feng. Yi Feng, you would do well to refrain from indiscriminate slaughter in the Western Yin County. Remember, this is still the domain of Lord Li. Should you take our lives, it would undoubtedly create a great uproar, and Li Hualing would certainly pursue you to annihilate you, Gu Yu warned vehemently. Little did he know, Li Hualing had already met his demise. Yi Feng shook his head, then nodded, suddenly striking the ice sculpture with force. Crack! The ice shattered, allowing the once-encased cultivator to move once more. Senior brother, this fellow is far too powerful. The cultivator managed to utter a few words before being engulfed by a torrent of flames. A cacophony of agonized screams erupted as he struggled desperately within the inferno. He unleashed several protective auras, yet how could they withstand the searing flames? Why can't this fire be extinguished? Gu Yu, now pale with fear, could not help but take a step back. Since it is called ice flame, there must be a reason for it. Gu Yu, it is now your turn along with your companions, Yi Feng declared. Casting a chilling gaze upon the remaining 3, Gu Yu, Xue Shu, and the gravely injured Gu Qin. A flicker of fear crossed Gu Qin's face as she instinctively hid behind her brother. Although Xue Shu did not retreat, her complexion was utterly ashen. It seemed today, they could not escape this calamity. Initially, Gu Yu stepped back, but soon he advanced once more. Sister, Xue Junior sister, sword formation, he commanded, slapping at his waist. The other 2 responded almost instantaneously, mirroring his action. Whoosh! 3 flying swords arranged themselves into a miniature sword formation, weaving a net of blades toward Yi Feng. Yi Feng's expression darkened slightly. A sword formation? This was the first he had heard of a formation being arranged by individuals. If one possessed 3 spiritual swords simultaneously, could they also form a sword formation? In his recollection, most sword formations were fixed in place and could not be easily moved. Moreover, setting up a formation required considerable time, unlike the effortless arrangement demonstrated by the trio from the ancient sword sect. Though their formation was not particularly powerful, it appeared to enhance their combat effectiveness significantly. Reflecting on this, Yi Feng retreated slightly, then struck forward with a forceful punch. Boom! His avatar's fist collided with the center of the sword formation. Clang! The intricate web of swords shattered instantly, reverting to 3 spiritual swords. Yi Feng stepped forward again, unabashedly extending his hand. 2 of the flying swords were seized in his grasp. With a firm grip, Yi Feng twisted the swords, which promptly shattered into 4 pieces. Gu Yu retrieved his own spiritual sword, his face drained of color as he gazed at Yi Feng. Why, Yi Senior, we surrender. Please spare our lives, Gu Yu implored, kneeling on the ground. As an old hand in the cultivation world, survival took precedence. As for dignity and shame, those could be addressed another time. Gu Qin and Xue Shu exchanged a glance, both kneeling on the ground. Please, Senior Yi, spare us. We were blind to your prowess. At your current strength, even a cultivator at the initial stage of transformation would hardly stand a chance against you, Xue Shu earnestly implored. Senior Yi, if you grant us mercy, we will do whatever you wish, Gu Qin added, inadvertently lifting her skirt, revealing a glimpse of her fair, delicate calf. Yi Feng remarked. It appears this place shares similarities with Earth. When faced with insurmountable odds, one typically seeks to negotiate peace by offering a princess in marriage. In essence, it is a transaction of beauty and benefits for a temporary truce, with hopes of resurgence. However, Yi Feng had no intention of granting her that opportunity. Nevertheless, he could not eliminate the three just yet, for he needed to unravel the secrets of the sword formation. The sword formation of the ancient sword sect could be instantly deployed. If he could acquire such a skill, he would become invincible against formidable foes. Furthermore, if he could amplify the power of the formation, it would effectively become his fourth divine ability. You three, lead the way to Pingzhou Prefecture. Along the journey, I have some inquiries, Yi Feng commanded, as the sacred inscriptions upon him vanished, and the colossal manifestation retracted within him. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Guyu exclaimed joyfully. Mr. Yi, henceforth, let us consider ourselves your disciples, Shueshu stated earnestly. However, Guqin's eyes glinted with a hint of allure as she pondered that Yi Feng's decision to spare them was likely due to her beauty. She slowly approached Yi Feng, halting just 10 centimeters away from him. Yi Feng caught a whiff of the fragrant scent emanating from Guqin. Thank you for your leniency, Mr. Yi, Guqin said, performing a graceful knee bow, nearly pressing half her body against Yi Feng's chest. How audacious, daring to entice our Feng Go. Chen An approached. I command you to cease your advances. He is a married man, and I must keep an eye on him to prevent him from being seduced away by outside temptresses. Henceforth, you may only pursue me. Do you understand? Chen An regarded Guqin with a serious expression. Enough, Chen An. You must trust in my resolve. Even if she were to dance before me unclothed, I would remain untempted, Yi Feng asserted. Spare me. I know you too well, Chen An retorted. Subsequently, Yi Feng and Guyu took the lead, while the others followed, as the group made their way toward Pingzhou City. Guyu, I must ask you, can the sword formation you three set up be deployed by a single individual? Yi Feng inquired. It can, yet it cannot. Guyu's response was ambiguous. Yi Feng slowly turned, fixing a cold gaze upon Guyu. Are you suggesting that I should eliminate you now? And no, Mr. Yi, please allow me to explain. A single person can indeed set up the sword formation, but it would take an inordinate amount of time. By the time you complete it, your enemy could have struck you down countless times. Thus, while our sword formation appears to be rapidly arranged, it can only unleash its power at a mere double potency. This is a fundamental flaw of a temporary sword formation. Despite its swiftness, its might remains somewhat limited. To achieve both speed and strength is, quite frankly, an impossibility. The longer one spends arranging the sword formation, the greater its potential becomes. Yet will the enemy grant you the time to set it up? Naturally, one might anticipate the enemy's approach and lay down the formation mid-journey, yet this too proves futile, as a mere sweep of their divine consciousness would reveal the presence of the sword formation, making it unlikely for them to walk into their own demise. Hence, I assert that a single individual cannot effectively establish a sword formation. Most critically, when a lone person arranges a sword formation, it necessitates simultaneous control over three spiritual swords, which demands an extraordinarily high level of both vital energy and mental acuity. I must inquire, Mr. Yi, do you possess such capability? Guyu elaborated extensively, and Yi Feng began to grasp the intricacies of arranging a sword formation. However, this posed no challenge for him. Upon reaching the fourth layer of the Fan Sheng divine demon art, his Dharma manifestation would split into 7 and combined with his own essence. It was akin to having 8 individuals at his command. With 8 persons, each controlling a flying sword, he could swiftly establish the sword formation without concern. By the way, how does one control these flying swords? Please impart your methods to me, Yi Feng inquired. Mr. Yi, you are unfamiliar with controlling flying swords? Guyu expressed her astonishment. Yi Feng felt a flush of embarrassment. What do you know? I have not previously studied this. I am a body cultivator and thus did not place great emphasis on flying swords, but I wish to learn now. Is that not acceptable? Of course, but if Mr. Yi wishes to establish a sword formation alone, you must possess a sufficient number of flying swords. Each sword will draw upon your vital energy daily. May I ask, how many flying swords can your energy sustain? Guyu queried. What do you mean? Yi Feng narrowed his eyes. My meaning is quite clear. As long as you are willing to supply vital energy, you could sacrifice a multitude of flying swords, even up to 1,000 or 10,000. However, doing so would undoubtedly exhaust your energy reserves, and an excessive number of sacrificed swords could hinder your cultivation, preventing you from advancing for a lifetime, Guyu explained. Oh, Yi Feng's expression shifted. Currently, he was incapable of advancing, yet as for his vital energy, he could convert medicinal elixirs into his own essence whenever he wished. Thus, providing for the flying swords would pose no issue. If I were to supply 10 flying swords, what would be the outcome? Yi Feng asked. Mr. Yi, you jest. Should you supply 10 flying swords, this formation, provided your vital energy endures, could even ensnare a formidable foe at the late stage of the transformation realm. If you could control 100 flying swords, you might entrap a powerful being within the divine origin realm. However, if it were 1,000 flying swords, at that moment. He was interrupted by Chen An. Would that not mean one could ensnare a demigod? Chen An inquired. No. It is impossible to trap a demigod within the true martial realm, or even a spirit-severing realm practitioner. For they possess a second form of life, one of energy and another of flesh. Moreover, their divine consciousness vastly surpasses that of the true martial realm. Your formation would likely be dismantled before it could even be fully established. Guyu shook her head. Are you suggesting that the sword formation can only contend with those of the divine origin realm and is incapable of confronting those in the void refinement realm? Yi Feng countered. Strictly speaking, that is indeed the case. However, if you were to incorporate some special materials into your flying sword, it might be able to entrap those in the void refinement realm, Guyu replied slowly, having spent a considerable amount of time in the Starmon continent. His understanding surpassed Yi Feng's by several tiers, though his strength was slightly inferior. I wish to inquire about the prerequisites for crafting a flying sword. Yi Feng had already made up his mind. Certainly, there are stipulations. It is advisable not to use someone else's flying sword. You ought to gather the materials yourself and forge a sword that belongs to you, or even a set. Once we arrive at Pingzhou City, you can consult some blacksmiths for guidance. They possess greater expertise in this area than I do, Guyu explained. Very well, let us hasten towards Pingzhou, Yi Feng declared. However, I must warn you three. Should you reveal our identities upon reaching Pingzhou City, I would not hesitate to eliminate you with a single strike in the bustling streets. Yi Feng's tone shifted abruptly as he cast a cold glance at the trio. We wouldn't dare. Just then, 3 shadowy figures darted across the sky. Yi Feng instinctively gazed upward. Indeed, it was the bombers from his warm spring island, unexpectedly having reached the opposite side of the Xin County. In the southern warm spring island, millions of civilians clad in thick garments busied themselves upon the icy surface. Chen Libin personally oversaw the operations. Ensure the ground is compacted, and keep the level gauge in check. The surface must be flat. Otherwise, we shall be unable to lay the tracks later. Chen Libin's voice echoed from afar. Indeed. Following Wang Zhihai's proposal, the House of Representatives had approved his suggestion to construct railway tracks between the southern and northern warm spring islands to facilitate future train transit. The contractor for this project was none other than Yulong engineer Chong. This is my humble token of respect for you. Please accept it, Yulong said, discreetly handing over a check from a concealed angle. Chen Libin glanced at the zeros on the check and quietly tucked it into his sleeve. Chapter 1148, You have grown, and your vision has expanded, Mr. Yulong. You are quite considerate. Rest assured, this railway project is not merely a connection between the southern and northern warm spring islands. The House of Representatives has stated that the railway is just a portion of the project. Eventually, the railway will traverse the gale wind zone, intertwining throughout Xin County, and even extending beyond it to span the entire Starmon continent. This undertaking is no small feat. You shall surely prosper, Chen Libin remarked indifferently. Indeed, I understand, Engineer Cheng. This is merely a fraction of my gratitude. When the railway from northern warm spring island reaches the Starmon continent, I shall express my appreciation further. Yulong responded with a bow and a smile. Ha ha ha, that can be discussed later, Yulong presently. Your White Wall City must be among the wealthiest clans aside from Warm Spring Island, right? You have at least over 1,000 children studying at the Warm Spring Academy. Their futures are boundless. Chen Libin sighed. It is indeed the fortune of Warm Spring Island. Without the projects provided by Warm Spring Island, White Wall City would not hold such prominence among the myriad clans, Yulong replied humbly. He had now upgraded to a 6th-generation sand vehicle. However, the sand vehicle could no longer satiate his ostentatious desires. He planned to restore the railway and, by next year, acquire a 1st-generation bomber, which would serve as my personal aircraft, a thought that filled him with a sense of grandeur. The reason why the hot spring island entrusted these projects to you is due to your swift efficiency and high-quality standards. I hope you will maintain this, lest we have to assign the next stretch of railway to others. Chen An remarked, emphasizing the need to uphold both the monetary rewards and the quality. Or else the ambitious vision of Hot Spring Island could not extend to the Starmon continent. Understood. In the northern Hot Spring Island, a segment of railway stretches towards the southern Hot Spring Island, involving a workforce of 100,000 railway laborers. The chief engineer here is Hong Ping, one of the first graduates of Hot Spring University. In the city of Chen An, at the Duke's residence, 40 bombers are stationed in the eastern square, while hundreds of sand vehicles occupy the western square. The plaque of the Duke's residence has been removed, replaced with one that reads Hot Spring Island's concession in Chen County. The leader of the concession is none other than Ma Gobi. Additionally, 5,000 troops from Hot Spring Island are stationed here, comprising 1,000 Air Force personnel, 2,000 sand vehicle soldiers, and 2,000 Gatling infantry. With 2,000 heavy water Gatlings, they are more than capable of sweeping through the entirety of Chen County. Moreover, these infantrymen are clad in heavy water battle gear, enabling coordinated operations between air and ground forces. It is likely that even the combined forces of 2 or 3 military sects would not suffice to contend with them. Before long, Ma Gobi ascended the city wall, gazing down at the throngs of common folk below. Ladies and gentlemen, the Duke's residence will no longer exist in Chen County. Only our Hot Spring Island concession remains. Furthermore, I declare a 10-year tax exemption for Chen County. Ma Gobi's voice echoed powerfully. The citizens exchanged glances, none of them applauding in approval. They were merely waiting to see the unfolding drama. These unsophisticated peasants, with strengths merely at the post-heaven stage, dare to govern us? They must remember, our Lord is of the divine origin realm. Soon enough, Lord Li will return and eliminate the foreign elements within the Duke's residence. Indeed, even if our Lord does not intervene, the esteemed prefect will surely take action. How dare these mere post-heaven mortals attempt to rule over us? The citizens murmured amongst themselves, casting disdainful glances at Ma Gobi. Alas, people are often foolish. They gauge their rulers solely by their might, disregarding the benefits bestowed upon them. For instance, a powerful figure of the divine origin realm could impose a tax of 90%, and they would accept it as their due. The notion of revering the strong is ingrained in their very essence, and they are inclined to be oppressed by such figures. Conversely, if an ordinary individual were to govern them, even with 100 years of tax exemption, they would not support this commoner, for they would view it as a humiliation to be ruled by someone of lesser stature. The journey for civilization to permeate this ancient realm of cultivation remains a long one. Chief, I sense that the people of the Starmon continent are rather obstinate. Long Wu stepped forward, now serving as the deputy leader of the concession. Given the duration he has followed Yi Feng, it would seem that the position of chief should rightfully belong to him. However, this is not the case. Ma Gobi has resided on Hot Spring Island for a considerably longer period and commands greater respect. As for Long Wu, although he eventually made his way to Hot Spring Island, he has been in a state of amnesia, which has led the council to regard him with skepticism. Their obstinacy borders on folly. Thus, it is prudent that we proceed methodically. After Ma Gobi spoke, he cast his gaze upon the gathered citizens. Listen closely, he began. From this day forth, we shall be actively recruiting laborers in our concession, primarily for the extraction of iridium from seawater. Additionally, we require a number of individuals to assist in the construction of a railway. Once the railway is completed, you ordinary citizens will have the opportunity to admire the scenic vistas of the entire West Ene County within your lifetime. Otherwise, traversing West Ene County on foot would take you decades. I assure you, the railway will not only traverse West Ene County, but will also extend throughout the entire Pingzhou region and even across the borders of the Black Mountain Kingdom, granting everyone the hope of venturing beyond our borders and gazing upon the vast expanse of the Xingming continent. A hush fell over the crowd, with millions of commoners regarding him with blank stares. After a moment, a cacophony of laughter erupted from the throng. Some individuals were unabashedly mocking Ma Gobi. The ideals are commendable, yet this foreign simpleton must be unaware of our Black Mountain Kingdom's travel permit system. Commoners are forbidden from leaving West Ene County. Otherwise, they would be slain as refugees. Just wait. It won't be long before these simple folk realize the might of the provincial lord. A spectacle awaits. Father, why don't we leave the county town? It would be unwise to remain when the provincial lord clashed with them. We could be caught in the crossfire. Indeed, you've matured and displayed foresight. Ma Goubai's expression darkened, and he could only retreat awkwardly. Nonetheless, the recruitment office still drew a portion of robust commoners and some low-ranking cultivators. In the Xingming continent, even low-tier cultivators are of the postnatal realm, including strength masters, power teachers, strength kings, and strength emperors. However, the true martial realm cultivators disdain working in the concession. They are merely observing, waiting for the provincial lord to take action against these simple folk. Yi Feng and his companions had already traversed a colossal mountain. Beneath it lay a bustling city. Occasionally, ethereal birds soared through the sky, while carriages formed long lines, entering and exiting the city in a steady rhythm. Is this Pingzhou City? How splendid! Yi Feng exclaimed. The area of Pingzhou City cannot be compared to that of South Hot Spring Island, yet in terms of vibrancy, it far surpasses it. This is indeed Pingzhou City, but the provincial lord remains in seclusion for extended periods. He only emerges in the face of significant events. By the way, the provincial lord is a nascent stage alchemist, and his 4 principal law kings are all peak experts in the transformation realm, Gu Yu elucidated. Chapter 1149, Potentially Under Surveillance Understood. Let us enter the city together, Yi Feng declared, leading the way down the mountain. Pingzhou City boasts a total of 17 waterways, each lined with colossal ships, each vessel rivaling Yi Feng's warship. The Hot Spring No. 1. Upon arriving at the city gate, several soldiers clad in leather armor stood guard. Due to their overwhelming numbers, they employed a method of inspection that involved checking 1 out of every 10 individuals. You, present your travel permit, one soldier commanded, obstructing Gu Yu's path. Instantly, Gu Yu straightened his posture and retrieved a wooden token from his breast pocket. Oh, it is indeed a senior cultivator. Please forgive my rudeness, the soldier exclaimed, hastily returning the permit to Gu Yu. It's of no consequence. These are all my companions. No need for further inspection, Gu Yu replied nonchalantly. Of course, please proceed, the soldier said, stepping aside to clear a path, unceremoniously pushing through ordinary citizens as he swiftly guided Yi Feng and his group onward. This incident underscored the stark reality in the starry mist continent. Those at the true martial realm held an almost divine status, as the common folk were still the vast majority. Upon entering Pingzhou City, the air was filled with the cacophony of vendors hawking their wares. A cursory glance from Yi Feng revealed that nearly all were commoners, devoid of any cultivators among them. Without hesitation, he utilized his spiritual sense to sweep across the vicinity within a kilometer radius. Indeed, atop a certain tavern, he discerned 5 individuals clad in splendid garments, weak practitioners of the acquired realm. A rough estimate indicated that, out of 10,000 ordinary people, merely 5 would possess the qualities of an acquired realm cultivator, a ratio even more astonishing than that found on Hot Spring Island. Brother Feng, it's so lively here. I wonder if there are any clubs around, Chen An remarked, his emerald eyes darting around eagerly. Observing the excessive crowd, Gu Yu decided to release his aura as a cultivator. As expected, the common folk sensed his presence and parted to make way. Even the opulent carriages yielded to him. Regardless of their wealth or nobility, ordinary individuals displayed utmost reverence in the presence of cultivators, no matter how lowly ranked they may be. Such is the reality of hierarchical disparity. At that moment, an elderly man approached from the front. Early acquired realm. Yi Feng's expression shifted slightly. The old man walked directly up to Yi Feng and his companions, his discerning gaze sweeping over them before settling on Yi Feng. Esteemed senior, have you come to Pingzhou City to purchase something? Are you in search of spiritual tools, elixirs, formations, or perhaps alchemical furnaces? I happen to know of several beautiful innate realm female cultivators who could be introduced to you, the old man chuckled. Surely, it cannot be that simple. Speak plainly. What benefits do you seek? Yi Feng replied with a slight smile, no longer the Na'vi newcomer, now familiar with the customs of the starry mist continent. Ha. Just 5 first-grade spirit stones will suffice for my sustenance. I hope to break through to the true martial realm in my lifetime. Otherwise, I may only have another 30 years left, the old man laughed. Just as Yi Feng was about to acquiesce, Gu Yu interjected sharply, what a greedy old fellow. You demand 5 spirit stones for merely serving as a middleman? You might as well resort to thievery. 2 stones at most, take it or leave it. With that, Gu Yu produced 2 small, grayish-black spirit stones, no larger than a coin. Very well, 2 stones it is, but this purity is rather low, is it not? It seems to be less than a first-grade spirit stone, the old man said, hastily accepting the stones and scrutinizing them closely. Yi Feng's expression shifted. It was his first glimpse of a spirit stone. Old sir, do spirit stones vary in purity? He inquired. Indeed, the higher the purity, the greater the grade of the spirit stone, the elder replied casually. Fifth-grade spirit stones are nearly pure white, and then there are the premium spirit stones, which contain only 1% of impurities. Yi Feng and Chen An exchanged glances, both recognizing the excitement in each other's eyes. It seemed that, much like medicinal pills, spirit stones were categorized by their purity. Did this not imply that he could once again demonstrate his prowess? Old man, please take us to the finest refining workshop in Pingzhou City. We have come to forge flying swords, Guyu declared. Yes, esteemed elders, please follow me, the old man said, leading the way. After traversing for half an hour, they finally arrived at a relatively sparse street. Yi Feng scanned the area with his spiritual sense, discovering that only a tenth of the people here were ordinary folk, while the rest were cultivators. There were those at the postnatal stage, true martial stage, innate stage, and even a transformation realm practitioner seated within the grandest stone building. The transformation realm individual seemed to sense the probing of spiritual energy. In the next moment, an overwhelming spiritual presence enveloped Yi Feng and his companions, accompanied by a suffocating sensation that nearly rendered them breathless. Brother Feng, refrain from recklessly using your spiritual sense here. It may provoke some old monsters. Their tempers are unpredictable, and they might kill on a whim, Guyu cautioned, startled. All right, I assumed spiritual sense could be freely utilized. Yi Feng replied, his expression darkening. That previous presence was undoubtedly released by a mid-transformation realm cultivator. Of course, it should not be used indiscriminately. Scanning others with your spiritual sense is akin to staring into their eyes, which is a provocation. Fortunately, this elder from the transformation realm merely issued a warning and did not take action, Guyu quickly explained. Understood. Yi Feng nodded. The street stretched 10 kilometers from east to west, lined with various shops, each with impressively grand names. Heavenly Sword Workshop, Artifact Pavilion, Spear God Hall, Mighty Power Tower. The old man continued to lead the way, occasionally greeting the vendors nearby. Most of the stall owners were minor cultivators, all at the postnatal stage. Only within the shops would one occasionally encounter cultivators at the true martial stage. Hey, old sir, isn't there a Heavenly Sword Workshop ahead? We need to forge flying swords. Why not enter? Chen An asked, unable to contain himself. Huh. In response to Chen An, a postnatal cultivator, the old man's demeanor shifted. Your short hair reflects your limited knowledge. The more ostentatious the name, the more mediocre the craftsmanship. This is the wisdom I have gathered over 60 years of life. Chen An was furious. Yi Feng quickly restrained him, saying, do not cause a commotion here. This is Pingzhou, where a void refining cultivator is stationed. Moreover, what he stated is indeed factual. Chen An retorted, this is the one. The sword casting tower houses the finest sword casting master in all of Pingzhou, but the fees are steep. It depends on how many spirit stones you possess. After speaking, the old man's eyes roamed over Yi Feng and his companion's waist pouches. All right, you may leave now. Guyu spoke softly, her face brimming with vigilance. Yes, that junior has departed. Upon finishing his words, the elder swiftly vanished into the crowd. Mr. Yi, in Pingzhou, do not flaunt your wealth. Refrain from presenting the Millennium's spiritual herb, the transformation essence, or a considerable amount of high-grade spiritual stones. Otherwise, you may attract unwanted attention. Guyu cautioned. Understood, Yi Feng nodded. As they approached the entrance, 2 guards immediately opened the door. Chapter 1150. He should understand why I said that as expected from the largest weapon forging establishment in Pingzhou, the guards stationed there were at the true martial level. A middle-aged man with a round face emerged, revealing a broad grin before he even spoke. Gentlemen, are you here for sword forging? Indeed. Are you the manager here? Yi Feng inquired. Manager? What manager? The round-faced man looked bewildered. I am asking about your position, Yi Feng persisted. The round-faced man fell silent, casting a suspicious glance at Yi Feng. Having encountered countless individuals, he could easily discern from Yi Feng's attire that he hailed from a small county, a rustic bumpkin. He surmised that the term manager was unique to Yi Feng's vernacular. I am the chief receptionist here. May I ask what grade of flying sword you wish to forge? How many do you require? The chief receptionist inquired. I wish to forge the highest grade of flying swords, starting with 100, Yi Feng proclaimed grandly. After all, With his blood-sucking technique, he could continuously nourish these flying swords with an abundance of vital energy. Thus, the more, the merrier. The chief receptionist's expression immediately soured. Gentlemen, are you here to stir up trouble? You must be sent by the Tianjin tomb next door, he questioned coldly. The two guards at the entrance also placed their hands on their waists, displaying an air of caution. What do you mean? Yi Feng insisted. I am here solely to forge swords, 100 of the highest grade spiritual swords. Guyu was taken aback and quickly grasped Yi Feng's arm. Mr. Yi, this is a provocative act. It is unlikely you can produce enough spiritual stones to forge 100 supreme-grade spiritual swords at the true martial level. The chief receptionist remained silent, observing Yi Feng's demeanor and response. I do not possess spiritual stones, but I can settle this with transformation essence. That must suffice, right? Yi Feng declared, producing 3 pieces of 100% pure transformation essence. Oh, transformation essence? May I inspect it? The chief receptionist's attitude shifted dramatically, and he hunched his back slightly. Transformation essence is considered a scarce commodity in Pingzhou, nearly ranking among the top 5. Here, Yi Feng flicked one towards him. The middle-aged man immediately took the transformation essence, probing its interior with his divine sense. This purity? Could it be the work of Master Fan from the capital? The chief receptionist was taken aback, astonished by the highest purity of transformation essence he had ever encountered. That is a secret. I only ask if these 3 pieces of transformation essence can persuade your weapon forging master to forge 100 supreme-grade flying swords for me. Yi Feng inquired. Certainly. The labor cost is sufficient, but you will need to provide the materials yourself. Please present the materials for me to examine, the chief receptionist replied. Yi Feng was left speechless. Guyu, we also need to provide the materials? Of course. The 3 pieces of transformation essence are merely for the labor cost of the weapon forging master. Guyu cast a peculiar glance at Yi Feng, as he initially believed that Yi Feng possessed the necessary materials. No, Yi Feng replied. We lack the materials. However, it is of no consequence. We can supply them. Yet, I fear that 3 transformation pills will prove insufficient. At the very least, we require 10 of such purity to furnish you with the finest materials from our sword forging pavilion, the chief steward stated. 10 pills. No problem. How about this? I will place these 3 transformation pills here as a deposit, and the remainder can be settled in full when we come to collect our payment. Does that work for you? Yi Feng inquired. Unfortunately, that will not suffice. We require half of the deposit up front. Otherwise, we would not even cover the cost of the materials. The remaining half accounts for the labor of our artisans. Moreover, crafting 100 supreme-grade flying swords will necessitate the combined efforts of all our craftsmen to achieve success within a month, the chief steward explained. Yi Feng's eyes glinted as he discreetly pulled Guyu aside. Do you have any discarded transformation pills on you? He asked. None. But I do possess some discarded soul pills. Though these are not classified as advancement pills, they share the same grade as transformation pills, Guyu replied. How many do you have? Yi Feng pressed. 5. Hand them over, Yi Feng insisted, forcibly retrieving the discarded pills from Guyu, grasping 2 of them tightly in his palm. Hey, why are you standing there doing nothing? The chief steward observed suspiciously. Our esteemed brother Feng is contemplating whether to produce additional items for payment, so refrain from disturbing him, Chen An interjected, understanding the situation and positioning himself protectively beside Yi Feng. After a while, Yi Feng opened his palm, revealing 2 pure soul pills. I do not have any surplus transformation pills, but would these soul pills of such purity suffice? He asked. Such purity. Remarkable. The chief steward examined Yi Feng's pills meticulously, even employing his spiritual sense. Indeed, there is not a trace of impurity. At least with my spiritual sense, I can detect no flaws within. The chief steward fell into contemplation. Hey, just give me a straightforward answer. Is this enough for a deposit? Yi Feng, growing impatient, noted that he had just refined 2 soul pills and needed a place to rest for the night. Ha. We can discuss the deposit later. May I inquire, dear friend, from which master did you refine such pills? If you provide me with the name, I may be able to persuade our artisans to reluctantly forge your swords. But you will need to bear the cost of materials yourself. The chief steward scrutinized Yi Feng, seemingly attempting to unravel his secrets. Well, this was refined by a senior who has long since passed, Yi Feng began, but was interrupted. Indeed, the pills we possess have become unique treasures, Guyu added. Although he had been brought to Pingzhou by Yi Feng, He found himself inexplicably influenced by the atmosphere of Yi Feng's entourage, feeling compelled to offer his loyalty and counsel. Is that so? The chief steward appeared skeptical. That settles it then. We shall provide the deposit. And you at the sword forging pavilion will assist us in crafting the supreme grade flying swords. If there are no further matters, we shall take our leave to reunite with our revered ancestor, Guyu stated slowly. Revered ancestor? Indeed, let us reconvene in a month to retrieve the flying swords. The chief steward's demeanor transformed back to its usual smoothness. Come, Guyu gently tugged at Yi Feng's sleeve. The group of 8 departed from the sword forging pavilion, making their way toward the distant street. Guyu, is your ancestral master also present here? I have never heard of this. Chen An could not help but inquire. Ah, you wouldn't understand. Perhaps you should ask Mr. Yi. He should comprehend why I made such a statement. Guyu sighed. Chen An, if we do not phrase things this way, we risk attracting the attention of those from the sword forging pavilion. Do you understand? Once we become targets, it is not merely about obtaining the flying swords. Our very exit from Pingzhou could be jeopardized. The moment we step out of the city, we might find ourselves under surveillance by dozens of masked innate realm cultivators, Yi Feng elucidated. I see now. I had no idea that such peril lurked in the seemingly unassuming Pingzhou. Did you all hear that? We must maintain a low profile, low profile, low profile. Chen An admonished the 3 disciples. Spare us, brethren. We are quite low-key. It's your own demeanor that is in question. The trio of disciples had grown familiar with Chen An and showed no restraint. Have you 3 become too brazen? Chen An fumed, chasing the 3 around, Yi Feng in circles. Guyu and the others exchanged glances, a hint of amusement gracing their faces. Look at the camaraderie on Hot Spring Island. Had I dared speak such words to the elders of the ancient sword sect, I might have found myself hanging from the back mountain by dawn. Yet within Yi Feng's team, there exists none of that. He is exceptionally lenient with his own while being merciless toward outsiders. Truly, he is the finest leader imaginable. Enough. Have you no shame, you 4? This is Pingzhou, Yi Feng exclaimed, feeling dizzy from their antics. Meanwhile, in the council hall of South Hot Spring Island, a fierce debate was unfolding. The liberal faction led by Wang Zhihai clashed vehemently with the peace faction headed by He Lishuan. Susan had also been summoned to the scene. Our Hot Spring Island is already sufficiently powerful. Military force is merely a means to foster peace. Having completely conquered the Western County, there is no need to engage with the other counties, He Lishuan asserted, rapping his knuckles on the table. Peace. He Lishuan, are you still living in a dream? Peace requires formidable military strength to uphold it. If we do not seize the opportunity to occupy the other counties, where will we find the labor force to develop the latest weaponry? The greater the number, the higher the efficiency of development. Do you grasp this principle? Wang Zhihai countered sharply. Wang Zhihai, I am aware of your considerable power, and now you have even become the deputy island master. However, since the establishment of our island, we have endured a major battle, or even more, on average every year. I believe we should adhere to Brother Feng's policy and allow our citizens a few years of peaceful and stable living. Rather than perpetually bathing Hot Spring Island in the flames of war, He Lishuan declared, thumping the table to bolster his stance. While Feng's policies are not without merit, you have misapplied them, He Lishuan. Appointing you as the island leader was a grave mistake. You, a mere rustic, comprehend nothing. Under your leadership for 2.5 years, Hot Spring Island has regressed by at least a decade. To achieve peace, one must possess formidable military might. Thus, the railway must be extended to Xin County, ideally traversing the entirety of Heishan Nation, Wang Zhihai asserted bluntly. No, the railway project must be suspended, otherwise, Feng would not be here now, and we would attract powerful adversaries. I wonder how you, Wang Zhihai, plan to conclude such a predicament. Do you believe that by not constructing the railway, we will not draw formidable foes? We must race against time, swiftly establishing dominion over those individuals on Hot Spring Island. And then, leveraging our substantial population advantage, advance our technology further. At that point, if formidable enemies arrive, what of it? We shall annihilate them without a trace. Wang Zhihai proclaimed confidently, leaving He Lishuan unable to lift his head in response. I am aware that formidable enemies will inevitably seek out Hot Spring Island. However, your railway construction will hasten their arrival, Wang Zhihai. Do you think I am oblivious to your intentions? You seek to undermine Sister Susan's authority as island leader while Feng is away, aspiring to become a local tyrant yourself. Should Feng never return, I assure you, You would transform Hot Spring Island into your personal playground, He Lishuan rebuked loudly. Seeking your demise, Wang Zhihai hurled a whip at He Lishuan's face. What? You dare to strike? Brothers of the Peace faction, rally. Brothers of the Freedom faction, take action. Just ensure no lives are lost. Instantly, the atmosphere in the parliamentary hall shifted dramatically, evolving from negotiation to a full-blown melee. Susan, witnessing the flurry of scattered documents, quickly shielded Elian and fled through the back door. She had intended to mediate the dispute between the two factions, yet before she could utter a word, the two major factions were already embroiled in conflict. Duo and Hina also shielded Yixing as they escaped through the front entrance. Meanwhile, within the parliamentary hall, only members of the two factions remained, engaged in a brawl. A group of guards rushed in, wielding wooden clubs and rattan sticks. However, upon entering, they discovered the two factions in combat and were instantly at a loss for how to intervene. It is crucial to note that each individual present held significant authority, and the situation was compounded by factional rivalries. The guards, displaying wisdom, feigned ignorance and discreetly retreated down the corridor. After all, how could they intervene? A single misstep might lead to them being targeted by both factions. Outside the hall, members of the neutral faction stood dumbfounded, uncertain of their next course of action. After all, the upper echelons of the Freedom and Peace factions nearly monopolized all power across the northern and southern parts of Hot Spring Island. The northern Hot Spring Island supported He Lishuan, while the southern Hot Spring Island backed Wang Zhihai. With a population exceeding 500 million in the south compared to less than 100 million in the north, the disparity in strength between the factions is evident. Were it not for the presence of the elder Cheng Li Bin on He Lishuan's side, Wang Zhihai might have already consumed him whole. The battle within the parliamentary hall raged for 2 hours, and the sounds of conflict gradually waned. Susan re-entered, accompanied by members of the neutral faction. Tables and chairs lay shattered, and 2 severely injured individuals were sprawled on the floor. Wang Zhihai emerged unscathed, with his senior officials and council members largely unharmed. In contrast, Helixuan's side was in dire straits, each member bearing the marks of battle. Alas, the population of North Hot Spring Island was not in their favor. Have you had enough? Susan inquired coldly. Enough, Sister Susan. Let us continue with the meeting. Oh, my eyes. Helixuan lamented, covering his panda-like eyes. I find myself at a loss for words. After all, both factions present valid arguments, leaving me unable to counter them. However, one thing is certain. If Offing were to return and witness your current state, it would undoubtedly cause him great sorrow. This civilization was built by his own hands, yet you have turned the most civilized council hall into a battleground. Susan exclaimed with heartfelt distress. Wang Zhihai's lips twitched slightly, but he refrained from further comment. The House of Representatives was now divided into 2 factions. Wang Zhihai had managed to buy off a significant portion of the representatives, as he controlled the industries of Peach Blossom Village, the wealthiest among the citizens. Helixuan was at a disadvantage. He lacked external support and was barely sustaining himself on a meager salary. Most of the representatives who supported him held uncertain loyalties and could easily switch sides. Sister Susan, you cannot blame me, Wang Zhihai. I aspire to develop Hot Spring Island into a true super civilization. Yet, there are always some simpletons who disrupt progress. In my view, that scoundrel Helixuan should be nailed to a cross and reviled by the masses. Time will reveal the truth, Wang Zhihai stated calmly. Wang Zhihai, how dare you? When I first became the island leader, I should have dismissed you from your position as bank president. Otherwise, how could you amass such wealth to bribe the representatives? Helixuan retorted angrily. You dare to insult my character? All my funds come from the industries of Peach Blossom Village. I have not embezzled a single cent from the bank. Wang Zhihai fumed. His presidency was marred by fears of such allegations. Chapter 1152. It's nothing. I just wanted to call you. Who knows? Your bank's accounts are murky. A few extra zeros here and there, and Brother Feng has no time to scrutinize, Helixuan remarked sarcastically. Brothers of the liberal faction, strike. It seems that previous blows were insufficient. Instantly, over 1,000 members of the liberal faction stood up. Enough. Susan stepped forward, positioning herself between the 2 factions. She still wielded some authority, primarily because she was Yi Feng's legitimate wife and had briefly served as the leader herself. If you wish to argue, wait until Yi Feng returns. I cannot govern you now. Susan was so furious she was nearly spitting blood. Wang Zhihai emerged from the crowd. Sister Susan, when will Brother Feng return? Is there a specific date? How would I know when he will return? Susan retorted. Then there is no choice. I cannot collaborate with those from North Hot Spring Island. I propose that we begin our independence now. Helixuan, you manage North Hot Spring Island, and I will oversee South Hot Spring Island. In 3 years, we shall see which side flourishes best. Wang Zhihai's true intentions were finally revealed. Not only the peace faction members, but even the neutral faction cast sharp glances at Wang Zhihai. Wang Zhihai, are you attempting to divide our Hot Spring Island? A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Susan's eyes. Even the usually impassive Duoyan, Hina raised her gaze to examine Wang Zhihai. Wang Zhihai felt a sinking sensation in his heart and quickly waved his hands in protest. No, no, no. How could I dare to divide Feng Ji's Hot Spring Island? What I mean is, let the two islands be governed separately for a while to see who manages better. When Feng Gu returns, we will surely reunite our northern and southern Hot Spring Islands, Wang Zhihai asserted. Susan and Duoyan Hina exchanged glances. Sister Hina, what are your thoughts? Susan inquired. What do I think? I am not well versed in matters of management. I will defer to you, as I trust in your leadership abilities, Duoyan Hina replied. Is that so? Very well. Susan nodded and turned her attention back to the group. Wang Zhihai, Heli Xian, do you both wish to manage the Hot Spring Island separately? Susan asked. Indeed. Wang Zhihai affirmed. Heli Xian pondered for a moment and exchanged a few words with Cheng Libin. I also agree to the division of governance. However, the Xin County concession must fall under the jurisdiction of Northern Hot Spring Island, as our industrial foundation and population are significantly inferior to those of Southern Hot Spring Island. Heli Xian stated. The others once again turned their gaze to Wang Zhihai, who did not consult his subordinates but instead slammed his hand on the table decisively. It's settled. In the future, Southern Hot Spring Island will establish concessions in other locations, but those will be under our jurisdiction. Northern Hot Spring Island will only manage the Xin County concession, Wang Zhihai declared. Heli Xian remained silent, slowly approaching Wang Zhihai. Standing half a meter apart, they extended their hands and shook. Thus commenced the official period of divided governance for the Hot Spring Islands. In a spiritual inn in Pingzhou Prefecture, Yi Feng took out 100% pure qi nourishing pill from his pocket. Guyu, take this qi nourishing pill and exchange it for some spirit stones. I didn't expect that in the Xingming continent, spirit stones are the true currency, Yi Feng said slowly. Understood, Mr. Yi, Guyu replied, promptly departing the inn with the qi nourishing pill. As for their initial rent, Guyu had graciously covered it. Yi Feng would not take advantage of him, especially since he could see that Guyu was quite frugal. Furthermore, Yi Feng was no longer worried about trust issues, as Guyu and the others, under Yi Feng's influence, had almost come to regard him as a master. This spiritual inn was more upscale than a regular inn, as each room was equipped with soundproofing that not only blocked noise, but also shielded against spiritual senses. Of course, some powerful cultivators could easily invade the soundproofing with their spiritual senses, but those inside would be alerted. They rented a private suite, which included a grand hall and 7 rooms, ample space for their group. Mr. Yi, I didn't expect you to possess the ability to refine pills. Here, I have a waste pill of yuan cultivation. Would it be possible for you to refine it? Gu Qin suddenly approached, holding a pill of yuan cultivation. Certainly. I will refine it for you right away, Yi Feng replied, taking the pill of yuan cultivation in one hand. The power of the blood-sucking art increased with one's realm. And now that he had reached the late stage of true martial, his control over the technique was at its peak. In less than a few minutes, Yi Feng opened his hand to reveal a pure white pill resting in his palm. Marvelous. Mr. Yi, may I call you Feng Gu? I have noticed that everyone calls you that, and Gu. Gu Qin looked at Yi Feng with eager anticipation. It's casual, as long as you think highly of me. That suffices, Yi Feng replied, shrugging his shoulders. Gu Qin held the Peiyuan Dan, her gaze flickering with a mix of emotions. At this moment, she began to comprehend why someone of Yi Feng's modest cultivation could possess such formidable allies from the Hot Spring Island, who were willing to follow him unwaveringly. He displayed no airs, remained humble, and occasionally exhibited a playful demeanor. Most importantly, after spending time with Yi Feng, she could sense the innate kindness and integrity that radiated from him. Kindness and integrity cannot be feigned, especially over a prolonged period. Very few can achieve such a feat. One must be genuinely kind and upright at their core to elicit a sense of joy in those around them. In stark contrast, on the Starry Dream continent, deceit and treachery run rampant among cultivators, even among disciples of the same sect, who may turn against one another over precious resources. When it comes to materials critical for advancement, even familial bonds can fracture into enmity. Brother Feng, Guqin called out timidly. What is it? Yi Feng inquired. Nothing. I just wanted to call you, Guqin responded. Yi Feng replied, I apologize, but I can only refine one Peiyuan Dan for you, as purifying elixirs requires considerable effort. It is not akin to mere sleight of hand. Yi Feng regarded Guqin with caution, wary of indulging her whims. No, I don't need you to refine it. This Peiyuan Dan is sufficient. Cultivating too quickly can lead to inner demons, Guqin hastily clarified. Just then, Guyue returned. So, how many spirit stones did you exchange? Yi Feng asked. This sack is filled entirely with the qi-nourishing pills of your desired purity. They are highly sought after among low-tier cultivators. In total, I acquired 11,000 first-tier spirit stones, Guyue replied nervously, fearful of attracting unwanted attention. Although some powerful beings would refrain from acting within the Pingzhou prefecture, the situation could become perilous outside the city. I would like to inquire about spirit stones. How many grades are there, and how are they exchanged between grades? Yi Feng suddenly expressed keen interest. Spirit stones are classified into 5 grades. Beyond the 5th grade lies the rarest quality, the supreme spirit stones, which have become nearly extinct on the continent. With the increasing number of cultivators on the Starry Dream continent, many prime spirit mines were exhausted hundreds of thousands of years ago. Perhaps only a few remain in secret realms. Chapter 1153. You yourself are incapable. As for the exchange rates, a second-tier spirit stone can be traded for 10 first-tier spirit stones, while a third-tier spirit stone can be exchanged for 10 second-tier ones. Fourth-tier stones are quite precious. It is nearly impossible for individuals below the divine origin realm to possess them. The exchange rate remains consistent, with each tier typically yielding a 10-fold conversion. However, when exchanging higher-tier stones for lower-tier ones, one can often receive around 12 lower-tier stones. The higher the tier of the spirit stone, the more lower-tier stones it can yield, thus deviating from the official exchange rate. For instance, a 5th-tier spirit stone is officially valued at the equivalent of 10,000 first-tier spirit stones. In reality, however, should one attempt to exchange 10,000 first-tier spirit stones, acquiring a single 5th-tier stone would be improbable, likely requiring the expenditure of 12,000 or even 15,000 stones. During extraordinary times, one might have to part with as many as 20,000 to procure just one 5th-tier spirit stone. Guyu patiently elucidated this to Yi Feng. I understand now. Very well, you may go rest. I shall return to my chamber and request not to be disturbed, Yi Feng remarked. By the way, during this time, could you inquire whether there are any sellers of primary cultivation techniques in Pingzhou City? If so, please keep an eye out for me. Upon concluding his words, Yi Feng carried the sack into his room and sat on the bed, gradually purifying the spirit stones. The stones were initially a grayish white, but through Yi Feng's efforts, they transformed into a pristine white, albeit having shrunk in size. He placed the refined spirit stone beneath the light for inspection. It appeared to retain some impurities, likely falling short of the highest quality, yet it was assuredly above the 4th tier. This meant that, in this brief span, he had amplified the value of a single spirit stone by 1,000-fold, 10,000 times. Yi Feng felt an exhilarating rush. However, that exhilaration was swiftly replaced by disheartenment. The process of purifying spirit stones was far more laborious than refining medicinal pills. Given that spirit stones are entirely natural, repurifying such organic materials demands immense effort. In contrast, pills are artificially concocted, rendering their refinement relatively simpler. Never mind. I shall purify 20 stones for now, which is equivalent to possessing 20,000 low-tier spirit stones. With that, Yi Feng embarked on the monotonous task of purification. Time slipped by, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. The door to Yi Feng's room swung open, and a figure emerged. Brother Feng, how did you turn into an African chicken with no sunlight in here? Chen An exclaimed in astonishment. What African chicken? I've merely absorbed the impurities into my body. This layer on my skin is entirely composed of those impurities. Bring me water. I require a bath. At your service. Guqin and Xue Shu promptly responded, rushing to prepare the bath water. Yi Feng stripped down completely and plunged into the wooden tub with a splash. Just then, a knock echoed from outside. Who is it? It's us, Brother Feng. Do you need our assistance with your back? It was Xue Shu's voice. It's rather inappropriate for men and women to be so familiar. Yi Feng frowned. Creak. The door was swung open. Yi Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Gu Qin and Xue Shu stood before him, clad only in sheer, diaphanous fabric, seemingly wearing nothing beneath. Creak. The bedroom door was locked again. The two women approached him, their faces adorned with playful smiles. Don't come closer. I am a respectable individual. If you advance any further, I shall have to call out. Oh, brother Feng, do not feign innocence. Our gazes have betrayed your innermost thoughts. Today, let us sisters attend to you properly. Without further ado, the two women began to assist Yi Feng with his bath, though he internally resisted. The sight of the two enchanting women lowering themselves to such a degree made it difficult for him to dismiss them. Otherwise, it would inflict harm upon their hearts and minds. The delicate veil draped over Gu Qin was nearly soaked, with two imposing silhouettes merely 5 centimeters from Yi Feng's nose. He could even perceive a hint of a milky fragrance. Brother Feng, am I pleasing you? Gu Qin leaned closer to Yi Feng, their skin almost touching. He could sense the sweet aroma emanating from her. Xue Shu, with her jade-like hand, caressed him below, while one of her feet indulged Yi Feng with a foot massage. It feels delightful, but perhaps I should reciprocate, Yi Feng declared, seizing the two substantial silhouettes. Soft yet resilient, soon the room was filled with melodious laughter, which quickly transformed into breathy gasps. An hour and a half later, Yi Feng lay supine on the pristine floor, two flawless bodies sprawled across his chest. Brother Feng, my brother has gathered information about the primary cultivation techniques, but there are many varieties. He said you will need to choose for yourself. Gu Yu's flowing hair cascaded over Yi Feng's chest, while her delicate hand played lightly. No more of that. I must venture out to select my cultivation techniques. After saying this, Yi Feng extricated the two octopus-like figures from him. Upon exiting the room, he found Chen An and others blushing, pretending to read. Gu Yu sat in the middle, her expression complex. Little did she expect to become Yi Feng's brother-in-law so swiftly. Life is truly unpredictable. Gu Yu, what techniques do you have? May I take a look? Yi Feng seated himself beside her. Gu Yu inhaled deeply, a faint smile gracing her lips. Over the years, she had cherished Gu Qin as a treasure, only to find her roughly handled by Yi Feng. I cannot bring back the techniques, but I have memorized their categories. The Ling Tian sword technique has 7 layers, each corresponding to a different realm. Upon reaching the first layer, one attains the postnatal realm. The second layer corresponds to the true martial realm, and so forth. The Ling Tian sword technique is quite popular, as it not only facilitates advancement, but also grants practitioners considerable martial prowess within a short period. The second technique, Breaking Wind Fist, consists of 6 layers and is known for its rapid efficacy, possessing above-average power among peers, with each layer aligning with a major realm. The third, Qing Foam Sword Manual, is somewhat lackluster yet extends to 9 layers, allowing cultivation up to the divine realm. However, it is incredibly taxing on one's vital energy, as this sword manual necessitates a complete sword formation to complement it. Upon reaching the third layer, one can attain the innate realm, enabling personal arrangement of the sword formation. Once the formation is established, one can combat opponents 2 major realms above, provided one's energy is sufficient to sustain the formation. Otherwise, one may exhaust their vital energy before achieving victory, succumbing before the enemy. In brief, the Qing Feng Sword Manual is highly demanding on vital energy. If one possesses such abundant energy, it might be wiser to focus on advancement rather than engaging in these extravagant pursuits. The fourth. Gu Yu was about to continue speaking when Yi Feng interrupted her. Chapter 1154, The Castle in the Air. I want this Qing Feng Sword Manual, he declared. What? Gu Yu exclaimed in surprise. Brother Feng, you must think this through. Although the Qing Feng Sword Manual can lead one all the way to the divine realm, it consumes an immense amount of vital energy. Moreover, how many can truly reach the divine realm? Over the past 100,000 years, it seems only one spear god has achieved that. I believe you should choose the Breaking Wind Fist instead. This technique can demonstrate extraordinary power even at the true martial realm, Gu Yu advised. No, I desire the Qing Feng Sword Manual. Just tell me how much it costs in spirit stones, Yi Feng replied calmly. He possessed the blood-sucking art, so he was not lacking in vital energy. And due to his current struggles with inner demons, he could not rapidly advance. Thus, he opted to expend his energy on external matters. The Qing Feng Sword Manual is seldom chosen because few possess the confidence to cultivate to the divine realm, and its power is relatively modest. The pavilion master stated that it only requires 500 first-tier spirit stones, Guyu explained. Deal. I will give you 500 spirit stones. Now go fetch the Qingfeng sword manual for me. After speaking, Yifeng casually took out a refined spirit stone. This, Brother Feng, this appears to be a 5th-tier spirit stone, equivalent to 10,000 first-tier spirit stones. Guyu exclaimed, her face a picture of shock. Enough chatter. Quickly exchange it for the Qingfeng sword manual. The extra funds can be considered a tip, Yifeng said impatiently. He urgently needed to engage in rigorous training, as such practice combined with the blood-sucking art would minimize the influence of his inner demons. If he solely relied on the blood-sucking art, it could lead to an invasion of the inner demons, rendering him half human, half demon. All right, I will go immediately, Guyu responded, her excitement palpable. She never expected that a simple trip could yield such substantial wealth. Following Brother Feng indeed promised a life of abundance. Once Guyu departed, Yifeng turned around only to find his anger rising as he spotted Chen An and the others peering through the door crack, attempting to spy on him. This is unacceptable. Get out of here, Yifeng shouted, swatting at them, causing the four to scamper back to their own rooms. Returning to his chamber, Yifeng discovered the two women seated with their legs crossed, cultivating. What are you doing? Yifeng inquired. Brother Feng, since you didn't take measures against us earlier, we intend to extract your essence. If we become pregnant too soon, we won't be able to enjoy ourselves fully, Guyu declared, and with that, she forcibly drew forth Yifeng's essence from his body. It's all right. I assure you, I won't be caught off guard. Yifeng sighed deeply. Due to his weak soul, he had become unable to procreate. Yet, why was it that he could father children with Duoyenhina? There were only two possibilities. Either Duoyenhina was so beautiful that he inadvertently infused his soul into her, or she was a descendant of dual deities, possessing an immensely powerful soul that complemented his own. Shueshu exerted herself and also extracted Yifeng's essence from his body. Brother Feng, to prolong our joy, we wish to wait a year before conceiving your child. By then, will we be able to become citizens of Hot Spring Island? Shueshu, while wiping, smiled and inquired. Are you expecting my child? One can only hope, sighed Yifeng. He truly wished for both women to conceive, yet his capabilities were limited. Perhaps only by reaching the semi-divine realm or the divine realm could his spirit attain parity with that of ordinary mortals. At that time, he would unleash his might in great measure. As time flowed once more, Yifeng sat cross-legged upon his bed, a small booklet laid open before him. The first layer of the Qingfeng sword manual corresponded to the innate realm, allowing one to simultaneously control 3 flying swords. However, a prerequisite existed. One must completely refine the 3 swords using their own vital energy and nourish them daily with precious energy. Otherwise, the swords would fail to achieve a unity of mind and spirit. Currently, Yifeng was studying the second layer of the Qingfeng sword manual, which enabled the simultaneous control of 6 flying swords. Although he did not possess flying swords at present, he could practice in advance. The sword forging pavilion should have completed the crafting of his 100 exquisite flying swords. The third layer of the Qingfeng sword manual, once mastered, would allow Yifeng to advance to the innate realm, granting him control over 12 flying swords. With 12 swords, he could single-handedly arrange the basic sword formation included in the manual, the Qingfeng sword formation. Upon mastering the 4th layer, Yifeng would ascend to the transformation of essence realm, enabling him to command 24 flying swords and accelerate the deployment of the Qingfeng sword formation. The 5th layer, the divine essence realm, would allow him to control 48 flying swords. With such a number, he could set up the intermediate Qingyuan sword formation, capable of ensnaring semi-divine beings, provided they entered the formation. Otherwise, if they remained outside, he could do nothing to them. The 6th layer, the refining void realm, would permit him to manage 96 flying swords. This meant that only upon reaching the refining void realm could Yifeng barely utilize all 100 flying swords. As for the subsequent divine separation realm, the 7th layer of the Qingfeng sword manual, it could arrange the legendary Jinwu sword formation. Given sufficient divine essence, the Jinwu sword formation could dominate the mortal realm, exterminating even divine beings within its confines, provided they willingly entered the formation. Yifeng carefully put away the booklet, treasuring it in his bosom. For 99% of cultivators, the Qingfeng sword manual was a rather impractical technique, as they lacked the energy to nourish the flying swords. Yet for Yifeng, It felt as though the Qing Feng's sword manual had been tailor-made for him. This illustrates the importance of choosing a technique that suits one's abilities. It is not merely the sophistication of a technique that matters, for higher-level techniques often come with significant drawbacks. While these may not be apparent in the early stages, they can become life-threatening in the later phases. The Qing Feng sword manual was different. Its drawback lay in the substantial consumption of vital energy. However, with Yi Feng's blood-sucking technique and his inability to rapidly advance, his energy was perfectly suited for nourishing the flying swords. Stepping out of the room, Yi Feng's spirit soared. Though arduous, the path of asceticism bestows upon him a profound sense of grounding. In contrast, the blood-sucking technique, while swiftly cultivated, is akin to a castle in the air, leaving Yi Feng in a constant state of trepidation. Brother Feng, visitors from the sword-forging pavilion have arrived. Let us prepare the transformation pills and retrieve the 100 exquisite flying swords you crafted, Guyu announced as he entered. Let us proceed, Yi Feng replied, clasping his hands behind his back as he led a few companions toward the sword-forging pavilion. Within, 7 venerable elders were seated, 6 of whom were innate realm experts, while the one at the head of the table was an initial stage transformation realm master. Despite their esteemed ranks, each bore a haggard countenance, pallid and weary. To forge these 100 exquisite spiritual swords, we, alongside our over 400 apprentice craftsmen, have toiled for an entire month. If that brat fails to produce the remaining 5 transformation pills, he should not blame us for our lack of courtesy. The transformation realm craftsman spoke coldly. His need for the pills palpable. Should this endeavor succeed, he would be entitled to an additional transformation pill, a boon that would enable him to strive for the mid-transformation realm. Master Chiao, I sense that lad is not one to default on his debts. My only curiosity lies in the source of his high-purity transformation pills, interjected the round-faced middle-aged man, the same one who had attended to Yi Feng previously. What do you imply? Master Chiao inquired. I propose that when he arrives, we engage him in conversation to ascertain the cultivation level of his elders. If their prowess is beneath the transformation realm, the middle-aged man's eyes glinted with a hint of malice. Those capable of establishing a sword-forging pavilion in Pingzhou City are often formidable characters. It is unlikely they have attained such heights merely by crafting swords with integrity. Very well, as the adage goes, no fortune comes without risk, and no horse thrives without night grass. We may as well take a chance. However, should his elders exceed the transformation realm, we must refrain from any rash actions to avoid unnecessary trouble and protect the reputation of our sword-forging pavilion. Master Chiao replied calmly. Understood, the others bowed respectfully. At that moment, a voice resonated from outside. A distinguished guest approaches. As the announcement faded, Yi Feng and his companion strode inside. Upon entry, Yi Feng's expression shifted. He sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Despite the old men's ostensibly impartial demeanor, the greed lurking in their eyes did not escape his keen intuition. Allow me to introduce you, sir. This is Master Chiao, the craftsman who forged your swords. The middle-aged man hurriedly approached, a forced smile adorning his face. Greetings, Master Chiao. I have brought the remaining 5 transformation pills with me. They comprise my entire fortune, Yi Feng declared, producing a bag and tossing it toward Master Chiao. With a swift motion, Master Chiao caught the bag. A powerful consciousness swept through its contents. Hiss! Such high purity? Master Chiao, discarding his pretense, quickly inverted the bag. 5 pure white transformation pills rolled onto the table. In an instant, 7 pairs of burning gazes fixated upon the transformation pills, and Yi Feng could even hear the sound of their swallowing. Very well, third brother, hand it over, Master Chiao instructed. Immediately, a master craftsman of innate realm approached, holding a small box measuring 10 centimeters in length. What? Is this truly my 100 exquisite flying swords? Yi Feng's expression darkened, feeling as though he had been deceived. Master Chiao cast a skeptical glance at Yi Feng, as if scrutinizing a novice. Brother Feng, the flying swords can indeed be resized. This box is more than sufficient, Guyu whispered from the side. Yi Feng's face flushed with embarrassment. Having just arrived at the Starming continent, he could not shake off his rustic demeanor. He flicked his finger, causing the small box to spring open. Inside lay 100 swords, slender as needles. Guyu, please check if these are indeed exquisite flying swords, Yi Feng said, handing the box to her. Guyu quickly accepted the box and pinched a sword between her fingers. Indeed, These are exquisite flying swords, and they have not yet recognized a master. Brother Feng, I cannot help you enlarge them. You should return and perform a blood oath to recognize them as your own. After nurturing them with your vital energy daily, I believe that in about a month, you will be able to control their resizing, Gu Yu advised. Excellent. Yi Feng carefully placed the box into his waist pouch. Esteemed seniors, the transaction is complete. I shall not disturb you further. Farewell, Yi Feng announced, preparing to depart. Wait. Master Chiu suddenly raised a hand. What is it? Yi Feng's body stiffened, entering a state of alert. Sir, I am Qiumingyi. May I inquire your name? Qiumingyi asked. I am Yi Feng, the Night Wind. Yi Feng replied. Ah, so you are the Night Wind, huh? This transaction marks the largest batch we have had at the sword casting pavilion in the past decade. I surmise your esteemed predecessor is a remarkable figure, hidden from the world? Qiumingyi smiled. Congratulations, you are correct. My master is elusive, like a dragon that shows its head but not its tail. Do you wish to meet him? Yi Feng boasted. Haha, I would indeed like to meet him. But as a mere practitioner of the transformation realm, I fear your master may be reluctant to see me. Qiumingyi continued to chuckle. Yi Feng's mind raced. This old fellow's method of probing was rather crude. It seemed he wished to gauge his master's true capabilities. If Yi Feng claimed his master was of a low realm, they might attempt to reclaim the flying swords once he left the city, even resorting to violence. Conversely, if he exaggerated his master's prowess, they would suspect him of boasting. Nothing so severe. My master, in truth, is of equal standing to esteemed seniors. However, the sect he belongs to is a significant one in the Black Mountain Kingdom. Unfortunately, for specific reasons, I cannot disclose its name. Yi Feng began to cloak himself in mystery. Qiumingyi replied, Very well, then you may return, Night Wind. Do visit our sword casting pavilion again when you have the time. He waved his hand dismissively. Farewell, Yi Feng said, striding out of the sword casting pavilion. At that moment, a swift sound whizzed overhead. What was that? Yi Feng looked up at the sky. Swish, swish, swish. 3 more sounds of slicing through the air echoed, leaving 3 white trails in the sky. Could it be the bombers from our hot spring island? How audacious of them to venture into Pingzhou City. Chen An's expression changed dramatically. Yi Feng, too, wore a grim countenance. After all, Pingzhou City was under the protection of a refinement void cultivator. Was this not inviting trouble for Hot Spring Island? Buzz. A layer of azure light curtain gradually ascended from the boundary of Pingzhou City into the sky, forming a colossal protective dome spanning several hundred kilometers, enveloping the entire city. Numerous spiritual crossbows were aimed at the heavens, while the citizens within the city were thrown into a state of panic. Even several high-ranking members of the sword-casting pavilion emerged, gazing skyward in unison. I have long heard that significant events were unfolding in the Western Prefecture. It seems the winds of the Gale Zone are shifting, allowing some indigenous beings from secret realms to enter the Starmung continent. It appears the rumors are indeed true, Master Chiu remarked, his face grave. Master, this might present an opportunity for us. As I understand it, secret realms often harbor spirit herbs that have grown for millennia, or even 10,000 years. If necessary, we at the Sword Casting Pavilion should send someone into the secret realm before others seize the chance, suggested one of the weapon refiners. No, with the Gale Zone shifting, countless powerful beings will certainly enter. To venture into the secret realm now would be tantamount to delivering ourselves as offerings. Let us wait and observe, Qiumingyi responded slowly. Chapter 1156. A humiliation. Yi Feng and his companions traversed the street of weapon refining and turned into the adjacent street of techniques. Chen An, Bai He, Bai Ling, and Ying Chu. Since you 4 do not have a primary technique, feel free to choose whatever appeals to you. I shall cover the expenses, Yi Feng declared as he led them into a repository of books. Esteemed guests, what type of technique are you seeking? A receptionist approached them. Type. Chen An replied, puzzled. Haha, some techniques emphasize immense power, capable of demonstrating combat efficacy early on. Others are designed for upgrades, often accompanied by weaker abilities or even lacking offensive capabilities. Yet they allow for faster progression. There are also defensive primary techniques, typically used for self-preservation. If you enjoy venturing outside, I would recommend selecting a defensive primary technique. The receptionist patiently explained to Chen and Brother Feng, which type of technique do you think I should choose? Chen inquired. You are naturally exuberant, with a tendency to speak without discretion, which may offend others. Thus, I suggest you opt for a self-preservation primary technique, Yi Feng advised. Uft. Guqin and Shueshu could not help but stifle their laughter. Brother Feng, there's no need for such brutal honesty. Very well, I shall choose a self-preservation technique. Chen An promptly began to select his technique. The other three also chose according to their personalities within the repository. An hour later, all four had found techniques that resonated with them. Homeward, Yi Feng proclaimed, leading the way towards the spirit pavilion. Just as they were halfway, they spotted a group of riders on spiritual beasts galloping down the street. Brother Feng, since we have some idle time, why not take a look? Chen An suggested. Indeed. Let us have a glance, came the reply. Thus, the group trailed behind the band of riders. The horses they rode were remarkably tall, adorned with a single horn atop their heads, suggesting they belonged to the mystical beasts of the new Taiwanese realm. After following for half an hour, Yi Feng and his companions, leveraging their identities as cultivators, ascended the city wall. The wall was already crowded with individuals, predominantly warriors from Pingzhou City, among whom one figure clad in a gray robe stood out conspicuously. Yi Feng scanned with his divine sense. A cultivator at the early stage of the divine origin realm? Beside this cultivator stood 8 burly men clad in black armor, all at the pinnacle of the transformation realm. The soldiers atop the wall exhibited a variety of strengths. Those in heavy armor were mostly low-ranking soldiers, while those in light armor were cultivators, ranging from the acquired realm to the true martial realm, and even the innate realm. The higher their rank, the less armor they donned. Spanning over 100 kilometers, the western city wall was equipped with hundreds of spiritual crossbows, all aimed uniformly towards the vast plains outside. Suddenly, 3 shadows swept across the top of the wall. The shadows circled back repeatedly, finally slowing their pace. The form of 3 bombers revealed itself to the onlookers, triangular in shape, with flames emanating from their underbellies as they descended gracefully. Each measured over 70 meters in length, with a wingspan of approximately 60 meters. Brother Feng, this doesn't resemble the bombers we used to fly. Has there been a new model introduced? Chen An exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Meanwhile, the other 3 pilots wore expressions of pride. Gu Yu and the others exchanged glances, their eyes filled with anticipation as they observed the 3 bombers. Eventually, the aircraft settled in the center of the plains, roughly 2,000 meters from the city wall. The man in the gray robe stood up, his divine sense firmly locking onto the bombers. He was the Grand General of Pingzhou City, tasked with safeguarding the western wall. He had been aware of the bombing in Xin County for 2 months. Initially, he had intended to wait until the state leader emerged from seclusion to visit Xin County, not anticipating that the spiritual devices would arrive at Pingzhou City first. Others widened their eyes, curiously observing the oddly shaped flying machines. With a series of clicks, the doors of the 3 cabins sprang open, revealing 9 individuals clad in tight-fitting leather suits, helmets adorning their heads. These foreign people are utterly ridiculous. Their attire is so revealing it leaves nothing to the imagination. Came a boisterous laugh. Truly, what a disgrace for these barbarians. Echoed the laughter from the city wall. Is it him? Yi Feng squinted, having scanned the 9 individuals with his divine sense. He could not name 8 of them, but he recognized the one at the forefront. Meng Yanlu removed her helmet, her hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders. She gazed at the towering city wall, a glimmer of disdain flickering in her eyes. What does it matter how high the wall is? Barbarism remains barbarism. It cannot be compared to our southern hot spring island. With that, Meng Yanlu stepped forward, locking her gaze directly with the man in the gray robe. At the same moment, the man in the gray robe was also observing Meng Yanlu, a woman. Moreover, the audacity of a mere late-stage postnatal practitioner to challenge my esteemed Pingzhou City with such a scant retinue is truly remarkable. The man in the gray robe, embodying an unwavering composure, did not allow the numerical inferiority of his adversaries to instill any sense of complacency within him. With a mere gesture, he commanded 300 spiritual crossbows to take aim at Meng Yanlu. The expressions of the other 8 individuals shifted dramatically, involuntarily retreating a step, for they were but simple residents, lacking the courage that true citizens possess, unafraid of sacrifice. Meng Yanlu let out a soft laugh, taking another step forward in defiance of the aimed crossbows. Where is your governor? I have matters of importance to discuss with him, on behalf of Wang Zhihai, the lord of Nanwenquan Island. Her voice traveled across the distance, ensuring that all within several kilometers could hear her. The gray-robed man curled his lips in a sardonic smile. signaling his subordinate with a subtle glance. A burly man clad in black armor stepped forward, leaning against the city wall. Such audacity, demanding an audience with our governor. Who do you think you are? He retorted coldly. My identity is of little consequence, but the message I carry for the governor is of utmost significance. It would be prudent for the governor to emerge. Some matters are beyond the comprehension of you lesser beings, Meng Yanla asserted, exuding an air of authority. Though she was merely a late-stage postnatal practitioner, the formidable presence of Nanwenquan Island loomed behind her. The gray-robed man raised an eyebrow, indicating for the black-armored man to step aside. Young lady, the governor and the foregrade are currently in seclusion. I am the general of Pingzhou's western fortress. Speak your piece to me, he stated. Can you make decisions? She inquired. Certainly, the gray-robed man replied, his patience wearing thin. Very well. I possess a document that requires you to dispatch someone to retrieve it. This is a letter from Lord Wang Zhihai addressed to the governor, requesting trade relations with Nanwenquan Island and the construction of a railway to connect Pingzhou with our island. In the future, we could supply you with advanced weaponry, or combat aircraft and sand vehicles. As she spoke, Meng Yanla gestured toward the 3 bombers behind her. Do you see these? These 3 bombers are our newly developed stealth bombers, capable of evading the spiritual senses of practitioners. As for their speed, I assure you, even those at the divine essence level would find it impossible to lock onto them. If we restore trade and extend the railway to Pingzhou's counties, I guarantee that within 3 years, Pingzhou will possess such stealth bombers. Gone was her previous delicateness. She now radiated the unyielding demeanor of a strong woman. Chapter 1157. I wish to see the old places. The gray-robed man narrowed his eyes slightly. Speed is indeed impressive. However, what offensive capabilities does this so-called stealth bomber possess? He inquired. He had witnessed the bomber's velocity firsthand and acknowledged his inability to intercept it. A duo. Take the bomber into the sky and drop a few drops of heavy water onto the protective array so they may witness the bomber's might. Understood. A female pilot donned her helmet. With a whoosh, one of the bombers ascended gracefully. Moments later, a shadow zipped across the sky. The gray-robed man quickly glanced upward at the luminous screen in the sky. A deluge of heavy water cascaded down, distorting the luminous barrier that enveloped a 5-kilometer radius above the city walls. With a resounding splash, hundreds of drops fell, one of which penetrated the shimmering veil and struck the Arrow Tower with formidable force. The man in the gray robe, sensing this, underwent a drastic change in expression. To his astonishment, that single drop had traversed the entire Arrow Tower, piercing through the very foundation of the city wall, ultimately halting 2 kilometers beneath the surface. The sheer penetrative power of this droplet far surpassed that of their spiritual crossbows by an unimaginable margin. A bomber hovered ominously above Pingzhou City, exuding an air of both demonstration and menace. May I inquire, Miss, what is your name? The gray-robed man asked courteously, his address shifting from little girl to miss. I am Meng Yanla, a citizen of Nanwenquan Island, she replied. Ah, so you are Miss Meng Yanla. I am Liu Bei. Your message will be conveyed to the lord of the prefecture, but you must await his emergence from seclusion. However, I can assure you of one thing, Liu Bei stated nonchalantly. What assurance do you offer? Meng Yanla countered. The railway you seek can indeed extend to the 3 counties of Shiliang, Haoshui, and Le, all of which fall under my clan's jurisdiction. As for the other numerous counties, I cannot provide such guarantees, Liu Bei elucidated. In the kingdom of Heishan, attaining the rank of general necessitated substantial backing, and his support stemmed from the Liu Bei family. Then I must request, Mr. Liu Bei, that you inform the lords of these 3 counties to prevent any obstruction when we commence the railway's construction, Meng Yanla insisted. Rest assured, I shall promptly notify the lords of the 3 counties via the long-distance talisman. As for you, you may now return to your railway project. I trust you will sell me this flying spiritual device once the railway is completed, and I hope you will give precedence to the Liu Bei family in your dealings. Liu Bei remarked. When will the railway span the entirety of Pingzhou? Meng Yanla inquired. I cannot guarantee that. We must await the emergence of the lord of the prefecture and the 4 supreme magicians, Liu Bei replied. Very well. Your foresight is commendable for one destined to be a general. Farewell, Meng Yanla concluded, turning towards the bomber. At that moment, her demeanor shifted. Her gaze abruptly directed towards the city wall. With urgency, Yifeng pulled Chen An behind the battlements. He had, regrettably, lingered too long in his mental probing of Meng Yanla, leading to her awareness of his presence. Yes, Brother Feng? Meng Yanla's heart leapt with joy. This negotiation, assigned to her by Wang Zhihai, bore an additional mission to locate Yi Feng and, by any means necessary, bring him back to Wenchuan Island. Brother Feng, are you atop the city wall? She called out, her eyes searching the segment of battlement where he hid. Yi Feng and Chen An hurriedly lowered their heads and hunched their backs. He was acutely aware that should the islanders discover him, his blissful life of wandering would come to an abrupt end. In truth, Yi Feng had no desire to return as the island lord. His life's philosophy revolved around living effortlessly, joyfully, and comfortably, rather than drowning in a sea of paperwork. A flurry of gazes swept across the city wall, scrutinizing Yi Feng and his companions. Brother Feng, we all miss you dearly. If you are on the city wall, please come out. Meng Yanlur shouted. Several individuals emerged from the bomber. They were the chief pilots. Brother Feng, hurry out. Are you in Pingzhou? Sister Hina longs for you, so please return swiftly. Sister Hina is expecting her second child. The pilots continuously coaxed and urged from below. Quickly, Yi Feng whispered to Chen An, stealthily slipping away towards the inner city. On Wenchuan Island, Shi Zhengliang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, inspecting his kitchen. He had achieved the third-tier power of the emperor. Yet there remained a significant distance to the true martial realm. Master, teacher Shi. His disciples rose, paying their respects. Everyone was aware of the outcome. Hence they demonstrated particular reverence towards him. Yi Xing was also in the kitchen, assisting, and he gazed blankly at Shi Zhengliang. Well, if you all work diligently, you will surely become the next culinary deity, Shi Zhengliang stated, followed by a gentle cough. Yi Xing promptly set down his spatula and approached Shi Zhengliang. Shi Zhengliang's behavior was peculiar. He intermittently grasped at the air and spoke to empty corners, occasionally erupting into anger towards the void. Go, summon Wang Zhihai and the other high-ranking officials, Yi Xing instructed a worker. Before long, Wang Zhihai, Susan, Su Yun, Narame Zi, and others arrived. Their expressions tense as they observed Shi Zhengliang. Along with them were several of Shi Zhengliang's sons and 2 wives. You all have come? I feel that. My mother has passed away, Shi Zhengliang suddenly murmured cryptically. Old Shi, don't say such things. Your mother should still be in the civilized society of Earth, right? How could you possibly sense that? Everyone hurriedly advised. No, this is true. I just know it. Shi Zhengliang's complexion turned pale as he touched various parts of himself. The following day, Shi Zhengliang appeared in good spirits and even went fishing at the hot spring bay. However, while fishing, he tended to mutter nonsensically to the air. Wang Zhihai, Susan, and the others trailed closely behind him. The returning Yang Pil could extend his life by a year, unless he manages to break through to the true martial realm. Wang Zhihai sighed. Then let him have another one, Yi Xing suggested. It's futile. It seems only the first pill had some effect, while subsequent ones barely worked, if at all, Susan interjected. Shi Zhengliang put away his fishing rod and walked directly towards Wang Zhihai. Zhihai, can arrangements be made for a bomber to take me to the beach and the Heishu River basin? I wish to see the places of old, he inquired. Certainly. Wang Zhihai nodded. Su Yun and the others could no longer contain their emotions, bursting into tears. Soon, 3 bombers took off from Wenchuan Island. Heading towards the vast prairie, Wang Zhihai personally piloted the aircraft slowly, allowing Shi Zhengliang to observe the environment below throughout the journey. Chapter 1158. Transform me again. That was Stone City, once the territory of Yongmu. That seems to be the Yinshan clan. Shi Zhengliang murmured to himself, his eyes shimmering. Could that be the Heishu River basin? He pressed his gaze against the glass window. Hot Spring Island had long perfected the art of glassmaking, presenting the latest generation of advanced glass. Indeed, in a short while, the original Hot Spring Island would come into view. The very location of our first encounter. Was it among the Gay tribe or on the beach? We shall land directly there and take a good look at the remnants of the past. Susan pointed below. How wonderful. A smile graced Shi Zhengliang's face. Father, next year, let us return here for our travels, arriving in a bomber. Just imagining it is exhilarating. Zhengliang, Master Shi. The cabin resonated with exclamations from several individuals. Shi Zhengliang maintained his smile, yet his breath faltered, his body slumping softly into the chair. Master Shi. A roar echoed. Shi Zhengliang had departed, and Hot Spring Island convened an unprecedented grand memorial service. Wang Zhihao and Cheng Libin wept most sorrowfully. They were of similar age to Shi Zhengliang, and their tears were not solely for him, but for themselves. If they could not attain the true martial realm, their lifespans would likely dwindle to merely 2 or 3 decades, and with ill fortune, they might not even reach 20 years. Chung, please, do not weep. In his final days, Master Shi expressed that he sensed the passing of his mother. Do you think that could be true? Susan held on to the two. It must be true. When my mother passed, I was on a business trip out of town. For a few seconds, I felt as though I could not breathe, as if a valve had been blocked. Then, my sister called that morning, saying mother had departed, and the timing coincided perfectly with my moment of breathlessness. Chung Libin wiped his eyes. Susan's expression shifted. They say the speed of light is the fastest in the universe, yet I believe this theory can be challenged. We may be in another realm, but after Master Shi's mother passed, he was able to sense it with remarkable accuracy. This proves that the transmission of familial bonds surpasses even the speed of light, capable of transcending realms. If we could develop this phenomenon and apply it to communication devices, it would mark a significant breakthrough, Susan stated. Susan, why are you saying such things now? We must focus on cultivating to the true martial realm. Otherwise, we shall not be far from death, Chung Libin retorted angrily. It's not as dire as you think. Often left behind so many elixirs. They are sufficient for all of our civilized society to advance to the true martial realm. As for Master Shi, his departure was due to special circumstances. Ever since our team was formed, Shi Zhongliang has been tirelessly occupied. Each grand feast on Hot Spring Island was orchestrated by him, leaving no time for celebration. I believe his lifespan is also somewhat related to this, Su Yun interjected. Indeed, it proves that if a person remains perpetually active, it may affect their longevity. Why do turtles live longer than other creatures? Because they remain still, while Master Shi, on the other hand, could not cease moving. Ilian nodded in agreement. Wang Zhihao glanced at the individuals from various civilized societies and suddenly stood up. Sister Susan, I have a rather selfish suggestion. Currently, on our hot spring island, the number of individuals from civilized society is dwindling. Therefore, it is imperative that the elixirs refined by Brother Feng be prioritized for us, the old friends of civilized society. Only by doubling our lifespans can we ensure that the technology of Hot Spring Island progresses to greater heights. Otherwise, relying on the indigenous populace, their advancement in civilization will surely lag behind ours. After Wang Zhihai finished speaking, he anxiously gazed at Susan. My mind is in turmoil right now. As the island master of South Hot Spring Island, the decision lies with you. I shall not intervene. Susan harbored her own selfish desires. She too wished to cultivate to the true martial realm, to live for over 200 years like Yi Feng. Ilian and Su Yun exchanged glances with one another and refrained from speaking, tacitly endorsing Wang Zhihai's actions. The group then turned their attention towards Duoyan Hina. Do not look to me. I shall not partake in the management. Furthermore, my son and I do not require your elixirs to enhance our lifespans, Duoyan Hina remarked nonchalantly. Sister Hina, do you mean to say that your lifespan is quite ample? Susan inquired. Indeed. But your strength seems to be merely at the level of a power king, does it not? There are some matters that I cannot elucidate. Lifespan is intricately linked to the soul and is quite complex, too intricate to explain at this moment, Duoyan Hina replied. Very well, Zhihai, you may take the lead. Susan directed her gaze towards Wang Zhihai. All right, from this moment forth, we must intensify our cultivation efforts to strive for an early breakthrough into the true martial realm. Wang Zhihai declared, leading the group of individuals from civilized society towards the bank's treasury. Open the door. With a creak, the 5-meter-thick steel door of Xena City swung open, revealing a dozen boxes within, filled with an array of elixirs, including transformation pills, nurturing pills, and vitality pills. Please secure the treasury door. Sister Susan and I have some matters to discuss inside, Wang Zhihai said slowly. The treasury guard cast a curious glance at Wang Zhihai, but nodded nonetheless. With a resounding thud, the door locked, and the 8 guards began to whisper amongst themselves. What do you think they are doing in there? Who can say for certain? Inside is the most precious elixirs of all South Hot Spring Island, refined by Brother Feng for the citizens. Wang Zhihai wouldn't he take advantage of Brother Feng's absence to divide these valuable elixirs, would he? What can we do? He is currently the leader of the liberals, the president of the Hot Spring Bank, and the island master of South Hot Spring Island. In Pingzhou City, Yi Feng sat cross-legged on his bed, retrieving a needle from a box. Although it appeared small, it was indeed a superb flying sword. In the next moment, he pierced his fingertip. A copious amount of blood was absorbed by the flying needle. Once complete, Feng began to slowly refine the flying swords according to the methods of the Qing Feng sword manual. Whenever his vital energy waned, he would directly employ the blood absorption technique to siphon a spirit stone or a transformation pill. Particularly, the transformation pill contained an immense reservoir of energy. The blood absorption technique could directly channel this energy to nourish the flying sword. As time flowed by, 2 hours later, Feng opened his eyes. At that moment, he felt as if the small flying needle had become a part of his very being. Grow. Whoosh. The exquisite flying sword reacted with remarkable swiftness, expanding 100-fold in mere milliseconds, transforming into a 3-foot-long blade. Enlarge once more, Feng commanded again. Whoosh. The needle-sized flying sword morphed into a colossal 7-meter-long sword. Simultaneously, Feng sensed a rapid depletion of the vital energy within him. His complexion shifted, prompting him to promptly shrink the flying sword back to its original size. Chapter 1159. The two maidens rectify their attitude. All right, the second one. Feng retrieved a new needle from the box and once more pierced his fingertip. In Chen An's chamber, a massive shield hovered in the air. He too selected his magical artifact. While the shield could be employed offensively, its primary purpose was defense. Albeit with a slower control speed, it boasted substantial reliability. The other 3 individuals similarly found their respective magical artifacts. Regrettably, as they were still in the postnatal realm, controlling the artifacts proved exceedingly challenging. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had elapsed. Chen An and his companions had successfully infused their artifacts with blood, leaving Feng lagging behind. This was due to his possession of 100 exquisite flying swords. The higher the grade of the flying sword, the more energy it consumed. Correspondingly, its combat prowess and reaction speed increased. One day, Feng emerged from his chamber, looking visibly weakened. He had exhausted all the various elixirs on his person. Do you? Go to the alchemy pavilion in the North City and ascertain how many defective elixirs they possess. We shall procure them all. Feng spoke slowly. Understood. The group proceeded to the North City, known for its street of alchemy. Feng arrived at the largest first-grade alchemy pavilion. However, the individual who received him was a cultivator of the transformation realm, the very master of the pavilion. Brother Feng? Ha ha. I never expected you to truly visit our alchemy pavilion. Last time, Taoist Chiu mentioned your illustrious name, the transformation cultivator exclaimed, surprisingly recognizing Feng's pseudonym. Oh. Feng felt a twinge of annoyance. May I inquire the name of the esteemed senior? He replied nonchalantly. It seemed he had inadvertently attracted the attention of experts from Pingzhou City, and it was likely that leaving would entail a formidable battle. I am Mo Yuan. What brings you to our pavilion? Mo Yuan inquired, his smile failing to mask the greed in his eyes. He had long desired to witness the famed transformation pills firsthand. After all, having lived for over 500 years, he had only managed to successfully concoct 2 batches of transformation pills. The challenges lay in sourcing the raw materials and the fact that the higher the grade of the elixir, the lower the success rate. Do you have any defective transformation pills? Feng posed the question. Defective pills? Did I hear you correctly? What would you want with such refuse? Mo Yuan was momentarily taken aback, initially expecting a grand transaction, only to find it was a request for trash. This, I fear, is something I cannot divulge. Please, esteemed senior, name your price. How many spirit stones are you willing to offer? Feng replied calmly. I have approximately 400 defective transformation pills here, but they are rife with impurities and entirely inedible. Consuming them would be harmful rather than beneficial. Unless, Brother Yi, you have cultivated some extraordinary divine art that allows you to disregard the harmful effects of impurities on your body? Mo Yuan's words were laced with veiled insinuations. Esteemed senior, perhaps you might simply state your price, Feng urged. Feng let out a sigh, foreseeing that upon leaving Pingzhou City, several factions would likely set their sights upon him. Ha ha ha, these useless pills are yours for the taking. But I am quite curious, where did you acquire such an abundance of transformation pills in the past? How about we exchange these discarded pills for a piece of information? Mo Yuan insisted, his demeanor relentless. Hey, senior, I have nothing to disclose. Feng's tone turned icy. Humph, very well. I shall sell you these useless pills for 5 first-grade spirit stones each. Take them all, even if you choose not to tell me. I am already aware of your intentions for these discarded pills. Do you think I am oblivious to that rumor? You plan to venture to a place called Hot Spring Island, correct? I received news a month ago that there exists some sort of production line there capable of purifying discarded pills. Let me offer you a word of caution. All of this is false. If Hot Spring Island truly possessed the ability to purify discarded pills, the strength of its islanders would have long reached the demigod realm. And how could they possibly reside in the remote corners of Xin County? Mo Yuan smiled faintly. That is of no concern to you, Senior. Gu Yu, the others, please pack the discarded pills back, Yi Feng instructed. Yes. Before long, Yi Feng and his companions departed from the first-class alchemy pavilion, each burdened with a heavy sack filled with an abundance of discarded pills. Upon arriving at the spirit warehouse, Yi Feng returned to his chamber. You all guard the entrance and allow no one to disturb me. I intend to purify all these discarded pills. And when the time comes, each of you shall receive one, Yi Feng declared. Understood, Mr. Yi. At your command, they replied eagerly. The trio of Gu Yu was overwhelmed with joy. To follow Yi Feng was not merely to feast daily. It was akin to indulging in dragon meat every day. What did a transformation pill signify for those in the true martial realm? It was known that at their level, they would typically only have access to qi-nourishing pills, with the more advanced cultivation pills being a rarity. Yet, with Yi Feng's intervention, they were now in possession of transformation pills. Chen An produced a deck of cards, and they began playing a game of landlord. Gu Yu, come over and learn. It's quite entertaining. Is it? The three eagerly gathered around to witness Chen An's prowess in the game. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the spirit warehouse. Who is it? Could it be that Mo Yuan? Chen An hurried to open the door halfway. Ah, it's you? Chen An was taken aback. Of course it's me. Do you dare to hide? Meng Yan Luer kicked the door wide open, followed by a female pilot. Luer, you managed to catch me after all. Your intuition is remarkably accurate, Chen An sighed. Meng Yan Luer did not spare Chen An a glance and strode directly to Yi Feng's chamber. Is Brother Feng in seclusion? She inquired. Yes. Let me tell you, Brother Feng currently wishes to avoid the troubles of Hot Spring Island. He simply desires to cultivate his state of mind. Therefore, I hope you will keep this a secret for us, or else the forces of Hot Spring Island will descend upon Pingzhou City, Chen An pleaded. However, if he does not return, Hot Spring Island is now divided into north and south. Wang Zhihai is the master of South Hot Spring Island, while He Lishuan holds the title for the north, Meng Yan Luer responded. At that moment, Yi Feng emerged from the door, having sensed Meng Yan Luer with his divine awareness, knowing he could no longer evade her. Brother Feng. Upon seeing Yi Feng, the two women promptly adjusted their demeanor. What a nuisance. Why has Wang Zhihai instigated a division between the north and south again? Never mind. I shall not concern myself with it. Let the north and south exist separately. As long as the citizens can live happily and comfortably, that is what truly matters. Yi Feng sighed, settling into a chair. It was anything but easy, especially on South Hot Spring Island. Wang Zhihai was currently ambitious, planning to extend the railway throughout Pingzhou City. We, the citizens, now toil for 8 hours daily. Back when you were here, we, the lower-class citizens, only worked 4 hours. Meng Yan Luer remarked. Do not speak of such things to me. I must cultivate my state of mind. I cannot remain stagnated in the true martial realm forever. After all, the true martial realm only grants a mere 200 years of lifespan. Yi Feng felt overwhelmed. What then? If you do not return, the development of Hot Spring Island may veer off course. Meng Yan Luer spoke slowly. Chapter 1160. Then I shall take my leave. How about this? You return and convey my message, advocating for the independent development of the North and South Hot Spring Islands. When I return, we shall see which side has prospered. The one that excels will become the Grand Island Master of Hot Spring Island. Yi Feng's expression shifted suddenly. Brother Feng, do you genuinely wish to stay away? Meng Yan Luer sought confirmation once more. Of course. Very well, I shall not disclose your whereabouts. But I will carry your message back. Write a letter and affix your seal. Otherwise, Wang Zhihai will not believe me. Agreed. Yi Feng picked up a feather quill. Zhihai. Heli Xian, you are currently implementing a division between the north and south. I do not oppose it, but one thing must be ensured. The citizens must lead good lives, free from anxiety and devoid of corruption. Otherwise, upon my return to Hot Spring Island, I shall hold you accountable. Should you pursue such actions, you may find yourself stripped of your island status. After completing the letter, Yi Feng pressed several seals upon it. Keep the letter safe. You may take your leave now. He gestured. Brother Feng, wait. Chen An stepped forward. Luer, where have you parked the bomber? Chen An inquired. It is stationed 200 kilometers away from Pingzhou City. Why do you ask? Meng Yanlu replied. Does the bomber carry heavy water battle suits? Chen An asked again. Indeed, those are essential. Meng Yanlu appeared bewildered. Yet, Yi Feng's expression shifted. He exchanged a knowing glance with Chen An, their minds in sync. Lure, do not return just yet. Do you see the North City Gate? In half a month, we shall depart from Pingzhou City through the North City Gate. During this fortnight, please send us 8 sets of heavy water battle suits. And then disassemble one of the heavy water gatlings from one of the bombers for me. 15 days from now, let your 3 bombers circle the North City. If anyone attempts to ambush us, drop heavy water bombs from above. Yi Feng instructed. Brother Feng, do you anticipate danger? If so, I could casually inform that general from the West City. He should assist you with your predicament. Meng Yanlu suggested. No. I prefer not to disturb the upper echelons of Pingzhou. In any case, once this operation is complete, I shall take my leave from Pingzhou for other states. Yi Feng initially intended to mention the capital, but reconsidered, fearing that Meng Yan and Lu Er might disclose his whereabouts to Susan. Should that occur, a formidable army from Hot Spring Island would descend upon the capital, potentially bringing catastrophic ruin. Very well. I shall return and make preparations. Farewell, Lu Er. Goodbye. The group escorted the 2 women to the door, waving fervently. After closing the door, Chen An could not contain his laughter. Ha ha ha, Fenggo. If those factions were to behave themselves, they would have nothing to fear. However, should they dare to commit murder and seize treasures, they would be in for a rude awakening. Our heavy water gatling can obliterate even those of the divine origin realm, let alone the trifles of the transformation realm. Chen An gleefully leaped up in excitement. All right, let us not be overly arrogant. I must return to refine the elixirs, Yi Feng remarked before retreating to his chamber. On a hillside in the northern part of the city, 12 cultivators lay in ambush, each possessing at least innate strength. The leaders were Mo Yuan and Xiaomingyi, both of the transformation realm. Logically, that fellow should have perfected his flying sword by now. Why has he not left the city? Mo said, frowning. Brother Mo, do not fret. We have centuries to spare. What are a few days? Xia replied. Indeed, listen closely. We must strive to capture him alive. For I wish to extract information from that night wind, Xiaomingyi concluded, glancing at the 10 innate cultivators lying in wait behind him. As you command, Master Qiao. Among these 10 innate cultivators, half were female. At that moment, snowflakes began to fall from the sky, landing atop Mo Yuan's head. He reached up to touch it. The Grand Sorcerer has foretold of an unprecedented calamity. Could it be a frigid natural disaster? Mo Yuan remarked mildly. It seems likely. The rumors may well come to fruition. After the cataclysm, strength will become the true currency. Therefore, we must ensure this undertaking succeeds without the authorities of Pingzhou becoming aware. Otherwise, we may find ourselves with nothing to gain, Xiaomingyi asserted. That night, heavy snow blanketed Pingzhou. The following morning, the citizens donned thick cotton garments. Children were seen building snowmen and engaging in snowball fights, a scene of harmony and happiness, unbeknownst to them that such tranquility would not endure for long. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 15 days had elapsed. Within the Spirit Inn, Yi Feng donned the attire of an ordinary citizen, while Gu Yu and others carried hefty bundles. Chen An hefted a massive wooden crate containing 6,000 heavy water bullets, and in his hand, he held an object concealed beneath a black cloth, obscuring its true nature. Let us proceed, Yi Feng declared, striding out of the Spirit Inn towards the northern city gate. As they neared the northern gate, the air was suddenly pierced by the sound of whistling. A vast light barrier responded, emerging from all directions. The protective formation of the state was reactivated. After Gu Yu handed over the guiding route, the group of 8 stepped directly beyond the protective formation. After emerging from the grand formation, a series of undulating mountains unfolded ahead, interspersed with patches of low-lying hills. Such terrain posed a greater risk of ambush. Yi Feng extended his spiritual sense within a kilometer radius, yet detected no anomalies. However, Gu Yu and the others grew tense, aware that someone might attempt to ambush Yi Feng, yet they chose to accompany him unwaveringly, not for any other reason, but to enjoy his enduring company. Such is the profound allure of his character. Stop! Yi Feng suddenly raised his right palm, casting a vigilant gaze forward. Gu Yu's heart sank, hastily placing a hand on his waist. The others formed a protective circle, their wary eyes scanning the surroundings. Chen An reached for the massive object concealed beneath a black cloth. Brother Feng, Have you discovered something? Gu Yu inquired without turning, his sharp gaze alert to any movement. That grove ahead seems promising. I need to relieve myself. So you all stay put here, Yifeng replied slowly. Gu Yu and Chen An exchanged incredulous glances. I truly admire your composure. Going to the restroom feels like a special forces operation under siege. Chen An sighed, covering the black cloth once more. The three friends shared a knowing smile, unable to suppress their amusement. I'll be right back, Yifeng announced, adjusting his trousers and darting toward the rear. While cultivators can indeed go months or even years without sustenance, it does not imply that the body is devoid of needs. Enduring such a duration without food comes at a cost, the depletion of one's vital energy. At that moment, a group of ruffians suddenly emerged. This mountain is ours. This tree is ours. If you wish to pass, leave behind a toll for your life. As the voice echoed, over 30 burly men charged forth from the surrounding woods, each wielding menacingly large sabers. Yifeng remained crouched, observing the intruders with curiosity. Chapter 1161. Why aren't you together? Gu Yu first scanned the group with his spiritual sense. Ordinary people. You aren't cultivators? He questioned. What cultivators? Hand over your valuables, and we might spare your lives. The leader of the thugs declared. Ha ha ha. Gu Yu could not suppress a hearty laugh. You underestimate yourselves. With that, he lifted his right hand, preparing to summon his flying sword. Brother Gu, wait. Let me finish first, came Yifeng's voice from the grass. He too sensed that these individuals were not cultivators. Perhaps this was a serendipitous opportunity. The reason for his inner turmoil was that since entering this world, he had lived the life of a cultivator, never experiencing the ordinary life of common folk. He needed to engage with these ordinary individuals to experience the mundane existence he had long been deprived of. The triangular-eyed leader glanced at the grass. So there's someone hiding in there. Are you taking a dump? If you have no paper, use the ground. Hurry up and hand over your valuables. After a moment, Yifeng emerged, trousers in hand, his expression brimming with excitement as he regarded the triangular-eyed man. The leader sneered, Such audacity to look at me like that. Hand over your money, gold, silver, and steel plates. With a swift strike, the triangular-eyed man cleaved a massive boulder in two. I'm afraid we lack funds, Yifeng replied slowly. No money? Spirit stones will suffice, the triangular-eyed man countered. We have no spirit stones either, Yifeng said, crossing his arms and gazing coolly at the group. So, there's nothing to discuss? Brothers, let us overturn the table. Upon hearing this, the triangular-eyed man brandished his large knife and lunged at Yifeng. Just as Gu Yu and the others were about to intervene, Yifeng halted them. Allow me to handle this. With that, Yifeng charged into the bandit ranks like a fierce tiger. He did not rely on any supernatural abilities, instead employing skills learned in civilized society to engage the ruffians. However, his formidable physique served as a solid foundation. In mere moments, the bandits were left in disarray, utterly defeated. Of course, in this confrontation, Yifeng sustained a few cuts without resorting to his powers. You're so strong. Are you a celestial master? The triangular-eyed man exclaimed, astonished. No, I am not a celestial master, merely a top-tier martial artist. I trust you have discerned this by now. I wish to inquire about your next course of action, Yifeng stated earnestly. The triangular-eyed man scrutinized Yifeng from head to toe, sneering, We are but bandits. What plans could we possibly have? When soldiers arrive, we flee. When they are absent, we rob those wealthy commoners. He rose, casting a suspicious glance at Yifeng. Earlier, he had struck Yifeng several times, yet no blood had been shed. Curious indeed. If he wasn't a celestial master, what could he be? Gu Yu and the others exchanged glances, likely realizing Yifeng's intent. In the past, they had also honed their skills in the mortal realm, where the transition from innate to true martial realm necessitated a process of earthly refinement, primarily to temper one's mindset. If one waited until their cultivation reached a higher level to undergo this transformation, they would fail to truly integrate into mortal life. Thus, the earlier the better. Although Chen An and his companions appeared bewildered, they grasped the essence of Yifeng's desire to conceal his identity as a cultivator. So, you prefer to prey on the weak? Yifeng remarked blandly. In former times, witnessing a group taking advantage of the weak may have led him to label them with various unflattering tags. Yet now, from a higher perspective, it seemed natural for mortals to act thus. If they did not prey on the weak, should they then target the strong? If that were the case, these brigands would be eliminated within 3 days. What do you mean by preying on the weak? We are executing heaven's will, the triangular-eyed man retorted, his face flushed with indignation. Mortals indeed place great importance on such labels. Regardless, are you interested in joining me? As a top martial artist, I require some lackeys to assist me, Feng suggested nonchalantly. Ha! I am the king of Phoenix Mountain. You expect me to follow you? What a joke. A gentleman may be killed but cannot be humiliated. Come, if you wish to slay me, the triangular-eyed man proclaimed, adopting a tragic demeanor. Join me, and I shall teach you unparalleled martial arts. Surely, you have witnessed my prowess, Feng enticed. Uft, you have been struck by me several times, yet still boast of unparalleled martial prowess. The triangular-eyed man scoffed. He harbored grave doubts that Feng was armored beneath his clothing. All right, I confess, I have indeed cultivated the iron cloth shirt, which is why you cannot breach my defenses. In due time, I may impart this extraordinary skill to you, Feng declared with a smile. I refuse to learn such nonsense, retorted the triangular-eyed man. Are you refusing a toast and opting for punishment instead? Before long, Feng and his companions charged forward, decisively subduing the band of ruffians without taking their lives. Chen An reveled in the exhilaration. Among cultivators, he was but a weakling, yet before this gang of brigands, he was an unmatched master. Ha ha ha. Father, mother, I have risen above. The robbers were utterly defenseless against me. Chen An knelt, bowing towards the heavens. Let us hurry. We have unfinished business, Feng admonished, delivering a playful slap to the back of his head. Following this, Feng and his companions trailed behind, entrusting the triangular-eyed man to carry all their burdens, while Chen An alone bore the weight of his Gatling gun, for an arduous battle awaited. And he could not be parted from it. After departing from Pingzhou City by 100 miles, the terrain grew increasingly treacherous, with a labyrinth of waterways crisscrossing the mountainous region, shrouded in marsh gas, rainbows, and fog. A resounding laugh echoed through the air. Gradually, a figure emerged from the mist. Mr. Yi, we meet again. Where are your master and grandmaster? Why are they not accompanying you? The newcomer was none other than Mo Yuan. The others remained concealed within the fog, not revealing themselves immediately. Chen An hastily lifted the black cloth, unveiling the 6-barreled heavy water Gatling gun beneath. The triangular-eyed men, however, remained oblivious, lacking the spiritual awareness to discern that Mo Yuan was a cultivator of the transformation realm. Old man, do not obstruct our leader's path, otherwise, I shall promptly issue a decree for a 72-way bounty to pursue you to the ends of the earth, the triangular-eyed man warned, stepping closer and brandishing his ghostly knife with flourish. Mo Yuan regarded the triangular-eyed man with curiosity, but chose to ignore him. Mr. Yi, I, Mo Yuan, am a refined individual and do not favor violence. At this moment, I require all of you to disrobe and leave your belongings behind. I shall provide you with several sets of clean clothing to facilitate your departure from this gorge. With that, Mo Yuan clapped his hands. From the depths of the fog, 11 others revealed themselves, one of whom tossed a large bundle onto the ground. Bai He, Bai Ling, Ying Chu, they immediately unwrapped the package. Inside lay 8 brand-new robes, complete with riding towels, socks, and shoes prepared for them. What are you implying? Feng raised an eyebrow. Ha ha ha. What do I mean? Mr. Yi, I want you to leave all your belongings behind and don these 8 sets of clean attire before you depart. As for these newcomers, we have not prepared clothing for them. Let them leave bare, Mo Yuan stated, exuding a formidable aura as he released his powerful consciousness outward. While ordinary individuals could not perceive such consciousness, the triangular-eyed man sensed the overwhelming presence emanating from Mo Yuan. Brothers, form the array, he commanded, swiftly establishing a loosely arranged mortal blade formation at the perimeter. Senior Mo, is there any other way to negotiate? Feng inquired. Although Mo Yuan was engaged in treasure snatching, he had no intention of resorting to murder and had left himself an escape route. This made Feng feel somewhat reluctant to act with lethal intent. After all, once the heavy water Gatling was activated, there would be no mercy. With a staggering rate of 6,000 rounds per minute, even if Feng wished for Chen An to show leniency, Chen An would be unable to control the firing speed. I'm afraid not. You'll have to leave your belongings behind and answer a few questions, Mo Yuan replied coldly. You can ask now. Feng narrowed his eyes, exuding an aura of murderous intent. As a mere, true martial realm practitioner, where did you acquire those highly pure transformation essence pills? Which alchemist crafted them for you? Mo Yuan asked, his gaze fixed on Yi Feng, attempting to discern the truth. This was of utmost importance to him. I crafted the transformation essence pills myself, Yi Feng stated honestly. You made them yourself? Ha ha. Mo Yuan laughed heartily. What a boast. Even if I concede that you could produce transformation essence pills, where did you procure the raw materials? Don't tell me that a mere true martial realm practitioner like you could possibly obtain the materials for transformation essence pills. That is not something I need to disclose. Yi Feng replied, folding his arms. He adjusted his battle attire, ensuring it covered every part of his body, particularly his head. Chen An and the others noticed Yi Feng's movements and tightened their own heavy water battle suits accordingly. Senior Mo, why waste time with them? Just seize them and take them back for interrogation or directly use the soul-searching technique to uncover the truth, a voice chimed in from behind, belonging to Qiumingyi. I knew you two were in cahoots. Now, let me say this. Yi Feng stepped forward, coldly regarding the two. I hope you turn around and leave now. I can pretend this incident never occurred and will not pursue your robbery. After all, you did not resort to lethal force right away, which has stirred a flicker of compassion within me. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, the atmosphere fell silent. 3 seconds later, ha! Oh, this is amusing. Is this brat suffering from delusions of grandeur? Mo Yuan exclaimed, clutching his stomach in laughter. It was the first time in years he had laughed so heartily. Qiumingyi bore a similar expression of barely contained mirth. Let us not waste time. Let us conclude this swiftly to avoid unnecessary trouble, Qiumingyi said, slapping his waist. Yet, in the next moment, Chen An aimed the heavy water gatling directly at him. Qiumingyi's eyes widened, and every hair on his body stood on end. Although he could not discern what the device on Chen An was, as a practitioner of the transformation realm, his instinct for danger was extraordinary. This is bad. Get out of the way, Qiumingyi exclaimed, swiftly vanishing from his spot. However, the two cultivators beside him failed to react. The 6-gun barrels began to rotate slowly. A stream of fire erupted from the top barrel, dense as a laser beam. The sound merged into a straight line. The two monks had yet to unleash their protective shields, their bodies being mercilessly battered, blood staining the foliage behind them. Chen An swung the Gatling gun from side to side, the bullets striking the other two monks with deadly precision. One managed to sustain his shield for a mere fraction of a second before it was reduced to fragments. The other, without even a whimper, was similarly dispatched. A sense of foreboding filled the air as various shields sprang to life. Qiumingyi tapped his waist, and a small dot emerged, instantly transforming into a colossal sword measuring 20 meters. However, in the next moment, heavy water bullets swept past the giant sword. The sound of clashing metal rang out as the sword disintegrated into a myriad of shards within a second. The bullets surged through, unimpeded, piercing Qiumingyi's body as his shield crumbled under the relentless assault of 500 rounds. With a resounding explosion, his head burst apart like a ripe melon, and his torso and limbs were reduced to a mere heap of flesh under the gunfire, utterly lifeless. Mo Yuan's expression shifted dramatically, 10 layers of shields enveloping him, safeguarding his corporeal form from harm. Oh, shields, you say? How amusing, Chen An chuckled, sweeping the Gatling gun in a retaliatory arc, directing all its fury at the protective barrier. The varied sounds of impact echoed as the shields, differing in properties, clashed against the heavy water bullets. In the blink of an eye, only a single layer of divine light remained to protect Mo Yuan, who now bore a look of palpable fear. Mr. Yi Feng, let's discuss this. I possess numerous elixirs. I will give them all to you, he stammered, but before he could finish, a barrage of heavy water bullets tore through his last line of defense. Chen An, wait. Yi Feng attempted to intervene, but it was too late. At least 100 rounds struck Mo Yuan, transforming his body into a pile of mangled flesh. The remaining monks were paralyzed with fear, falling to their knees, pleading for mercy. Please, Mr. Yi, spare our lives. We did not recognize the gravity of the situation. Yi Feng surveyed the remaining practitioners, noting that nearly all were female, save for 2 men. Brother Feng, my suggestion is to spare the women and eliminate all the men, Chen An proposed. Of course, we've already eliminated 2 substantial threats. We cannot leave any survivors, Yi Feng replied coldly. Understood, Chen An affirmed, and the Gatling gun unleashed another wave of fire. The remaining 8 practitioners darted about in a frantic attempt to evade the onslaught. In mere moments, 8 lay dead, leaving 2 who stood frozen in shock. With an empty click, The Gatling gun signaled it had exhausted its ammunition. Brother Feng, this contraption consumes bullets at an alarming rate. I've burned through over 600 kilograms of heavy water bullets in just over a minute. Chen An lamented as he discarded the empty ammunition box. The two innate realm female practitioners finally regained their composure and breathed a sigh of relief. Run, they urged, swiftly darting into the thick fog. In truth, as innate realm cultivators, they could have effortlessly dispatched Yi Feng and his companions under normal circumstances. Chapter 1163, so impressive yet. They had just been thoroughly intimidated by the Gatling gun. Even though their realm surpassed Yi Feng's, they dared not take the initiative. Brother Feng, should we pursue? Chen An inquired. No need. They were in the wrong for ambushing us, and I doubt they will dare to boast about it afterward. Let us continue on our journey, Yi Feng replied, giving a gentle kick to the triangular-eyed bandit sprawled on the ground. Moments ago, these ruffians had been utterly paralyzed by fear, remaining motionless on the ground throughout the encounter. The skirmish lasted less than 2 minutes. The triangular-eyed bandit managed to rise with great difficulty. Gazing in shock at the piles of flesh surrounding him, his mouth agape, as if he could swallow an apple whole. So, you truly are celestial masters? I told you. We are not celestial masters. Hurry and lead the way, Yi Feng commanded. Bai He, Bai Ling, Ing Chu, search through the remnants for any elixirs or magical artifacts, and gather them all. Understood. Soon after, they resumed their journey. At that moment, a whirring sound echoed from above. 3 bombers swooped overhead. After several passes, the bombers hovered in midair before gradually descending to the ground. The triangular-eyed bandits were left dumbfounded, for it was their first encounter with the advanced technology of One Spring Island. Meng Yanlur was the first to leap out. Did we arrive too late? Indeed. I realized that we could obliterate this group of cultivators without the bombers. Merely using the heavy water Gatling gun, Chen An remarked. Then our mission is accomplished. Bring forth the remaining 2 bombers and dismantle the mounted Gatling guns for Brother Feng. Meng Yanlur commanded. She was now a citizen, the leader of these 3 bombers. Yes. The others busily retrieved various tools to dismantle the Gatling guns from the other 2 aircraft. There are quite a few bullets left, 12,000 in total, Meng Yanlur reported. That is manageable. We have ample hands to assist in carrying the ammunition, Yi Feng indicated towards the triangular-eyed bandits. With 12,000 rounds, each person must carry 6,000, requiring 20 individuals simultaneously. Lure, upon our return, see if you can develop a smaller heavy water bullet. Otherwise, the ammunition occupies too much space, Yi Feng suggested. Just as he finished speaking, a soft, warm-bodied dove into his embrace. Brother Feng, I love you. I long to wander the world with you, Meng Yanlur declared. Burying her head against his chest, Yi Feng's hands hovered in the air, and ultimately, he gently patted her back. Wandering the world is perhaps not the best idea. When you return, please send my regards to your mother and let her know I've been thinking of her. With that, he forced Meng Yanlur out of his embrace. All right, Brother Feng, shall we depart? She asked. Wait, Lure, you haven't hugged me yet. Come here, my dear. Chen An exclaimed, rushing forward. Slap. Meng Yanlur swiftly smacked Chen An on the head. Farewell, Brother Feng. Goodbye, Xiaoanzi. With that, she boarded the bomber. 5 minutes later, the 3 tiny black dots vanished from Yi Feng's sight. Only a few enormous bullet boxes and 3 Gatling guns remained at the original location. Chen An, Bai He, Bai Ling, each of you shall take a Gatling gun and carry a box containing 6,000 rounds of ammunition. As for the remaining bullet boxes, Triangle Eye, you are responsible for carrying them, Yi Feng commanded. Master Xianshi, I am Ma Liang. Please refrain from calling me Triangle Eye in the future, Triangle Eye replied. Very well, Triangle Eye. Thank you. You're welcome, Triangle Eye. With that, Yi Feng's team grew in strength, delegating the burden of sacks to Triangle Eye and his companions. Unbeknownst to these bandits, the sacks they carried contained precious Huayuan Dan, coveted even by Huayuan cultivators. Although the Gatling guns were heavy, Chen An, now at the pinnacle of strength, found them easy to bear. Brother Feng, where do you think Xiao Tuan Tuan is at this moment? Chen An suddenly inquired. Xiao Tuan Tuan. Yi Feng looked up towards the sky. Brother Feng, do you wish to hear an honest truth? Chen An's expression turned serious. What truth? Yi Feng asked. In truth, the person you cherish and dote upon the most has always been Xiao Tuan Tuan. However, back on Hot Spring Island, with Sister Susan and Sister Hina around, I dare not speak of it. You love her, and she loves you, Chen An stated earnestly. Do not jest. I have always regarded Ding Tuan Tuan as my own sister. Yi Feng shook his head. Brother Feng, I believe in Gu speaks the truth. Everyone knows it. Even your two sisters-in-law are aware of your affections for Ding Tuan Tuan, which surpass all others. Why, he interjected. Yi Feng sighed. That is not the case. Let us hasten our journey. Yet, for some reason, Chen An's words stirred something deep within him. This time, he had set aside everything to leave Hot Spring Island, seemingly hoping to encounter Ding Tuan Tuan on the Starming continent, deep within the mountains and forests. Ding Tuan Tuan walked ahead, trailed by two eager followers. Sister Tuan Tuan, although this journey serves as training, we must have some objective, right? The first follower remarked, burdened with a tent, toiletries, and several hefty bundles. Indeed, Sister Tuan Tuan. Wandering aimlessly like this is exhausting for us, the second follower complained, also laden with various heavy items. In contrast, Ding Tuan Tuan moved effortlessly, her hands free as she led the way. However, she did carry several pouches at her waist. Suddenly, she struck her waist, and a black dip transformed into a 3-meter-long greatsword, sweeping through the trees ahead. With a thunderous crash, a ferocious beast collapsed. Well done, she noted, having advanced to the initial stage of true martial realm just 7 days prior. Go, retrieve the beast's core, Ding Tuan Tuan said nonchalantly. Must it be us again? The two followers grumbled as they trudged off to collect the core. After retrieving the beast's core, the trio retraced their steps, parting a mass of branches to unveil a vintage bomber from Hot Spring Island. Let us board the bomber. Our destination is the capital. I have heard there are numerous libraries there. We shall spend a few years reading to broaden our foundational knowledge, Ding Tuan Tuan declared, taking her seat in the pilot's cabin. Sister Tuan Tuan, we are low on fuel. I wonder if we can reach the capital, one of them queried. How far one can fly is determined by the limits of fuel. When it runs out, the bomber must be destroyed on the spot, lest it fall into the hands of the people of Star Dream Continent. Upon finishing his words, Ding Tuan Tuan yanked the control lever. The bomber gracefully ascended and, with a swift whoosh, vanished above the treetops. In Chen County, millions of laborers toiled to reshape the land, laying down tracks along the roadside. Surrounding the workers, a multitude of armored guards stood vigilant. Leading them was Rubok, a member of the Rubok family, tasked with maintaining order along the route. An agreement had been reached with the South Hot Spring Island. Once the railway was completed, they would sell advanced bombers to the Rubok family. A number of bank officials sat in carts, observing the railway workers and the common folk of Chen County. Indeed, they had been dispatched by Wang Zhihai to issue the new South Hot Spring currency. Due to the division between North and South, Wang Zhihai had introduced the new currency, severing ties with the old. Madam, this is the new South Hot Spring currency. Do you see the portrait on it? It is of Mr. Yi Feng, the founder of our Hot Spring Island. In the future, you can use this paper money to purchase many of our local specialties. Observe, this is a handgun, priced at 500 new Hot Spring coins. What is this for? The elderly woman gazed skeptically at the handgun. Allow me to demonstrate, the bank manager replied, disengaging the safety and aiming at a bird in the sky. Bang! The gun fired, and the bird fell to the ground. Is it truly that powerful? A crowd of onlookers gathered, astonished by the handgun. Ha ha ha, this is merely the first generation of handguns. Its power is quite average. Do you see this heavy water handgun at my waist? It costs 5 million new Hot Spring coins. The bank manager then aimed the heavy water handgun at a metal plate. Clang! The sound of metal tearing echoed. The heavy stone tablet, weighing 100 tons, was pierced through, creating a small hole that went clear through. Impressive. I want to buy a heavy water handgun. A man stepped forward. But do you have the funds? Just this new currency I hold. No. Then why would I sell you the heavy water handgun? Just give it to me. For years, we common folk have been oppressed by the celestial masters. If we had the heavy water handgun, we could stand up to them. Please, show us some kindness. Kindness is earned, not given. If you wish to purchase the heavy water handgun, join the Railway Bureau and become a proud railway worker. If your entire village contributes to the railway construction, I assure you, within a year, you will be able to afford a heavy water handgun. The wages of railway workers are quite generous now, the manager explained. Very well, I will rally the entire village. No, the whole town, to come and work on the railway. The man exclaimed, sprinting back home. Others seemed to grasp the significance of his words, similarly rushing home to gather their families for the railway construction. Hey, remember to help us promote the new Hot Spring currency. The manager's voice echoed behind them. On South Hot Spring Island, outside the luminous barrier, A throng of millions had gathered. Wang Zhihai, clad in a thick coat, appeared among the crowd, waving to the people. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the auspicious trial run of the first train, heralding an extraordinary piece of news. The railway connecting the North and South Hot Spring Islands has been completed. This railway stretches from our South Hot Spring Island, traversing through Chongqing City, Naching, and Jusher City, circumventing the temple, and heading straight towards the Sword Gorge. With a total of 24 stations along the route, achieving a remarkable speed of 500 kilometers per hour. From this moment forth, the ordinary populace shall have the privilege of traveling by train across the North and South. Wang Zhihai proclaimed to all present, "Long life! Long life! Long life! Long live the island master Wang!" An uproarious cheer erupted in response. Amidst the fervent applause, Wang Zhihai took his seat on the train, accompanied by dignified individuals such as Susan, Su Yun, Ilian, and Nai Rimiko. Chapter 1164. The most important point. Su Yun, have the train attendants been trained adequately? Wang Zhihai inquired from his seat in first class, gazing out the window. Replying to the island master, "The training has been completed, and all aspects of etiquette are in order," Su Yun responded. After the division of the North and South, she, along with Susan and Duoyan Hina, chose to remain on South Hot Spring Island. It was not that they held any disdain for Helixuan, but rather a lack of trust in his capabilities. Since they were determined to make a living on South Hot Spring Island, it was prudent to maintain a cordial demeanor towards Wang Zhihai. Wang Zhihai, in turn, was quite considerate, treating the women associated with Feng with great respect and instructing the indigenous people not to entertain any notions towards them. This included Su Yun, Nai Rimiko, Bai Chuxue, and Hao Yue, all of whom had connections with Feng. Although Feng had previously stated that anyone could pursue these women, Wang Zhihai held a different perspective. He believed that any woman he had been involved with should not even be gazed upon by others, lest it be deemed a capital offense. Thus, an unwritten rule emerged on South Hot Spring Island. None were permitted to harbor intentions towards women that Feng had previously courted, otherwise, His Excellency Zhihai Karyang, the island master of South Hot Spring and president of the South Hot Spring Bank, would discreetly deal with the offender. As the train gradually accelerated, the tracks were flanked by rail guards and throngs of civilians. Two strikingly beautiful women approached, bearing elegant glasses filled with a crimson liquid. The glass industry on South Hot Spring Island had steadily matured, allowing for the production of edible glassware. Following the establishment of trade routes with Xian County, red wine had naturally been crafted based on the initial proposal by Shi Zhongliang. Regrettably, Shi Zhongliang could not witness this momentous occasion. "Esteemed guest, your 1982 law fight has arrived. Please enjoy." The attendant placed the wine beside Wang Zhihai. 1982? Wang Zhihai was momentarily taken aback. "Do not mind the details. Simply pretend it is from 1982. This will satisfy certain psychological needs," Su Yun advised him. "Very well." Wang Zhihai nodded, swirling his glass and returning his gaze to the window. At that moment, a female attendant's voice resonated from the front of the train. "Dear passengers, this train's final destination is North Hot Spring Island. We are about to arrive at Chongqing City Station." Upon hearing the announcement, Wang Zhihai raised his thumb in approval, clearly pleased. "Su Yun, you have been trained exceptionally well. Your performance evokes the essence of modern civilization, and I believe Feng Gu will be delighted upon witnessing this scene." Wang Zhihai spoke slowly. On North Hot Spring Island, the biting cold wind swept through. In the assembly hall, over 300 representatives sat, but Huzhua ultimately did not arrive at North Hot Spring Island, opting instead to align with Wang Zhihai. While emotions may run deep, when faced with the prospect of profit, they chose the more promising South Hot Spring Island. There, a robust industrial foundation exists, capable of producing the next generation of sand vehicles, the latest bombers, and various heavy water munitions. Chung Li-bin has allied with He Li-xuan. He now serves as the speaker and chief engineer of North Hot Spring Island. As for Charlie, he remained on South Hot Spring Island, where the rewards were more favorable. Honorable representatives and Speaker Chung, it is evident that North Hot Spring Island lags behind South Hot Spring Island in every aspect. If we continue with the current model, we will never catch up. It is time to implement a strategic leap. I propose that we elevate all residents of North Hot Spring Island, including those displaced by disasters, to the status of citizens. Henceforth, every citizen, myself included, shall adhere to an 8-hour workday, and we must ensure their welfare is secured. Otherwise, With a populace of less than 100 million in North Hot Spring Island compared to approximately 600 million in South Hot Spring Island, we will not only fail to surpass them, but may also face catastrophic failure over time. Only by granting citizenship can we ensure that everyone wholeheartedly dedicates themselves to the progress of North Hot Spring Island, transforming it into a formidable entity. Moreover, it is crucial that North Hot Spring Island continues to uphold the electoral system established by Feng, ensuring that at least 5 out of the 7 candidates originate from the displaced populace, whether from Aegean Gorge, the Green Grass Brigade, or even Giant Tree City, thereby demonstrating our unwavering resolve. After He Lishuan concluded, he bowed to all present. Chen Libin hesitated. If He Lishuan's approach were to be implemented, there would no longer be distinctions of hierarchy on North Hot Spring Island. Everyone would be citizens, erasing the divides between residents and displaced individuals. Should this come to pass, they would have to coexist with those displaced on equal terms. The downside is that, one day, a leader could emerge from among the displaced, subjecting the island's governance to their oversight. The upside is that within 3 years, North Hot Spring Island would undoubtedly surpass South Hot Spring Island in terms of economy, industrial foundation, and other domains. Previously, the displaced worked for Hot Spring Island merely to survive. If they were granted citizenship, their perspectives would broaden, considering numerous factors and wholeheartedly serving North Hot Spring Island. Now, let us commence the voting. Chen Libin concluded, raising his hand first. In no time, over 200 representatives followed suit. He Lishuan's proposal was overwhelmingly approved. An explosive revelation swept across North Hot Spring Island like a spring breeze. Outside the light screen, the displaced erupted in disbelief. What? From today onward, we are citizens? Am I dreaming? Father, mother, I have finally achieved success. Long live Heliksuan. The cheers of the disaster victims swell like a rising tide. Before long, Bai Guoguo manipulated the light barrier, gradually expanding it until it covered an area of 1,000 kilometers. This reduced the power of the Great Formation, yet it allowed all the inhabitants of Baekwan Island to live in a warm environment. Within the barrier, the sea has thawed, and all the victims can fish freely, thus resolving the issue of food supply. Should anyone contract the worm disease, they can visit the North Spring Hospital for treatment, albeit with some difficulty. Ha ha ha, from this day forth, we shall dedicate ourselves to Baekwan Island, for this is our own Hot Spring Island. Have you heard? Ma Tong has now become 1,000 household leader on Baekwan Island. What? A disaster victim has become 1,000 household leader? Not only that, my wife has also begun working at the Hot Spring Hospital, for we are now citizens. But what about the previous citizens? How will they be accommodated? The Lord of Heliksuan has stated that the former citizens had become too comfortable in their environment. Thus a system of elimination was enforced. Those with greater abilities and better service would secure positions at the Hot Spring Hospital. The old citizens are now in a state of bewilderment and have begun to compete. My wife works 8 hours a day, while they are required to work 9. It was high time to teach those old citizens a lesson. Otherwise, they might occupy those positions for generations, enjoying high salaries, excellent benefits, and an unshakable iron rice bowl. The Lord of Heliksuan is truly magnificent, finally ridding us of that group of parasites. Baekwan Island now boasts a population of over 70 million citizens. Chapter 1165. I have spoken all that I can. United as one, there exists no corruption under the law. Heliksuan has inherited Yi Feng's policies. Those guilty of corruption face merciless punishment. At this moment, Baekwan Island flourishes, with various innovative inventions springing forth like bamboo shoots after a rain. Heliksuan has also established an innovation award. Any useful innovation can earn substantial rewards. Money can be printed freely. At worst, there will be inflation. This implies that money will increasingly lose its value, causing those who have earned millions and wish to deposit them in banks for interest to feel a sense of urgency. They must work tirelessly to contribute to the development of Baekwan Island. In Shiliang County, the head of the Luba family has gathered over 700 high-ranking officials, standing in 2 rows at the county gate. After an indeterminate amount of time, a swoosh echoed through the sky. Hundreds of new generation bombers hovered in midair, with 10 of them gently descending to the ground. The cabin doors burst open, and Wang Zhihai emerged, chasing Ma, as the captain of the guard, personally assisted Wang Zhihai out of the cabin. Observing this, Luba Yi quickly clapped his hands. On the city walls, tens of thousands of soldiers from Shiliang County began to sing in unison, "Welcome, Lord Wang. Welcome, Lord Wang. Welcome, Lord Wang." As the echoes of their voices faded, Lu Yi strode towards Wang Zhihai. During this time, he has finally come to witness the might of the hot spring island. The heavy water bomb effortlessly leveled the beast forest of Xin County to the ground. The beasts, desperate to flee, were ultimately surrounded and annihilated by the soldiers of the hot springs. Each soldier wielded a formidable weapon with 6 tubes, capable of inflicting grievous injury upon even the most powerful beasts of the transformation realm. It was truly terrifying. Hence, he resolved that only through collaboration with Wang Zhihai could he procure those advanced magical artifacts. "Are you Lu Yi?" Wang Zhihai inquired, revealing a smile reminiscent of a mask. "Indeed, Miss Lure must have mentioned me," Lu Yi replied, adopting a humble demeanor. "Excellent. I have heard that 3 counties fall under the jurisdiction of your Luba family." Wang Zhihai surveyed the southern gate of Shiliang County, his expression brimming with satisfaction. "Yes, indeed. I would appreciate it if you could discuss this matter with our clan leader, who has been waiting for you at the city gate for half an hour," Lu Yi responded, leading Wang Zhihai and his companions to an elderly man. This elder was unmistakably a formidable master of the latter stages of the divine origin realm, his prowess second only to the state lord and the 4 great Dharma kings throughout Pingzhou. "I am Lu Yi, currently the clan leader of the Luba family. These 3 counties are effectively under our family's control." "Very well, Lu Yi. Let us proceed to draft an agreement." Wang Zhihai nodded, unfurling a document before them. "I shall briefly outline the contents of this document. I require your manpower, your territory, and the establishment of concessions within your domains. In the 3 counties, I intend to set up 40 concessions. Within these concessions, numerous factories will be established, operating on our currency rather than spirit stones. Additionally, I would like your assistance in promoting the new hot spring currency, highlighting its utility in acquiring weapons, elixirs, and medicines, so that they may recognize its value. Of course, prior to this, I will invest 50 trillion new hot spring coins in your 3 counties, to be allocated by your family, which can be used to procure our bombers, sand vehicles, and pest control medicines. However, the latest generation of bombers and sand vehicles are not for sale. Yet, you need not worry. Even the first generation of sand vehicles and bombers will be quite advanced for you." Wang Zhihai spoke confidently, exuding an air of certainty. "Is that so? Very well. I agree. The population of the 3 counties is ever-flowing. I will relax the permit system for the 3 counties, allowing free movement among the people. As for their willingness to become your workforce, that will depend on your own methods," Lu Yi stated. "Agreed. Let us head to the city," Wang Zhihai concluded. "Excellent." On a small hill, Feng reclined amidst the verdant grass, basking in the warmth of the spring sun. He understood that it would not be long before he could no longer enjoy such sunlight, and thus cherished this beautiful moment. During their journey, they encountered several malevolent cultivators intent on murder and plunder. However, Feng dispatched this group of evil practitioners with ease, relying solely on his own strength, without even employing the heavy water gatling. "Brother Feng, these fruits are delicious. Catch!" Chen An called from atop a low tree, tossing a fruit towards Feng. Thud! It struck him squarely on the bridge of the nose. "Ouch! You rascal! I told you I did not wish to consume those wild fruits. Overindulgence may lead to diabetes." Feng grimaced in response. Guqin and Shueshu were nearby, preparing a meal. They constructed a makeshift stove from stones, with an iron pot atop it, emanating the savory aroma of meat. Simultaneously, a small deer was roasting over a nearby fire. Gu Yu, 10 meters away, sat in meditation with his eyes closed. After acquiring the transformation pill, he sought to intensify his training to achieve the great perfection of the true martial realm before consuming the pill, propelling his realm to an advanced stage. Meanwhile, the natives camped at the foot of the hill, indulging in hearty meat and drink, occasionally erupting in boisterous laughter. They had come to realize their companionship with cultivators, their faces beaming with joy, eagerly anticipating the day they too would become immortal practitioners. A little bear lounged by Feng's feet, occasionally extending its tongue to lick the soles of his feet. Life was splendid. After a while, Gu Yu slowly opened his eyes. "Brother Feng, did you not say you would train? Why do you spend your days basking in the sun?" Gu Yu could not help but inquire. "It's midday rest. What training are you talking about?" Feng waved his hand impatiently, not even opening his eyes. Gu Yu reflected on the past 2 months and finally understood the kind of training Feng spoke of. Not only Feng, but also Chen An and the other 3 pilots, were incredibly lazy, rising at 9 in the morning. After noon, they would casually find a place to lie down, indifferent to the world around them. In the afternoon, they would lazily stroll about for an hour before finally sitting down for serious cultivation. Was this truly what they called training? Brother Feng, this cannot continue. If it does, you will be wasted, Guyu earnestly advised. What is there to fear? I possess countless transformation pills. Arduous cultivation paired with pills is the proper way to train, Yi Feng replied nonchalantly. Very well, I shall say no more. Guyu genuinely found himself fond of Yi Feng and their way of life. It was exceedingly delightful. Just then, Chen An approached. Guyu, stop being so sentimental. Come play landlord. Did I not just teach you? He said. Brother Feng, you join us too. After speaking, Chen An produced a deck of cards. As usual, no using spiritual sense, or we will be aware. Let us go ahead then. The three quickly began their game of landlord. On the other side, the three pilots engaged in a game of chess. The bandits below soon brought out their own chess set, with 2 playing and a dozen acting as spectators. Before long, the area was filled with the sounds of clattering pieces. Amid a heated discussion, one individual received a slap across the face, which escalated into a brawl. Yi Feng was generous, distributing all the refined pills equally among everyone below. The 3 playing landlord used the pills as stakes, while the bandits, Navi as they were, relied on gold, silver, and copper as currency. Yi Feng gifted them a 3rd-tier spirit stone, which they promptly exchanged for gold, totaling 10,000 taels. The bandits' wagers were rather straightforward. They preferred the roll of dice over the playing cards brought by Yi Feng. Brother Feng, Guyu remarked wisely. It can't always be about do diju, can it? You're here to hone your skills. Chen An, unable to contain himself, added his encouragement. Nonsense. Do diju is also a form of training. Are you trying to back out? Yi Feng playfully tapped Chen An's head. After a brief continuation of their game, Yi Feng managed to recoup the spirit stones he had lost the previous day. He glanced up at the sky, noting that darkness would soon descend in 2 hours. Once night falls, there can be no further training. That is my rule. Therefore, for the next 2 hours, do not disturb me, as I shall begin my meditation and cultivation. With that, Yi Feng settled into a meditative posture. The Qing Feng sword manual contained accompanying mental techniques, which Yi Feng diligently applied. The pace of his arduous cultivation was, indeed, exceedingly slow, merely a fraction of the speed of the blood-sucking technique. However, this slowness came with its advantages. He could meticulously control the energy within him, mastering it entirely. Each thread of energy was a result of his painstaking meditation, allowing him to experience a uniquely profound outcome. Should one suddenly acquire immense power, it could sometimes backfire, leading to inner demons. As time elapsed, Yi Feng opened his eyes. The pace of his cultivation felt unbearably sluggish. In the past, his progress had been rapid. Now, it felt as if he could only earn a few hundred when he once earned millions in a day. Indeed, as how you had pointed out, the foundation established during initial training was of paramount importance. If one were to discard their cultivation and start anew, even knowing it would be beneficial, it would be challenging to maintain focus. Brother Feng, dinner is ready. Gu Qin approached him. She and Xue Shu had become his attendants, assisting with chores such as cooking and occasionally warming his bed. A call to gather for the meal has been made. Yi Feng, with his hands clasped behind his back, gazed down the mountain path. A group of individuals clad in black ascended the trail, behind whom a large number of people were bound by ropes, resembling either criminals or captives. At that moment, the leader of the black-clad group seemed to sense something, abruptly lifting his gaze upward. Who are you? The leader inquired. Yi Feng replied coolly. What is it? Do you have something to say? The locals brandished their blades, casting cold looks at the black-clad figures below. There were roughly 100 of them. Although not cultivators, each appeared vigorous and formidable, their temples bulging, unmistakably skilled martial artists. Nothing of significance. I merely wish to inquire about your identities and status. Do you possess any connections to cultivators? The leader of the black-clad individuals stated expressionlessly. His subordinates seemed to have a telepathic connection, silently encircling the low hill. What if I say I do not? Yi Feng retorted with a cold smile. Do not? Ha! I suspect you have none. I must ask you to descend and accompany us, the leader declared, drawing a finely crafted hand crossbow from his waist, a weapon far superior to mundane craftsmanship. Chen An stepped forward, aligning himself beside Yi Feng. Brother Feng, do you not feel that the hand crossbow bears a striking resemblance to the early models from Nanxing? Chen An pondered aloud, stroking his chin. Indeed, It is the first generation of Nanqing's hand crossbow. I never imagined that these mere mortals would be equipped with such exquisite weaponry, Yi Feng replied, his expression tinged with skepticism. The black-clad individuals below grew impatient. Are you not descending the mountain? May I inquire why I should accompany you? Yi Feng retorted, his demeanor unflinching. Ha ha. Nanquan Island is currently seeking a substantial number of workers, yet few are willing to toil there. We are bounty hunters, specializing in capturing vagrants to fill the ranks. For each vagrant, we receive a reward of 1,000 hot spring coins. With these coins, our Heavenly Dragon Gang can acquire a significant arsenal of such hand crossbows. The leading black-clad man chuckled sinisterly. Is that so? Gu Yu, it is entrusted to you. In 10 minutes, bring the leader of the black-clad men up here. I have a few inquiries for him, Yi Feng stated, then casually made his way towards the campfire. A wicked grin spread across Gu Yu's face as he charged into the throng of black-clad figures with his companions. In less than 5 minutes, the leader was apprehended, having not even had the opportunity to fire a shot. This hand crossbow might pose a threat to those of the Strength Master level, but they were contending with experts of the true martial realm. Before he could even pull the trigger, he was swiftly subdued and captured. Kneel, Gu Yu commanded, exerting slight pressure on the leader, forcing him to the ground. I ask you, is your conscription an independent decision, or is it sanctioned by the Hot Spring Island? Yi Feng inquired slowly. Yes, it is our initiative, but the Hot Spring Island has tacitly approved it. Lord Wang knows full well that we employ such methods to capture individuals, yet he has not intervened, the black-clad man responded. Yi Feng's expression darkened instantly. He surmised that Wang Zhihai had likely established a dictatorship over Nanquan Island, and feared that he would ascend as its ruler, rendering the voting system obsolete under his sole authority. Brother Feng, this Wang Zhihai is becoming increasingly outrageous. He is contravening your original intentions for establishing Nanquan Island. Chen An remarked, what do you believe I should do? Yi Feng sighed, rising slowly. At that moment, the man finally recognized Yi Feng's identity. What? You are the Hot Spring King, Yi Feng? The Hot Spring King? Yi Feng raised an eyebrow. Indeed, I have heard of your illustrious name. It is said that you founded the Hot Spring Island. Many tales about you circulate among the common folk, the black-clad man continued. My tales? Pray, enlighten me. Yi Feng urged, resuming his seated position. They say you stand 8 meters tall, touching the heavens with your head and the earth with your feet. A mere sneeze from you brings forth rain. Each morning, you rise and summon the sun from the sea, heralding a new day for the starry mist continent. The black-clad man proclaimed earnestly. Uft. Shueshu quickly covered her mouth to suppress an impending laugh. Are there any other, more down-to-earth stories? Yi Feng inquired. Indeed. There are countless. They say you possess 3 legs, for arms, and are a descendant of the gods. Every woman on the Hot Spring Island has been your consort. The black-clad man continued. Chapter 1167. These matters are quite complicated, Yi Feng exclaimed. This is utterly absurd. I stand before you now. Do I resemble a character from a tale? Not at all, came the response. In reality, you seem far more grounded. However, near Sheen County, numerous brothels have opened, and the women therein deliberately adorn themselves to resemble your legitimate wife to attract patrons. It is said that as long as they adopt stage names such as Duoyan Hela, Su Shan, or Su Yun, their business flourishes remarkably. Moreover, these women don the attire of Duoyan Hina, albeit in risku modifications, which further enhances their trade. The cloaked figure explained. Preposterous. Yi Feng retorted, his anger palpable. He was well aware of the true nature of the women in those establishments. Does Wang Zhihai not intervene? He demanded, gripping the cloaked man's garment tightly. No one intervenes. As long as there are profits to be made, everyone turns a blind eye. The cloaked man replied nervously. Suddenly, Chen An approached without warning, delivering a fatal blow. The cloaked figure crumpled to the ground. What is the meaning of this? Yi Feng inquired, turning towards Chen An. He insulted you, Chen An replied. It was not he who offended me, but rather those women, and that rogue Wang Zhihai. How does he manage Wenshu Island? Yi Feng mused, his hands clasped behind his back as he paced. Then, Brother Feng, shall we continue our training? Or should we resolve this matter before embarking on further trials? Chen An suggested. At present, I possess no inclination for training. Let us return home. Gu Yu, Gu Qin, Shueshu, will you 3 return to your ancient sword sect, or accompany me back to South Wenshu Island? Yi Feng asked, tilting his head. Brother Feng, surely this is a rhetorical question? Of course, we shall follow you, Gu Yu replied, quickly grasping Yi Feng's arm, fearful of being cast aside. It was well known that Yi Feng possessed the ability to refine elixirs, rendering him a veritable treasure trove. More importantly, they had grown fond of the camaraderie within Yi Feng's circle. Brother Feng, do not even think of abandoning us. We are steadfastly with you, Shueshu added, grasping Yi Feng's other arm. Indeed, wherever you go, we shall follow, Gu Qin chimed in, clinging to Yi Feng's leg. Release me, Yi Feng commanded, breaking free from their hold and gazing down at the motley crew of bandits he had temporarily enlisted. To my comrades below, I am returning home. As for you, I advise against highway robbery in the future. Should you encounter a cultivator, they may very well dispatch you with a single strike. Please, Brother Feng, do not forsake us. You are now our esteemed leader. The bandits cried, encircling Yi Feng, desperate not to be abandoned. Following Yi Feng meant sustenance and comfort, with every meal featuring meat and the opportunity to exchange spirit stones for money. This was infinitely preferable to a life of thievery. Moreover, accompanying Yi Feng was a leisurely affair, akin to a scenic excursion. Fear not, my dear brothers, let us return home. Thankfully, we have yet to exit Pingzhou. We shall make our way to Xin County, which should take no more than a day. Upon reaching the Xin concession, we can board a bomber to return home. Significantly saving time, Yi Feng stated calmly. At your command, Brother Feng, they replied in unison. At long last, I am about to experience the legendary hot spring island. And the thought alone fills me with a delightful thrill. Feng, is there any gift that my sister-in-law requires? I could procure a few items along the way. Indeed, Feng. One cannot possibly arrive at Hot Spring Island empty-handed, can one? Gu Yu and the others inquired. Just choose something appropriate, Yi Feng responded, waving his hand in a somewhat distracted manner. I suspect that the gifts they present may not meet the standards of Duoyen, Hina, and Susan. After all, Hot Spring Island offers refined transformation elixirs and an array of advanced weaponry. How could ordinary gifts possibly capture their interest? Let us embark on our journey home. Yi Feng and the others commenced their nocturnal travels. Meanwhile, at the South Hot Spring Island machine tool factory, Wang Zhihai was inspecting the premises with his hands clasped behind his back, surrounded by a multitude of legislators and executives, along with a distinguished guest, Luba Yi from the Luba family. Brother Yi, this is our workshop for the production of the first-generation bombers, and this area here is the stamping workshop, Wang Zhihai indicated, pointing towards two massive machines. How extraordinary! What are these luminous objects? Could they be luminous pearls? Luba Yi exclaimed, akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden, exploring every corner with curiosity. This is called an electric lamp, Wang Zhihai replied with a satisfied smile. Excellent. May I purchase a few to take back? Luba Yi inquired. It would be of no use to take them back. You would also need circuits, wires, and a generator. It's all quite expensive, Charlie interjected, growing somewhat impatient. Oh, I see. This is truly marvelous. And what about this chicken bed? Is that what it's called? It moves on its own. Luba Yi reached into the machine. Hey, be careful not to put your hand in there. You might get it crushed. Charlie quickly warned him. He found himself puzzled as to why Wang Zhihai had brought Luba Yi to the machine tool factory, despite the workshop being dedicated to the first-generation bombers. To the indigenous people outside, it represented a technological marvel far ahead of their time. Can you tell me what powers this chicken bed? Is it a spirit stone? Luba Yi asked. No, it's far too complex to explain. It involves massive circuit boards and enormous computers. Currently, we have developed a 5-centimeter computer, and I believe it won't be long before we create a miniature 5-nanometer computer. Charlie pointed towards the computer room behind them. These devices were left by Cheng Li Bean. Due to the absence of photolithography machines, we cannot produce chips. Thus, a single computer weighs a staggering 5,000 tons and occupies an area of 500 square meters. What are circuit boards? What is a photolithography machine? What is a chip? What does 5 nanometers mean? Luba Yi's face was filled with confusion, utterly bewildered by these concepts. Ha ha ha, Brother Yi, these matters are indeed intricate, but fear not. You may send your children to the Hot Spring Academy for education. After a decade or two, they will naturally comprehend the principles behind these technologies. Would you be interested? Wang Zhihai smiled. Certainly. Then I shall trouble you, President Wang. Tomorrow, I will send the children of the Luba family to the Hot Spring Academy. Luba Yi promptly responded. However, our Spa Academy charges exorbitant fees. Raising a child from elementary school through to university and then graduate school would cost at least 100 million new. Do you possess such wealth? Charlie inquired nearby. Oh, it matters not. I shall mobilize the entire populace of the 3 counties to work on Spa Island, and subsequently, I shall impose heavy taxes. Thus, the issue of finances shall be resolved. Liu Bei chuckled. Chapter 1168. What a fine mess you've created. Haha, precisely. After all, the citizens of the 3 counties are your subjects. Allow them to toil in the factories. Once they earn you can levy a 20% tax. With the population base of the 3 counties, it is likely you could earn 100 million in a single day. Wang Zhihai's intentions were finally laid bare. Well, upon my return, I shall confer with the chieftain. Liu Bei, having concluded his words, strode out of the workshop and entered his newly acquired 3rd-generation sand vehicle. The vehicle swiftly vanished from South Spa Island, heading towards Shiliang County. Wang Zhihai also exited the workshop, similarly possessing a dedicated vehicle, fashioned from the latest generation of sand transport, albeit with the cannon removed. Its surface polished to a mirror-like sheen. Surrounding his vehicle were at least 20 beautiful women, their hands caressing it incessantly, their faces alight with envy and avarice. Lord Island Master, there are slight instances of corruption within the Spa Bank. Someone has embezzled 5 million. Shall we grant them citizenship? Or execute them outright? A bank manager approached. Is that even a question? Execute them directly, Wang Zhihai commanded with a grand gesture. However, executing a citizen requires a vote from the councillors. The manager remarked. Councillors? Wang Zhihai scoffed. Go inform the councillor Hu Zhua to act according to the orders of this island master. Otherwise, his tenure as speaker will swiftly come to an end. Very well. Yet another complication arises. The embezzler happens to be one of your legitimate wives, Molly. Shall she also face execution? The manager inquired once more. Are you deliberately provoking me? Wang Zhihai fumed. No, my lord island master. Please instruct me on how to handle the embezzler, the manager asked tremulously. Surely, someone has framed her. Perhaps it was the miscreants of the peace faction. You need not involve yourselves. I will handle this matter entirely, Wang Zhihai stated nonchalantly. Very well. The onlookers cast peculiar glances at Wang Zhihai, filled with anger yet restrained in their silence. The following night, the outcome was revealed. Molly had not embezzled bank funds. Rather, she had been framed. And the culprit was indeed the manager. In front of everyone, Wang Zhihai swiftly severed the manager's head without the need for a review by the council. Yet no one dared to voice their dissent. In fact, they found themselves compelled to agree with him. That night, Wang Zhihai donned plain clothes and made his way to the largest brothel in Peach Blossom Village, the Heavenly Realm Suite. Boss, you've returned. Whose stage shall we summon today? A female attendant inquired. Bring me Duo and Hina. I am in a rather foul mood. Wang Zhihai replied before retreating into the private room. Before long, a masked woman entered the room, her physique bearing a striking resemblance to Duo and Hina, dressed identically, save for one distinction, her revealing attire. Hina, come on, my dear. In the past, you cast a spell upon me. Today, I shall weave my enchantment into your very being. Wang Zhihai's face turned crimson as he lunged forward. At that moment, the door swung open. Wang Zhihai, enraged, barked, Who permitted you to enter? Get out, leave at once. Island Master, it's dire news. A significant matter has arisen. The female receptionist trembled as she spoke. What matter? Feng has returned and is waiting in your office. In an instant, Wang Zhihai felt a wave of fear wash over him. Quickly, change everything back. Duo Yin Hina, Su Shan. And the entire Taohua village's enterprises must cease operations until I say otherwise. He hurriedly dressed and rushed to his sand cart, which sped towards the shimmering barrier of South Hot Spring Island. Upon arrival, he noticed that the soldiers stationed at the entrance no longer saluted him, sending a chill down his spine. Feeling dejected, he cautiously approached his office. Outside stood Chue Ma and several unfamiliar cultivators, their auras revealing them to be at the true martial realm. Upon entering the second door, he spotted Hu Zhua and several council members whispering among themselves. Upon noticing him, their conversation abruptly halted, and they regarded him with icy glares. Ah, Chairman Hu Zhua, you are here as well? Wang Zhihai forced a smile. Indeed, we are here. Feng is waiting inside. Do hurry, Hu Zhua replied with a mocking expression. Gathering his courage, Wang Zhihai finally pushed open the last door. There stood Chen An at the threshold, his face dark as coal. Inside, Duo Yin Hina, Su Shan, Su Yun, and Nei Li Meizi were present. But Yi Feng was conspicuously absent. Where's Feng? Wang Zhihai straightened his hunched form, regaining a semblance of the island master's confidence. Feng is in the shower. He will be here shortly. You may wait, Chen An said with a sardonic tone. What? Wang Zhihai's posture slumped once more. Good evening, Sister Hina, he greeted warmly. Duo Yin Hina cast a glance his way but chose to ignore him, causing his heart to sink again. Good evening, Sister Sushan. I have prepared a lovely long dress that would perfectly complement your elegance. I wish to gift it to you, he said, attempting to curry favor. No need. Sushan's response was frigid. Wang Zhihai dutifully took a seat on the bench, bracing himself for the impending judgment. At that juncture, Chen An approached him. Zhihai, that heavy water pistol of yours seems impressive. May I see it? He said, looking down at Wang Zhihai. Certainly. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wang Zhihai obediently handed over the heavy water pistol. Chen An promptly removed all the ammunition and tossed the gun aside. At that moment, Wang Zhihai felt a sense of impending doom, his eyes darting about nervously. Feng is coming. Feng is coming. A commotion erupted from the back of the office. A handsome young man made a striking entrance, impeccably dressed, none other than the newly groomed Yi Feng. A Feng. Duo Yin Hina stepped forward, suppressing her inner joy. A Feng. Without hesitation, Susan leaped into Yi Feng's embrace. Brother Feng. Su Yun and Raimai also took a step closer, gazing at him with sparkling eyes. All right, we haven't finished the important matters yet. Yi Feng gently pushed Susan away and settled into Wang Zhihai's former seat. Wang Zhihai swiftly stood, his hands pressed against his waist like a remorseful schoolboy. Wang Zhihai, during my absence, I hear you have been quite industrious. Yi Feng remarked indifferently. With a thud, Wang Zhihai could no longer contain himself and sank to his knees. Brother Feng, I admit my mismanagement, but rest assured, I will immediately halt the operations in Peach Blossom Village. It was those beneath me who took matters into their own hands, shamelessly using Sister Hina and Sister Susan's titles for marketing. I will find the mastermind and ensure they meet their fate, Wang Zhihai declared. Duo Yin Hina and the others seethed with anger, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Yi Feng leaned back, slowly closing his eyes, remaining silent. Chapter 1169. As obedient as dogs, Wang Zhihai grew increasingly anxious. Brother Feng, I confess, I have heard of those gimmicks, but I have never engaged in them. It is entirely my fault for poor management and poor judgment of character. I will have those few managers from Peach Blossom Village apprehended and brought to you for punishment, he hastily proclaimed. Yi Feng's eyes slowly opened a crack, his gaze sharp as a blade, slicing through Wang Zhihai's face. Is this murderous intent? Brother Feng, are you truly harboring thoughts of killing me? Wang Zhihai nervously touched his trousers, feeling a slight dampness. Brother Feng, I fully admit it. Those gimmicks were indeed my doing. Utilizing the identity of the First Lady of Hot Spring Island for marketing. The business boomed, but all the profits have been reinvested into the development of Hot Spring Island. Although I occasionally indulged, I assure you, Brother Feng, I did so with critical scrutiny. As for Duo Yin Hina and Susan, I have visited them fewer than 10 times in total, while Su Yun has frequented over 20 times. Go to hell. Su Yun could no longer hold back. She rushed forward and kicked Wang Zhihai, sending him tumbling. Chen An, infuriated, drew a heavy water pistol and pressed it against Wang Zhihai's forehead. Brother Feng, just say the word, and I will pull the trigger. This disgusting fellow dared to have thoughts about my sister-in-law. Chen An's face flushed crimson. I never even dared to entertain such ideas about Brother Feng's women, yet Wang Zhihai dares to fantasize. However, it's a pity that with Brother Feng's return, the operations in Peach Blossom Village will likely be uprooted, and I shall have no chance to experience it. Brother Feng, have mercy. Over the years, I have contributed to the organization, the nation, and Hot Spring Island, with accomplishments longer than the Great Wall. Most importantly, I am utterly loyal to you, Brother Feng. Brother Feng. Wang Zhihai pushed Chen An aside, clinging to Yi Feng's leg. Yi Feng cast another glance at Wang Zhihai and sighed deeply. Zhihai, I just returned and was looking forward to reminiscing with you. Why did you rush to spill everything? In Peach Blossom Village, I had no intention of intervening. For after all, commerce thrives on freedom. By the way, which law on Hot Spring Island prohibits the utilization of another woman's identity for marketing purposes? Does such a law exist? Yi Feng cast a glance at the others. Brother Feng, it seems there is indeed no such law. However, Wang Zhihai's actions are nothing short of a desecration towards you and your legitimate wife, Zhuaima remarked. Let it be regarded as desecration. As long as he does not violate the laws of Hot Spring Island, even I have no authority to punish Wang Zhihai, Yi Feng replied solemnly. What? Wang Zhihai was rendered speechless. He wished to slap himself, for Brother Feng had uttered not a single word. Yet he had divulged all his wrongdoings like a pen spilling ink. What was to be done? He tousled his hair and slowly rose to his feet, regaining his composure. Brother Feng, legally speaking, there is indeed no such clause, which affirms the validity of my marketing strategy. After all, I am merely pursuing profits, and with money, I can sway those legislators. Wang Zhihai hastily covered his mouth. Yi Feng's expression darkened completely. Bribing legislators? Did everyone hear that? Wang Zhihai is actually bribing legislators. Isn't this a breach of the law? Moreover, it is one of the gravest offenses. Brother Feng is right. Bribing legislators falls among the top 10 taboos of Hot Spring Island. By doing so, he can accomplish many things, even transforming South Hot Spring Island into his own dominion. Shuaiman nodded in agreement. Yi Feng turned his gaze back to Wang Zhihai. Wang Zhihai, I believe it is time for you to retire. It is time to offer young talents a chance. You cannot cling to this position indefinitely. Starting tomorrow, I will appoint someone as the master of South Hot Spring Island. While I cannot confirm the choice just yet, I can assure you that you, Wang Zhihai, will be relieved of your role as president of the Hot Spring Bank. Along with any other chaotic positions you hold, you may enjoy a peaceful life as a wealthy gentleman. The wealth you have amassed over the years should suffice for a joyful existence, not to mention the benefits afforded by Hot Spring Island. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Wang Zhihai deflated like a punctured balloon, collapsing to the ground. I am weary. Henna, Susan, let us retire for the night. After speaking, Yi Feng stepped over Wang Zhihai and quickly vanished from the office. That night, Yi Feng and the two women grew ever more fervent. Although their time spent together was brief, Yi Feng's spirit had grown stronger, and it was not until the two women pleaded for mercy that he finally ceased his endeavors. The following morning, in the council hall of Hot Spring Island, Wang Zhihai found himself in an untenable position. He wished to occupy the master's seat, but Yi Feng would soon arrive. To sit in a legislator's place would be a demotion, and to take up the role of bank president? Yi Feng had previously declared that he would soon dismiss him from all positions. In utter resignation, he reluctantly fetched a stool and sat quietly by the entrance. Within the council hall, Bourgeois and others had already gathered, their spirits soaring. They clustered in small groups, buzzing with conversation before erupting into laughter. Wang Zhihai felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles, acutely aware that every individual was mocking him, whispering about his disgrace. He abruptly turned around, only to find several legislators hastily averting their gazes, their faces adorned with barely concealed amusement, all eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the murmurings ceased in unison. There stood Yi Feng, donning the attire of the island's leader, striding confidently inside. Brother Feng, good morning. Brother Feng, it's wonderful to have you back. As he passed, everyone greeted him warmly. Wang Zhihai intended to join in the salutation, but was unceremoniously jostled aside by other legislators. At last, Yi Feng settled into the seat of the island leader. Esteemed legislators, honored speaker, let us commence the meeting. Is there any matter requiring impeachment? Yi Feng inquired directly. Inwardly elated, Bourgeois had awaited this very opportunity. He immediately signaled to his fellow legislators. Brother Feng, currently, Hot Spring Island is divided between the north and the south. However, during this division, acting leader Wang has taken to ruling unilaterally, dispatching tasks without the approval of the House, rendering us legislators effectively powerless. One legislator spoke up. Brother Feng, there have been instances of embezzlement and corruption at the Hot Spring Bank, involving none other than Wang Zhihai's legitimate wife. He has taken on the case. Yet the very next day, she continued her employment at the bank, leaving us with no recourse, another legislator added. Wang Zhihai seethed with fury, his fists clenched tightly. You scoundrels! When Brother Feng was absent, you all behaved like obedient dogs. Oh, now that Brother Feng has returned, you begin to proclaim your grievances? I truly should have dismissed all of you. At that moment, Yi Feng's gaze swept over Wang Zhihai, causing him to quickly conceal his hostile expression. All right, Zhihai, please. Share your thoughts. Yi Feng gestured towards him. Given how far matters have escalated, there is little I can say. Brother Feng, I have wronged you, betraying your trust in me. I accept whatever punishment you deem fit, including for my legitimate wife, who indeed embezzled funds from the bank. Please, sentence us according to the laws of Hot Spring Island. Wang Zhihai rose, appearing a decade older in that instant. The surrounding legislators smirked, their faces lighting up with joy. A few even exchanged applause. Finally, this dictator was being ousted, all thanks to Brother Feng. No one else possessed such capability or prestige. Wang Zhihai, I remember when I painstakingly guided you to this position in the Heishu River area. It is disheartening to see you betray my trust. Chen An, a figure approached. You? Guided me. Wang Zhihai spat, furious. Certainly. Back when you first boarded the deck, you were merely a cleaner. Now, as the island leader, your true nature has revealed itself. Chen An replied with an air of superiority. Chen An, my abilities stem from the civilized society I come from, and have nothing to do with you. Spare me your condescension and attempts to flatter yourself. Wang Zhihai roared in anger. Enough. I shall not waste my breath on a criminal like you. Prepare to face the judgment of justice, Chen An declared, strutting back with an air of arrogance. Brother Feng, you shall pass judgment. Let us see how many centuries he should be sentenced to, inquired a member of the assembly. Nonsense. I am not a judge. How could I possibly dictate the sentence for Wang Zhihai? Yi Feng's expression darkened. After speaking, Yi Feng turned his gaze towards Wang Zhihai. Esteemed members of the assembly. Chairman Hu Zhua, I have a proposal. Wang Zhihai possesses remarkable abilities, and I intend to appoint him as the Lord of South Hot Spring Island once more. What? Excuse me? Did I hear that correctly? The assembly members trembled in fear. If Wang Zhihai were to remain in power, would they not be subjected to retaliation? Silence, everyone. My proposal is not yet complete. Wang Zhihai shall indeed continue as the Lord of South Hot Spring Island. However, I shall assign him a personal bodyguard, one of significant stature, a bona fide peak master of true martial arts. While safeguarding Wang Zhihai, this bodyguard shall also possess supervisory authority. Should Wang Zhihai act inappropriately, he may be dealt with severely. Furthermore, if he attempts to harm others, the bodyguard will have the prerogative to act decisively. Guyu, please step forward, Yi Feng commanded. Upon his words, Guyu made a striking entrance. Allow me to introduce Guyu, who has served under me for several months. He executes my orders with absolute fidelity. Whoever I instruct him to eliminate, he shall do so without hesitation. Zhihai, do you comprehend? Yi Feng spoke slowly. What? Brother Feng, please allow me to retire. Wang Zhihai exclaimed, trembling in fear. Retire? The work is not yet complete. Do you think retirement comes so easily? Yi Feng addressed the assembly. This is my proposal. I urge you to convene and consider whether it merits a vote. With that, Yi Feng bowed deeply to the assembly, reminiscent of his earlier demeanor. The previously timid Hu Zhua regained his confidence. Friends who are not assembly members, please exit the hall. We assembly members are about to vote. In a short while, the extraneous individuals had vacated the assembly hall. 2 hours later, the members reconvened. After a vote among the 574 assembly members, 474 expressed their agreement with Brother Feng's proposal, allowing Wang Zhihai to continue as the Lord of South Hot Spring Island. However, Guyu shall serve as his head bodyguard, responsible not only for Wang Zhihai's safety, but also for overseeing his conduct to prevent abuse of power or personal vendettas. Should any nefarious intentions be discovered, the bodyguard shall have the authority to act without prior notice. Hu Zhua announced the results loudly. Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction and gestured for Wang Zhihai to take his place. Lord Wang, Director Wang, please return to your position. With that, Yi Feng seated himself upon a small stool at the entrance. Wang Zhihai swallowed hard and stepped toward the Lord's position, contemplating the ebb and flow of life, akin to a roller coaster. Fortunately, he had now attained the rank of Emperor of Strength. Otherwise, he would have been unable to withstand such excitement and likely succumbed to a heart attack. Thank you, Brother Feng, and thank you to the assembly for granting me this opportunity once more. This time, I shall reform and rectify the mistakes of my past, Wang Zhihai declared. Bowing deeply to all present, Guyu quietly positioned himself behind him. Now, Guyu brandishes a formidable pistol at his waist, complemented by a heavy-duty rifle slung across his back, while donning a protective suit designed to withstand extreme conditions and sporting a dagger-like object tucked within his boots. Exuding an undeniable charisma, Wang Zhihai, during our assembly, proposed a new law. On One Spring Island, no public officials shall engage in commercial enterprises. Consequently, the assets of Taohua Village will be partitioned and auctioned, with the proceeds deposited into the national treasury of One Spring Island, earmarked for investment in research, education, and other noble fields, declared Hu Zhua. Yi Feng, seated on the bench, felt a flicker of realization, almost forgetting this matter. Hu Zhua had executed it splendidly. Otherwise, once Wang Zhihai amassed wealth, he would surely bribe the legislators to create chaos. My assets in Taohua village? Wang Zhihai exclaimed, taken aback. Wang Zhihai? Brother Feng is magnanimous and has chosen to retain you in the position of island leader, but I implore you to cultivate gratitude and avoid ingratitude, Hu Zhuo warned. Very well, very well. Wang Zhihai lowered his head in despair. By the way, the leader of the liberal faction will no longer be Wang Zhihai, and we shall deliberate on the successor shortly, Hu Zhuo continued. It was a rare occasion for Brother Feng to return. One could not predict when he might depart again. Thus, he sought to dismantle Wang Zhihai's authority while Yi Feng provided support. Otherwise, should Yi Feng whimsically choose to leave One Spring Island once more, they would find themselves under Wang Zhihai's oppressive rule again. Chen An, let us depart. We are not legislators and need not meddle further, Yi Feng remarked, leading Chen An out of the assembly hall. Come, let us venture beyond the light curtain for a stroll. The two meandered outside, where the population density was astonishing. With ice houses towering 5 to 6 stories high, the high density of inhabitants, all equipped with heating, seemed to have tempered the frigid climate near South One Spring Island, making it bearable for those of considerable fortitude. Soon, they arrived at Taohua village, only to find the gates securely locked, with 2 shadowy figures lurking at the entrance. They then witnessed the various factories dotting South One Spring Island. Previously, factories handled large-scale contracts, but now they had become more specialized, albeit smaller in size. Even screws were manufactured in dedicated facilities, with enhanced standards for hardness, wear resistance, and precision. In Chapter 1171, I wish to bring her back to One Spring Island. It was noted that a bomber could now reach speeds of 5 Mach in an hour. Without quality screws, it risked disintegration mid-flight. There was even a factory solely dedicated to adhesives. As for engines and aircraft exteriors, those factories operated within the light curtain, as core secrets would not be entrusted to external facilities. Yi Feng visited several clothing factories, fishing grounds, and restaurants. Let us go, Chen An. We should pay our respects to old Shi. Yi Feng sighed deeply. Indeed, Chen An's expression darkened. They had received word the previous evening of Shi Zhenliang's passing. His was the first natural death in this civilized society, casting a shadow of sorrow over them, while simultaneously strengthening their resolve to ascend. Should they fail to expedite their advancement, their fate may well mirror that of Shi Zhenliang. Fortunately for Yi Feng, he has already ascended to the true martial realm, allowing him a lifespan of at least a century or two. Chen An, however, remains at the royal strength level and must exert himself further, rather than traveling by bomber. The two opted for a humble sand cart, embarking on a leisurely journey through the mountainous terrain until they reached the Black Tree River Basin, home to the ruins of the first-generation Hot Spring Island. They had already heard tales of Shi Zhenliang's resting place being located there. The sand cart traversed slowly, taking 7 days to arrive at the site of the ancient Hot Spring Island. A grand solitary grave stood there, a testament to the past. Old Shi. Yi Feng seated himself atop the grave, placing offerings before him. Shi, why did you depart so soon? Chen An knelt and bowed several times at the headstone. You keep old Shi company. I shall stroll around, Yi Feng declared before meandering through the entire Hot Spring Island ruins. The snow had accumulated to a depth of at least 20 feet, erasing all traces of their former lives. Yet Yi Feng still retained a fleeting memory of the ice-laden woods. Brother Feng, do not leave me here at old Shi's grave. I fear he may take me away. Let us go together. Chen An hastily followed. What a lack of resolve, Yi Feng remarked, his gaze shifting toward the opposite bank of the Black Tree River, several dozen kilometers away. In all his time living in the Black Tree River Basin, he had never ventured into the adjacent beast forest. Shall we take a look? Certainly. They agreed, and climbed onto the sand cart, which glided swiftly across the frozen lake surface. This advanced sand cart, designed with a weight-bearing sled beneath, prevented the wheels from sinking into the snow, a proud creation of Charlie's. Tall, primal snow-laden forests began to emerge on the opposite shore, enveloping the world in serene silence, interrupted only by the occasional sound of snow-laden branches bending under the weight. Is this the famed beast forest? How magnificent! It is far more foreboding than our former home across the river, Chen An marveled. I suspect all the beasts within have succumbed to the frost. Let us explore, Yi Feng suggested. With a swift motion, he struck his waist. 6 flying swords ascended into the air, quickly transforming into a colossal sword. The giant sword swept through the air, cleaving numerous trees in half. Brother Feng, you can now wield 6 flying swords? Chen An exclaimed, his face alight with astonishment. Indeed. Alas, I am yet unable to arrange the clear wind sword formation. I must reach the innate realm to control 12 swords. At which point I can establish the most rudimentary of formations, Feng replied, gesturing toward the 6 flying swords. They danced around him in the beast forest. Though they could not stray too far, beyond 500 meters, their might would wane, and at over a kilometer, they would lose all power. This limitation was due to his true martial late-stage mental strength, which could only command the 6 swords to such an extent. Upon reaching the innate realm, his mental prowess would amplify, enabling the formation of 12 swords into a sword array. Gritting his teeth, Chen An summoned his own shield, careening into the surrounding trees. His mental strength was weaker, allowing him to control the shield only within a radius of approximately 200 meters. After practicing for around 10 minutes, Feng felt his mental energy and vitality waning. He could indeed replenish his vitality. As soon as the blood-sucking technique was invoked, his energy naturally restored. However, the divine consciousness remained irreplaceable. Stop. We must maintain a certain level of divine consciousness. Let us wander a little longer, Feng stated, retracting his flying sword. All right. Chen An also stowed away his shield, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The cold wind swept through, instantly freezing the perspiration on his face. Frost clung to both their hair and eyebrows, and the breath they exhaled shaped into a visage upon their masks. Feng's expression suddenly shifted. He noticed, 200 meters ahead, an ice house. Is there still life in the Blacktree River region? Feng gazed in disbelief at the sight before him. Ice house. Chen An also took note of the structure. Could there be indigenous people within the beast forest? He turned to Feng. We shall find out, Feng replied, cautiously advancing towards the front. Is anyone inside? I am Feng, seeking warmth, he called out softly. Silence enveloped the ice house. Feng narrowed his eyes, extending his divine consciousness outward. It's her. Is she unharmed? Feng could not help but take a step back, a look of astonishment etched across his face. After a moment, a woman with disheveled hair, clad in thick leather, emerged from the ice house, cradling a submachine gun. Her wild locks obscured much of her face. Yet her curvaceous form was unmistakable, particularly her robust thighs, partially visible beneath the animal hide. Good heavens! Chen An quickly drew his heavy water pistol. Wait! Feng swiftly pushed Chen An aside. You are Luo something? I recall your name. You seem to belong to the Snow Mountain tribe, correct? Feng inquired. At that moment, Chen An also recalled. Brother Feng, yes. Her name is Luo. She once attacked our fleet, but then went missing. Yes, Luo. I am Feng. I thought you had perished, he declared, opening his arms towards the specter of a woman before him. Finally, she placed the machine gun on the ground, extending a frostbitten hand to push her hair aside, revealing a weathered visage. Indeed, despite the passage of years and her evident maturation, Feng recognized her as Luo. Luo. Feng disregarded all else and embraced her tightly. Luo Ying's lips moved, yet no sound escaped. The prolonged silence had rendered her temporarily voiceless. Feng. She managed to utter those 3 words at last. Wonderful. Chen An, she recognizes us. Go fetch the sandcar. I wish to take her back to Warm Spring Island. Understood, right away. Chen An hurried off to retrieve the sandcar. Feng first carried Luo Ying into the warm confines of the vehicle before stepping back into the ice house. Chapter 1172. A price must be paid. Inside lay various bones, a small fire pit in the center, and a filthy animal hide serving as a bed. The entire ice house spanned a mere 5 to 6 square meters. For so many years, has Luo Ying truly lived in such an environment? He strode out of the ice house and swiftly leaped into the sand vehicle. Chen An drive. Certainly. With a firm press on the gas pedal, the sand vehicle sped towards the direction of South Hot Spring Island. Within the vehicle, Luo Ying's body temperature began to normalize as she gradually shed the layers of animal pelts, revealing her voluptuous figure. Luo Ying, I assure you, once we reach South Hot Spring Island, I shall ensure you lead a life filled with happiness, free from suffering. By the way, there should still be some members of the Snow Mountain tribe on South Hot Spring Island. Perhaps you could reunite with them, and who knows, you might find familiar faces. Feng gently comforted Luo Ying. Having lived in the wild for an extended period, her eyes had transformed into the vertical pupils of a beast, brimming with alertness. Even a gentle tap on her shoulder from Feng could make her spin around abruptly. Just then, A bomber soared past overhead with a whoosh. After several rapid passes, Yifeng finally caught sight of its lingering silhouette, hovering in midair and slowly descending. Chen An quickly pressed the brakes, bringing the sand vehicle to a halt. The bomber landed atop the ice. Chasing Ma leaped out from within, his expression grim. "Brother Feng, trouble is brewing. We received news from North Hot Spring Island that a great army is advancing, personally dispatched by the Lord of Pingzhou. A multitude of cultivators has cornered the protective barrier of North Hot Spring Island." "What?" "Chen An, bring Luoying out." Upon finishing his words, Yifeng darted directly into the bomber. The bomber had been upgraded to accommodate 6 passengers: Yifeng, Chen An, Luoying, along with the captain and co-pilot, leaving 1 seat available. "Let us depart for South Hot Spring Island." Yifeng's expression was somber. "At your command." The bomber ascended gracefully, and as it reached an altitude of 1,000 meters, Chasing Ma pulled the control stick, causing the bomber to vanish into the clouds with a whoosh. In less than 20 minutes, it had descended within the protective barrier of South Hot Spring Island. Inside the assembly hall, Wang Zhihai was already conducting a pre-war mobilization. "Ladies and gentlemen, this letter is a declaration of war from the Lord of Pingzhou. He demands that we withdraw all concessions from Pingzhou City, surrender the purification assembly line of Hot Spring Island, and pay him a compensation of 100 billion spirit stones. Shall we comply?" Wang Zhihai stood in the position of island master, brandishing the letter of war. "Willing? Willing, my foot. What is the name of the Lord of Pingzhou? Let us just bombard the Pingzhou government directly." The Lord of Pingzhou, Huang Tianfeng, is a cultivator at the initial stage of the void refinement realm, and his 4 great are all peak cultivators of the divine origin realm. "This poses a life-and-death challenge for us on Hot Spring Island," Wang Zhihai replied loudly. "Let us take him down. Isn't just Pingzhou? Let us annihilate him. We have bombers. Let us reduce the Pingzhou government to rubble." Amidst the clamor in the assembly hall, Yifeng kicked open the doors of the chamber. Brother Feng has returned." "Wang Zhihai, hurry down and let Brother Feng come up." "Yes, let Brother Feng take the lead." "Wang Zhihai, you should step down." The assembly members quickly altered their tone. "No, Zhihai, you may continue. I shall merely observe from below," Yifeng declared as he settled onto a bench with Chen An and Shui Ma. "Very well. My intention is to mobilize the Air Force, Army, and Sand Vehicle Corps of Hot Spring Island immediately, directing them towards North Hot Spring Island. Otherwise, Harry Xian will undoubtedly be unable to endure for much longer." "Brother Feng, what is your stance?" Wang Zhihai inquired cautiously, glancing at Yifeng. "Zhihai, you are now the acting island master. We all heed your command, so the decision rests with you. However, I must stress that I shall partake in the battle personally." Yifeng asserted. "All right, I hereby declare a formal war against Pingzhou. The Air Force Squadron and Sand Vehicle Battalion, prepare yourselves. The train shall cease passenger services and focus entirely on military transportation," Wang Zhihai proclaimed decisively. "I urge the House of Representatives to endorse my proposal at once." He then turned to Huzhua. Huzhua, in turn, looked towards Yifeng. "Huzhua, swiftly cast your vote. Let all members of the assembly decide here and now. We must act quickly, lest I fear the forces from Pingzhou have already commenced their assault on North Hot Spring Island," Yifeng urged. "Indeed. Members of the House of Representatives, those in favor of Wang Zhihai's proposal, please raise your hands." Upon this, Huzhua promptly lifted his right hand. The vote for war passed overwhelmingly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In South Hot Spring Island, bombers ascended into the sky, quickly transforming into mere black dots that vanished into the firmament. Simultaneously, trains arrived at the Hot Spring Island station, where numerous soldiers of the Hot Spring Army donned heavy water combat suits, brandishing Gatling guns as they boarded the trains in orderly lines. On North Hot Spring Island, beyond the light barrier, in the frigid expanse of ice and snow, stood rows of cultivators. At the forefront were 20,000 practitioners at the post-heaven stage, followed closely by nearly 20,000 at the true martial stage and 2,000 at the innate stage. Behind the innate cultivators were formidable experts at the transformation stage. Among them stood over 30 demon birds, towering nearly 5 meters in height, with wingspans reaching 6 meters. Each demon bird bore a practitioner at the divine origin stage seated atop it. In the center, a young boy sat astride a warhorse. His eyes shimmered a faint gold, his visage akin to jade, with a pair of sword-like brows extending towards his temples. Yet, at that moment, the boy bore an expressionless countenance. his icy gaze fixed upon the light barrier of North Hot Spring Island. The army of 200,000 cultivators stood silently, an aura of lethal intent permeating the entirety of Sword Canyon. Behind the boy stood 4 towering giants, each 6 meters tall, their presence formidable, each possessing strength rivaling that of a late-stage divine origin expert. Rebei, who truly governs Hot Spring Island? Is it Yi Feng or Wang Zhihai? The boy slowly turned his head to gaze at the leader of the Rubai clan. Rebei's eyes flickered with uncertainty as he hurried over. Esteemed lord, on the surface, it appears to be Wang Zhihai. However, there are rumors among the populace that the true mastermind behind Hot Spring Island is Yi Feng. Regrettably, I have never encountered him. Rebei replied cautiously. He refrained from disclosing to the young boy that their Rubai family had already forged a series of cooperative relationships with Hot Spring Island, fearing that the boy might direct his wrath towards him. Regardless of whether it is Yi Feng or Wang Zhihai, those who dare to tread upon the territory of Pingzhou must inevitably pay the price. First, they must surrender the assembly line capable of purifying elixirs. Only upon acquiring this shall we proceed to confiscate all flying artifacts from the Isle of Hot Springs. Ultimately, not a single soul shall remain on the Isle of Hot Springs, not one shall escape. The youth spoke with a calm demeanor. It is worth noting that he was contemplating the slaughter of billions on the Isle of Hot Springs. Yet to him, uttering the prospect of extinguishing billions seemed no more significant than a trivial matter. Chapter 1173. We shall observe the spectacle indeed. The realm of cultivation is far more brutal than the mortal world, where city massacres and clan annihilations occur with alarming frequency. Within the luminous barrier, He Li Xian anxiously observed the great army of Pingzhou outside. It was terrifying, exceeding even the formidable forces of Li Huoling from the last encounter. And their strength was greater still. Old Cheng, do you possess any strategies? He Li Xian inquired. Island Master, the nearly 100 million souls outside the barrier are all citizens. At this juncture, we must rally them to rise against the invaders. Cheng Li Bin swallowed hard. Presently, the northern Isle of Hot Springs boasted only 30 antiquated bombers, a mere drop in the ocean compared to the cultivators outside. It is feared that before their heavy water bombers could make an impact, these cultivators would easily breach the great formation of the northern Isle of Hot Springs. Bai Guagua, in a state of heightened anxiety, manipulated the great formation. Previously, He Li Xian had directed her to cover a radius of 500 kilometers. But circumstances had changed. To conserve energy, she was compelled to contract the formation to a mere 1-kilometer radius. This space was now densely populated with the indigenous inhabitants of the Isle of Hot Springs, the true citizens of the Northern Isle. He Li Xian stepped forward, abruptly drawing his command blade. Brothers beyond the luminous barrier, you are all citizens of the Isle of Hot Springs. You have enjoyed the privileges of free healthcare, education, and sustenance. Now, I implore you to take up arms and resist the invaders. Even in death, you must inflict severe damage upon them. His voice echoed over the Jianjin Gorge. However, the citizens beyond the barrier displayed expressions devoid of emotion, their indifference palpable. Did you hear that? I, the Island Master, command you to take up arms and resist the invaders. He Li Xian's voice trembled. He sensed that the citizens were not inclined to comply. Quickly summon your Lord Island Master, He Li Xian, and demand the surrender of the purification assembly line for elixirs from the Isle of Hot Springs. Additionally, hand over the formula for the pest control medicine. While this may result in the demise of others on the Isle, the Lord of our state can assure you that those of you in high positions shall remain unharmed. Lu Bai stepped forward, casting a cold gaze upon He Li Xian. There was no choice. Now that the Lord of the state had emerged from seclusion, he had to stand firm, for vacillation could lead to displeasure from both sides. Wang Zhihai, the Lord of the Southern Isle of Hot Springs, was the architect of the invasion upon your Pingzhou. Furthermore, it was your Xian County that initially invaded our Isle of Hot Springs, prompting our counter-invasion upon your Pingzhou. I beseech the Lord of the state to discern wisely. Faced with hundreds of thousands of cultivators, He Li Xian softened his demeanor and employed formal language. For now, he merely needed to stall, awaiting Yi Feng's arrival. Huang Tianfeng did not engage directly with He Li Xian. In his perspective, neither Yi Feng nor Wang Zhihai were worthy of engaging him in conversation. Within the Black Mountain Empire, hierarchy was rigidly enforced, and his foremost task was to establish his own standing. To converse casually with an ant would only diminish his stature. Ha ha ha, He Li Xuan, are you still lost in dreams? My invasion of your hot spring island is akin to a lion's incursion into an ant nest. Should the tiny insects dare to resist, they alone would bear the blame. It appears you remain oblivious to the world's rules. When the Western Yin County invaded, why did you not promptly send someone to Pingzhou City to raise an alarm? Instead, you excelled in resistance, Liu Bai questioned loudly. He Lishuan nearly spat blood in fury. Yet, lacking the strength to confront, he could only swallow his anger. I apologize. At that time, the wind barrier had not yet fully dissipated, and none among us possessed the strength to traverse it, let alone report to the governor, He Lishuan said, restraining his ire. This. Liu Bai glanced back at Kuang Tianfang. Humph. You can speak to him. These insects are unworthy of my words, Kuang Tianfang replied coldly. The four giants behind him stood immobile, resembling towering mountains, their overwhelming presence rendering Liu Bai breathless. As commanded, Liu Bai swallowed hard and looked once more at He Lishuan. He Lishuan, I now grant you a mere 2 hours. Either surrender the production line, or leave not a single creature on Hot Spring Island. Liu Bai's voice resonated far and wide, audible to tens of thousands. Liu Bai. Kuang Tianfang furrowed his brow slightly. Are you out of your mind? To make the governor wait here for 2 hours? Yes, I will amend my words immediately. Liu Bai wiped the cold sweat from his brow and turned again to the shimmering screen of Hot Spring Island. I will give you half an hour. After that, our forces from Pingzhou will commence their assault on your northern Hot Spring Island. How outrageous. I have already been exceedingly courteous, yet you persist in your aggression. Kuang Tianfang. Do not presume that I fear you just because the entire sect of Pingzhou has come. I assure you, Hot Spring Island is no mere soft fruit to be squeezed at will. Should conflict arise, it remains uncertain who shall prevail. He Lishuan could no longer contain himself and erupted in fury. Do not waste words with them. Let us strike now, Liu Bai. I have heard that you have recently formed close ties with Hot Spring Island, even procuring numerous magical artifacts from them. To demonstrate your allegiance, let the Liu family take the vanguard. And to utilize the artifacts from Hot Spring Island. I wish to see how the artifacts from this secret realm compare to our own, Kuang Tianfang stated nonchalantly. However, the items I purchased were discarded by Hot Spring Island. If we were to confront their most advanced weapons, our Liu family would suffer significant losses, Liu Bai stammered in shock. Indeed. Let the governor dispatch the finest troops from Pingzhou to decisively eliminate northern Hot Spring Island, spoke Liu Bei, the one who first collaborated with Wang Zhihai. After years of seclusion, have my words lost their weight in Pingzhou? Kuang Tianfang's expression turned icy, an ominous aura crashing down like a tidal wave. Both Liu Bai and Liu Bei's faces paled, and they found themselves compelled to kneel under the weight of the pressure. Master of the state, we are willing. We are willing. The two men quickly pleaded for mercy. As long as you are willing, proceed. We shall observe the spectacle from behind, said Kuang Tian coldly. As you command. The two stood up and simultaneously mounted the monstrous beasts. Warriors from the Rubar clan stepped forward. With a clamor, over 3,000 cultivators assembled. Onward. Rubar gestured ahead. In an instant, cultivators below the transformation origin stage simultaneously struck their waists, sending various magical artifacts soaring into the sky. They were not idle with their hands either, simultaneously drawing heavy water handguns. Though the effective range of these handguns was merely 120 meters, within that distance, they were invincible. Rubar E and Rubar Y exchanged a glance and opened their mouths simultaneously. From their lips emerged a small black, a treasure exclusive to the godless cultivators. The dot swiftly ascended into the sky, transforming into a colossal hammer, while another morphed into an 8-meter-long giant sword. Kill. Countless magical artifacts surged toward the shimmering barrier of Hot Spring Island. Bai Guogua hurriedly manipulated the grand formation. Duoyan Hina had already imparted the means to control the divine spear's restrictions to her. Clang, clang, uft, boom. Various explosive sounds erupted above the barrier, distorting it unpredictably, as the blood in the blood pool was instantly drained. Chapter 1174. Diminishing power. The personnel of the blood bank had long been prepared, kicking barrels of plasma into the blood pool. Advance. Rubar E pointed ahead. The 3,000 Rubar cultivators marched forward with resolute steps, their heavy water handguns aimed at the barrier. Meanwhile, within North Hot Spring Island, various heavy water Gatling guns were prepared, zeroing in on the 3,000 cultivators outside the barrier. The Gatling guns had a range of 300 meters. They would fire in unison once the enemy was 250 meters away, demonstrating the might of North Hot Spring Island to Quangtian. Li Xian adeptly commanded the overall situation. Previously, he had been the supreme commander of the three armies, renowned for his strategic prowess. In a moment, 2,000 Gatling guns were aimed straight ahead. Whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of second-generation bombers burst forth from the barrier. Half of the bombers were instantly shredded into fragments by the barrage of flying swords as they exited the barrier. Some pilots did not even have time to deploy their parachutes, reduced to mere pulp in an instant. Yet, half of the bombers ascended into the clouds. Circling in the sky, release. Drops of heavy water cascaded from the heavens. Rubar-E was taken aback. He had witnessed the devastating power of the heavy water bombers. Quickly, activate all barriers. His voice was nearly hoarse. Uft, uft. The new generation of heavy water displayed immense power. A single drop could penetrate the barriers of innate cultivators from top to bottom. They swayed as if intoxicated before collapsing to the ground. Those of the true martial realm fared slightly better, with only 2 layers of their barriers punctured. Even so, witnessing the plight of the innate cultivators terrified them, causing some to halt in their tracks. However, the heavy water continued its relentless descent, wave after wave falling upon them. Gritting his teeth, Rubar-E pointed at the colossal hammer. Whoosh! The hammer soared into the sky. Boom! One of the bombers was caught off guard. Struck directly and instantly disintegrated into countless fragments scattered across the sky. The remaining bombers, witnessing this calamity, hastily ascended to greater altitudes, soaring towards the heights of tens of thousands of meters. The other transformation practitioners also reacted promptly, simultaneously directing their flying swords skyward. Alas, their mental strength could only command the swords to attack within a distance of 10,000 meters. The farther they ventured, the weaker the swords became. By the time their swords could reach the bombers, they were incapable of inflicting any substantial damage upon such formidable materials. They continued their ascent, reaching 100,000 meters. Upon hearing this, a pilot declared, and the bomber climbed again. All pilots donned their oxygen masks simultaneously. Whoosh! At that moment, a spear shot up into the sky like a rocket, reaching 100,000 meters. One bomber was obliterated, erupting into a cascade of sparks. Whoosh! Another spear soared into the heavens. This is bad. We must climb higher. The pilots, taken aback, once more pulled the control sticks. Below, for giants relentlessly hurled fiery spears into the sky. The spears seemed to embody boundless divine power, soaring straight upward. The aircraft accelerated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The remaining 12 bombers darted through the sky, deftly evading the spears launched from the ground. Puff, 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 puff. Heavy water cascaded from above, causing the practitioners below to cry out in alarm. Due to the great distance from the ground, the heavy water indiscriminately assaulted the forces of Pingzhou, targeting not only the members of the Luba family, but also other practitioners. Thud! A droplet of heavy water splashed beside Kuang Tianfeng's feet, instantly fracturing the icy surface beneath. This penetrated 5 kilometers into the earth. With a sudden focus of his consciousness, Kuang Tianfeng discerned the formidable power of the heavy water bombs. Gritting his teeth, a thick layer of protective light surged from within him, enveloping him in an impenetrable shield. Charge! Luba-E, no longer hesitating, led the charge towards North Hot Spring Island. His army of practitioners quickened their pace. Li Xian narrowed his eyes, pointing forward. Fire! Creak, 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 creak. Hundreds of fiery lines erupted from within the protective barrier, unleashing a torrential downpour of heavy water bullets. The practitioners of the Luba family, regardless of their realms, acquired, true martial, innate, or transformation, could not withstand even 10 seconds against such overwhelming firepower. Their protective auras were shredded like mere scraps of paper, followed by their bodies, which were instantly pulverized into disarray. In an instant, countless practitioners fell, and their controlled flying swords, bereft of their master's guidance, cascaded from the sky like a rain of swords. Puff, puff, puff. Luba-Yi's protective shield flickered uncertainly. Gritting his teeth, he vanished into the icy layers below. Regrettably, the heavy water Gatling fire followed him into the depths of the ice. Before Luba-Yi could react, the protective shield shattered. Bang! An arm was sent flying 5 meters away. Ah, my arm, my arm. Rubai, clutching his arm, hastily retreated towards the periphery. All were commanded to keep their distance from the heavy water Gatling. maintaining at least a 500-meter gap. As Rabbi fled, he remained intent on preserving the ember of his family legacy. Out of 3,000 cultivators, only 2,000 remained. Their frustration directed at their parents for not giving them 2 more legs, as they scattered in disarray, disregarding the commands of the madman Tianfang. Whoosh! Boom! A long spear hurtled from the distance, striking the protective barrier of Hot Spring Island with ferocity, creating a gaping hole. 5 machine gunners were obliterated into mere pulp. Boom! Another spear soared from afar. Boom! 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 The 4 great unleashed their might simultaneously, the rapid fire of their spears akin to that of an automatic rifle. Each spear fell like a bomb, flattening everything within a 10-meter radius. Old Cheng, quickly take refuge within the castle and reinforce it with the city's steel plates. Before Heli Xian could complete his command, a blazing spear pierced through the barrier, shattering the 5-meter-thick steel plates into a cloud of debris. City crossbows. Target the 4 giants in the distance. Now. Instantly, countless heavy water crossbows aimed skyward. Release. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Over 100 crossbows launched towards the heavens. Their aim set on the 4. Merely petty tricks. One of them scoffed, suddenly slapping his body. A golden barrier erupted from within, enveloping a 50-meter radius, shielding even the madman Tianfang. The heavy water crossbow bolts landed upon it, failing to even stir a ripple. What is this barrier? Heli Xian couldn't help but step forward. Once merely a janitor, he had evolved into the commander of 3 armies under the nurturing of Hot Spring Island. Prepare to launch the white-scaled incendiary bombs, commanded Heli Xian. Immediately, all crossbows were equipped with white-scaled bombs. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another series of crossbows were fired at the golden barrier. Though the golden shield easily deflected the bolts, the white-scaled bombs ignited, fiercely burning against the barrier. What is this substance? One glanced at the flames outside the barrier. Chapter 1175. His final ultimatum, he sensed that the temperature of the flames was at least 1,000 degrees. While they posed no threat to them, a prolonged attachment to the barrier would deplete some of their energy. Childish. Tianfang scoffed, suddenly slapping the barrier. Boom. All the flames extinguished in an instant. Humph. Hot Spring Island has little more to offer, Tianfang remarked, but before he could finish, the previously extinguished flames reignited. What is happening? Is this an unquenchable fire? Tianfang fumed, slamming the ground in anger. A cascade of golden light erupted forth. The flames upon the barrier extinguished once more. Uft. It seemed as if a spark flickered. The extinguished flames reignited. I refuse to believe this, Tianfang declared, lightly stomping the ground. The sea surged forth, enveloping the entire barrier within its depths. The formidable power of the white-scale bombs has finally been exhausted. Furious, Huang Tian was incensed. This latest barrage had consumed 1/10,000th of his energy. His 4 great kings had expended a full 1,000th of their strength. In the sky, dozens of bombers had expended all their heavy water, an entire 15 tons. The Northern Hot Springs Island Flight Squadron received orders to dive down and unleash a barrage of gunfire from their onboard Gatling guns. The squadron leader cautioned against low-altitude flight, warning that the 4 giants would shoot us down with their spears. Indeed, even without the spears, those flying swords posed an insurmountable threat. Forget it, charge. 12 bombers plunged down from the clouds, unleashing indiscriminate fire upon the cultivators below. Ah, my hand. Help, help, run. The cultivators screamed in agony, much like ordinary people. Suddenly, a massive sword soared into the air, sweeping across the sky. 2 bombers disintegrated simultaneously, their pilots perishing in the chaos. Narrowing his eyes, Huang Tian pointed 10 fingers towards the sky. Threads of red silk instantaneously spread across half the firmament. Those bombers, obstructed by the crimson strands, swayed precariously, having lost their momentum. The flying swords below seized the opportunity, wildly slashing at the sky. Darkness enveloped the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. Bursts of sparks erupted in the sky, painting half the firmament a brilliant crimson. Helixuan let out a long sigh and paid his respects to the fallen airmen. He regretted his decision to grant citizenship to all outside the barrier. Those individuals proved utterly unreliable in critical moments. Only those who had undergone trials to earn their citizenship could be counted on to sacrifice their lives when it mattered most. Stop! Huang Tian suddenly waved his hand. The hesitant cultivators breathed a sigh of relief and retreated far from northern Hot Springs Island. The ground lay strewn with the bodies of cultivators. particularly in the vicinity of 200 to 300 meters from the barrier, where the corpses had nearly formed a small mountain. Huang Tian stepped forward, his eyes narrowed. As a state lord, he was not here solely for vengeance. He was indifferent to the invasion of Xin County and other regions by Hot Springs Island. After all, cultivators are inherently selfish. His pretense of revenge was merely a guise for his desire for the island's resources. During his brief time out of seclusion, he had indeed encountered several nearly pure yuan transformation pills. While he could certainly seize northern Hot Springs Island with a full frontal assault, that would require his utmost effort. What if he were to destroy the production line in the process? He had heard that the production line of Hot Springs Island was a massive machine requiring countless technicians working in unison to purify the pills and transform waste into treasure. "Where's Liu?" Huang Tian inquired, glancing at the mid-tier cultivator behind him. "Lord State Lord, our clan leader has fallen in battle." Liu approached, holding a severed head, unmistakably that of Liu. Huang Tian's expression darkened completely. Unexpectedly, the seemingly inconspicuous Baiquan Island has proven to be quite formidable. I have heard that Nanquan Island serves as their primary stronghold. "Rubai, please estimate our losses," Kong Tianfang said slowly. "Our Rubai family has suffered nearly half of our forces. Approximately 1,500 individuals, particularly among the practitioners of Huayuan and Xiantian realms, who were nearly decimated as they were at the forefront." Rubei's heart ached, his voice tinged with sorrow. "What about other regions? What are the casualty figures?" Kong Tianfang inquired, his expression devoid of any sorrow. "Our family has lost 400 people. Our family has lost 72. Our family has suffered 320 casualties. Our family only lost 3, but our clan leader perished as well." Shortly thereafter, the battle losses were compiled. The 200,000 troops of Pingzhou suffered over 7,000 casualties, while on Baiquan Island, fewer than 100 pilots perished, along with some machine gunners slain by spears, bringing the total death toll to no more than 200. Kong Tianfang found this loss acceptable. What he could not accept, however, was that Baiquan Island had exchanged such a significant number of their practitioners of Zhenwu realm and above for mere practitioners of Houtian realm. It seemed a challenging situation. On the other side, Helixuan was also tallying the battle damages. "Excellent news, Island Master. We have only lost 191 brothers. Yet they have suffered over 40 times our losses, all of whom are high-ranking practitioners," an excited Qianhu exclaimed. So you are pleased with this outcome?" Helixuan retorted. "No, that is not my intention. What I meant to say is that we have at least not suffered excessively," the Qianhu quickly clarified. "You claim it's not severe enough? Although our personnel losses are minimal, they are all elite warriors. Tell me, who possesses more elite fighters, us or Pingzhou?" "Of course, Pingzhou has far more. By a magnitude of 10,000. Precisely. Furthermore, the reason our losses are so minimal is due to the great formation on Baiquan Island, the heavy water Gatling guns, and our bombers. Now, our stock of heavy water ammunition has dwindled to a mere 10%, and our bomber squadron has been entirely wiped out. Consider how we shall withstand their second wave of assault." Helixuan sighed deeply, casting a sharp gaze outside. He was perplexed. Despite the fact that if Kong Tianfang had persisted a little longer, his Baiquan Island would have been breached, why did he suddenly declare a ceasefire? Had the previous battle continued for just 5 more minutes, the entirety of Baiquan Island would have succumbed. At that point, the exchange of forces would not have been as straightforward, and Baiquan Island would have been left defenseless. "You go and inquire of Helixuan whether he intends to surrender the production line as an ultimatum," Kong Tianfang instructed slowly. "Yes, Governor." The one-armed hero Rubali stepped forward. "Island Master Helixuan, I shall ask you one final time. Do you intend to surrender the production line for refining pills?" Chapter 1176. Let us see who is stronger and who is weaker. Convey to Kong Tianfang that I would indeed prefer to relinquish the production line to avoid conflict. However, I fear that without it, Baiquan Island will lose its last trump card, leaving us vulnerable to indiscriminate slaughter. Helixuan was not foolish. After serving as the island's leader for 2.5 years, even an individual with a negative IQ has now attained a level of intellect akin to that of an average person. He has finally grasped the reason behind Kong Tianfang's sudden cessation of hostilities. It was a fear of damaging the assembly line of the northern Hot Springs Island. Were he to inform these individuals that the assembly line on Hot Springs Island does not exist, it is likely that northern Hot Springs Island would be annihilated in an instant. Luba Yi turned around to face Kong Tianfang. In light of this, A glint of murderous intent flickered in Kuang Tianfang's eyes. Just then, a whistling sound echoed from the sky. Countless black dots sped across the heavens, with at least several hundred bombers in formation. Yi Feng, seated in the co-pilot's seat, cast his gaze over the blood-red terrain below. The corpses had nearly formed a wall of flesh and blood around Hot Springs Island. Fortunately, the protective barrier of northern Hot Springs Island remained intact and unbroken. Brother Feng, should we deploy the heavy water bombs? Chen An inquired. It appears the situation below is one of truce. Let us refrain from dropping any bombs for the time being. Moreover, our losses are significantly lower than theirs. We shall descend directly within the protective barrier, Yi Feng commanded. Immediately, hundreds of black dots began to descend one after another towards northern Hot Springs Island. The barrier, already quite compact, now became a densely packed throng. Make way, make way. Clear a path for the bombers. He Li Xuan was below, dispersing the crowd, which had reached a point of near suffocation. The smaller the barrier, the more potent the offensive capabilities. Bai Guoguo's actions were not without merit. Soon, over 100 bombers landed on Hot Springs Island. Yet the remaining 300 were unable to land and had to circle the skies, conserving fuel. As the bombers touched down, Yi Feng and Chen An were the first to leap out, followed closely by Susan, by Chu Xue, and other high-ranking officials. Brother Feng, you finally arrived. He Li Xuan rushed over for an enthusiastic embrace. All right, He Li Xuan, have you already taken down one of their aircraft? Yi Feng directed his gaze towards the barrier. Outside the barrier, Kuang Tianfang took a step forward on horseback, also fixing his gaze on Yi Feng. The collision of their eyes seemed to resonate with the sound of clashing swords and galloping steeds. Indeed, Kuang Tianfang was on the verge of breaching Hot Springs Island. Yet he suddenly halted. I cannot fathom the reason. Had the battle continued for another 5 minutes, northern Hot Springs Island would have ceased to exist, He Li Xuan expressed. Filled with dread. I understand now. Yi Feng slowly approached the barrier, with the other high-ranking officials closely following. Are you Wang Zhihai? Kuang Tianfang finally spoke directly. The disdain he held for Hot Springs Island stemmed from his belief that it was insignificant. However, after the recent battle, he had reassessed the island's capabilities. I am Yi Feng. As for Wang Zhihai, I have left him on southern Hot Springs Island. We possess tens of thousands of factories producing ammunition, bombers, sand trucks, and Gatling guns around the clock, ready to support northern Hot Springs Island at any moment. If I am not mistaken, you are the ruler of Pingzhou, are you not? Yi Feng said nonchalantly, his voice carrying clearly over a distance of 10 kilometers, ensuring Kuang Tianfang heard him distinctly. So, does that imply your status on Hot Springs Island surpasses that of Wang Zhihai? Kuang Tianfang raised an eyebrow in surprise. Esteemed senior, I fear you may not fully comprehend the principles governing our Hot Spring Island. Here, there exists no hierarchy. Even a humble janitor may one day ascend to be my superior. I merely wish to convey that we at Hot Spring Island have yet to exert our full potential. Should you, senior, steadfastly resolve to obliterate our island, I shall lead my people to fight until the last soldier stands. Perhaps you may emerge unscathed, but a significant portion of the cultivators you have brought with you will find eternal rest here. Yi Feng's voice reverberated, ensuring all could hear. Indeed, the expressions of the cultivators below shifted. They had long heard of the formidable artifacts of Hot Spring Island, and witnessing their prowess today confirmed their reputation. Engaging in a direct confrontation with Hot Spring Island could very well lead to their demise. The pursuit of immortality in cultivation is paramount. They would not genuinely sacrifice their lives for a madman like Kuang Tianfang. When necessary, they would make self-serving choices. Such eloquence, sharp wit, and divisive tactics. It is no wonder he is known as the king of Hot Spring. Yet, eloquence alone is futile. I have brought an army of 200,000, with nearly 20,000 being true martial realm cultivators. I ask you, what do you possess to counter this? Kuang Tianfang remarked indifferently. He merely regarded Hot Spring Island with a hint of respect, yet did not consider it a genuine adversary. Senior, should you desire bloodshed, let it flow like rivers. We at Hot Spring Island are a proud people. I can assure you that not a single one of our citizens will become a captive. Now consider your own potential losses. After speaking, Yi Feng turned his gaze towards the ordinary cultivators, who were merely conscripted under the oppressive authority of the state. Kuang Tianfang smirked. Yi Feng, in the face of absolute strength, incitement is of no use. I ask you plainly, will you surrender the production line to me? The production line? Huh. What if I refuse? Do you truly believe I cannot threaten your homeland? Did you see the bombers that arrived earlier? At my command, they could reach Pingzhou Prefecture within half a day, leaving it in ruins. Your loved ones will perish, your direct descendants will be obliterated, and your wives will also meet their end. If you dare to defy me, I can issue an order at once to determine who is stronger. Yi Feng's expression grew solemn. He understood that negotiating with someone of this caliber required more than mere words. He needed to wield a threat of substance. Indeed, Huang Tianfang fell silent. While he could defend against the bombers, he had countless descendants and wives in Pingzhou Prefecture. If Yi Feng truly sent the bombers there, half of his lineage could very well perish. After a pause of 5 seconds, Yi Feng spoke again. Lord Prefect, I am not a warmonger. Let us discuss a peaceful resolution for today's events. A peaceful resolution? Huang Tianfang's lips twitched. How do you envision such peace? The production line of Hot Spring Island will never be handed over to you. However, we can purify one useless pill for you each month at no charge. For other elixirs, we shall require a reasonable fee. At such a cost, it is incumbent upon the elder to grant us permission to extend the railway to Pingzhou Prefecture and establish a concession there, alongside the construction of factories. Simultaneously, we intend to leverage the population of Pingzhou Prefecture to advance the technological development of our Hot Spring Island. Chapter 1177. To flourish and prosper once our collaboration is realized. We shall subsequently be able to sell you certain products that are not particularly advanced. For instance, as Yi Feng gestured skyward, once the new generation of bombers has been developed, I can offer you the older models at a premium price. However, one condition must be met. All transactions must be conducted in hot spring coins. We do not recognize spirit stones, talismans, nor elixirs, only hot spring coins. Huang Tianfang fell into contemplation. 3 days prior, upon emerging from his retreat, he had witnessed these bombers and regarded them as mere trifles. Yet, following recent events, he found himself compelled to take Yi Feng's unconventional methods seriously. Although those aerial machines may be ineffective against a cultivator of his caliber, they wield considerable intimidation over practitioners of the divine origin realm. Is this truly the case? Huang Tianfang inquired. If you harbor doubts, we can formalize an agreement and disseminate it throughout Pingzhou, allowing all its citizens to serve as witnesses, Yi Feng replied earnestly. He did not seek conflict. Rather, he aimed to enlist the populace of Pingzhou to assist in gathering materials for the protective array of his clan. Clearly, the current formation could no longer withstand formidable foes, and he must establish a premier protective array to secure his position and assert dominance over the continent. Rumors are but whispers. I wish to witness the purification assembly line of Hot Spring Island firsthand. Here, I present you with a waste elixir. Purify it for me now, Huang Tianfang declared, handing the flawed elixir to Liu Bei. Take this waste elixir to Hot Spring Island. I want to observe their purification process, Huang Tianfang insisted. Me? Liu Bei was taken aback. What if he were to be mowed down by a Gatling gun upon nearing Hot Spring Island? What is the matter? Huang Tianfang narrowed his eyes. And no problem. I shall go, Liu Bei replied, taking a deep breath and summoning a dense protective aura around himself. As a practitioner of the divine origin realm, he felt confident he could withstand the heavy water Gatling for 5 seconds. After a while, he successfully delivered the elixir to Yi Feng. Subsequently, he swiftly retreated. Hold on a moment, Yi Feng said, glancing at the waste elixir before disappearing into the castle, emerging an hour later. Should the purification occur too swiftly, it might raise suspicions. The citizens were tacitly aware and did not disclose the secrets of the assembly line. All set, Yi Feng announced, tossing the elixir before a pile of corpses. Huang Tianfang extended his hand, summoning the elixir as if it were drawn by divine power, directly into his palm. A vast consciousness enveloped the elixir. Indeed, purity, 100%. This is undoubtedly the very waste elixir from earlier. Huang Tianfang's heart soared with elation, though his exterior remained composed. Throughout the vast history of alchemical development on the Starmon continent, spanning countless millennia, an unimaginable quantity of discarded elixirs has accumulated, likely tenfold that of successful concoctions, yet they remain neglected and overlooked. If the Hot Spring Island truly possesses the ability to transform waste into treasure, it implies that even the Divine Essence Pill and the Void Transformation Pill could be refined. In that moment, the hands of Huang Tianfang trembled with excitement. The purification line on Hot Spring Island is undoubtedly a treasure of unparalleled worth. This secret must not be divulged to anyone from other states. nor to the king and queen. If they become aware, they will undoubtedly descend upon Hot Spring Island to seize the purification line. Feng, I accept your proposal. But I too have a condition, Huang Tianfang declared. From now on, you may only refine elixirs for the cultivators of our Pingzhou. You are forbidden from providing services to anyone beyond our borders. Can you comply? He inquired. Feng pondered momentarily. Given the extensive territory of Pingzhou, he currently had no means of venturing beyond its borders, so he agreed to Huang Tianfang's stipulation. However, should a more formidable cultivator arrive, he would not hesitate to revoke the agreement. I agree, Feng replied slowly. Excellent. Huang Tianfang turned to address his 200,000-strong army. Listen well. The secret of Hot Spring Island's ability to refine elixirs must not be leaked. Otherwise, countless powerful individuals will come knocking, and our purification services for the cultivators of Pingzhou will be jeopardized. I trust you all to keep this secret. Once we cultivate our strength to the divine realm through these elixirs, this secret will become inconsequential. I promise to lead you all to become the foremost power in the Black Mountain Kingdom, perhaps even the entire Starmon continent. His voice thundered across the assembly. The cultivators below displayed stoic expressions, each harboring their own selfish motives, unwilling to be easily swayed by Huang Tianfang's rhetoric. Nonetheless, they showed him some respect. As you command, they murmured in scattered voices. I must warn you again, from this day forth, the cultivators of Pingzhou are forbidden from venturing outside, and all distance talismans must be destroyed. This will prevent any information from leaking out. Should I discover anyone responsible for a breach, their sect will face utter annihilation, and all connected to them shall face dire consequences. Huang Tianfang, as the lord of a state, skillfully wielded both benevolence and severity. Within the light barrier, Feng and He Li Xuan exchanged a glance, unable to suppress their admiration. Truly formidable, as expected of a void refinement cultivator. Feng, draft the agreement. Now, commanded Huang Tianfang. Understood, senior. Feng responded promptly, leading the higher-ups into the castle to discuss the terms of the agreement. Brother Feng, let us have them assist us in setting up the Starmon Great Formation. It is the most powerful protective array for our clan. Though the materials may be somewhat challenging to procure, Chen An suggested. Having traveled with Feng, he had gleaned knowledge from ancient texts regarding the Starmon Great Formation. Very well, I will include that in the agreement. Feng nodded, his brush gliding across the paper as he began to inscribe the terms. Brother Feng, He Li Xuan declared, inform them that within the various leased territories of each county, no one may enter without the consent of the territory's leader. The laws governing the territories shall adhere to the regulations of Hot Spring Island and shall not be bound by those of Pingzhou. Very well, I shall incorporate this. Feng replied, once again grasping his feathered quill. With such a plethora of wise minds present, he found himself hardly needing to exert his own intellect. Feng. Susan interjected, should anyone wish to procure bombers, sand vehicles, or any advanced machinery on our Hot Spring Island, they must settle transactions using Hot Spring coins. We shall not accept spirit stones or other forms of currency. Of course, they may exchange spirit stones for our Hot Spring coins, which can then be used to purchase our equipment and weaponry, as well as to cover the service fees for refining elixirs. Having tasted the sweetness of currency, she sought to elevate the status of Hot Spring coins. Indeed, I shall add that. Feng inscribed into the agreement once more. Brother Feng, consider the possibility of intermarriage with Pingzhou. For instance, you could wed a daughter or granddaughter of Huang Tianfang, and subsequently betroth Tua Lele to one of his sons or grandsons. This would significantly reduce the likelihood of conflict, Cheng Li Bin suggested suddenly. Isn't this an unnecessary measure? Feng queried, glancing at Susan. Perhaps we should refrain. Xing is already 13. We can temporarily arrange for him to be engaged to one of Huang Tianfang's granddaughters, solidifying the betrothal, and hold the wedding once he comes of age, Feng proposed. Then allow me to marry a daughter of Huang Tianfang. As the Lord of North Hot Spring Island, it is time for me to contribute to the organization, He Li Xuan asserted. Not so. Such matters should be entrusted to me. I, Chen An, am Brother Feng's comrade. My marriage to a daughter of Huang Tianfang will strengthen the bond between our clans. I too. A chorus of eager male executives chimed, eyes gleaming as they gazed at Feng. Exercise caution. Should Huang Tianfang become enraged, our agreement may be jeopardized, Feng sighed. Siyun, how about you marry into Pingzhou? Feng tentatively suggested. Absolutely not. Silence. This matter must never be mentioned again, Su Yun retorted angrily, seizing Yi Feng's ear. Ouch! Let go. I am writing. Yi Feng yelped in pain. Before long, every clause had been added, totaling a substantial 20 pages. Very well. I shall personally step beyond the light barrier to sign the agreement with Kuang Tianfang, Yi Feng stated slowly. Have you lost your senses? You are the leader of Hot Spring Island. What if he captures you? Chen An quickly intervened. Allow me to go. I am the lord of North Hot Spring Island. He Li Xuan insisted, snatching the agreement. No, should Kuang Tianfang apprehend me, you may simply appoint another island leader. As long as the members of the House of Representatives remain, the flame of Hot Spring Island shall endure. Yi Feng resolutely shook his head, reclaiming the agreement. What purpose is there in living if one lacks a spirit of adventure as the leader of an island? He mused. He could no longer enjoy the freedom of a common citizen, roaming freely beyond the barrier, for he was forever accompanied by a legion for his protection, no different from imprisonment. Stepping out of the castle, Yi Feng stood before the shimmering barrier, raising the thick agreement in his hand. Senior, I shall emerge now to sign the agreement. Yi Feng proclaimed loudly. You are coming out? In person? Kuang Tianfang could scarcely believe his ears. Indeed, after Yi Feng spoke, he took a deep breath and resolutely stepped out from behind the luminous barrier. The ground was littered with frozen corpses and stained with crimson snow. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of gazes converged upon him. At that moment, Yi Feng appeared as a lamb entering a den of wolves. The corners of Kuang Tianfang's mouth twisted slightly as he coldly scrutinized Yi Feng. Suddenly, he moved, materializing directly before Yi Feng. Where's the agreement? Kuang Tianfang inquired. Here. Yi Feng replied, presenting the document with both hands. You intend to arrange the Starmong Grand Array? Huh. How Navi. The materials required for such a grand formation. Even if the entire Black Mountain Nation's cultivators ceased their training to seek them out, would require decades, if not centuries. And some materials may already be extinct. Are you aware of this? After finishing, Kuang Tianfang flipped to the second page. No matter where there is a will, there is a way. I believe that as long as I invest sufficient resources, I shall eventually establish the Starmong Grand Array, Yi Feng asserted with unwavering confidence. In the least territory, do we not adhere to the laws of my Pingzhou? Kuang Tianfang furrowed his brow. Indeed, within the least territory, the laws of our Hot Spring Island must prevail. Without the permission of our territory's leader, no outsider may enter, Yi Feng stated firmly. It matters not. Kuang Tianfang continued to flip through the pages until he soon encountered the request for marriage. His eyes narrowed as he suddenly reached out. Not good. Yi Feng's face changed dramatically, and a golden light radiated from his body as 3 Sanskrit characters swiftly revolved around him. However, it had no effect. Kuang Tianfang's hand, like a divine weapon, easily pierced through Yi Feng's golden barrier, seizing him by the collar. You insolent wretch, what is your identity? How dare a lowly race aspire to wed the offspring of my lineage? Kuang Tianfang gripped Yi Feng's collar, rendering him immobile. If marriage is not feasible, I merely added that clause to the agreement. Please release me. Yi Feng's face flushed red, a flicker of humiliation flashing in his eyes. Within the barrier, all weapons were raised, aimed at Kuang Tianfang's position. Yi Feng, I find myself at a loss whether to commend your bravery or deride your foolishness. As the master of an island, you dare to step out and confront me face to face? Have you not considered your fate? Kuang Tianfang sneered, his unrestrained gaze sweeping over Yi Feng's countenance. Of course I have. I wonder how you plan to deal with me, esteemed elder? Yi Feng raised his head, meeting his gaze without fear. What if I were to say that I intend to keep you as a hostage in Pingzhou? What would you think? Kuang Tianfang released Yi Feng's collar. I am afraid that the people of Hot Spring Island will never become captives. Furthermore, you overestimate my position as island master. Should I perish, Hot Spring Island would swiftly elect a new leader. Your actions would not threaten us, but rather provoke us into a relentless struggle, an all-or-nothing confrontation. At that point, no one will purify pills for you, and they may even assist your enemies in refining their elixirs, Yi Feng articulated eloquently. Kuang Tianfang fell silent, contemplating the veracity of Yi Feng's words. He could not fathom that there existed individuals unafraid of death. Your Excellency, I kindly ask you to continue reviewing the agreement. If there are no further issues, please sign it, and only then shall our collaboration commence, Yi Feng continued. Kuang Tianfang, albeit hesitantly, chose to trust Yi Feng's words and resumed perusing the contract. Are you implying that in the future, I can only settle the purification of elixirs using the hot spring currency? Huang Tianfeng inquired. Indeed, this is the currency in question, which incorporates over 20 anti-counterfeiting measures. Yifeng replied as he handed over $1,000 bill. Huang Tianfeng examined the hot spring currency, scrutinizing it closely, even employing his spiritual consciousness. What purpose does this worthless paper serve? Am I not allowed to purchase using spirit stones? Huang Tianfeng retorted, discarding the $1,000 note onto the ground as if it were refuse. Despite his formidable strength, he remained an indigenous individual, unaware of the currency's true value. You may indeed use spirit stones. However, you must first exchange them for this hot spring currency, what you deem as worthless paper. Then, you can utilize the hot spring currency to purchase our purification services for elixirs, as well as various advanced weaponry, Yifeng elucidated. Isn't this an unnecessary step? Can I not simply use spirit stones for direct purchase? Huang Tianfeng questioned. Certainly not. The inclusion of hot spring currency is imperative, Yifeng asserted firmly. You dare to retort against me? Do you believe that with a mere finger, I cannot obliterate your very soul? Huang Tianfeng stepped forward, towering over Yifeng. In their primitive civilization, it was believed that to tame an individual, one must first dominate them with sheer presence before gradually conditioning them. Your threats bear no weight. Having emerged from the light curtain today, I have long since cast aside the fear of death. Should you slay me, countless others will arise in my stead, and among them will be a new island lord, who shall seek vengeance for my demise. Chapter 1179. Very well, this is your assertion. Though fear gripped Yifeng's heart, his words remained as unyielding as steel. Huang Tianfeng scrutinized Yifeng's eyes intently. After a moment, he withdrew his gaze. I can perceive the fear within your eyes. Yet I shall let it be. I doubt you would dare to employ any tricks. I will sign the agreement, Huang Tianfeng declared, inscribing his signature and pressing his seal onto the document. Yifeng followed suit, marking his own fingerprints upon it. You possess remarkable talent. Thus, I propose this. I have a maid whom I can bestow upon you, to accompany you closely. What say you? Huang Tianfeng queried. He harbored his own intentions. Unwilling to remain perpetually subjugated by Hot Spring Island, he aimed to dispatch spies to infiltrate the island, to unravel the secrets behind the manufacturing of these bombers, and, most crucially, to thoroughly comprehend the elixir purification process. In due time, he aspired to annihilate Hot Spring Island entirely, avenging the fallen cultivators. Otherwise, how could he maintain his dignity as the Lord of Pingzhou? A mere maid? That will not suffice. It must be a direct relative of yours, young and beautiful, lest it fail to represent your sincerity from the Pingzhou prefecture. Yifeng declined, shaking his head. Yifeng, do you truly believe I would hesitate to eliminate you? How audacious of you to negotiate terms. Even if I were to offer you one of my maids, it would still be an elevation for you and the entire Hot Spring Island. Huang Tianfeng's aura surged, nearly compelling Yifeng to kneel before him. Huang Tianfeng, if you truly lack sincerity, then perhaps you should forego the idea of a marriage alliance. Yifeng shook his head. You? Huang Tianfeng's gaze flickered as he weighed the pros and cons. He needed to send a clever individual to Wengchuan Island to learn the art of refining elixirs, particularly the intricate process of purifying them, which he must master. I have a granddaughter, marked by a birthmark yet blessed with youth. She could be wed to you, but you must not lay a finger on her for the next decade. Additionally, do you have a daughter? Huang Tianfeng inquired. No, just one son, Yifeng replied. Only one son. Huang Tianfeng hesitated. I find that hard to believe. As the lord of an island, it is improbable that you have but a single son. Do you have any illegitimate daughters? Huang Tianfeng pressed further. None. If you doubt my word, feel free to inquire. I assure you, I speak the truth on this matter. Yifeng stated plainly. Then, if I were to marry my granddaughter to you, surely you cannot expect me to return empty-handed? Huang Tianfeng remarked. In truth, the agreement holds no binding power. For it to take effect, both parties must send a trusted representative to the other's territory. Only then can the agreement be considered valid. By the way, if Wang Zhihai's daughter were to come to your Pingzhou, would you accept her? Yifeng's expression shifted. Wang Zhihai has many children. Sending one to Pingzhou should not pose much of a problem. Wang Zhihai? He is quite well known. How does his status compare to yours? Huang Tianfeng queried. One could say that I am the soul of Wengchuan Island, while Wang Zhihai stands as its pillar. His influence on the island sometimes even surpasses mine, Yifeng replied. Half seriously. Indeed, I have heard of Wang Zhihai's renown. Very well. Hasten to summon his most beautiful daughter, for otherwise, I shall doubt Wang Chuan Island's sincerity. Kong Tianfang declared. It is settled. Yi Feng extended his right hand. What are you doing? A handshake? No need. Simply bring the person here, and I shall promptly send someone to Pingzhou to fetch my granddaughter. She should arrive in approximately half a month, Kong Tianfang said. Half a month? That may be too long. How about this? I will send a bomber to Pingzhou, and you can have a trusted aide board the aircraft, Yi Feng suggested. That sounds excellent, Kong Tianfang thought with delight. Shortly thereafter, Yi Feng returned to the shimmering screen. Susan, who had been terrified moments before, was about to rush into Yi Feng's embrace when Chen An beat her to it. Brother Feng, I was utterly terrified. Without you, how could I possibly survive? Chen An exclaimed, throwing herself into Yi Feng's arms. Release me, release me. You're suffocating me. Yi Feng pulled Chen An away. The agreement has been reached. However, both sides must make some sacrifices. Kong Tianfang has already consented to wed his least attractive granddaughter to me, and of course, I am forbidden from touching her for a decade. It is likely that she is merely being sent to Wangchuan Island to learn, which is inconsequential, given her abilities. Unless she has studied at the Academy of Wangchuan, she would be unable to comprehend even the most straightforward diagrams. He Li Xuan, prepare a bomber to fly to Kong Tianfang, and shortly thereafter, proceed to Pingzhou to retrieve his least attractive granddaughter, effectively granting us a hostage from Pingzhou. Whoever you are, board the bomber and head to Nanwenquan Island to retrieve Wang Zhihai's most beautiful daughter, preparing for the hostage exchange. Yi Feng began to assign the task. What? Using Wang Zhihai's daughter as a hostage? No problem. Hurry and arrange for someone to go to Nanwenquan Island and bring Miss Wang Er back. I've seen her. Although only 13, she is already a stunning beauty. Upon hearing that Wang Zhihai's daughter would be used as a hostage, He Li Xuan's excitement was palpable. It seemed the struggle between the two factions had reached a fever pitch. Miss Wang Er? Wang Zhihai will certainly not agree, said Qianhu. You just go. What are you afraid of? With Feng Ge backing you, there's no need for concern. Perhaps it would be better to send someone else. What if Wang Zhihai becomes enraged and strikes me? Useless. I'll go myself. He Li Xuan, brimming with enthusiasm, leaped into the bomber, likely intending to humiliate Wang Zhihai when retrieving Miss Wang Er. Hey, He Li Xuan, when you bring back Miss Wang Er, no conflicts with Wang Zhihai are allowed. If he insults you, bear it. No humiliation in return, understood? Yi Feng warned, keeping a watchful eye on He Li Xuan. No humiliation? Fine, then Qianhu. You go and fetch her. He Li Xuan hopped out of the bomber once more. One of the bombers flew out of the energy shield and soon hovered before Kong Tianfang. Hey, I'm the pilot sent by Feng Ge. Who is coming with me to Pingzhou to retrieve someone? The pilot inquired. The governor is going with you personally. With that, Kong Tianfang vanished in a flash and was already seated in the co-pilot's seat. You? Very well. The pilot fastened his seatbelt and glanced at the imposing Kong Tianfang beside him. Senior, fasten your seatbelt. Otherwise, you might find yourself tossed around in turbulence. Tossed around? Hurry and take off. I want to see what makes this bomber operate. Kong Tianfang replied impatiently. All right, as you wish. The pilot pulled the control stick, and the bomber ascended gracefully, soon reaching an altitude of 10,000 meters. With a sonic boom, the bomber vanished into the clouds. The entire aircraft trembled as it accelerated to a staggering Mach 7. About a minute later, the bomber traversed through the turbulent air zone. Chapter 1180. What are your plans? 15 minutes later, Xin County swept beneath them. Kong Tianfang's mouth dropped open, nearly able to swallow an apple. Cultivators in the spirit realm could fly on swords, but their speed could never match this. Hey, just as he was about to speak, a gust of wind rushed into his mouth. 20 minutes later, Pingzhou appeared beneath them. However, due to the bomber's speed, the pilot circled around Pingzhou 6 times before finally decreasing their velocity. A sudden drop in speed could risk the bomber's integrity. The aircraft descended gently onto the governor's palace in Pingzhou. The cabin door burst open, and the pilot was the first to jump out, followed closely by Kong Tianfang, whose hair was tousled by the wind. The moment he exited the bomber, his stomach churned uneasily. Fortunately, his formidable strength suppressed the urge to vomit. On the island of Nanwenquan, Wang Zhihai held a heavy water pistol, aiming it at the 4,000 households of Xiangbian. Get away, move far from my daughter. Wang Zhihai's voice was a hoarse roar. Behind him stood a girl of about 13 or 14, her timid eyes surveying the 4 figures before her. Wang Island Master. This is Feng Ji's intention, to exchange hostages. Unfortunately, I have no daughter. If I had one, for the grand cause of Wenchuan Island, I would certainly marry her off to Pingzhou Prefecture, one of the 1,000 households said insincerely. Then why not marry your mother off to Pingzhou Prefecture? Wang Zhihai's eyes turned red with anger. Hey, that is a personal attack. I have a letter from Feng Gu, the 1,000 household replied, handing the letter to Wang Zhihai. Zhihai read, I, Yi Feng, only regret not having a daughter. If I did, I would definitely marry her off to Pingzhou Prefecture. Now, among those of status on the entire Wenchuan Island, only the 2 of us remain. The daughters of others are not valuable. Kuang Tianfang would certainly not agree. So, I trouble you, considering you have so many children, marrying off one is trivial. Message, Yi Feng. Gu Yu snatched the letter away. Island Master. This is indeed Feng Ji's handwriting. Let them take the second young lady away. For the grand cause of Wenchuan Island, one must be prepared for sacrifice. Gu Yu said slowly, her presence pressing heavily on Wang Zhihai. Father, I am willing to go to Pingzhou Prefecture. Do not worry, I will be safe. The second young lady, Wang Xinxin, said, grasping Wang Zhihai's hand. Due to his poor genetics, having fathered many daughters, he cherished the second young lady. Who was the most beautiful among them? Xinxin, one day, I will bring you back. In 10 years, you will share a room with Kuang Tianfang's son. I will find the time to rescue you, Wang Zhihai said affectionately. Father, why must you rescue me? Marrying into Pingzhou Prefecture makes me a vital link between Pingzhou and Wenchuan Island. It is an honorable matter. Wang Xinxin exhibited a commendable understanding. Second young lady. You truly are sensible. The crowd nodded in approval. Before long, Wang Zhihai helplessly watched as the bomber flew away from Nanwenquan Island, vanishing from sight with a whoosh. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground. Not good, the island master has fainted. Quickly, give him some dung. That evening, Yi Feng led Wang Xinxin out from the light curtain. Meanwhile, on Kuang Tianfang's side, he was also holding a small girl. Go to your future father-in-law. Yi Feng gestured towards Kuang Tianfang. Wang Xinxin took a deep breath, summoning her courage to approach Kuang Tianfang. He remained expressionless, gesturing to Yi Feng and instructing the masked woman beside him. Go to your husband. The masked woman paused momentarily. Yi Feng could not discern her nose and mouth, but her eyes glistened with tears, appearing quite aggrieved. After they exchanged their charges, they quietly departed in silence. Upon returning behind the light curtain, Yi Feng gazed at the masked woman before him. She seemed to have reached adulthood, yet her features still bore a trace of youthful innocence. I apologize, dear lady, but I must gaze upon your visage to ascertain whether Kuang Tianfang has merely sought to deceive me with a random woman. Furthermore, a series of intricate validations must ensue. Yi Feng stated courteously. The masked woman gazed back with innocent eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks once more. Yi Feng could empathize. Anyone thrust into the role of a hostage would undoubtedly feel helpless. Susan approached and gently removed her veil. A collective gasp echoed through the air. Even the most lecherous among them, Chen An, covered his mouth and stifled a retch. The young lady possessed a strikingly beautiful face, a trait one might expect from a descendant of a void refinement practitioner. After all, how could her appearance be lacking? The sole disconcerting aspect was the dark brown blemish upon her face, which was riddled with tiny black spots that seemed to writhe, as if alive within her birthmark. Surely, that cannot be a birthmark? Yi Feng inquired. Indeed, it is not, Kuang Yeye replied, her voice tinged with indignation. Once, she had been fair of face. But earlier that day, her grandfather had stormed into her chamber and inflicted upon her a vile poison, resulting in the grotesque sores that marred her complexion. Susan hastily covered her face once more with the veil. Susan, please escort her to arrange for accommodations, and ensure that the inhabitants of Hot Spring Island do not mistreat her. She is, after all, a pitiable soul. Yi Feng mused, his thoughts aligning closely with the reality of the situation. He had not anticipated Kuang Tianfang's cruelty to extend even to his own granddaughter. In truth, he possessed the ability to utilize a blood-sucking technique to extract the poison from the girl. However, the implications of such an action would incite suspicion from Kuang Tianfang, potentially jeopardizing the cooperation between Hot Spring Island and Pingzhou. Very well, let us conclude our conflict with Pingzhou for the time being, at least for the next decade. We shall enjoy a period of peace, provided we do not harm the hostages, nor shall they inflict harm upon ours. Yi Feng addressed the assembly. Brother Feng, What are your plans for this decade of peace? Chen An asked abruptly, his hair now flecked with white, his demeanor appearing somewhat haggard. We shall utilize these 10 years to establish factories throughout Pingzhou, nurturing a greater number of university students at the Hot Spring Academy. We must push the development of scientific weaponry to its pinnacle. I firmly believe that within the next 10 to 20 years, a significant conflict will arise for us in Pingzhou. As I cannot attain the void refinement realm within a decade, we must, therefore, rely on technology, Feng articulated. Indeed, we shall wholeheartedly support technology. It is our foundation upon the Starmong continent, Chen An remarked, unusually solemn. Chen An is correct, old Cheng. You will have to toil diligently moving forward, as you are now the sole engineer in this civilized society. Although Charlie is competent, he lacks formal modern education and will require your guidance for many pioneering endeavors. Feng chuckled. Chen An cast a glance at Feng, his eyes sweeping over the entirety of North Hot Spring Island. Chapter 1181. Your permission to engage with other women, Brother Feng. I fear I will be unable to serve Hot Spring Island for the foreseeable future. I must tender my resignation, Chen An suddenly announced. What? A chorus of astonishment erupted, including Feng, who looked at Chen An with pitying eyes. To grasp the significance of Chen An's role on Hot Spring Island is to recognize its equivalence to that of Wang Zhihai. Brother Feng, I currently stand at the third stage of the Power Monarch, yet I have already reached the venerable age of 65. It is imperative that I intensify my training, striving to attain the true martial realm at the earliest opportunity. In this realm, one's lifespan doubles, enabling me to continue my long-term service to Hot Spring Island. Thus, I have resolved to resign. I shall not squander my energy on research until I reach the true martial realm. Chen An stated. Since the suspension of the Gale Wind Zone, the spiritual energy from the starry continent has surged into the Great Desert, thus enhancing the chances of ascension for many, albeit at the cost of a significant reduction in lifespan. Where once a power monarch could expect to live 5 to 6 centuries, now their existence is often limited to a mere century. The efficacy of the sacred water in prolonging life seems to have dwindled to insignificance. Feng let out a sigh, placing a reassuring hand on Chen An's shoulder. At that moment, he noticed how frail Chen An's shoulders appeared. Old Cheng, I have been selfish in the past, merely offloading the engineering department onto you, believing only you, as a modern individual, possessed any knowledge in engineering. Now, please feel free to resign. I shall submit an application to the council to secure ample funding for you, ensuring your sustenance is worry-free. Furthermore, I will request additional elixirs each month to assist you in swiftly reaching the true martial realm. Feng spoke earnestly. Brother Feng, it is not as grave as you perceive. You are not selfish in the slightest. Your greatness manifests in myriad ways. I willingly choose to follow you. Since aligning with you, I have felt as though the first half of my life was in vain. The time spent with you has brought me unprecedented ease, comfort, and exhilaration. Chen An reciprocated by patting Feng's shoulder. Am I truly so remarkable? Feng pondered. You may not perceive it yourself, for your policies and actions are instinctive. Therein lies their true value, Susan interjected. Feng, I once slapped you on the beach. I apologize. Your character has ascended to the heights of Christ, and I realize now that I have misjudged you all along. Suyin also stepped forward. At this moment, Feng's heart was filled with emotion. Despite the trials and tribulations he had faced, his contributions had finally garnered unanimous recognition from those around him. A validation far beyond mere monetary or material measures. Please refrain from showering me with empty flattery. Could you perhaps commend my appearance or physique instead? Feng remarked. Brother Feng, you are incredibly handsome. Chen An quickly responded. How superficial. Can we delve deeper? Handsomeness is merely surface level. It fails to touch the soul, Feng chastised. Brother Feng, your handsomeness could cause meteorites to fall. It seems you remain inept at giving compliments. Very well, from this day forth. I shall also work in the engineering department, taking on the role of chief engineer as the island's master. Feng stated with gravity. Very well. What nonsense. You all must also exert yourselves. A mere 8 hours of work each day will suffice, with the rest of the time devoted to training. I hope that each of us, hailing from a civilized society, can reach the true martial realm, thereby doubling our time spent together. Feng declared. Understood, Brother Feng. Thereafter, matters became rather mundane. The 200,000 troops of Pingzhou Prefecture departed sequentially from Sword Gorge, with Liu Bei personally approaching to apologize, stating that he was compelled by circumstances to take stern measures against Hot Spring Island. After ensuring Liu Bei's comfort, Feng boarded a bomber and flew back to South Hot Spring Island. For tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. He intended to compile all that he had learned from civilized society and send it to the engineering department. Concepts such as quantum mechanics, electronic applications, digital circuits, analog circuits, chips, and lithography machines. Although he had not formally studied these subjects, one need not have eaten pork to have seen a pig run. He could articulate these concepts, allowing the engineers to explore them at their leisure. As the clock approached midnight, a knock echoed from outside. Could it be her? Come in. Bai Guogua stepped through the door. Guogua, why are you still awake at this hour? Feng inquired with a smile. With peace now restored to North Hot Spring Island, Bai Guogua no longer needed to remain stationed there and could return to enjoy the comforts of South Hot Spring Island. It is worth noting that Bai Guogua was 3 years younger than Ding Tuanchuan. Yet this year, she had already reached the age of 23 or 24. Brother Feng, I believe technology can be integrated with formations. For instance, while a bomber cannot achieve zero wind resistance, I could inscribe formation runes upon it. As for sand carts, though the material is sturdy, etching runes onto them could enhance their hardness significantly. Even some Gatling weapons could bear formation designs. Bai Guogua appeared somewhat unclear, her words drifting in the air. Indeed, how did I not consider this sooner? Guogua, you are my female Zhuge Liang. However, it seems you are the only one knowledgeable in this area of formations, Feng remarked, guiding her to the guest sofa. Yes, if I were to undertake this alone, it would surely be slow. Thus, I wish to apply for an additional course at Hot Spring Academy, one focused on formations. I shall train a cohort of formation masters, and as long as there are enough of them, they will be able to demonstrate their talents in weaponry in the future, Bai Guogua explained. Excellent. I shall approve this application here and submit it to the House of Representatives tomorrow. I trust they will endorse it as well, Feng responded, filled with unexpected delight. He had long harbored this idea, but had lacked direction. The Starry Dream continent was a realm of cultivation. Merging cultivation with civilization could result in extraordinary revelations. By the way, Guogua, at your age, shouldn't you be considering finding a husband? Feng suddenly pondered. A husband? Bai Guogua scrutinized Feng thoughtfully. Indeed. Do you wish to live in solitude? Feng retorted. Perhaps not. Brother Feng, I've heard from others that Sister Susan and Sister Hina have permitted you to associate with other women. Is that true? Bai Guogua asked abruptly, her gaze fixed intently on Feng. Who told you such things? That is unfounded. It is well known that I, Feng, am a man of integrity, steadfastly loyal to my 2 legitimate wives, Feng replied, furrowing his brow as he turned his gaze to the window. Outside, a colossal cold moon hung in the sky. In the distance, 2 celestial bodies, one large and one small, appeared almost within reach. However, Feng understood that the smaller of the 2 celestial bodies was, in fact, far more immense. It merely appeared diminutive due to its great distance. The nearer sphere was situated at least several dozen light-years away. Thanks to the invention of the astronomical telescope, the engineering department had assessed the distances between the 2 planets. At that moment, he felt a warmth spreading across his back. Chapter 1182. Perhaps she has never lived here in her lifetime? Bai Guogua directly embraced him from behind. Brother Feng, truthfully, I fell for you the moment I encountered you in the Jinsha Gorge. May I offer you my first experience? You are the most magnificent person I have ever met, and I willingly allow you to take advantage of me. Bai Guogua wrapped her arms around Feng's sturdy waist, resting her face against his back. Feng contemplated the situation. The young girl had boldly expressed her feelings, and as a man in his 30s, he feared that outright rejection might wound her self-esteem, potentially leading to insecurity in her future encounters with men. Thus, he slowly turned to face her, gently pinching her chin with 2 fingers. Their lips drew closer, igniting a fervent sweetness that coursed through him. In a short while, the office was a flurry of garments, accompanied by Bai Guogua's startled cry. They had stepped into an entirely new realm, a sensation unlike any other. After a considerable time, Feng rose, his body bare. On the desk lay a heap of delicate, pale fabric. Bai Guogua's nose was flushed, with traces of tears still visible at the corners of her eyes. It was like this the first time. Let me help you put on your clothes. The next time should be less painful, Feng said, his heart aching for her. Yes, Brother Feng, though it hurts, I feel so fulfilled and happy. With any other man, I wouldn't experience this joy, Bai Guogua murmured, resting her head against Yi Feng's robust chest. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had elapsed. Throughout Pingzhou, the air was often filled with the sound of whooshing as transport aircraft delivered various precious materials. On the ground, railway lines stretched like vines from the North Spring Island, gradually extending throughout the entire Xin County. A multitude of workers joined the effort, including those who had previously migrated to Xin County and were now employed by the railway company on Spring Island. The spring coin had become a hard currency, more valuable than gold and silver, as it could be exchanged for spirit stones, while gold and silver could not. Furthermore, spring coins could procure an array of advanced weaponry, insect repellent, and various stylish garments and footwear. With the rapid economic development, the first wave of ostentatious individuals emerged. Luo Sang leaned against the sand cart, striking a dashing pose. His father held a senior position at the fishery in Baibi City, which was under the jurisdiction of Yulong. Qingxue Happen. I specifically purchased this sand cart for you. Although it's merely the first generation, how many commoners can afford such a luxury? Soon, I shall take you to broaden your horizons. Luo Sang, the gentleman, opened the car door for her. No, I can't. My husband is about to finish work, Qingxue replied, her long bangs nearly obscuring half her face, making it difficult to discern her true appearance. Yet it is precisely this allure of half-concealment that captivates a man's curiosity. Are you referring to your ineffectual husband, Feng? He is merely a laborer at an electroplating factory. I cannot fathom what you see in him, Losong remarked with dissatisfaction. At that moment, a tall man emerged, his long hair partially obscuring his face. Xiang Qingxue, it's time to return home after work. Do not linger in public. The man with long hair advised. Wait, hold on. Losong interrupted the two. Qingxue, you deserve something far better. There is a banquet nearby at the fishing grounds this evening, and I hear several prominent figures will be in attendance, individuals of considerable standing. Let me take you there to broaden your horizons and reveal to you the essence of high society. After speaking, Losong cast a disdainful glance at Feng Ziying. Perhaps that isn't necessary, Qingxue hesitated. Over the years, she had changed her name and identity, living in constant evasion. Life had been exceedingly arduous, and she wished to earn more. These individuals are social luminaries among the common folk, including the owner of the fishing grounds, some factory directors, and supervisors from security companies. Knowing them could be advantageous for you. Should you ever wish to conduct business, a mere hint from them could sustain you for generations, Losong continued. Well, I suppose I shall go, Qingxue said, her heart aching as she glanced at Feng Ziying. Their lives had been too difficult over the years, and Feng Ziying now appeared to have aged significantly, resembling a middle-aged man. If you are going, I must accompany you, Feng Ziying insisted. Is that permissible? Qingxue inquired of Losong. Very well, let us allow you to witness the disparity between us, Losong replied. Before long, the trio boarded a sand vehicle. With a deft drift, Losong drew the attention of nearby women, who erupted into exclamations. In Nanyuan Island, a wave of materialism had taken hold. Those with wealth sought spouses among the affluent, and those who owned vehicles found themselves in the company of women eager to entertain them. In a short while, the sand vehicle came to a stop before a grand ice house, illuminated by electric lights, resembling a palace of ice. 2 muscular guards stood at the entrance, seemingly vigilant. Do you see? The guards are of considerable strength. Can you fathom the stature of the prominent figures attending tonight? Losong remarked, approaching the guards with courtesy and presenting his business card. Losong, from the fishing grounds? You may enter, one guard acknowledged. Thank you, esteemed brothers. This is a token of appreciation for your efforts, Losong responded graciously, handing them a small tip. Keep this small change for fueling your vehicle, one guard retorted dismissively. Come, let us proceed, Losong instructed, leading the two into the hall. The hall was warm. Despite the frigid temperatures outside, it felt like a paradise in comparison. Have you ever resided in such a warm chamber? I dare say you have not, Losong boasted. Feng Ziying and Qingxue exchanged glances, both sighing softly. Had they not once inhabited warm rooms? They had once lived as citizens within the light, but now they had descended into the shadows. Every time they encounter security checking for temporary residence permits, they must retreat into the shadows, waiting for the guards to depart before resuming their work. This very circumstance allows the factory to exploit them without limit, for surely those without proper documentation are deemed to be lawbreakers, thus exempt from the protections afforded by the labor laws of Hot Spring Island. At that moment, a young man strode in, each arm draped around a stunning young lady of remarkable beauty. Master Yu Qian, it's me, Luo Sang, he declared, hastening towards them. Oh, it's you? Yu Qian seemed somewhat unfamiliar with Luo Sang. Indeed, I'm Luo Sang, and I would like to introduce my two friends, who have come here to broaden their horizons. With a swift change in tone, Luo Sang pointed at Yu Qian, his face brimming with pride. Meanwhile, his peripheral vision cast a glance at Qingxiang, hoping she would recognize his esteemed status. He is the son of the fishing ground owner, the young lord of Baibi City, Yu Qian. Luo Sang elevated his voice a few decibels, flaunting his connections. Chapter 1183. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. What's wrong? Feng Ziying, are you stunned? It's rare for you to encounter such prominent figures. Do you now grasp the disparity between us? Luo Sang boasted. Just then, a large group hurriedly descended from the third floor. Father. Yu Qian quickly turned his attention to another individual. Luo Sang squinted closely. Was that not the illustrious Yu Long, the owner of the fishing grounds? Beside him was a familiar figure, none other than the proprietress of the hot spring garment factory, Lung Yan. The rest were all prominent factory owners, mingled with a few local residents. Good heavens! Luo Sang was left dumbfounded. It was his first encounter with such a multitude of dignitaries, and he was utterly exhilarated. Do you see? That is the renowned Yu Long. 80% of the fish we consume comes from his fishing grounds. Feng Ziying, look closely. That is Lung Yan from the garment factory. Half of the high-end clothing comes from her establishment. Xiangxue, take note. That is the son of Niu Dekao, Niu Defa. He is the owner of the 4 major shelters, effortlessly raking in profits from property rentals. Luo Sang incessantly showcased his acquaintances to the two, as if he had seamlessly integrated into high society. At that moment, Yu Long and the others had returned, bowing respectfully with smiles plastered across their faces as they welcomed a young man inside. It's him? Xiangxue and Feng Ziying gasped in astonishment, hastily lowering their heads. Alas! How could this escape Yi Feng's keen perception? Brother Feng, I initially thought it was merely a random envoy from Lord Wang, but to my surprise, it is you in person. Yu Long exclaimed, his excitement palpable. His attitude towards Yi Feng had traversed 4 distinct phases: indifference, disregard, recognition, and reverence. He had witnessed the fortification of Hot Spring Island firsthand, and had seen Yi Feng conquer the likes of Yijing Gorge, the Greenfield Sect, and Birch City. Subsequently, Yi Feng triumphed over Li Huoling, the formidable prince from the outer regions of the Gangfeng area. Ultimately, even a governor more formidable than Li Huoling was compelled to forge a peace agreement with Hot Spring Island. In his eyes, Yi Feng and the divine were indistinguishable, though he referred to the spiritual kind rather than the transcendental realm. Yulong, your fishing ground is thriving. You might be among the first wave of affluent individuals. I hope you can inspire the impoverished beyond the curtain of light to prosper alongside you, Yi Feng remarked with a smile. Indeed. Recently, I've been operating a porridge stall to provide warm meals for the homeless and hungry. I shall allocate 10% of the daily earnings as funding for the stall, Yulong quickly boasted. At that moment, Yi Feng turned his gaze toward Lung Yan. This once frosty beauty had now adopted the appearance of a young matron. Sister Lung, how old is your child? Yi Feng inquired with a smile. Although Lung Yan had embraced her role as a mother, upon seeing Yi Feng, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. My child is already 5.5 years old. I never expected you would still address me as sister, she responded, somewhat flattered. Of course, our first encounter was in the temple. I still recall the thrilling atmosphere of that day, Yi Feng said gently. The group engaged in cheerful banter. But as they passed by Luo Sang, Yi Feng abruptly halted. Yuchan, Luo Sang, Xiangxue, Feng Yingzi, and Yuchan's 2 companions formed a tight-knit circle. I almost forgot, this is my son. Yuchan, why don't you greet Uncle Yi? Yulong chided. Hello, Uncle Yi. The once arrogant Yuchan quickly released the 2 beauties and bowed deeply to Yi Feng. Good. Yi Feng casually nodded, but his gaze shifted toward Xiangxue and Feng Yingzi. The presence of Luo Sang between them sent tremors of excitement through him, leaving him visibly shaken. Is this indeed the legendary figure? The tales circulating among the people describe him in various forms. I never imagined he would appear so ordinary, neither possessing 3 heads nor 6 arms, nor towering at 8 feet with a waist to match. I am Luo Sang, honored to meet Mr. Yi. These 2 are here to broaden their horizons under my guidance, Luo Sang said, his chest heaving with anticipation. Xiangxue and Feng Yingzi trembled in fear, especially Xiangxue. who nearly buried her face in her chest. Brother Feng, Sister Xiangxue, it's been a while. How have you been? Yi Feng said as he pushed Luosing aside, his gaze fixed on the two. Xiangxue shuddered, finally lifting her head to meet Yi Feng's eyes directly. Feng Yingzi bit his lip, casting a fearful glance at Yi Feng. Feng Ge. Feng Yingzi managed to stammer. The past is behind us. If I am not mistaken, you remain unregistered, correct? Yi Feng remarked. Yulong had been observing the two closely, and at this moment, his expression shifted, hinting that he had begun to piece together Feng Yingzi and Xiangxue's identities. It had been several years since that incident, and although Wei Yuan Security Company had suppressed it ruthlessly, as the leader of Baibi City, he had heard whispers. Impressive. To dare place a green hat on Feng Ge. Yet, judging by Feng Ji's demeanor now, it seems he has truly moved on. For one was a brother who had faced life and death alongside him, and the other was a woman who had once saved his life. Indeed, Feng Ge. Feng Yingzi replied cautiously. Let bygones be bygones. When you have the opportunity, visit Wei Yuan Security Company to obtain a civilian certificate. I will put in a good word for you, Yi Feng stated. Moreover, should you encounter any difficulties, do seek out Susan. She will undoubtedly extend her assistance. With that, Yi Feng strode purposefully towards the third floor. Feng. Woo-woo. Xiangxue could no longer contain her emotions, tears cascading down her cheeks. Beside her, Luosing was utterly taken aback. He had initially intended to impress Xiangxue, yet now he found himself outshone by the couple, appearing rather foolish. Upon reaching the conference hall on the third floor, they found it already filled with the esteemed leaders of the Commoner District, numbering approximately 40. Brother Feng, if there is anything you need to convey, do let us know. The South Hot Spring Business Association will certainly cooperate wholeheartedly. Yulong raised a glass in salute to Yi Feng. Today, I shall abstain from wine. My purpose here is to inform everyone to standardize pricing. We cannot have one vendor selling a fish for 5 hot spring coins while another sells it for 6. Additionally, the prices of crystal pills and elixirs must be adjusted according to the market trends of Hot Spring Island. Furthermore, all restaurants must possess health certificates and business licenses, ensuring that all necessary documentation is complete. This is what I meticulously compiled over 5 hours last night. I asked President Yulong to review it. Henceforth, you shall adhere to these guidelines in your commercial endeavors. Having concluded his address, Yi Feng produced a thick file. Understood. President Yulong of the South Hot Spring Business Association received the document with care. Yulong, Senior Sister Long, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. By the way, please keep an eye on those two outside, Feng Yingzi and Xiangxue. After all, they are old acquaintances. I have long since moved past the events of yesteryear. But do not engage in private discussions about it. Yi Feng rose from his seat. Chapter 1184. Brother Feng, are you still alive? Brother Feng, what events are you referring to? We are entirely in the dark. Yulong inquired. Indeed, what events are those? We have never heard of them. Lungyan added, having become quite astute after her time in the business world. Farewell. With that, Yi Feng discreetly exited through the back door. Simultaneously, he boarded a sand vehicle to return to South Hot Spring Island, subsequently taking an elevator down to the abyss below. The colossal worm monster lay there like a mountain. Following his previous confrontation with Kuang Tianfeng, Yi Feng had traversed the precipice of life and death, feeling his mental state elevated to a new level. Indeed, it was only at the brink of death that one's mindset could truly develop. He had now reached the late stage of true martial cultivation. It was time to advance further. Contemplating this, he settled beside the worm monster, pressing both hands against one of its scales. The next moment, he unleashed the blood-sucking technique without restraint, penetrating deep into the creature's interior. This time, he was not absorbing the worm monster's essence, but rather its divine essence. In an instant, Yi Feng's eyes flew open as the divine essence surged into his body, beginning its circulation through the great Zhoutian. At the hot spring armory, Charlie held Yi Feng's manual, which detailed the concept of chips. Chief Engineer Bai, Chief Engineer Mo, please come over here. Charlie summoned the 2 chief engineers. The 2 individuals are graduates from the 2nd cohort of the Hot Spring Academy, possessing an abundance of theoretical knowledge that equips them to shoulder significant responsibilities. It is indeed remarkable how a multitude of circuits can be arranged in such a minuscule space as a fingernail. Feng remarked that this device is intended to complement the lithography machine. Thus, we should also familiarize ourselves with the concept of the lithography machine to ensure clarity of understanding. Subsequently, we will organize these concepts into a structured plan, which we shall distribute to the Research and Development Department, instructing them to engage with these tasks daily. Charlie stated. Very well, let us three old fellows proceed to transform these concepts into a coherent plan. The trio immediately busied themselves, jotting down notes. And upon feeling dissatisfied or encountering illogical sequences, they crumpled the paper into balls and discarded them in the corner of the room. After a day had elapsed, the discarded papers had accumulated to a height of 3 meters in the corner. The Hot Spring Academy has now been further subdivided, resulting in the establishment of over 10,000 Hope primary schools, more than 1,000 Hope secondary schools, and over 500 Hope high schools. The universities are comparatively fewer, totaling 15. The most renowned among them is Hot Spring University, followed by Hot Spring University of Technology and Hot Spring Military University. Graduates from these three institutions are eagerly awaited by various factories, and upon graduation, they are inundated with diverse salary adjustment invitations. Naturally, the most exceptional graduates from these universities are primarily recruited by the northern and southern Hot Spring Islands, while a mere fraction is lured away by the merchant associations for monetary gain. Next in line are the Hot Spring Experimental University, Hot Spring Normal University, and the Bai Chung University and Bai Chung University of Technology, funded by Yulong. These four institutions belong to the second-tier echelon. The remainder consists of third-tier universities. However, in this ruthless world, even graduates from third-tier universities are highly sought after. Typically, they secure significant positions upon graduation. Time swiftly passed, and 2 months had gone by. Wang Zhihai stood within the luminescent screen, presiding over a grand ribbon-cutting ceremony. Welcome, Island Master Wang. To officiate the inauguration of our newly established Hot Spring Precision Engineering University, let us all applaud. Chung Libin led the applause. Indeed, the Precision Engineering University was the brainchild of Chung Libin, and its students are primarily focused on the research and development of precision engineering. This encompasses a series of intricate developments, including chips, precision machine tools, and lithography machines. To this end, the university is equipped with over 5,000 microscopes, enabling students to observe molecules, atoms, and even subatomic particles such as neutrons, protons, mesons, photons, and quarks within various substances. Feng had encountered these terms in civilized society, albeit only in passing. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to list them for the students to explore and refine gradually. After all, the Hot Spring Island possesses both wealth and time. Free from the suppression of established capital against new inventions, it is believed that within a decade, these concepts will take root within the hearts of the island's inhabitants, fostering a new understanding of the world. Wang Zhihai made the ceremonial cut, and the colorful ribbons fell apart. A cacophony of applause resonated, accompanied by the sound of flesh meeting flesh. The Hot Spring Precision Engineering University was officially established. At that moment, a slight tremor was felt throughout the southern Hot Spring Island. A resonant dragon-esque roar emerged from beneath the warm spring island. In an instant, ominous clouds gathered in the sky, accompanied by flashes of lightning and booming thunder. It was Feng. The crowd rejoiced, disregarding the ribbon-cutting ceremony, and hurried towards the abyss's exit. A golden lightning bolt struck down from the heavens. Duoyen Hina, Susan, and others had already been waiting at the abyss's entrance. After the initial lightning strike, 2 more bolts followed, simultaneously descending into the depths of the abyss. Subsequently, 4 bolts, then 8 and 16 followed suit. At the abyss's bottom, anguished cries and roars of Feng echoed. A Feng. Susan nearly leaped into the abyss, only to be pulled back by someone. Feng, you must hold on. Chen An anxiously gazed at the depths of the chasm. Ultimately, 32 bolts of golden lightning struck down, even stirring He Qingji, the highest-ranked citizen among the warm spring dwellers. A peak transformation realm cultivator. Fairy He, I implore you, please protect a Feng. Susan urgently grasped He Qingji. I cannot provide protection. He must be breaking through from the true martial realm to the innate realm. However, I did not anticipate such a fierce reaction from the heavenly tribulation. When I ascended to the innate realm, there were only 16 bolts of heavenly lightning, yet now there are 32, He Qingji admitted, her expression tense. Why is this happening? Susan asked nervously. Duoyen Hina's expression shifted, as if she were about to speak, but He Qingji interjected. Cultivators are inherently defiant against the heavens. The purpose of heavenly lightning is to restrain those who defy fate. An excessive number of lightning strikes indicates an extraordinary level of strength. Now, with Yifeng facing 32 bolts, it signifies that his vitality is twice as dense as that of an ordinary innate cultivator. As soon as Qingji finished speaking, a rumble of thunder resonated in the sky. 64 bolts of heavenly lightning surged toward the abyss's depths. 64 bolts? Qingji covered her lips in astonishment. If Yifeng can ascend to the innate realm, does that mean his vitality is 4 times denser than that of an ordinary innate cultivator? The density of a cultivator's vitality is not a mere arithmetic sum. It is akin to a person possessing 4 times the strength of an ordinary individual. Thus, their capability to overpower others extends far beyond simply 4. With quadrupled strength, one can employ various techniques effectively, enabling them to defeat 10, 20, or even 40 at once. After the 64 bolts of lightning struck, the ominous clouds dissipated from the sky. Simultaneously, the abyss fell silent, devoid of dragon roars or howls. Feng, are you still alive? Chen An asked anxiously. Qingji closed her eyes, extending her vast consciousness toward the abyss's bottom. Chapter 1185, Is it a blessing or a curse? I apologize, this abyss is too deep for my consciousness to reach the bottom. Furthermore, after probing 20 kilometers deep, it seems to be obstructed by a more potent consciousness. To ascertain whether he is still alive, we must send someone down, Qingji stated. This is bad. The elevator has been destroyed, and the motor has been rendered inoperable by the heavenly lightning. Chung Li Bean's voice called from a distance. I will jump down, Susan declared resolutely. No, Sister Susan. There is no need for you to descend. Feng is alive, meditating, likely undergoing the trial of the heart demon. Duoyen Hina interjected, halting Susan. How do you know this? Susan retorted. Of course I know. The moment the goo worm was obliterated by the heavenly thunder, I sensed it immediately. Feng is indeed battling the heart demon, Duoyen Hina replied slowly. That's a relief, that's a relief. As long as he hasn't perished beneath the heavenly thunder. Susan sighed deeply, a smile blooming on her face, mirrored by those around her. Yet, Duoyen Hina and Qingji remained impassive, both acutely aware that the trial of the heart demon is the gravest adversary faced by all cultivators. It is akin to a conflict between one's left and right hands, where victory is illusory and only compromise exists. Either the true self acquiesces to the heart demon, or the heart demon yields to the true self. Regardless of the outcome, the chasm between them gradually narrows. This is why, as one's cultivation deepens, the heart demon's influence intensifies. At the abyss's bottom, Yifeng stood still, seemingly petrified. However, within his inner world, tumultuous changes were unfolding. Terrifying illusions manifested one after another. First, it was the onslaught of Pingzhou upon Hot Spring Island, with multitudes of cultivators storming in, pillaging, and wreaking havoc. Then, visions of Duoyen Hina's demise, followed by his own, and then Susan's. In essence, all the individuals he cherished faced death or torment. Within the heart demon's grip, as if centuries elapsed, Yifeng finally seized a fleeting opportunity and shattered the heart demon's barrier. A resounding cry echoed from the depths of the abyss as Yifeng suddenly opened his eyes. Even after breaking free from the heart demon, terror lingered on his visage. This expression endured for 5 seconds before he reached up to caress his cheeks and body. I did it. At last, I succeeded. He sensed the energy within him, now magnified several times compared to his previous state in the true martial realm. His mental acuity had also more than doubled. Most gratifyingly, his physical strength had undergone substantial enhancement. Given another decade, he might well attain the 4th layer of the venerable Saint Demon technique. The Qing Feng Sword Manual. Yifeng suddenly patted his waist, summoning 6 flying swords into the air. With another swift motion, 6 more flew forth. A total of 12 swords swirled gracefully above him, responding to his every command. Qing Feng Sword Formation. Yifeng moved his fingers, and 20 flying swords encircled him, gradually becoming indistinct. Within a 20-meter radius surrounding him, strands of golden silk flickered continuously, each shimmer radiating immense power. This was the Qing Feng Sword Formation. He resolved to find someone to test its might. With a self-satisfied smile, Yifeng surveyed his surroundings. The 12 flying swords revealed themselves momentarily before swiftly returning to his waist. It is time to ascend. Upon this thought, He glanced upward and realized with dismay that the elevator had been destroyed by the heavenly thunder. What to do? A flash of inspiration struck Feng's mind, and he suddenly grinned. I've got it. He patted his waist once more, and 12 flying swords hovered above his head, spinning rapidly. He positioned himself atop these 12 swords. Helicopter, activate. Above the abyss, the engineering team was working tirelessly through the night to repair the engine and elevator. After 3 continuous days and nights of labor, a faint smile finally appeared on Chen Libin's face. Haha, we did it. The elevator is repaired. We can go down and bring Feng back. However, no sooner had he spoken than the sound of rotating propellers resonated from the depths of the abyss. A figure ascended gracefully on the 12 flying swords. Feng, you have finally emerged. Chen An exclaimed joyfully. Isn't the dialogue a bit profound? Of course I have emerged, Feng replied, and with a flash, he landed directly at the exit of the abyss. Suddenly, 2 figures leaped into his embrace, Duo Yin, Hina, and Susan. That's wonderful, Feng. Have you advanced to the innate realm? Chen Libin approached with a face full of envy. Indeed, I have reached the innate realm. In this world, I have established a solid foundation, Feng sighed deeply. That's amazing. I really envy you. In the innate realm, one can live for 400 to 500 years. As for me, I don't even know if I have a few decades left, Chen Libin said sorrowfully. Old Chunk, don't worry. You will surely break through to the true martial realm, Feng reassured him, patting his shoulder. Feng, now that you've advanced to the innate realm, what insights have you gained? Chen An inquired. He was now a 7th-tier power emperor, and he believed it wouldn't be long before he broke through to the true martial realm due to his youth and vigorous blood vitality. Advancement was merely a matter of time. In contrast, Chen Libin and Wang Zhihai were already in their 40s when they were in the Heishu River area, making their advancement considerably more challenging due to their diminished vigor. I have gained a multitude of insights. In the trial of the heart, I have suffered greatly, and my mental state has become much more stable. Even if someone were to be killed before my eyes now, I wouldn't even blink, Feng stated earnestly. Haha, I was just joking with you. You're my good brother. If you were killed, I would certainly shed 2 tears, Chen An quickly comforted him. Feng, after all this time following you, can't you at least cry for 3 days and nights? Chen An said, looking dissatisfied. No, at most. I would shed 2 more tears, Feng shook his head. He then placed his arm around Chen An's shoulder and walked over to Wang Zhihai. Wang Zhihai was still lingering at the 2nd tier of Power Emperor, much like Chen Libin. Susan, Su Yun, by Chushua, and Raimai were all above the 7th tier of Power Emperor, just a step away from breaking into the true martial realm. He then turned to He Qingji. Fairy He, why do younger individuals advance so quickly, while the older ones progress so slowly? Feng inquired. It is related to vitality. The younger you are, the luckier you are, and the faster your advancement. Of course, this is predicated on establishing a solid foundation. Rapid advancement is not always beneficial. I believe we should employ a blood exchange technique for Wang Zhihai and Chen Libin, He Qingji replied slowly. Blood exchange technique? What does that mean? Wang Zhihai and Chen Libin hurriedly gathered around. Ever since the passing of Shi Jingdang, the two have been like swords hanging over their heads, restless and consumed by anxiety. By infusing your youthful blood, you may temporarily rejuvenate your aging bodies. Utilize this fleeting opportunity to break through. I believe you can ascend to the true martial realm within your lifetimes. He Qingji spoke slowly. Is this feasible? Feng inquired, his face etched with gravity. In the past, it might not have been viable, but Hot Spring Island is exceptional, brimming with countless elixirs of the purest quality. This plan is indeed very feasible. However, there is a prerequisite. The blood donors must be your direct descendants, such as your sons or daughters. By transferring your old blood into their bodies, their youthful vitality will gradually metabolize it, replacing it with fresh, youthful blood. Concurrently, your weakened bodies will also slowly expel the youthful blood within. But at least there will be a period during which you can consume some elixirs to elevate your realm, He Qingji elucidated. Wonderful. Zhihai has so many sons, at least 40, I believe, and over 60 daughters. That's more than enough for the blood exchange, Feng exclaimed joyfully. And you, old Chen? You should have at least 10 children by now. Feng turned to Chen Libin. Indeed. Yes. Wang and Cheng both wore expressions of delight. However, there is one caveat. Only one individual can undergo the blood exchange at a time. Multiple exchanges simultaneously would provoke a rejection response. This is based on our past experiences. He Qingji cautioned. Although she was unaware of the rejection phenomenon, her insights were never wrong and bore similarities to modern civilization. Then it's settled. Old Cheng, Old Wang. Return home and discuss this with your children. As for the blood exchange process, leave that to Fairy He. Yi Feng commanded. Yes, Brother Feng. I shall return and converse with them immediately, Wang Zhihai nodded. Then Brother Feng, I too shall return, both men, brimming with joy, linked arms and headed home. Yi Feng turned to He Qingji. Fairy He, what do you think are the chances of a successful blood exchange? The blood exchange technique is not particularly difficult. However, in our realm of cultivation, familial bonds are not as profound as you might imagine. The critical factor lies in whether the children are willing. Post-exchange, they must also have access to high-purity elixirs to facilitate rapid advancement. The sooner, the better, if both individuals are already too frail to move. The side effects of the blood exchange will amplify, He Qingji replied thoughtfully. Qingji, proceed with the blood exchange without hesitation. Should there be any adverse effects, I will not hold you accountable. If the Wang and Cheng families wish to blame you, I will intervene, Yi Feng assured resolutely. Fortune or misfortune, one cannot escape their destiny. All I can do is fulfill my obligations. As for the outcome, that is in the hands of fate. Chapter 1186. The heart races like a fawn agreed. He Qingji nodded. By the way, conduct the blood exchange at the hot spring hospital and let Director Hao Yue and the others learn from your technique. Yi Feng added. That. Very well. He Qingji initially felt some resistance. After all, the blood exchange technique was a closely guarded secret of hers. However, her understanding has now evolved. She is now a citizen of Hot Spring Island, and as a citizen, one must share all things and cannot harbor secrets. In North Hot Spring Island, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, and fierce winds howled as golden lightning danced wildly across the heavens. He Li Xuan and the others stood at a height, gazing in astonishment at this terrifying celestial phenomenon. Time seemed to stretch, and eventually, the storm subsided. A group hurriedly rushed into Zaha's villa. Congratulations, Zaha, for successfully advancing to the true martial realm. He Li Xuan's voice thundered. Ha ha ha. Well said. Well said. Zaha could not contain his laughter. I, He Li Xuan, hereby declare Zaha as the Vice Marshal of North Hot Spring Island, overseeing our 20,000 troops. At the Hot Spring Hospital, the sky crackled with thunder. Yi Feng and the others had long been stationed at the hospital entrance, shocked by the terrifying celestial display. It is said that heavenly thunder is meant to limit the number of cultivators, and indeed, the intensity of this thunder was roughly twice as powerful as that of the moonlight itself. Yi Feng's gaze was fixed on the sky, prepared to assist moonlight in withstanding the final bolt of divine retribution. The first 6 bolts of thunder struck in quick succession, and moonlight barely held on. When the 7th bolt arrived, its force was approximately 3 times that of moonlight's own strength. Yi Feng had no choice but to intervene, shielding moonlight from this wave of tribulation. Chu Xue, go and help our director out, Yi Feng said calmly. Yes, Brother Feng. In no time, moonlight was carried out by a group of people, draped in a white cloth that concealed her graceful form. The thunder had shattered all her garments, leaving her bare beneath the cloth. Moonlight, how do you feel? Yi Feng inquired. I feel wonderful. Although I am gravely injured, the euphoric sensation I am experiencing is indescribable. You have also advanced to the true martial realm, so you should understand, Moonlight replied, her face pale, yet her eyes gleaming with vitality. That's good to hear. I should have shielded you from the 6th bolt as well, Yi Feng said with a look of regret. No, I must thank you. Thank Hot Spring Island. Without the high-purity elixirs from Hot Spring Island, it would have taken me at least several decades to reach the true martial realm. Thanks to the nourishing elixirs here, I leaped from the 4th-tier power monarch to the true martial realm in just over 2 years, doubling my lifespan and granting me infinite possibilities. Thank you, Yi Feng, no? Thank you, Brother Feng, Moonlight expressed earnestly. Yi Feng sensed her sincerity. She was not merely engaging in pleasantries. What is the point of saying all this now? Someone, take her to receive treatment. Moonlight, solidify your realm. I will leave things here at the Hot Spring Hospital to Chu Xue, Yi Feng said gently. Yes, Brother Feng. As he watched Moonlight being carried away, Yi Feng turned his attention to the others. Among the civilized society, the younger individuals had all reached the 6th-tier power monarch level, while only Old Cheng and Wang Zhihai remained at the 2nd and 3rd tiers. Indeed, it is paramount to embark on one's cultivation journey early. For attaining advancement during the peak of one's vitality, proves to be considerably effortless, as the body is capable of withstanding the rigors. However, if one were to ascend in youth, the mind may become susceptible to flaws, rendering it vulnerable to the invasion of inner demons. Truly, the path of cultivation is one that defies the heavens. The various challenges faced serve to limit the number of practitioners. Susan must be in her 40s now. Once she reaches 50, her vitality will inevitably wane. Su Yun, Chen An, Ding Tuanshuan, Yi Lian, Bai Chu Xue, Nire Maizi. These individuals are comparatively better off, being around the same age as myself, approximately 35 or 36. Su Yun, Chen An, Yi Lian. I believe that advancing to the true martial realm around the age of 40 would be most advantageous. At this age, one's mental fortitude is sufficiently cultivated, and they can still seize the last opportunity to bolster their vitality, thus minimizing the risk of succumbing to inner demons. Yi Feng cast a glance at the individuals from civilized society, then turned his attention to Wang Zhihai and Cheng Libin. Old Wang, old Cheng, you too must hasten your efforts. Your vitality is already on the brink of depletion. If you cannot advance to the true martial realm within 5 years, I fear. Yi Feng hesitated. Brother Feng, please say no more. I am already quite anxious. I must return to my cultivation at once, Wang Zhihai declared, striding purposefully towards his training chamber. Cheng Libin's complexion appeared somewhat pale. After all, the cautionary tale of Shi Zhengliang loomed large, and he was unwilling to find himself in a situation where, having just begun to enjoy a good life, his lifespan dwindled to mere decades. He felt a sense of unwillingness. Brother Feng, I shall also take my leave. Go ahead, old Cheng. Yi Feng reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. Then I too shall return to my cultivation, Susan added, feeling a sense of urgency as the eldest among the younger generation. Indeed, Shaner, you should focus on your seclusion and strive to reach the true martial realm as soon as possible. As for the other matters on Hot Spring Island, you may leave them too. Yi Feng's expression darkened. Wang Zhihai would need to concentrate on his own cultivation as well. Who, then, would manage the affairs? He was quite reluctant to engage in management, fully aware of his own limitations. Assisting from the sidelines was feasible, but assuming a leadership role would hinder the rapid development of Hot Spring Island. Thus, he must be astute in recognizing and utilizing talent. Hao Yue? He Qingji? Ah yes, Hao Yue. Yi Feng resolved firmly, hastening towards his office. Gu Yu, please invite Hao Yue here. I have matters to discuss with her, Yi Feng instructed. As you wish. Gu Yu promptly departed to summon her. Hao Yue, formerly the leader of the Greenfield Department, possessed ample management experience, and Yi Feng felt reassured in trusting her with the temporary leadership position of Hot Spring Island. Before long, Hao Yue arrived. Upon hearing that Yi Feng sought her presence, her heart raced with excitement. Thus, she neglected to consolidate her realm, hastily preparing herself after freshening up, and arrived at Yi Feng's office. Hao Yue, you are just in time. I have something to discuss with you. Yi Feng greeted her with a smile. With a swift motion, Hao Yue locked the office door behind her. Outside, Gu Yu smirked, realizing that Brother Feng was likely up to something mischievous inside. Consequently, he instructed the guards to stand 500 meters away, preventing them from eavesdropping through the door. Under the luminous moonlight, I was preparing to speak when, without hesitation, Hao Yue removed her coat, revealing her bare form. Have you missed me so soon? She teased, recalling that since our relationship had blossomed, she had only sought me out twice. Tonight, there is no escape for you. With that, Hao Yue nestled herself into my embrace. Chapter 1187. Speak, and I shall listen. I began. Hao Yue, I summoned you for a serious matter. My words stumbled forth, my trousers becoming increasingly uncomfortable. We can discuss business while we work, can't we? Hao Yue replied with a smile, and I felt as though I had stepped into an entirely different realm. It was warm and intimate. Indeed, I wish for your assistance in managing Hot Spring Island. Here, take the island owner's seal. My trembling hand extended towards her, presenting the seal from my drawer. Hao Yue accepted the seal, casually placing it on the table, her waist twisting gracefully. I nearly lost myself in that moment. Why not delegate this task to another? You must consider this carefully. I am someone who has surrendered from the green fields. Her breath was sweet and enticing, stirring a longing in me. The seal is merely a temporary transfer. Oh, do not move just yet, let me finish. I had not anticipated that Hao Yue, with her youthful visage, could be so playful, interrupting me each time I attempted to address serious matters. Speak, I am listening, she purred, her eyes sparkling with mischief. I am entrusting you to manage Hot Spring Island temporarily, for I cannot oversee it daily. In the future, I shall only be available to assist you occasionally. As a true island leader must navigate negotiations, external relations, and conflicts, tasks that will take place far from the confines of an office, in the territories of foreign peoples, and among the laborers across various regions. At last, I managed to convey my thoughts. Hao Yue began to move with elegance once more. Very well, I shall heed your wishes. When you are away, I will take care of things. The following hours were a whirlwind of passion, culminating in a fervent intensity that left me exhausted as dawn approached. Hao Yue, playfully positioned atop the desk, adopted a pose reminiscent of a scissor kick directed towards the heavens. What are you doing? Aren't you going to expel what is within you? I inquired, bemused. No, I am aware you have only one child. I wish to help you conceive another. Fear not. Once born, I shall ensure your burdens remain light. You need not raise the child, for I am a citizen, and my offspring shall enjoy all the benefits. Hao Yue continued her playful stance, ensuring that nothing would escape. Do as you please, but refrain from maintaining that posture. It's quite distracting. I gestured towards my trousers. The next morning, I, along with Chen An, Su Yun, Naire Meizi, Ilian, and Bai Chuxue, all representatives of civilized society, delegated our responsibilities to our deputies. I intended to lead them away from the vast desert to explore the counties of Pingzhou. This journey would not only broaden their horizons and strengthen their resolve, but it had also been far too long since I had mingled with individuals of civilized society. It was time for a half-year expedition through Pingzhou. Certainly, it is not merely a journey. During his travels, Feng must also address his relations with the people of Pingzhou. For instance, he plans to present them with local specialties, thereby establishing a solid foundation with the common folk of Pingzhou. He believes that in the not-so-distant future, his hot spring island will gradually assimilate the entire populace of Pingzhou. The invasion of civilization over barbarism ultimately culminates in victory. It is merely a matter of time. Concurrently, waves of university students are spreading from the vast desert throughout the Pingzhou prefecture, illuminating various locales with their knowledge. Some have taken up the mantle of private tutors in certain rural villages of Pingzhou, while others have become instructors for the sons of local nobility. Notably, 3 recent graduates have been generously hired by Quang Tian to educate his children, starting from elementary levels all the way through high school. As for university education, it seems these students are not yet equipped to teach, for the true essence of learning resides within the university, necessitating a diligent attendance on the hot spring island to grasp genuine knowledge. The green trains now traverse every corner of Xin County, with a total railway length reaching 500,000 kilometers. Simultaneously, hundreds of trains shuttle between the hot spring island and Xin County. Feng reclines in first class, observing the swiftly receding landscapes on either side. Bai Chuxue, Li Meizi, and Su Yun engage in a game of do di zhu. Lian rests against the train, gazing out the window with an entranced expression. Meanwhile, Chen An is animatedly instructing the 3 ladies on how to play their cards, only to be met with a sharp slap from Bai Chuxue for making too much noise. Consequently, he scurries off to play chess with Guyu. The scenery is splendid. Feng lets out a deep sigh. At that moment, a train rushes by them, packed with people, resembling a writhing caterpillar, with individuals even standing atop the train. My goodness, have they already mastered the art of train surfing? Feng gazes in astonishment at the train that whizzes past. On the train's roof, a native waves at Feng. Just as he finishes his wave, an antenna sends him flying. Alas, Feng sighs again. Given the nature of train surfing, injuries are inevitably part of the experience. Who could blame him for not consulting the calendar before venturing out? Attention passengers, we have arrived at Xin Station, announces a steward in each carriage. Feng gathers his belongings and exchanges a knowing glance with Chen An. A group of them disembarks and plunges into the bustling crowd. Most of the passengers arriving by train are locals, unaware that a person of Feng's stature is among them. Brother Feng, I'm here. Outside the train station, Ma Gubai arrives with 5 sand vehicles to greet him. Ma Gubai, where is 5th brother? Feng waves back, and the group embraces warmly. 5th brother is overseeing matters in the concession and specifically sent me to fetch you. Ma Gubai explains as he assists Feng and the others with their luggage. The train station features a smooth floor, but once outside, they find themselves on dirt paths, which quickly turn to marshland at the slightest hint of moisture. Just then, a procession approaches from ahead. The leader, clad in armor, exudes the aura of a peak transformation realm practitioner. Is it him? Ma Gubai's expression darkens instantly. What's wrong? Do you harbor a grudge? Yi Feng immediately discerned the underlying issues. After all, the region of Xin County exists beyond the jurisdiction of Pingzhou's laws, situated outside the realm of the five elements, and is bound to incite conflicts with the local cultivators. Ever since Li Huling vanished, there has been no word from him. Consequently, the Pingzhou government dispatched a captain to govern us. Although we constructed the railway station, they frequently come to forcibly collect taxes, seizing all our earnings, which has led to several confrontations between us, Ma Gubai remarked. Oh, Yi Feng raised an eyebrow. It appears that the Lord of Pingzhou, Kuang Tianfang, has recognized the significance of the hot spring currency. To refine elixirs, it is imperative to conduct transactions using the hot spring currency. Thus, he has sent individuals to appropriate the profits from the railway station to ensure the acquisition of advanced weaponry from Hot Spring Island and to fund the refinement of elixirs. At this moment, several cultivators approached. The narrow road became a standoff, with neither party yielding. Chapter 1188. Who do you think you are? Teng Chua? Did we not come to an understanding? The railway station's earnings are to be collected by each of us on alternate days. You collected yesterday. Why return again today? Ma Gubai positioned himself in front of the group. Step aside. This is our territory in Pingzhou. I will come and go as I please. You think you can dictate my schedule? Let me remind you, the Lord of the Prefecture has graciously allowed you to establish railways, factories, and schools here. Should he become displeased, a mere command could expel all your enterprises from Pingzhou, Teng Chua retorted without reservation. Ma Gubai, merely at the 7th-tier sovereign level, felt a significant disparity in strength, and conversing with Teng Chua felt beneath him. Surrounding them were curious onlookers, truly a gathering of spectators, indulging in fruit wines, beverages, peanuts, and sunflower seeds. Some small vendors promptly approached to peddle their wares. If you wish to collect money today, you shall have to trample over my corpse. Ma Gubai declared in fury, blocking the path of the group. Under ordinary circumstances, he might have backed down, but with Yi Feng present today, he could not afford to show weakness. He had to assert his position. Ma Gubai, do not presume that just because you are a mere leader of a concession, I am afraid to deal with you. True, the Lord of the Prefecture currently has use for your Hot Spring Island, so I cannot kill you. However, if I were to incapacitate you, I am certain that Hot Spring Island would not recklessly sever ties with us in Pingzhou over such an incident, Teng Chua proclaimed, cracking his knuckles ominously. Gulp. Ma Gubai swallowed hard, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Truth be told, he had already clashed with Teng Chua several times recently. The disparity in strength was too vast. His guards had been severely injured and were still recuperating in the hospital. So your name is Teng Chua? Chen An inquired, stepping in front of Ma Gubai with a casual tone. Suddenly, a slap resounded, striking Chen An's face without warning. You dare strike me? Do you know who I am? Chen An exclaimed in a rage. Originally intending to portray himself as superior to Ma Gubai, he found his plan thwarted before it even commenced. Who let your belt loose, revealing your true self? How dare you address me by name? Teng Chua retracted his hand. Just you wait. Maple, look. He has swollen my face. You must stand up for me. Chen An urgently grasped Yi Feng's arm. Release me. Yi Feng pushed Chen An away and took a step toward Teng Chua. What? Teng Chua glanced at Yi Feng, a faint sense of familiarity stirring within him. For there stood a towering statue, over 100 meters high, in the concession, none other than Yi Feng's likeness. The train station was established by our Hot Spring Island. What right do you have to impose charges here? How much did you collect previously? Return it all to me, not a single coin less, Yi Feng said coldly. Such trivial matters, he believed, were not worth escalating to Kuang Tianfang. That would be beneath him. Sometimes, it necessitated unique means to resolve issues. Ha ha ha, presumptuous. Even the Lord of Hot Spring Island, Wang Zhihai, wouldn't he dare speak to me in such a manner. Your Hot Spring Island has only a fleeting value. Once our state lord ascends to the spirit transformation realm, do you truly think your purifying elixir production line and your advanced weaponry will continue to attract his interest? Teng Chua laughed heartily. His followers mirrored his derision, their faces adorned with scornful smiles. A mere innate realm cultivator dared to challenge Teng, courting death. I don't care what connection you have with Ma Jebi. Get lost now, or I'll take you down with him. Were it not for the state lord's orders prohibiting loss of life, in my previous temper, you would have been reduced to dust long ago. The innate realm cultivators continued their mocking taunts, seemingly confident in their dominance over Yi Feng. Gentlemen, it is precisely because the State Lord and Hot Spring Island have prior agreements that Ma Jebi has refrained from taking real action against you. Do not be deceived by his inability to defeat you in the past. Should he deploy the heavy water Gatling now, how long could your protective divine light endure? 1 second, 10 seconds, or perhaps a minute. Yi Feng locked eyes with Ting Che. Indeed, the laughter ceased, and their faces grew grim. The weaponry of Hot Spring Island shattered their previously unwavering belief in cultivation. They had once thought that attaining a higher level of cultivation allowed them to perceive mortals as mere ants. But now, with a heavy water Gatling in hand, even those in the innate and transformation realms would falter. Not even those in the divine origin realm could withstand for a minute. Ma Jebi regained his confidence. For today, Brother Feng had restored his dignity. Therefore, I advise you, Hot Spring Island may only remotely control the concession and cannot fully govern it. Should you provoke them recklessly, losing their rationality, and unleash the heavy water Gatling, you shall surely return to the realm of the dead, Yi Feng stated slowly. Ha ha ha, he dares. If he dares to use the heavy water Gatling, our State Lord will dismantle all railways in Pingzhou, destroy schools, and expel all factories from the region, Ting Che replied, his bravado slightly faltering. Ting Che, your cultivation is merely at the peak of the transformation realm. Do you truly believe you hold significance to the State Lord? Huang Tianfang has merely sent you to probe the limits of the concession. Once the line is crossed, the heavy water Gatling will be deployed. In that moment, you risk your life, while Hot Spring Island will merely incur some financial loss. Ting Chu, you are no longer a child. It is time to cultivate your intellect and cease being a pawn for others. Yi Feng called Ting Chu's name thrice in succession. Yet, Ting Chu hesitated, his expression shifting between contemplation and uncertainty. Despite being a cultivator, his upbringing had ingrained in him a deep-rooted reverence for the powerful, a stark contrast to the education on Warm Spring Island. Have you come to a conclusion? If not, return home and ponder it. One day, clarity will dawn upon you regarding who is virtuous and who is malevolent, Yi Feng remarked calmly. Ting Chu was suddenly startled. You little brat, what gives you the right to lecture me, the captain? Today, I shall see the extent of your capabilities. With that, Ting Chu lunged at Yi Feng. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Yi Feng vanished without a trace. Not just Yi Feng, but everyone around them had disappeared as well. Not good. A sword formation. Ting Chu exclaimed, slapping his waist. A massive black sword soared forth, crashing into the surroundings. A flurry of golden threads surged forth, repelling his sword back violently. With Ting Chu at the center, a bizarre illusion manifested within a 100-meter radius. The golden threads danced erratically, their movements unpredictable, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right, and at other times, forward or back. Chapter 1189. Brother Feng, are you all right? Captain, what sort of sword formation is this? The 12 individuals behind him formed a defensive circle, anxiously observing the shimmering golden threads. Outside the formation, Ma Gubai watched in astonishment. It was the first time he had witnessed Yi Feng's clear wind sword formation. Although Ting Chu was merely a few dozen meters away, those within the formation appeared as if they were aimlessly flailing about, like headless flies. As Yi Feng engaged in negotiations with the individuals, he had discreetly embedded 12 exquisite flying swords around the area. His incisive words had momentarily distracted Ting Chu. Otherwise, with his formidable divine consciousness at the peak of the transformation realm, it would have been impossible for him to overlook Yi Feng's subtle maneuvers. Furthermore, Ting Chu had underestimated his opponent. Brother Feng, quickly eliminate them all, Chen An urged, covering his face and tugging at Yi Feng's sleeve. Please don't pull me. Keep your distance and protect me, Yi Feng replied, his face flushed with exertion. Controlling the clear wind sword formation at the early innate stage proved quite taxing, with both his divine consciousness and magical energy rapidly depleting. Indeed, Brother Feng, Chen An and the others promptly encircled Yi Feng, vigilantly surveying the onlookers. And go. Can you disperse this crowd? Ma Gubai suggested, fearing that if Yi Feng inadvertently harmed anyone, the repercussions would invoke the wrath of the wild heaven. Squad, disperse. Chen An commanded. Immediately, the travelers from the vast desert were ushered away, leaving the entire train station deserted. Within the sword formation, Ting Chu and his 12 companions stood back to back. The flying swords of the 12 had been summoned, only to be utterly shattered by the golden threads of the formation. Tung Chua cast a glance at the flying sword in his hand, his expression as dark as the bottom of a pot. His sword was of high quality, yet it bore several notches from the relentless slicing of the golden threads. Fortunately, he had retracted it in time. Otherwise, even the mightiest physical sword could not withstand the repeated assaults of the golden strands. The threads emanated from the 12 flying swords of Yifeng, existing in an ethereal form that could reconstitute after being dispersed. However, once his sword was damaged, it would be irreparably lost. In a fit of rage, Tung Chua clenched his fists and unleashed a resounding roar that reverberated through the air. Waves of sound emanated from his mouth, indeed causing some disruption to the golden threads, which momentarily surged chaotically, but ultimately accelerated towards the center of the sword formation. Initially, the 13 of them had 100 square meters of maneuvering space. Now, however, it had shrunk to a mere 50. The surroundings were engulfed in void, with occasional golden strands darting forth. In desperation, Tung Chua gritted his teeth and pulled out a multitude of talismans from his robe, adhering them to himself without hesitation. Layers of protective shields erupted around him, at least 20 in number. Even so, Tung Chua remained uneasy. He then slapped his waist, summoning a broken blade into his grasp. "Lord Wei, is this a fragment of a magical artifact?" exclaimed his 12 subordinates with delight. "Indeed, it is a fragment. Activate all your protective shields, and we shall charge through the sword formation together," Tung Chua commanded. Understood. The 12 regained their morale in an instant. 3, 2, 1. Upon finishing, Tung Chua suddenly kicked 2 of the younger subordinates into the golden threads. "No, Captain, you?" The golden strands shimmered ominously as they swiftly severed the protective auras of the 2. In mere moments, a flurry of golden threads descended upon them, slicing them into minuscule pieces, leaving nothing but puddles of flesh on the ground. Outside the sword formation, Yifeng was rendered speechless. He had merely intended to intimidate Tung Chua and the others. However, with his current energy levels, he could not control the sword formation with precision, and could only watch helplessly as the 2 were annihilated. In the blink of an eye, Tung Chua and the remaining 11 plunged into the golden threads. Some, realizing the dire situation, hastily retreated to the center of the sword formation. Yet, 5 were caught off guard, struck directly by the oncoming threads, their protective light shattered, dissipating into smoke. Tung Chua, possessing formidable magical prowess, found his protective light extinguished at last. Gritting his teeth, he swung the artifact in his hand forward, severing dozens of golden threads. Alas, the sword formation had been established for too long, with the periphery brimming with densely packed golden strands. He only managed to cut through a few, and the remaining threads surged towards him like ravenous piranhas drawn to blood. Clang! The fragment of the magical artifact finally shattered into true debris. An arm soared 5 meters into the air, and before it could touch the ground, it was repeatedly severed by golden threads. Tung Chua flailed his arms wildly, as components of his body were mercilessly sliced away one by one. Tung Chua, retreat quickly. Yifeng's heart screamed in desperation. He had merely intended to frighten Tung Chua, never intending to take his life. What would he say to Kuang Tianfang if he were to kill him? Unfortunately, having just ascended to the early stage of the innate realm, he lacked the ability to control the sword formation once it was set. Thud! A head fell into the center of the sword formation. In the next moment, countless golden threads converged towards the formation's core. Be it cultivators, magical artifacts, or flying swords, everything within was obliterated into nothingness. Boom! The sword formation collapsed instantaneously, leaving Yifeng feeling as if his very marrow had been drained, collapsing onto the ground, his complexion as pale as parchment. He had not anticipated the sheer power of the Qing Feng sword formation, which had nearly exhausted all of his vital energy. It would only cease once all enemies within were vanquished. "Brother Feng, are you all right?" Su Yun and Li Meizi rushed over, hastily supporting Yifeng. "I'm fine. Just overly depleted. Hand me a transformation pill." Yifeng gestured towards his pouch with his lips, as he lacked the strength to open it himself. "All right." Su Yun quickly produced a 100 pure transformation pill. "Don't place it in my mouth. Put it in my palm," Yifeng instructed. Understood. The moment Yifeng's palm made contact with the pill, his blood-sucking technique activated naturally. In just a heartbeat, his vital energy surged back to 90%. The remaining 10% would require time to replenish. Brother Feng, you've lost a patch of hair," Chen An exclaimed, staring in astonishment at Yifeng's head. No way. Yifeng quickly grabbed a mirror to examine himself. At the crown of his head, a patch the size of a coin had turned white. Damn it. This sword formation not only drained my vital energy, but also my lifespan. Yifeng felt a chill run down his spine. If more transformation realm cultivators had been trapped within, he could have easily perished from the depletion of his lifespan. A Feng, if we kill Kuang Tianfang's people now, how will he explain it? Li Meizi inquired. Let them come. We shall deal with them when they do. For now, I need to return to sleep. Yifeng weakly replied. Chen An, clean up the corpses on the ground. Clean up? There's not even a scrap left. Your sword formation has scraped the ground bare. Chen An retorted. Then let us go. I need to get some rest, Yifeng declared before fainting into Li Meizi's embrace. Time passed. Yifeng opened his eyes to behold an exquisite face before him. You're awake? Li Meizi gazed at him tenderly. How long have I slept? Yifeng asked. You've been asleep for a full 7 days and nights. You certainly know how to sleep, Li Meizi remarked, gently resting Yifeng's head on her soft thigh. 7 days and nights. Yifeng sat up abruptly. Did Kuang Tianfang send anyone to cause trouble? Not yet, but the truth will inevitably come to light, said Raimai. If Kuang Tianfang truly seeks to take action, let him be compensated with 10 million hot spring coins. Otherwise, the outcome will be mutually destructive, Yifeng remarked. After all, the relationship between Hot Spring Island and Pingzhou is intricately intertwined. Neither side can exist without the other. Yifeng requires the vast population on his side to propel technological advancements. And he is not oblivious to the fact that Pingzhou has established thousands of schools and hundreds of thousands of factories, with over 40 concessions. Should relations sour, the citizens he has here would be detained. I shall speak with Magobi shortly, Raimai gently replied. In Pingzhou Prefecture, Kuang Tianfang sat in his study, listening to reports from his subordinates. Teng Wei was killed at the train station, and it is likely connected to Hot Spring Island. However, all bystanders were expelled at the time, and thus, there were no witnesses to Teng Chui's demise, one guard reported. Regardless, this matter must be attributed to Yifeng. You, go find Yifeng and demand an explanation. If he cannot provide one, have him issue a check. We should aim to extort at least 100 million, starting with a demand of 1 billion, and then negotiate to determine the value of Teng Chui's life, Kuang Tianfang said nonchalantly. The guard's expression changed dramatically. Teng Chui had been loyal to Kuang Tianfang for over a century, and now, after his death, he was to be used as a bargaining chip. He seemed to foresee his own fate. If Hot Spring Island truly sought to eliminate him, he estimated he might only be worth 2 to 300 million. Did you not hear my command? Kuang Tianfang frowned. Understood, the guard replied, and promptly departed Pingzhou. He first arrived in the nearby Baise County, then boarded a train towards Xin Station. Indeed, with the advent of the train, his travels required no exertion. For just over 500 hot spring coins, he could traverse the entirety of Pingzhou. On northern Hot Spring Island, Helixuan regarded the millions of citizens outside the luminous screen and made a chilling decision. From this day forth, citizens shall be classified into first, second, and third tiers, Helixuan declared coldly. Master Island Lord, citizens should not be stratified. A high-ranking official hastily advised. On northern Hot Spring Island, I have my own governance methods. The last time Kuang Tianfang attacked, those new citizens exhibited no sense of contribution, merely spectating while we, the old citizens, bore the burden. Therefore, from now on, citizens will indeed be stratified. First and second tier citizens will reside within the luminous screen, which I will further compress to a radius of 100 kilometers. Third-tier citizens, those who failed to defend against foreign invaders, shall dwell outside the screen. They will be exploited and oppressed. Their wages can be slightly higher than those on the Star Dream continent, but not excessively so, lest they flee to the warmer Star Dream continent, leaving us without laborers. Very well. Should we report this to Feng? No need. Feng stated that governance should be divided between North and South. All old citizens will be classified as first tier, while others will fall into the second and third tiers. If a third-class citizen commits a transgression, they will be reduced to a state of vagrancy, where finding employment becomes exceedingly arduous. Even if they manage to secure a position, their compensation will invariably be inferior to that of third-class citizens. After He Lishuan concluded his remarks, he cast his gaze upon the several hundred assembly members. The current speaker is no longer Chung Li Bin, but rather Ma Lebi. Let us proceed to vote. Should the majority exceed half, we shall categorize citizens into tiers. Ma Lebi stated slowly. Ultimately, 80% of the assembly members supported the stratification of citizens. This is the nature of social development. If one were to demote those individuals to mere residents or commoners, unrest would undoubtedly ensue. However, by establishing a hierarchy among citizens, they might begrudgingly acquiesce. In essence, this classification mirrors the former distinctions between citizens, residents, and commoners. First-class citizens exhibit unwavering loyalty to Hot Spring Island, willing to sacrifice their lives in times of peril. Second-class citizens are somewhat ambivalent, yet still adhere to societal norms. Third-class citizens, however, are utterly disgraceful, having benefited from Helishuan's grace. They fled in the face of adversity on Hot Spring Island. When the ferocious Feng launched an assault on the island, there were those who provided counsel, and even more who assisted in delivering provisions and erecting ladders. Brother Feng, individuals from Pingzhou have arrived, Chen An announced as he entered the Western Shadow Concession. Let us proceed. If it is good fortune, it will not be a calamity, and if it is a calamity, it cannot be avoided. For now, Chen An, remain silent and observe how I handle the situation, Feng replied nonchalantly. Very well. Shortly thereafter, in the conference hall of the concession, Feng occupied the seat of honor at the elongated table. To his left sat Chen An, Ma Goubai, Su Yun, and other allies, while to his right were Tai Tu, the retainer of the ferocious Feng, along with several practitioners from Pingzhou at the Transformation Realm. Lord Yi, our state lord has requested that you provide an explanation regarding the unfortunate demise of Teng Chu, who perished at your train station. We implore you to take responsibility. Tai Tu asserted, his demeanor surprising Feng. This individual should be brash and belligerent. Why does he speak so courteously? This is not characteristic of a peak Transformation Realm practitioner. I sincerely regret the incident involving Teng Chu. Rest assured, I shall apprehend the perpetrator and deliver justice. Feng responded casually, knowing full well he could not admit to having killed Teng Chu. The assailant must be captured, but Tai Tu, at this juncture, addressed his small entourage. You may step outside. I will negotiate with Lord Yi. As you command. The small entourage promptly exited the conference room. Yet, Tai Tu was still uneasy and deployed a soundproof barrier, enveloping the entire meeting space. Is this truly necessary, Senior Tai? Feng inquired with an ingratiating smile. It is indeed necessary, Lord Yi. In truth, I am familiar with Teng Chu's character. He was destined to meet his end. Your act of killing him brings me genuine satisfaction. The State Lord has dispatched me with the expectation of monetary compensation. His baseline is 100 million, but I will propose 1 billion, allowing for negotiations to settle on 3 to 500 million. In essence, you must at least provide me with 100 million, and I shall return this sum to Pingzhou. After removing the soundproof cover, Tai Tu's demeanor became notably more respectful. Since you, the Lord of the State, do not regard us guards as human, I see no necessity to remain unwaveringly loyal to you. Are you certain that 100 million will resolve the matter? Feng felt a stirring within. He truly wished to avoid conflict with Kuang Tianfang. Their foundation has been firmly established here for generations in Pingzhou, while he, an outsider, seeks to challenge them, even if armed with advanced weaponry to reduce Pingzhou to ruins. Yet, what would he do with such ruins? What he seeks is the labor force of Pingzhou. The population of just one county there far exceeds that of the Great Desert. With such a vast demographic base, he is confident that within a decade, he could elevate the level of technology to a new echelon. Most critically, he needs the cultivators of Pingzhou to assist him in gathering materials for the Star Veil Array. This is ultimately Feng's true objective. Once he possesses the Star Veil Array, even divine realm cultivators would find it impossible to contend with him. He could simply hide behind the luminous curtain to observe the drama unfold. What of 200 million? Tai Tu cautiously raised the stakes. Ha. 200 million it shall be, but 100 million can be returned to Pingzhou. As for the other 100 million, you may carry it with you. Though it would be perilous, should you be discovered, your life would be forfeit. However, fret not, for you may deposit that 100 million in our hot spring bank. A sincere smile graced Feng's face. Tai Tu remained silent, rising to pat Feng on the shoulder. Feng stood as well, and the two embraced. Brother Tai Tu, by depositing 100 million in the hot spring bank, you have fulfilled the first requirement of becoming a citizen. With time, I shall provide you with a recommendation to become a citizen of my hot spring island. Feng clasped Tai Tu's shoulder as they exited the conference room. Upon spotting a few junior guards, they quickly separated. I understand, Lord Yi, this is farewell. Upon finishing his words, Tai Tu strode toward his subordinates. Yet his right hand remained tucked in his bosom, tightly clutching Yi Feng's check. This was a check for 100 million. Should it be lost? Given Kuang Tianfang's character, he might very well annihilate his entire clan. Farewell. Farewell. The two groups waved their goodbyes. Ma goodbye. Drive your sand vehicle and send the envoys to the train station, ensuring they catch the last train. Yi Feng instructed Ma goodbye. Yes. Ma goodbye hurried off to assume the role of driver. Brother Feng, I have learned once again. I believe that Tai Tu, in his quest to become a citizen, will certainly report the situation on Kuang Tianfang's side to you truthfully, Chen An remarked, giving a thumbs up. In a certain valley, two young men stood with their swords, coldly surveying their surroundings. At the end of the valley, atop a massive rock, Ding Tuanshuan rested her hands on her knees. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and a tempest arose, with golden lightning flickering within the clouds. After 3 full days and nights, the clouds dispersed and the rain ceased. Excellent. Sister Tuanshuan has broken through to the true martial realm. The two eager followers rejoiced and hastened toward the massive rock. On South Hot Spring Island, the skies were equally shrouded in dark clouds, and the winds howled fiercely. 7 days later, jubilant cheers erupted from Susan's villa. Congratulations, Sister Susan, on successfully advancing to the true martial realm. Sister Susan, you must host a celebration. At this moment, Susan beamed with joy, reveling in the abundant vitality coursing through her. This sensation was truly exquisite. Naturally, a celebration was in order. Even the typically aloof Susan had softened in demeanor. At the armory on Hot Spring Island, several chief engineers convened. Ha ha ha, we have finally developed the chip. With this innovation, we can reduce the size of our massive computers by half. One engineer, holding a 50-pound chip, could hardly contain his grin. This marks a significant advancement. Our next goal is to engineer even smaller chips. However, before that, we need to calibrate the machine tools to mass-produce this chip, aiming to manufacture several hundred computers. Agreed, let it be so. In another department of the armory, Bai Guoguo was accompanied by a group of young students, all second-year scholars from the Hot Spring Institute of Technology. Dear classmates, the art of formations lies in manipulating the elements of the air. Since I learned the periodic table of elements, my understanding of formations has reached new heights. You must also strive to learn. This is called the wind formation. Inscribed onto a sandcart, it can enhance speed and reduce weight. When inscribed onto a fighter jet, it will lighten the craft, increase its speed, and diminish air resistance. This is the gold formation, originally inscribed on flying swords, but if etched onto a bullet, powered by spirit stones, it will unleash unimaginable power. After speaking, Bai Guoguo began inscribing the formation herself. In a certain slum on North Hot Spring Island, a group of elite practitioners gathered, whispering among themselves. Damn it, Harry Xian is now categorizing citizens by class. What use is our citizenship? Indeed, it's merely a change of FAAD. We appear as citizens, yet our treatment remains unchanged. Let us organize all the commoners, rally as many as we can. Then, we'll take a banner before the holographic screen to protest Harry Xian's policies. Let us mobilize quickly. If we can gather over 1 million people, he'll have no choice but to abolish the citizenship hierarchy. After all, he cannot arrest us all. Yes, let us hurry. These conditions are unbearable. And it's freezing outside. The groups stealthily returned to their respective enclaves, preparing for a grand demonstration. After a month of recuperation, Yi Feng had fully restored the vitality he had lost and was in peak condition. He felt compelled to visit Pingzhou Prefecture to check on the current well-being of Wang Zhihai's second daughter. After all, he had sent her there as a hostage, and he felt a sense of unease. A party boarded a train heading to Baise County, the closest station to Pingzhou, as the railway had not yet reached the prefecture. Despite Hot Spring Island's efforts to mobilize nearly all the workers of Pingzhou with currency, the vast expanse of Pingzhou made this an enormous undertaking. It would take no less than 50 years to complete the railway network. This time, Yi Feng traveled to Pingzhou, accompanied solely by Chen An, leaving everyone else behind. Chapter 1192, What's wrong? I haven't even asked you yet. For some unknown reason, he felt a comforting joy in Chen An's presence. Bringing along others felt somewhat burdensome. Brother Feng, something seems amiss, Chen An remarked, experiencing the train's violent jolting. I too sense something is off. Yi Feng swiftly leaned out of the window, his formidable mental energy radiating into the distance. Not good. Train conductor, quick, stop the train. Yi Feng shouted. However, the train was currently hurtling forward at several hundred kilometers per hour, utterly incapable of halting. What is happening? A staff member rushed over, while numerous passengers leaned out of their windows. Ahead, 1,000 meters away, lay a towering bridge, yet the tracks had been deliberately dismantled. No time to waste, jump. Yi Feng grasped Chen An and leaped from the train with a whoosh. Ah, this is bad. Help. The passengers aboard the train screamed in terror, facing impending doom. With a whoosh, the train car, stretching 100 meters, derailed at a speed of 100 meters per second, crashing violently into the colossal mountain ahead. The front carriages were crushed into metal pancakes, and a torrent of blood spilled forth. Quick! Yi Feng darted to the side of the wreckage, prying open the last carriage. Where the occupants had been gruesomely mangled, blood cascading like a stream, dripping into the valley below. Brother Feng, they're all dead. All of them. Chen An's voice trembled with despair. It was known that at least 10 citizens from Hot Spring Island were aboard this train. Damn it! Yi Feng's eyes turned crimson. While the loss of others was regrettable, the death of so many citizens, individuals he had long interacted with within the protective barrier, was a weighty burden. How could he, as their island leader, explain this to the orphans and widows upon his return? Let us walk to Pingzhou and inquire with Kuang Tianfang on how to address this. If the situation is not handled properly, I will personally dispatch individuals to investigate who sabotaged the tracks. Yi Feng declared, striding purposefully toward Pingzhou. Wait for me, Brother Feng. Chen An hurried after him. If this matter were not escalated, the consequences could be dire. It must be dealt with severely and thoroughly, otherwise. With so many railways in Pingzhou, if one line faced issues today, another might tomorrow. Who would dare to ride a train again? After they had walked for an hour, a throng of villagers emerged from the valley, numbering at least in the thousands, led by an elderly man with white hair. Village chief we struck gold. So much iron, and so many dead. Let us hurry to capitalize on this. One villager exclaimed. Indeed, let us empty our pockets, collecting all the funds, especially spirit stones and hot spring currency. I will redistribute everything to the villagers, enhancing the strength of our Ihi village. Village chief, he replied coolly. He had severed the tracks the night before, never anticipating that wealth would come knocking so swiftly. Previously, he had refrained from stealing the tracks for fear of the railway guards. However, this railway has been operational for 3 months, and he has only encountered the railway guards once. This clearly indicates that the guards are merely a fade. Over time, as he gazed upon the extensive iron tracks before the village, he could no longer suppress his frustration. Consequently, he summoned all the villagers to discuss the idea of severing the tracks. The iron could be sold for profit. As the Hot Spring Railway Bureau was in urgent need of steel, they could melt down the metal and sell it in batches to the Bureau. Once the train was deprived of tracks, it would surely derail, leading to casualties, allowing them to profit a second time from the tragedy. He chuckled to himself, convinced of his brilliance, believing this scheme could yield the village's revenue for a century. Standing atop the ruins, village chief, he surveyed the massive wreckage of the train. With blood continuously seeping from within, his expression shifting between despair and elation. Search quickly, don't exceed 15 minutes. Once we're finished, we'll find a discreet place to hide. After the commotion dies down, we'll melt down the steel and sell it to the Hot Spring Railway Bureau. As for any medicinal pills, we will save them for the villagers with spiritual roots, giving them a chance to join the ranks of cultivators. Chief, he proclaimed loudly. Chief, come here. A villager shouted from the 7th carriage. What is it? Chief, he swiftly appeared inside the carriage. It was filled with the remains of the deceased. But one bloodied individual was still writhing, a feeble voice escaping his lips. Help me. I am a citizen of Hot Spring Island. Save me, and I will give you money, whatever you desire. It's all in my pouch. This citizen was of considerable strength, severely injured but not yet dead. What should we do? A throng of villagers gathered around. Chief, he sneered, and removed the pouch from the man's waist. In the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. The pouch was stuffed with large denominations of cash, roughly 3 fingers thick, amounting to at least 200,000. He opened the secondary compartment, revealing an array of 100% pure crystal pills, and even a precious chi-nourishing elixir. We struck gold. Now, let us dispose of him cleanly and bury him alive. Chief, he declared before turning and exiting the carriage. Time flew by, and half a month had passed. Yi Feng and Chen An, having endured numerous hardships, finally arrived at the leased territory of Bays County. The leaseholder, Bo Day was indeed Bo Kachin's younger brother. Feng Gu. And Gu, is it really you? Bo Day exclaimed in astonishment. He had been earning a considerable amount of money in his position. Fearing that Yi Feng might be there to audit his accounts. Bo Day, I have no time for idle chatter. Quickly arrange for a bomber for me. Yi Feng said with a stern expression. What is going on? Bo Day inquired. What is going on? I haven't even questioned you yet. How often do the railway guards patrol the tracks? Yi Feng's eyes glinted with coldness. Approximately once a day, Bo Day replied. Once a day? That is nonsense. We traveled for 3 days and nights from Chen County to Bays County and did not see a single railway guard along the way. What is the purpose of your position as leaseholder? Chen An shouted in anger, advancing as if to strike. Chen An. Yi Feng intercepted him and turned to Bo Yi, instructing, you must dispatch a team immediately to the location of the Valley Bridge. There lies a derelict train. Investigate who has pilfered the railway tracks. Once identified, do not execute those thieves just yet. Wait until I have concluded negotiations with Feng, and then I shall personally handle the matter. Such a grave situation? Yes, I will send someone right away. Bo Yi stammered, visibly shaken. This was his first encounter with a train derailment. After a brief interlude, Yi Feng and Chen An boarded the bomber, which swiftly ascended towards Pingzhou. The scenery below receded rapidly. Chapter 1193. This is my eldest daughter, Xue Fu. From the aerial perspective, the entire landscape appeared remarkably flat, devoid of any circular edges. This observation suggested that the star main continent may possess a diameter of several 100 million kilometers, perhaps even extending to a light year across. Otherwise, at an altitude of 100,000 meters, one would surely discern the spherical curvature of the planet. Yet, if the planet were indeed of such immense diameter, the gravitational pull at its core should be measured in millions of kilograms. Why, then, did it feel similar to Earth's gravity? Contemplating this, Yi Feng peered through the window, gazing up at the two celestial bodies, one large and one small. Perhaps the gravitational forces exerted by those two planets counterbalanced the pull of their own. Should the two celestial bodies in the sky be annihilated, it is conceivable that the gravity across the star main continent could surge to several million kilograms, instantly compressing ordinary individuals into mere pulp under such horrifying weight. No aircraft or living creature could ascend into the sky. At that moment, Yi Feng gained a profound understanding of the star main continent. A day later, the bomber gently hovered above the city of Pingzhou. The protective formation of the region opened a gap, allowing the bomber to descend gradually. The Pingzhou concession airport accommodated a total of 30 bombers, presided over by a female leader, Yen Yu, a graduate of the second class of Hot Spring University. Brother Feng, brethren, you have arrived, Yen Yu exclaimed, hastening towards them. At the Pingzhou Palace, Feng stood atop the palace, his immense spiritual awareness sweeping across the entire concession. Yi Feng quickly glanced at his skin, which prickled with goosebumps. Truly, the power of a void refinement practitioner is enough to send shivers down one's spine. Go, Taitu. Bring Yi Feng to me. This lad has sought me out for a purpose, Feng stated nonchalantly. At your command, Taitu replied, promptly leading a group towards Yi Feng. Before long, they arrived at the Hot Spring Island concession in Pingzhou. Although the concession rules mandated that no one could enter at will, certain exceptions were made based on individual circumstances. Within the territory of Pingzhou, Feng trampled the rules of the concession with impunity, entering and exiting as he pleased to assert his authority. Naturally, his subordinates emulated his disregard for the concession's regulations. Wang Zhihai understood Feng's temperament, which is why he appointed a female leader to oversee the concession. Females tend to be more gentle and less likely to provoke conflict with Feng. Had he assigned Long Wu to the role, he would undoubtedly have enforced the concession's rules stringently, potentially leading to clashes with Feng's men within mere days. Yi Feng, the Lord of the State requests your presence, Iron 2 said with a frigid expression. In the territory of Pingzhou, he naturally had to feign unfamiliarity with Yi Feng, otherwise, it would arouse the suspicions of Feng. What are you? Yi Feng retorted coldly. Why doesn't Feng come himself? He understood Iron 2's predicament and deliberately engaged him in a verbal sparring match. Are you seeking death? A mere innate realm dares to oppose me, a transformation realm practitioner? Do you wish for me to eliminate you here and now? Iron 2 pretended to be enraged. Transformation realm? Aren't you just Feng's lapdog? Yi Feng thought it necessary to escalate the performance. ensuring that Kuang Tianfang would completely lower his guard against Iron Tuesday. In the future, this pawn might prove invaluable. Die. Iron 2 suddenly struck at his waist, and a massive sword hurtled toward Yi Feng's face. At that moment, the air resonated with Kuang Tianfang's clear voice. Iron 2. Do not be rude. Lord Yi, it has been some time since we last met. I did not expect you to come to Pingzhou personally. Kuang Tianfang's voice traveled clearly over several kilometers, reaching everyone's ears. The consciousness of a void refinement cultivator could envelop the entire Pingzhou prefecture, and simultaneously, his voice could penetrate that consciousness, resonating in each individual's ears. So the Lord of the State had been monitoring me all along. Can you make your dog a bit more courteous? Though my strength may not match his, I have Wengquan Island backing me, Yi Feng admonished angrily. Ha ha ha, Yi Feng. I once held you in higher regard, but now my esteem for you diminishes. The esteemed Lord of Wengquan Island, reduced to squabbling with a mere guard of mine. How amusing. Kuang Tianfang's tone dripped with disdain. Iron 2's expression shifted slightly, his heart sinking to the depths of despair. Very well, I shall come to see you now. Upon saying this, Yi Feng intentionally bumped into Iron 2 while walking alongside Chen An, then strode purposefully toward the palace hall. Iron 2 stood frozen for a full half-minute before regaining his senses and hastily followed behind Yi Feng. His once fervent spirit had turned cold. After years of following Kuang Tianfang, he believed he held some standing in the Lord's eyes. To his dismay, he realized he was merely a dog. Before long, Yi Feng found himself seated across from Kuang Tianfang, who was accompanied by 4 individuals. One was a voluptuous, mature woman, exuding grace in her every gesture. Her laughter perfectly poised, unmistakably the product of a noble lineage. Otherwise, she would not possess such an aura. Another was a girl of 17 or 18, bearing a resemblance to the mature woman, yet her eyes sparkled with clarity and her smile revealed a charming dimple. The final individual was a youth with a refined countenance, whose demeanor was gentle and courteous, giving off a refreshing aura. Ha ha ha, Lord Yi, it is a rare occasion to have you travel all the way to Pingzhou. Today, please indulge in my family banquet, Kuang Tianfang announced. Allow me to introduce. This is my wife, the First Lady of Pingzhou, Neihua Dezhu. And this is the renowned Lord Yi Feng of Wengquan Island whom I have often mentioned. Ah, so this is the illustrious Lord Yi. I have heard of your esteemed name throughout Pingzhou. Today, upon meeting you, I find you truly remarkable. I raise a glass in your honor, the First Lady declared. After Duawada Zhu concluded her speech, she covered her cup with her sleeve and drank respectfully. The lady was being courteous. Yi Feng also raised his cup and drank it all in one go. He initially intended to directly convey his purpose after meeting Kuang Tianfang. But the oppressive aura of the void refinement cultivator overwhelmed him, causing him to lose the initiative instantaneously. This is my eldest son, Kuang Run. Kuang Tianfang gestured towards the young man. I am Kuang Run, honored to meet the island master Yi. Your weaponry is exceptionally advanced, and I hope one day to study the esteemed knowledge of your island at the Hot Spring Academy. Kuang Rin displayed remarkable courtesy, holding his cup with both hands. Yi Feng, feeling somewhat obliged, clinked his cup with him. This is my eldest daughter, Xuefu, Kuang Tianfang indicated the young lady. Xuefu merely smiled sweetly without uttering a word, her face even bearing a hint of shyness. In contrast, Yi Feng remained expressionless. What good could Kuang Tianfang be concealing? He likely aimed to employ beauty as a stratagem to achieve some dubious goal. Ha ha ha, Miss Xuefu, I am Chen An, and I toast to you. Chen An's eyes sparkled as he appraised Xuefu from head to toe. Indeed, brother An, Xuefu responded, lifting her cup and covering her face with her sleeve. Yi Feng could even hear the sound of Chen An swallowing. Very well, Mr. Yi. In fact, I had intended to personally visit Hot Spring Island to discuss a matter with you, Kuang Tianfang chuckled. Please, proceed, Yi Feng replied slowly, aware that the main event was about to unfold. Yi Feng, when I first heard about Hot Spring Island, I admittedly underestimated you as the island master. However, from the moment you emerged from the light barrier to personally sign the agreement with me, my perception shifted. You are a man unafraid of death. Your courage and wisdom are evident. While I have several adept practitioners by my side, including the 4 great, none possess the courage to compare with you. I find myself lacking a true warrior like you. Xuefu, raise a toast to Island Master Yi, Kuang Tianfang subtly implied without explicitly suggesting that Yi Feng become his son-in-law. Yet his manner fostered an unspoken expectation within Yi Feng. This was indicative of his remarkable skill. To be a leader of a state is no trivial matter. Xuefu stood up, gracefully traversing most of the table to approach Yi Feng, holding a wine jug. "Please, island master, indulge in this humble wine." Her voice was as delicate as an ant's whisper, compelling one to draw closer to catch a whiff of her fragrant essence. Indeed, Yi Feng felt an impulse to embrace Xuefu, but could he dare? With Kuang Tianfang nearby, even with 100-fold courage, he would not risk it. "What did you say?" Chen An, completely captivated by Xuefu, leaned in eagerly. Xuefu, however, slightly turned away, maintaining a distance that was just right. Subsequently, she covered her mouth and giggled. This playful act of feigned rejection amused Chen An immensely. "Chen An, do not be disrespectful," Yi Feng admonished. He discerned that Shifu had mastered the art of allure. For otherwise, Chen An would not have so readily lost his composure. After all, the current Chen An was quite an extraordinary individual. "Master Yi, I believe it is unnecessary for Windspring Island to continue relying on any leased territories. In the future, I shall bestow upon you a county, and you may serve dutifully as its prince under my command." "What say you?" asked Kuang Tianfang. "Prince?" Yi Feng's expression shifted. "Indeed, from now on, our Pingzhou and your Windspring Island shall be as one. Should you desire any techniques, elixirs, or magical artifacts, feel free to seek them from me. Henceforth, we are to be family." "Shifu, please pour another glass of wine for Master Yi," Kuang Tianfang chuckled. Yi Feng replied, "Old fellow, your insinuation is clear. You provide me with techniques, elixirs, and artifacts, and in return, I am to furnish you with an array of technological weapons? Not to mention, assist you in refining elixirs? Your calculations are astute. I accept." Yi Feng nodded. "You truly agree?" Kuang Tianfang was taken aback by Yi Feng's swift acquiescence, uncertain of Yi Feng's intentions. "Personally, I am in agreement. Rest assured, upon my return, I shall present your words to the Congress. And as long as the vote exceeds 50%, I shall become the Prince of Xi'an, and Windspring Island and Pingzhou shall be indistinguishable." Yi Feng spoke magnanimously. "Is there truly a need for congressional approval? Master Yi, are you merely a figurehead?" Kuang Tianfang realized he had been outmaneuvered. There is no alternative. Significant matters concerning Windspring Island must be decided by the Congress, including any potential replacement of me as island master. If one day they deem my capabilities insufficient, a vote could remove me from this position. It was precisely for this reason that I dared step beyond the barrier to negotiate directly with you," Yi Feng lamented, raising his hands in resignation. "Yi Feng, as the master of Windspring Island, lacking even this modicum of authority, I suggest you resign from your post. The hour grows late. Summon the attendants and see our guest out." Kuang Tianfang, realizing his objectives were unmet, rose from his seat. "Wait, esteemed governor. I have come to discuss a significant matter regarding the military discipline of the Road Protection Army and the severe penalties for the theft of railway tracks." Yi Feng proceeded to inform Kuang Tianfang about the train derailment incident. "Ha ha ha. The train was constructed by your Windspring Island. What concern is it of mine?" Kuang Tianfang clasped his hands behind his back, refusing to meet Yi Feng's gaze. His earlier deference in inviting Yi Feng to dinner was merely a ruse to annex Windspring Island, seize its purification assembly line, and ultimately absorb the island's weapon manufacturing facilities. Of course, it pertains to you. Should you not present a decisive stance, it seems our collaboration may reach its conclusion. Otherwise, who can ascertain whether those stealing the tracks are indeed dispatched by you, esteemed governor? Yi Feng stated bluntly. "Ha ha ha, stealing tracks? Am I to send my own people?" "Yi Feng, you underestimate me," Kuang Tianfang. "Do I need to resort to theft? The entirety of Pingzhou is mine. I can take what I wish without needing to steal. Investigate if you must, but ensure you gather sufficient evidence to prove their guilt, and thereafter, you may deal with it as you see fit. Now, summon the attendants and see our guest out." Kong Tiangang, growing impatient, spoke curtly. The demeanor of the three members of his household had shifted dramatically. Their gazes toward Yi Feng were imbued solely with an icy aloofness. "I shall take my leave," Yi Feng declared, and with that, he strode out of the palace alongside Chen An. "How did the negotiations go, Brother Feng?" Yin Yu inquired, clad in her heavy water combat attire. Flanked by numerous soldiers from Hot Spring Island, each wielding a Gatling gun. Yi Feng had personally met with Kong Tiangang, and she harbored concerns for his safety. Is such a grand display really necessary? I merely discussed official matters with Kong Tiangang. He glanced toward the distant palace. "Provide me with a bomber." I must head to the canyon bridge, Yifeng commanded. As you wish, came the swift reply. The two soon boarded the bomber, which ascended gracefully before vanishing from Pingzhou Prefecture with a swift whoosh. 2 hours later, at the location of the canyon bridge, a bomber descended slowly, and Yifeng emerged with purpose. Here, Bodiah had already dispatched over 20,000 personnel to investigate the case. Among them were 10,000 soldiers from Hot Spring Island and an equal number of pseudo-troops recruited from Bays County, each compensated with 200 hot spring coins daily, cost-effective, reliable, and familiar with the terrain. They served as decent guides for everyday tasks, such as showing the way or assisting with ladders. Hot Spring Island had also equipped them with standard handguns and rifles, though heavy water pistols were not provided. Nevertheless, these 1,000 pseudo-soldiers were as exuberant as if they had been invigorated by a potent elixir, often considering themselves as denizens of Hot Spring Island and looking down upon their identity as Pingzhou people. For, while they were subservient to the regular army, they elevated themselves above the Pingzhou populace. Where are the green hat troops? Come forth and report to Brother Feng, Bodiah commanded. A local native approached, donned in a uniform, with an outdated rifle slung over his shoulder and 2 handguns at his waist. Brother Feng, he began. The matter is thus. It was the people of Hejia village who perpetrated this, and we have apprehended all of them, over 1,000 in total. After rigorous interrogation, they confessed everything. What shall be done with this group? Bodiah inquired. Secure them with iron chains, bind them to the back of a sand cart, and march them along the railway to Bays County City, publicizing their crimes as they proceed. Upon arrival, in the most bustling part of the city, they shall face slow slicing, as a warning to others. Yifeng replied coldly. Will the Prince of Bays County consent to this? After all, they are his subjects. Bodiah queried. He has been the provisional leader here for some time. He is quite astute. If he opposes, I possess means to deal with him. Even if it necessitates war, Yifeng said nonchalantly. 10 citizens have died, and he has only executed a mere 1,000. Were he to act in accordance with his previous temperament, he would have bombarded Bays County City multiple times over. Otherwise, how can the safety of our citizens from Hot Spring Island be assured in the future? Yifeng's objective was straightforward, to ensure that the world knew that the citizens of Hot Spring Island were not to be slain. If they were, the local authorities must bear the consequences. If he remains unaccountable, he would unleash his wrath upon the authorities, directly deploying bombers to obliterate the officials in this region. Once his reputation is established, no matter where the citizens of Hot Spring Island travel, local authorities will treat them with utmost respect and may even dispatch personnel for their protection. Otherwise, should any citizen vanish or meet an untimely demise on his territory, the military of Hot Spring Island would swiftly arrive to rectify the situation. Bring everyone here. I wish to question them once more, Yifeng declared. Understood. Shortly thereafter, over 1,000 individuals, burdened by heavy iron chains, approached. Each bore a pallid complexion, their limbs swollen, with several bleeding profusely. Who is the village chief? Yifeng inquired, surveying the crowd. He is, the captain in the green hat pointed to the elderly man surnamed He. He is a local native, well acquainted with the circumstances of each village. Are you the village chief? I demand to know why you stole our railway tracks, Yifeng interrogated. Humph. Why the excessive chatter? If you wish to kill me, then do so. This time, consider it my misfortune. To Yifeng's surprise, village chief, he exhibited considerable fortitude. Very well, this indeed confirms your guilt. Guards, take him away in the sand cart to Bays County, and make a public announcement along the way, stating they have slain 10 citizens of Hot Spring Island and require 1,000 souls for retribution. Yifeng waved his hand. Immediately, some individuals secured the chains of the group to the back of the sand cart. Let us depart. Along the railway, villagers from neighboring settlements had already gathered, drawn by the news of a train wreck at the canyon bridge. Pay attention, everyone. This group stole the railway tracks, resulting in the tragic fate of 10 citizens from Hot Spring Island. Those with time, please venture to Bays County to witness their punishment. A soldier in a green hat stood atop the sand cart, wielding a loudspeaker emblazoned with Hot Spring Island's emblem to spread the word. Take heed. This group is responsible for the demise of 10 citizens from Hot Spring Island. Attend Bays County to witness their retribution. The voice echoed far and wide, and soon, a multitude of idle observers began to follow the procession. After traversing several hundred kilometers, at least several million residents of Bays County had joined the throng. They cared little for whether their compatriots would be punished. Their sole concern was witnessing the execution. In a brief moment, The prisoners were surrounded by a crowd. Among them, there were always a few individuals with nothing better to do, occasionally hurling stones or even excrement at the captives. Each time they struck their marks, uproarious laughter erupted, creating a scene more festive than a festival. Just then, a sudden violent coughing fit erupted from within the crowd. In the blink of an eye, the once rosy complexion of the afflicted individual turned pale, and he convulsed before collapsing to the ground. This is dire. It's that strange illness again. Quickly, fetch some anti-parasitic medicine from the leaders of Hot Spring Island. Alarmed gasps filled the air as the crowd parted, exposing the infected individual. Yifeng's consciousness remained vigilant, wary of any disturbances. Observing the situation, he approached the infected person along with his entourage. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to inquire, has this illness spread to Bays County? Yifeng addressed the surrounding populace. Indeed, yesterday, a person in our village suffered from severe vomiting and diarrhea, contracting that peculiar disease. In our town, 3 individuals fell victim to this ailment and have already been cremated. Cremation? Is that your method of treatment? What alternative exists? The anti-parasitic medication from Hot Spring Island is exorbitantly priced at 5,000 per bottle. Who can afford that? Yifeng suddenly turned to glare at Bo Yi, who, taken aback, hastily lowered his gaze. Indeed, the ex-factory price of the anti-parasitic medication from Hot Spring Island is 21 bottles, even with transportation costs to Bays County. It should not escalate to 5,000 per bottle. Clearly, Bo Yi had profited considerably from the markup, resulting in the soaring price of the medicine. I happen to have a bottle here. Take it, saving lives is paramount. Bo Yi, with a quick flick of his eyes, produced a bottle of the anti-parasitic medication and administered it to the afflicted individual. Remarkably, the person, who had been on the brink of death, showed signs of recovery after taking the medication, albeit still somewhat weakened. You should return home and rest. You have encountered a benefactor. A group of people then carried the infected individual away from the crowd. Those prisoners had endured tremendous suffering, having walked barefoot for 3 months, finally arriving at Bays County. Some had their feet so severely chafed that the bones beneath were visible. Of course, Yifeng had ensured they were well fed throughout the journey, with a simple goal in mind, to prevent them from dying instantly during their impending punishment. The towering walls of Bays County loomed ahead. Yet at the gate stood a towering figure, Mu Ziming, the Lord of Bays County. My lord, why do you obstruct my path? Bo Yi stepped forward cautiously, scrutinizing Mu Ziming. What is the meaning of this? Why have you unjustly detained my subjects? Mu Ziming inquired coolly, exhibiting little concern for the well-being of the captives. The prisoners, seemingly emboldened, knelt before Mu Ziming in unison. My lord, please stand up for us. We were coerced into confession. The people of Hot Spring Island tortured us until we could bear it no longer, compelling us to admit to stealing the railway tracks. The village chief was the first to kneel, prostrating himself on the ground and weeping profusely. If the county lord could not save him this time, his fate was sealed. Bo Yi, is what he says true? Mu Ziming asked, his tone indifferent. He belonged to the mid-stage of the divine origin realm. Yifeng's clear wind sword array might not suffice against him. My lord, do not listen to his nonsense. Coerced confessions? We possess concrete evidence. Bo Yi declared. Chapter 1196. Why are you dragging us all together? This matter is beyond my purview. He is a subject of Bays County. Now that you have apprehended them, I shall take charge. Bring the prisoners to our cells. I wish to uncover the truth. With a wave of his hand, dozens of burly men surrounded them. Who dares to snatch our prisoners? Chen An spread his arms wide, blocking their path. You, brat, step aside, or you may lose a hand. Warned a practitioner of the transformation realm. Lose a hand? Chen An scoffed, leveling his heavy water pistol at him. A heavy water gun? The expression on the face of the transformation yuan cultivator shifted dramatically. This was the sole weapon capable of penetrating his flesh, and he could not afford to be careless. With a clatter, the other soldiers of the hot springs drew their pistols, all aiming at the group of transformation yuan cultivators. Some soldiers even unveiled the black fabric of the Gatling guns, exposing 6 ominous barrels. At that moment, even Mu Ziming could no longer maintain his composure. While he might evade these heavy water weapons with his agility, he would lose face. After all, Bays County was his territory. How could he allow himself to be threatened by those from the concession? Seeing that the timing was right, Yifeng approached and pressed down on Chen An's gun. Lord Mu, if this were merely a routine traffic incident, I might consider handing them over to you. However, There are still 10 citizens of the hot springs train on board. If I lose 10 lives, they must pay a commensurate price. This is the law of our hot springs island, Yi Feng stated calmly. What? You lose 10 lives, and you expect my people in Bays County to pay with 1,000? Ha ha, how arrogant. You must be the island master Yi. Truly believing you hold any significance before me? I assert that if 10 of yours perish, we need only sacrifice one of ours. How dare a bunch of lowly hot springs islanders compare themselves with my subjects of the Black Mountain Empire? Mu Ziming was genuinely angered this time. Although they were currently in a cooperative relationship with the hot springs island, he held Yi Feng and his foreign kin in deep contempt. My lord, if you insist on taking the criminals today, I regret to inform you that I will fight you to the death. Even if it ignites a war between our two races. Yi Feng's expression turned grave. He was indeed poised to initiate warfare, not merely uttering hollow threats. Is that so? Yi Feng, if you have the guts, then come at me. If I so much as flinch, I shall be considered a wretch, Mu Ziming declared. Placing his hand upon his waist, Yi Feng fell silent, his gaze sweeping over the 10,000 soldiers of the Hot Springs Island and the 1,000 pseudo-troops behind him. Hot Springs Islanders, advance into the city and see who dares to make a move, he commanded, gesturing forward. Bodiah was the first to step out, marching at the forefront of the ranks. Damn it, Mu Ziming fumed, abruptly striking at his waist. A golden flying sword soared into the air, aimed at Bodiah with lethal intent. Unacceptable. Yi Feng similarly struck at his waist, sending forth 12 flying swords in a continuous stream. Alas, it was too late. With a swift motion, the sword cleaved through Bodiah, severing him in two. Bodiah, Yi Feng bellowed, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Mu Ziming. Open fire. A barrage of bullets erupted in rapid succession. The transformation Yuan cultivators in the front lines were caught off guard, utterly overwhelmed by the relentless hail of heavy water bullets. Their bodies were instantly riddled with countless wounds. Mu Ziming's expression shifted as he rapidly enlarged his flying sword 100-fold, positioning it defensively before him. At that moment, several Gatling guns roared to life, unleashing a torrent of fire towards the colossal sword. Within mere seconds, the immense blade was riddled with gaping holes. Die! Mu Ziming shouted in alarm, sweeping the giant sword across. Boom! The front line of soldiers was mercilessly reduced to a gruesome pulp. Yi Feng, consumed by fury, dispatched 20 flying swords that deftly maneuvered their way, surrounding Mu Ziming. A sword formation? Mu Ziming was no ordinary cultivator. His vast experience allowed him to discern Yi Feng's intentions immediately. With a thunderous crash, a massive sword swept through, sending Yi Feng's 3 flying swords hurtling away, thwarting his ambitions. At that moment, all Gatling guns were aimed squarely at Mu Ziming. The walls behind him were transformed into mere pockmarks, collapsing with a resounding crash. Suddenly, a formidable defensive array materialized, enveloping the entire county city. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Ziming hurriedly retreated into the protective formation. The devastation was unimaginable. He glanced at his treasures, horrified to find them riddled with hundreds of small holes. As for the soldiers at the city gate, they had been mercilessly mowed down by machine gun fire, leaving nothing but a heap of flesh and blood. The 10 experts at the transformation realm had also vanished, obliterated by the gunfire. The losses were catastrophic. Retreat. Yi Feng's expression hardened. 1,000 soldiers continued to fire while retreating towards the distance. After advancing 10 kilometers, they finally halted. Thus far, they had escaped the range of the crossbow attacks. On the opposite city wall, Mu Ziming leaned against the battlements, coldly observing Yi Feng's 20,000 troops from afar. At that moment, 2 bombers soared into the sky, disappearing into the clouds. Yi Feng, what are you planning? Mu Ziming's voice echoed across the distance. Mu Ziming, today, I must bring these people into the city for execution. I ask you one last time, will you permit it or not? Yi Feng's voice thundered back. Ha ha, what a joke. Executing my subjects on my territory? Yi Feng, your audacity knows no bounds. Mu Ziming was not genuinely concerned for his people. He merely sought to extort a substantial sum from Hot Spring Island. Having amassed 200 million Hot Spring coins, he was on the verge of acquiring the initial generation of bombers. There would be no negotiation. In 2 hours, Bays County would be reduced to ruins, and all individuals, including you and everyone in Bays County, would pay for the losses incurred by Hot Spring Island. Yi Feng's voice reverberated ominously. Within the county city, the populace was left in utter disbelief. Hey, why are you dragging us into your vendetta with Mu Ziming? It's over. Is there any way to escape the city? Think of something. Maybe hiding in the cellar could help us evade disaster. A wave of panic began to sweep through Bay City. Mu Ziming, surveying the turmoil from above, ordered, notify everyone. A curfew is now in effect in Bay City. All residents must remain indoors. Anyone who dares to appear on the streets will be executed without mercy. Understood. A guard promptly dashed towards the city below. Yifeng sat atop a sand cart, gazing distantly at the white city. Chapter 1197. I have already granted you an opportunity. Today, he must take decisive action. Otherwise, these leaders of the foreign concessions will be subjected to daily bullying by the local gentry. Yifeng. It is not so easy to slay the people of He village. The prince will stand up for us. Those who are wise will release us. Otherwise, you shall all meet your demise. The village chief of He straightened his back, looking proudly at Yifeng. The other villagers, who had previously appeared ashen, now felt a flicker of hope reignite in their eyes upon hearing his words. Village chief He, I shall spare you for now. I have promised to execute you in the county city, and I will certainly fulfill that promise. After speaking, Yifeng's gaze returned to the entirety of the white city. As time passed, the disturbances within the city escalated, with even some lower-ranking soldiers beginning to stir restlessly, contemplating escape from Bays County. 2 hours later, a whistling sound filled the air. A multitude of bombers swept across the sky above the city's protective formation. Earlier, Yifeng had summoned over 20 concessions near Bays County, commanding them to bring all their bombers, over 700 in total. Some were of the first generation, some of the second, and others of the third, the latest model. Mu Ziming looked up at the sky. The calm demeanor he once possessed faded, replaced by a hint of worry. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out dozens of long-range talismans from his pocket and ignited them without hesitation. This message must reach Pingzhou. He needed the governor's support, for alone, Bays County could not contend against the surrounding 20 concessions. The shadows in the sky multiplied, weaving through the air in layers to avoid mid-air collisions. Yifeng sensed the timing was right and rose from the sand cart. Mu Ziming, I will ask you one last time. Will you release the formation? Release the formation? Mu Ziming looked at Yifeng from a distance. How could a mere foreigner threaten a county prince? Absolutely not. Yifeng, I have already notified the governor. Prepare for your doom. Mu Ziming glared at Yifeng. Teeth clenched. Very well. Yifeng accepted the Gatling gun handed to him by Chen An and swept it across the distant light screen. Of course, the bullets from the Gatling could not reach so far. He was merely signaling to the sky. The 700 bombers received the signal and immediately increased their speed, concealing themselves among the clouds. Mu Ziming felt a tightening in his chest, anxiously scanning the sky. Next, the entire light screen began to twist violently. Countless torrents of heavy water crashed against it, causing the protective formation to sway precariously. Spirit crossbows, aim for the sky. Mu Ziming shouted in fury, pointing towards the heavens. My lord, it is futile. The bombers are flying too high, perhaps at a height of 100,000 meters. The Spirit crossbows cannot reach that altitude. One of the guards reported. Regardless of whether we can hit them, we cannot remain here passively under attack. Fire. With a swift barrage of arrows. The enchanted bolts soared high into the sky, yet as they reached an altitude exceeding 10,000 meters, their momentum waned, crashing down towards the shimmering barrier below. It was akin to lifting a stone only to have it fall back upon one's own foot. The relentless deluge of heavy water began to pelt the luminous shield. In less than 10 minutes, one section of the barrier collapsed, unleashing tens of thousands of droplets into the civilian district. Cries of anguish echoed throughout half the city. Oh no, my hand, my son. The wails reverberated through the air. From a distance of 10 kilometers, Yifeng could not resist glancing back at the villagers of Hejia. There stood the village chief, trembling slightly, his lips quivering. He had hoped for the prince's intervention, yet it appeared that even the prince was struggling to save himself. Was this truly the might of One Spring Island? Meanwhile, despair etched the faces of the citizens within the county seat, all yearning to escape the confines of Baisei City. However, the protective barrier had activated, rendering their escape impossible. Bombers, cease fire. Yifeng's voice boomed through the air. Indeed, the bombers dispersed, retreating far from the White City. To the soldiers and citizens of Baisei City, I command you to seize your weapons and eliminate the upper echelons of Baisei County, particularly Mu Ziming. If you slay him and dismantle the protective barrier, I shall overlook past transgressions. Yifeng's voice resonated ominously. This was no jest. Transporting heavy water bombs from one Spring Island incurred significant costs, and he had no desire to squander resources. It was preferable for them to turn upon one another. Mu Ziming felt a weight settle in his heart. Despite his meticulous calculations, he had not anticipated Yi Feng employing such a tactic. Ha ha ha, Yi Feng. Are you lost in a dream? The soldiers and citizens of Baisei County are fiercely loyal to me. Do you truly believe they could be swayed by your provocations? Just as he uttered these words, his expression shifted dramatically. On the city walls, some soldiers were casting furtive glances in his direction. Meanwhile, a multitude of citizens raised their heads, their eyes fixed upon him, as if, in that moment, the commoners had transformed into predators, and he, the noble county prince, had become the prey. How dare you? What do you intend to do? Mu Ziming barked, his voice laced with authority. At that moment, a figure approached from behind him. Mu Ziming reacted swiftly, retaliating with a punch. The blow pierced through the chest of his deputy. My lord, why? The deputy wavered, the vigor within him extinguished by Mu Ziming's formidable strength. Dare to ambush me? This is your fate. Mu Ziming realized he had made a grave error. Yet his anxiety had clouded his perception, prompting him to strike without careful consideration. Others recoiled in shock, instinctively distancing themselves from him. The citizens below averted their gazes, their expressions oscillating between terror and intrigue. Listen well. If you want to capture Mu Ziming and present his head to me, I shall withdraw my forces. Yi Feng's voice continued to resound. Mu Ziming felt as though his head might burst. Had he truly erred? No. A true man knows when to bend and when to stand firm. He would not perish at the hands of these commoners. After a tumultuous array of emotions crossed his face, he finally approached the luminous barrier. Yi Feng, you are indeed formidable. For the time being, I shall grant you this opportunity. You may allow your men to enter the city and take the residents of He Family Village to the marketplace for execution. I shall no longer meddle in the affairs of your hot spring island. The voice of Mu Ziming echoed from afar. Yi Feng, his expression inscrutable, gazed at Mu Ziming from a distance of 10 kilometers. If you throw out the head of Mu Ziming's men, I will immediately withdraw my forces. Yi Feng's voice resonated, ensuring that the majority of the city could hear him. You? The corners of Mu Ziming's eyes twitched wildly, his irises reddening. Yi Feng, I, a dignified prince, have already given you a concession. Do not be so ungrateful. Mu Ziming retorted angrily. It is too late. I have already provided you with an opportunity, yet you insist on forcing me to mobilize all the nearby bombers. Do you believe that summoning such a multitude of bombers does not waste my time? Not only does it squander my time, but it also depletes the resources of Hot Spring Island. Chapter 1198. You may harm me, but do not touch my family. Therefore, today, you must perish. Mu Ziming, as long as you are dead, I shall refrain from bombing Baise County, for the sake of the millions of citizens and soldiers. If I were you, I would take my own life now to spare the innocent. Yi Feng's voice thundered forth. The soldiers atop the city walls found themselves agreeing with Yi Feng's reasoning. The calamity was solely of Mu Ziming's making. Why should they be dragged into the abyss? You have created this mess. You should resolve it on your own, and do not involve me, they thought. Mu Ziming nearly laughed in frustration. Yi Feng, do you truly believe I am powerless against you? If I were to charge out now, enveloped in my protective aura, do you think your weapons could breach my defenses in such a brief span of time? In this moment, I could have slain you a dozen times over. Mu Ziming replied coolly. I tire of this idle chatter, Yi Feng declared, then shouted once more towards the distance. Listen, people of the city. I grant you but a quarter of an hour. If I do not see Mu Ziming's head within that time, I shall show no mercy and will raze all of Baise County to the ground. You shall all perish for his singular transgression. The citizens within the city were instantly struck by terror. Gritting their teeth, they all knelt at the city gates, their heads bowed in unison towards Mu Ziming. Your Highness, we beg of you. We wish to live, they implored. Your Highness, show us mercy. Sacrifice one to save a city. Your Highness, my wife has just borne me a son. I wish to see him grow. The voices of the citizens buzzed in unison. Yet, the corners of Mu Ziming's eyes twitched with fury. How dare these wretches truly heed Yi Feng's words? He seethed. Soldiers, execute those cowardly kneelers. Yi Feng is an outsider. These cowards allow themselves to be incited against me, attempting to force me to my demise. Upon uttering this, Mu Ziming commanded the soldiers atop the walls to ready their crossbows. These crossbows had been procured from Hot Spring Island, lighter than their spiritual crossbows, and most importantly, they did not consume spirit stones, offering exceptional value. What are you waiting for? I command you to shoot these wretches. Mu Ziming bellowed. However, the soldiers on the walls merely aimed their crossbows at the citizens, unable to bring themselves to fire. Their parents, too, belong to the common folk. It is quite possible that among them are their own friends and relatives. How could they bring themselves to turn against their own? I perceive that you are courting death. Suddenly, Mu Ziming struck his waist, and a flying sword soared into the air. With a series of piercing sounds, the sword spun relentlessly, harvesting the heads of soldiers. Blood instantly splattered across half of the city wall. One soldier, unable to restrain himself any longer, aimed his crossbow directly at Mu Ziming. Unfortunately, with a mere gesture, Mu Ziming caused the soldier to explode on the spot. Nevertheless, this soldier took the lead. On the city wall, countless spirit crossbows were aimed at Mu Ziming. As the soldiers slowly turned to direct their piercing gazes upon him. Outside the city, Feng was perched upon Chen An's shoulders. Lift me higher. I can't see the spectacle within the city, Feng urged. Brother Feng, I'm already at my limit. How about I elevate you? Chen An replied, visibly displeased. As he had no view of the unfolding drama. The grand performance within was obstructed by the towering city walls. Moments later, a deafening explosion echoed from within the walls, accompanied by Mu Ziming's furious roar. However, this cacophony did not last long, less than a quarter of an hour. Suddenly, the city's protective formation was inexplicably dismantled. From the collapsed city gate emerged a dozen riders, along with a multitude of commoners. When this group had traversed 100 meters, a contingent of cultivators followed, bearing a massive cross. Upon this cross, however, was none other than Mu Ziming himself, his limbs and ribs nailed down, adorned with dozens of talismans that rendered him immobile. Even so, he writhed in anguish, the malice in his eyes chilling. Feng, with a sweep of his consciousness, discerned the authenticity of the scene. The nails were crafted from exquisite spirit artifacts. Though Mu Ziming was formidable, even the mightiest individual could not contend with an entire city. In the blink of an eye, he had been captured alive. Let us approach and take a closer look, Feng declared, leading the group forward. A cultivator stepped forth from the crowd. His cultivation at the initial stage of the divine origin realm. He was the city lord, second only to the county prince in Bei's prefecture. I am Laotian Fei. I have brought the person you requested, Lord Yi. Please, I ask you to withdraw the bombers from the sky to spare the innocent. Laotian Fei spoke courteously. It would be remiss to disregard such a request. There are over 700 bombers in the sky. Should Feng lose his temper, the territory I have cultivated in Beis for many years would be obliterated. My shops there generate billions of spirit stones annually. Ah, so you are Lord Laotian. I have long admired your reputation. Once I address this train derailment incident, I shall certainly ensure the Air Force withdraws, Feng replied, his expression devoid of emotion. The recent skirmish had claimed the lives of several citizens, including the leader of the Boda district, so the matter was far from simple. He must exact a heavy toll from Bei's prefecture. Feng cast a cold glance at Mu Ziming, affixed to the cross. Mu Ziming, you wretch. How the tables have turned for you. I must inform you that among those subjected to this brutal punishment, you and your entire family are included, Feng stated calmly. You may target me, but do not harm my family, Mu Ziming pleaded, desperately twisting his body upon the crucifix. Your life is worth less than a single hair of a citizen from my warm spring island. Only your entire lineage can equate to the citizen you have just slain. After uttering these words, Feng turned his attention to Luo Tianfei. Mayor Luo, I kindly request that you gather a force to apprehend Mu Ziming's entire family, aiming for a total of 5,000 individuals, for this man has just taken the life of one of my district leaders, along with several citizens. Feng deliberately amplified his voice so that all within a 10-mile radius could hear him. It is imperative that these savages comprehend that for every citizen I lose, I shall claim the lives of 1,000 of theirs. Otherwise, they will never learn their lesson. Luo Tianfei's expression darkened. If you are unwilling to comply, I will have no choice but to unleash bombers upon you until the entirety of Beis County is reduced to rubble, Feng declared, his tone devoid of any emotion. Behind him, the soldiers of Warm Spring Island gasped for breath. Is this truly the treatment afforded to the citizens of Warm Spring Island? Remarkable. If I could become a citizen, I could flaunt my status without fear of reprisal. Alas, we are merely ordinary soldiers, classified as residents, not yet citizens. Let us strive to elevate ourselves to the rank of 100 households, for then we shall obtain a recommendation position. Chapter 1199. Yi Feng, spare my son's life. I beg you. What good is a mere recommendation position? One must accomplish a monumental feat that benefits all the people of Warm Spring Island, ensuring that everyone is aware of it. Only then will citizenship be a certainty. What sort of grand deed? For instance, bravely blocking a gunshot with one's chest, or sacrificing oneself in an explosion to destroy a statue. I see. I am prepared for this, even if it costs me my life. As long as my wife and children can attain citizenship, it would be an undeniably worthwhile sacrifice. In that moment, the soldiers of Warm Spring Island stood tall, pride swelling within them as they gazed upon the common folk of Bays County. A sense of superiority surged within them. Lord Yi, why not proceed to Bays City? Let us enjoy some tea and engage in conversation, Luo Tianfei suggested, signaling to a few trusted subordinates. Those loyal followers understood the unspoken command and promptly led their troops toward the county lord's mansion. After all, Mu Ziming was destined to perish. His family could meet the same fate without anyone to seek vengeance on their behalf. Luo Tianfei, you despicable scoundrel, how dare you threaten my family? I shall never forgive you, even as a ghost, Mu Ziming thought, his eyes burning with rage. If mere glares could kill, Luo Tianfei would have perished hundreds of times over. Yet Luo Tianfei remained silent, for he was soon to extinguish Mu Ziming's entire lineage. Being cursed by him was to be expected. Before long, Yi Feng arrived at the city lord's mansion. He and Chen An drank together while admiring the carnage occurring 10 kilometers away from the highest tower. The sounds of anguish echoed from the county lord's mansion. Mu Ziming's wife, son, father, mother, cousins, and relatives within 9 generations were all captured one by one and forced to kneel beneath the tower. Some formidable individuals were directly affixed to the cross and sealed with talismans. It is uncertain how much time has elapsed, but beneath the loft of Yi Feng, a multitude has already knelt in supplication, men and women, young and old, all present. Yi Island Master, these are all the kin of Yi Ziming, remarked Luo Tianfei courteously. Chen An, count and see if there are 5,000, Yi Feng said indifferently. Brother Feng, there are certainly not even 2,000. Chen An replied without needing to count. Yi Feng furrowed his brow and turned to Luo Tianfei. Lord Luo, the numbers are insufficient. Please inquire among those below if they have any close friends or distant relatives, regardless of their surname, as long as they share a good relationship. We must gather a total of 5,000 individuals. If necessary, we may also include members of Lord Luo's family to reach the required number. You? Luo Tianfei's expression shifted. This matter has nothing to do with me. I do not concern myself with that. My citizens of Wenshu Island were slain in your Bays County, and thus it is the responsibility of the higher-ups in Bays County. If the leader's kin are insufficient, it falls to you, the second in command. You must handle this, Yi Feng stated, unflinchingly meeting his gaze. In this matter, he had to be resolute. 5,000 individuals meant precisely that. Not a single hair could be spared. Otherwise, the outside world would perceive that the murder of a Wenshu Island citizen could be negotiated, leading to a future where taking the life of a Wenshu Island citizen merely resulted in a monetary settlement. Very well, I shall consider it. Luo Tianfei began pacing the loft. After a while, a spark of inspiration struck him. Bring forth the relatives of Mu Ziming's wife. Do not spare her family's friends. And also include the relatives of Mu Ziming's second and third wives. Ha ha ha. Fortunately, this fellow has taken multiple wives. Gather them all. Within a day, I want to see 5,000 people assembled here, Luo Tianfei commanded. Understood, several transformation realm cultivators responded, taking their leave to carry out the orders. Soon, night fell, and the number of those kneeling beneath the loft rapidly reached 5,000. Mu Ziming was bound to the cross, helplessly watching as his family knelt in a row before him. That should suffice. Chen An, proceed with the execution, Yi Feng instructed. Yes, Brother Feng, Chen An replied, signaling to the soldiers of Wenshu Island. Immediately, these 5,000 individuals, including Mu Ziming, were brought to the banks of the White River. There, 20 wooden platforms had been prepared, with 20 executioners standing by, each wielding a formidable ghost-headed blade, forged from Nanching steel, capable of beheading 1,000 without dulling. Yi Feng sat behind a table by the river, holding a vertical decree inscribed with a scarlet execution. A multitude of citizens had gathered by the river, numbering at least a few million. This was precisely the effect Yi Feng desired. Announce the charges, Yi Feng commanded. Mu Ziming, Prince of Bays County. has murdered 14 citizens of Wenshu Island, including a leader of the concession, by the decree of the Wenshu king. Those who harm the citizens of Wenshu shall pay with their lives, 1 for 1,000. Here, we have a total of 5,000 criminals, all to be executed, the announcer proclaimed, turning to Yi Feng for confirmation. Execute. Yi Feng cast aside the decree. The first batch of 20 individuals was brought forth before the wooden platform. Mu Ziming was the last to face execution, as Yi Feng insisted he witnessed the consequences of his own actions. "Father, save me, please," cried a young man. His body covered in several talismans, his head pressed against the wooden block. "Son, my son." Mu Ziming struggled desperately on the cross. "Yi Feng, I beg you, spare my son." With a swift motion, the executioner's blade fell, and 20 heads rolled into the river below. The onlookers erupted in ecstatic shouts. Some even broke through the barriers, seizing a severed head and kicking it like a football among the crowd. The second batch, another 20 were pushed to the wooden block, their heads forced down. The blade fell again, and 20 more heads tumbled into the river. "Oh, we have won. Victory." The citizens of Bays County cheered fervently. They cared not for the fates of those executed. They only wished to revel in the gruesome spectacle. Tears streamed down Mu Ziming's face as he tightly shut his eyes. At that moment, the torment within his heart surpassed the agony of his body. He longed for a swift end, to escape this world. The third batch. Yet another 20 were brought forth. The blade fell once more, and 20 heads rolled into the crimson waters. The execution continued from midnight until noon the next day. The voices of the spectators grew hoarse. They could not bear to leave for sleep, for such a grand spectacle occurs but a few times in a lifetime. The river ran red with blood, nearly damming the white waters with severed heads. The final group consisted of 17 individuals. They were brought before the wooden block. The blade fell again. Mu Ziming had become utterly limp, devoid of any spark in his eyes. He had transitioned from sorrow to rage, and finally to numbness, until fear gripped him. After the slaughter of his kin, it would soon be his turn. Yet, he was not yet called. "Bring forth the people of Hejia village and announce their crimes," Yi Feng commanded coldly. Shortly after, nearly 1,000 villagers from Hejia were brought forward, led by the village chief. They had just witnessed the beheading spectacle from within their cage, their legs trembling with fear, relying on soldiers to carry them forth. The charges against Hejia village included the theft of railway tracks, resulting in a train crash that claimed the lives of 10 citizens from Hot Spring Island. According to the laws of Hot Spring Island, all were to be subjected to death by 1,000 cuts. Once the proclamation was read, 20 crosses were erected by the riverbank. 20 villagers were dragged forth and bound to the crosses with hemp ropes. Subsequently, 20 skilled executioners emerged, renowned in Bays County for their expertise in the art of torture, capable of delivering 1,000 cuts without causing immediate death. Each of these executioners was accompanied by 2 assistants, for such a gruesome punishment could not be executed by a single person alone. Stripping the prisoners of their garments, the 20 offenders stood bare before the executioners. "Prepare the nets." Another fishing net was delivered, ensnaring the flesh of the condemned, rendering it protruded and ripe for the blade. What followed was a scene of unimaginable horror. The anguished cries echoed by the riverbank incessantly. Lingxi, the slow slicing punishment, proved far more protracted than a mere beheading. For 7 days and nights, the cries persisted, until the lives of 1,000 souls from Hejia village were extinguished. Then, it was the turn of the 2 principal offenders, village chief He and Mu Ziming. Bound to crosses, their bodies were likewise ensnared by fishing nets, accentuating their flesh for the impending torment. Puff, puff, puff. The village chief, due to his advanced age, succumbed after enduring just 300 strikes. In stark contrast, Mu Ziming displayed remarkable resilience, enduring over 90,000 cuts before finally passing away. Thus, the ominous reputation of Wensspring Island was firmly established. The onlookers spread the tale far and wide, transmitting it from 1 to 10, and then to hundreds, swiftly reaching the entirety of Bays County and spilling into neighboring jurisdictions. From that moment forth, a collective understanding emerged. Citizens of Wensspring Island must not be harmed. Not only should they be safeguarded, but any incident on one's own territory would result in the leader bearing full responsibility. Indeed, the place where a citizen met their demise would be deemed cursed, and all inhabitants would be required to pay the ultimate price. Swish, swish, swish. In the skies, bombers vanished one by one from Bay City, as Yi Feng finally commanded the Air Force to retreat. Luo Tianfei exhaled a long sigh of relief. In recent days, the sounds of whizzing from the heavens had plagued his peace, instilling fear that the aerial forces might unleash their wrath upon him. Mr. Yi, ha ha ha. The matter has been satisfactorily resolved. Might you also consider a retreat? Luo Tianfei wished only to send away this harbinger of misfortune. For should anything untoward befall Yi Feng in Bays County, it would undoubtedly summon the complex military might of One Spring Island. It was crucial to remember that he was the leader of Bays County and could not bear such a burden. Wait, I still need to select a leader for the concession. With Boda Yi deceased, I dread how I shall explain this to his cousin upon my return, Yi Feng lamented. Guilt etched upon his countenance. The death of Bo Kachin's husband, coupled with the loss of another clan member, weighed heavily on him. Indeed, Lord Yi, you see, Bays County is quite a small locale. If you must establish a concession, perhaps it would be better to set it in the neighboring Huanyuan County, which is far more substantial, Luo Tianfei articulated, striving to convey his discontent in the most amicable terms possible. That will not suffice. Each county must have at least 4 concessions, and Bays County cannot be an exception, Yi Feng replied, shaking his head. How about this? You may establish a single concession, and I will ensure that the governor sends a new county lord. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to resign from my position as city lord and allow another to take on the role, Luo Tianfei hastily proposed. With citizens under his jurisdiction, no one would willingly assume such a precarious position. Even serving as the second-in-command bore its risks, should an excessive number of citizens perish. The relatives of the leader would not suffice to compensate, leading to repercussions for the second-in-command's kin. Enough of this banter. I shall proceed to select a leader for the concession. Luo Tianfei, take care of yourself, Yi Feng declared, grasping Chen An as he prepared to depart. Who would have thought that Luo Tianfei, disregarding his status, would directly cling to Yi Feng's thigh, imploring him not to leave? Lord Yi, have pity on me. My abilities are insufficient, and I have yet to fully control the entire White County. If some rioters were to harm your citizens, would I not bear the blame? How about this? You withdraw the concession for now, and once the new county lord is appointed, you can re-establish it in my White County, Luo Tianfei pleaded. Yi Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, Luo Tianfei was merely at the initial stage of the divine origin realm, yet here he was, clinging to his leg. He could not be entirely heartless and felt the need to grant him some dignity. Get up, Yi Feng said, helping him to his feet and guiding him to a chair. Lord Luo, there is indeed a way for you to avoid being implicated, Yi Feng remarked with a smile. Oh, please enlighten me. I am all ears. Luo Tianfei quickly adjusted his posture. His ears perked up, anxious not to miss a single word. If one of your closest kin is a citizen, then even if 100 citizens were to perish on your territory, Wenquan Island would not direct its ire towards you. Yi Feng explained. Then please tell me, how can I become a citizen? I am willing to pay any price. Luo Tianfei's mind began to race. He had witnessed the immense power of a citizen. The death of a single citizen could warrant the sacrifice of 1,000 lives. Frankly, he was eager to become a citizen, and this was a monumental opportunity for him. Firstly, any spirit stones you earn in the future can be converted into Wenquan coins and deposited in the Wenquan Bank. Once you accumulate 100 million after 3 years, you can apply for residency status. After obtaining residency, you must wait another 3 years to apply for a citizen recommendation. Finally, the citizens of Wenquan Island will cast their votes for you. If you receive more than half the votes, you will automatically ascend to citizenship, Yi Feng stated earnestly. He was constantly contemplating the promotion of currency, as he had profited immensely from it. 100 million? That is not too much of a problem. I will find a way, Luo Tianfei responded. Lord Yi, if there is nothing else, please attend to your matters. I must now go assess my assets. With that, Luo Tianfei hurried toward his own properties. He intended to liquidate all his assets, first converting them into spirit stones, and then exchanging those for Wenquan coins, hoping to amass several hundred million. As long as one person from his family became a citizen, his future would be secure. Meanwhile, in Pingzhou City, Huang Tian was anxiously listening to the reports below him. My lord, the situation is as follows. Yi Feng has annihilated the entire family of the county lord of the 100 colors and brazenly mobilized over 700 bombers, threatening 100 colors with military force. I feel he has completely disregarded you. The scout spoke with righteous indignation, as if it were his own family that had been exterminated. This reaction was not surprising. Cultivators had always held an exalted status among mortals. Yet now, Yi Feng was using mere mortal goods to suppress these cultivators, which was infuriating. It was akin to someone spending centuries to finally reach the pinnacle of society, only for another to emerge and declare equality among all, providing a weapon that could easily vanquish the apex predator. May I inquire, would you find joy in such a situation? Humph. Diandabu. You should venture to Baise County and inquire about the meaning behind Yi Feng. Huang Tian slowly turned his head, casting a glance at one of the giants behind him. This individual was none other than one of the 4 great Dharma kings, possessing peak cultivation at the divine origin realm. Just a step away from entering the void refinement realm. Understood, Diandabu declared, striding away from the palace with a thunderous gait. In Luozhou, an explosive piece of news wafted in from Pingzhou. A number of cultivators were whispering among themselves. Is the newly emerged hot spring island truly that formidable? To slay one of its citizens would incur 1,000-fold retribution? Is this rumor credible? Of course it is. I have several close friends in Pingzhou who would not deceive me. It is said that on that fateful day, the Baise River turned crimson, and the severed heads nearly caused the river to run dry. I believe this to be mere gossip. After all, the populace is currently restless. What began as a trivial matter can morph into something entirely different after passing through the mouths of 10 people, and even become completely distorted. One cultivator remarked. Yet, no wind arises without a reason. Henceforth, our Chaos Blade sect should strive to avoid killing the citizens of Hot Spring Island. As long as we do not slay them, we should be fine. Indeed, it appears that Hot Spring Island comprehends the rules of our Xingming continent. If one of their sect members is slain and the sect leader does not seek vengeance, it will invite the bullying of others. After all, in our world, it is a survival of the fittest. If one does not exhibit strength, they will be devoured until nothing but bones remain. To the west of Pingzhou lies Huangzhou. This news spread like a gentle spring breeze throughout the entire Huangzhou territory. To the east of Pingzhou, in Yuzhou, even the Lord of Yuzhou had heard of this news. At this moment, all 3 neighboring counties of Pingzhou were aware of the same message. One must not kill the citizens of Hot Spring Island. To do so would summon the avenging army of Hot Spring Island. In Yuzhou, Ding Tuanchuan and her companions stood with their hands resting on their waists, warily observing the 20 or so cultivators ahead, half of whom were at the true martial realm. Meanwhile, Ding Tuanchuan was merely at the early stage of the true martial realm. What a striking young lady. Hand over all your valuables, or better yet, just surrender your pouch, and I shall discern what is truly valuable, the middle-aged leader remarked nonchalantly. His subordinates understood the cue and swiftly surrounded Ding Tuanchuan and her companions from all sides. Sister Tuanchuan, we cannot win. Perhaps it is better to part with our wealth to avert disaster? The first sycophant suggested. Indeed, Sister Tuanchuan. A wise man does not court danger. The second sycophant agreed for the first time with the first. What is there to fear? We are citizens of Hot Spring Island. And as citizens, we must embody the spirit of sacrifice. You too, stay behind me. We shall fight our way through, Ding Tuanchuan declared, brandishing a heavy water pistol. The expressions of both sycophants turned grim, and finally, they too drew their heavy water pistols, aiming at the surrounding cultivators. Fight our way through. The middle-aged man laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, little girl. I am at a loss as to whether to commend your bravery or deride your foolishness. You 3 wish to break through? What a jest. Kill the 2 men, but leave the young lady. With that, the middle-aged man turned his back. To confront a practitioner of the true martial realm and 2 of the acquired realm, there was no need for him to take action himself. Bang, bang, bang. Oh no. One by one, the protective divine lights illuminated. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow and slowly turned around. He beheld 5 or 6 subordinates clutching their wounds, their faces a mixture of shock and disbelief as they gazed at Ding Tuanchuan and her companions. What is happening? The middle-aged man inquired. Sect leader. The artifacts in their hands possess tremendous power. They pierced through my protective divine light. We must tread carefully. These 3 may be from esteemed families. Sect leader. Quickly summon your protective divine light. The group urged anxiously. Instinctively, the middle-aged man released a protective barrier and scrutinized the trio carefully. Having navigated through Yuzhou for many years, he recognized the elites of the prominent families there, yet these 3 seemed unfamiliar to him. May I inquire which family you hail from? The middle-aged man asked. Enough with the pleasantries. If you intend to kill, then do it. We, the citizens of Hot Spring Island, fear not death, Ding Tuanchuan declared, gripping her heavy water pistol. which still contained 6 bullets. Though these 6 bullets were but a mere drop in the ocean, they would suffice to take a few down with her. Wait. Hot Spring Island. The middle-aged man's expression shifted, as if struck by a revelation. Hot Spring Island. Is it the one adjacent to Pingzhou? He questioned, recalling the dreadful rumors he had heard, which he had previously dismissed. Indeed, Hot Spring Island is merely adjacent to Pingzhou. It does not fall under its jurisdiction. Ding Tianquan clarified. I see. Young lady, might I have the honor of examining the artifact in your possession? The middle-aged man's tone grew cautious. Practitioners are generally wary, striving to avoid offending powerful factions, for while they may face no immediate repercussions, over time, formidable forces will inevitably uncover the truth. Why should I show it to you? Ding Tianquan aimed her heavy water gun at the middle-aged man's forehead, poised to unleash a barrage. Do not act rashly. Here's the deal. If you can prove you are indeed a citizen of Hot Spring Island, I will take my leave and not interfere with your slaying of demons for elixirs, the middle-aged man proposed slowly. Wonderful. Sister Tianquan, let me present my citizen's badge to him, announced the first sycophant, promptly tossing a palm-sized badge over. The middle-aged man extended his hand and effortlessly caught the badge. It bore the inscription Hot Spring Citizen in bold letters, alongside a jumble of characters and the fingerprint imprint of the first sycophant. Sect leader. This fellow thinks he can escape merely by brandishing a badge. It won't be that easy. Sect leader, he has injured several of our brothers. We cannot let them leave. Several practitioners clamored nearby. Silence. This does not appear to be a forgery. The words Hot Spring Citizen are precisely inscribed on this metal plate. And I received word only 2 days ago. They could not have had time to fabricate such a badge, especially since it bears a layer of age. Suggesting it has been in their possession for some time, the middle-aged man deduced astutely, flicking the badge back into the hands of the first sycophant. It turns out that the esteemed friends from Hot Spring Island are said to possess artifacts capable of easily vanquishing cultivators. Is this true? Inquired the middle-aged man. Can't you see for yourself? Just moments ago, our heavy water pistol inflicted injuries upon several of your disciples, didn't it? Even their protective divine light couldn't withstand it, replied the second sycophant, regaining his confidence. Chapter 1202. Wherever you are, there I shall be. The middle-aged man's tone softened considerably, indicating he was not inclined to resort to violence. I merely wish to confirm this. How about we join forces in slaying demons and procuring elixirs in the Black Wind Ridge? The middle-aged man asked with a smile. Join forces? The first sycophant hesitated. What if you decide to eliminate us along the way? The second sycophant shook his head in refusal. Very well. Ding Tianquan put away the heavy water pistol. Sister Tianquan, don't act rashly. There are so many of them. If they decide to kill us midway, we would be powerless. Are you foolish? If they intended to kill me, they could do so at any moment. Why prolong the confrontation? Ding Tianquan had developed her own independent perspective. Remarkably, she was indeed correct. This middle-aged man was preparing to venture into the Black Wind Ridge in search of a rare millennium-old black wood, one of the materials required for crafting the Star Veil Formation. 3 months prior, he had accepted a mission from the refining pavilion to locate some peculiar materials, promising 3 times the usual spirit stones upon successful retrieval. Unbeknownst to him, this was precisely the bounty issued by Hot Spring Island, which did not mention the crafting of the Star Veil Formation, merely instructing them to gather materials, with payment made in hot spring coins. These coins could be exchanged for spirit stones, having undergone multiple layers of disguise and processing, rendering it indistinguishable to cultivators from other states. Please. The middle-aged man gestured courteously for them to proceed. Let us go. Fear not death, declared Ding Tianquan as she led the 2 sycophants ahead. In Bei's prefecture, Yi Feng appointed a new leader for the concession. Mohican, you are the leader of the concession now. I hope that in the days to come, you will cooperate well with Lord Luo. I will not permit you to bully others under the guise of being a citizen of Hot Spring Island. However, should anyone dare to bully you, Yi Feng trailed off, feeling that some things were better left for Luo Tianfei to articulate. Rest assured, Luo Tianfei quickly stepped forward. If anyone dares to bully a citizen of Hot Spring Island, including those within the concession, I, Luo Tianfei, will be the first to make them pay. Furthermore, in the past, Mu Ziming showed little regard for the rules, often sending his people into the concession without adhering to its laws. But as long as I am in charge, my people shall not enter the concession without the leader's permission. This was precisely what Yi Feng had been waiting to hear, as he clapped a hand on Luo Tianfei's shoulder. Ha ha, Lord Luo, well said. With you overseeing matters in Bei's prefecture, I am more at ease than ever. Focus on generating wealth. Once you become a citizen, the concession and the county lord's mansion shall become one family. Yi Feng laughed heartily. Indeed, Master Yi. I am currently gathering funds. With the sale of my current assets, I am certain to accumulate 100 million. However, I wish to elevate my entire family to the status of citizens. Therefore, I intend for each of the 70 members of my household to open an account at the Hot Spring Bank, each containing 100 million. This way, when we settle, at least 20 of us will be able to attain citizenship, ensuring our security. Luo Tianfei thoughtfully remarked. He recognized the importance that Yi Feng placed on citizenship and sought to secure a contingency plan for himself. Even if a conflict were to arise with the governor, he could retreat to Hot Spring Island, seeking refuge with Yi Feng and his companions. Master Luo, your foresight is indeed commendable. Allow me to grant you an additional identity. Henceforth, you may freely enter the concession without needing the approval of the concession leader, Yi Feng replied with a smile. How could I possibly accept such an honor? Luo Tianfei exclaimed with delight. Moxigan approached, removing a plaque from his waist. This is the golden badge of the concession. In the future, should Master Luo have any matters to attend to, he may directly enter the concession and seek me in my office, Moxigan stated earnestly. Very well, Chief Mo. From now on we shall be brothers, Luo Tianfei affirmed. I do not bear the surname Mo. My full name is Anovalok Pingzhong Moxigan Haltz, Moxigan clarified. Luo Tianfei remarked. The natives have this peculiar trait, always adorning their names with grand titles. If I am not mistaken, the first set of characters in your name belongs to the mightiest warrior of your tribe from centuries past. The middle name is that of your father, and the last, Moxigan, is your appellation. As for the final title, I cannot ascertain its meaning. Moxigan, from this moment forth, you shall adopt the surname Mo. Efficiency is paramount on Hot Spring Island. Do you understand? Yi Feng instructed. Yes, Brother Feng, but may I be called Yi Feng Moxigan? Moxigan inquired. Why is that? Yi Feng responded with caution. Because I am now a citizen of Hot Spring Island, and you are the most esteemed island master I have ever encountered. I wish to incorporate your name into mine, thus securing your protection, Moxigan explained. That, Yi Feng hesitated, not wishing to hurt his feelings. Do as you wish, but from now on, you shall be known simply as Moxigan. Remember, names should be kept succinct. You may also be referred to as Mo Shi or Shigan, he sighed. Luo Tianfei observed with a mixture of envy and admiration. Yi Feng possessed a remarkable ability to inspire genuine devotion and support from his subordinates. One could only speculate if Feng could achieve such a level of loyalty. At that moment, a soldier rushed in from the distance. Master, the esteemed Wang Dianzabu from the Four Great Law Kings has personally arrived at our base county. What? Dianzabu? Luo Tianfei's expression shifted slightly. The Four Great Law Kings were typically inseparable from the governor, and it was unexpected for Feng to send one to Bei's county. This likely signaled significant developments. Master Yi, perhaps you should withdraw from the limelight. I will scout the situation. If Dianzabu intends to act violently, I can ensure your safety. Luo Tianfei offered. Very well, I shall depart the city for now, Yi Feng agreed. Yi Feng came to the realization that he, too, harbored a fear of death. In the past, he was unafraid, compelled to set an example before the multitude of citizens. Now, in the presence of only a handful of high-ranking officials, he felt no need to mask his innate trepidation. Alas, it was too late. Master Yi, where are you headed? A voice echoed, distorting the space around them. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the entrance of the concession with an almost instantaneous speed. Towering at 6 meters, he exuded an immense aura with every gesture. Having encountered the king of electric law, Luo Tianfei hastily knelt on the ground. This is not your concern, Luo Tianfei. Return to your lord's residence, Electric Dabu said nonchalantly. Understood, Luo Tianfei was eager to depart from this place of turmoil, and he quickly fled. Now, only he and Yi Feng remained, along with 2 others. Chen An, Mo Shigan, you both should leave as well. This matter pertains only to him and me, Yi Feng stated calmly. Brother Feng, what you say is unfounded. We are all from Hot Spring Island. Wherever you go, I shall follow, Chen An asserted resolutely. Without a word, Mo Shigan placed his hand upon his heavy water gun. Chapter 1203. Not one to kill recklessly indeed. Yi Feng, though Hot Spring Island may be weak, your people remain quite loyal to you, Electric Dabu remarked slowly, his large, coppery eyes fixed intently on Yi Feng. His gaze, sharp as a blade, emanated from the peak of the divine origin realm, compelling Yi Feng to avert his eyes. I am unaware of your purpose for visiting me, esteemed electric Dabu, Yi Feng inquired. How dare you question me? The state of Bays County is a mess because of you. You owe the lord of the province an explanation, electric Dabu replied. This is entirely due to the ruler of Bays County taking the life of my citizen. The circumstances are convoluted, but the essence remains. The murder of my citizen must be met with severe retribution. Otherwise, who would wish to remain a citizen of Hot Spring Island? Yi Feng articulated steadily. What audacity! How can your citizens of Hot Spring Island compare to our county lord? Not only did you slay Mu Ziming, but you also eradicated his clan and even spared not his wife's family. Yi Feng, you must offer a compelling explanation, otherwise, I will have no choice but to escort you to Pingzhou to personally explain yourself to the lord of the province, Electric Dabu declared, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that enveloped the area, rendering it a cage without bars. Yi Feng recognized that escape was no longer an option. Esteemed Electric Dabu, you may return to the lord of the province and inform him that Mu Ziming sought to sever ties with Pingzhou and establish independence, even attempting to undermine the lord of the province in my presence. I believe this explanation suffices, Yi Feng said with a smirk. Yi Feng, do you truly believe you can deceive the lord of the province with such fabrications? A glimmer of malice flickered in Electric Dabu's eyes. I do not wish for you to deceive the lord of the province. How about this? A flat rate of 5 million hot spring coins. And I shall issue a check immediately, Yi Feng proposed, producing a checkbook from his pocket. 5 million. Electric Dabu's brows arched. Yi Feng, do you take me for a beggar? How much do you seek? Yi Feng gripped the pen in his right hand, holding the checkbook in his left. He discerned that Dadabu harbored a hint of greed. Otherwise, he would have been furious the moment this matter was broached. Huh, now it is you who seeks my favor, rather than the other way around, so ponder that for a moment. Upon concluding his statement, Dadabu clasped his hands behind his back. He too had his own kin to provide for and aspired to fortify his lineage as a formidable race. Meanwhile, Yi Feng's Hot Spring Island boasted heavy water bombers, heavy water Gatling guns, and heavy water handguns. These items could not be exchanged directly for spirit stones. Thus, the significance of hot spring coins gradually became evident. One could assert that with the advent of hot spring coins, no cultivator in Pingzhou City remained ungreedy. After all, a crooked beam leads to a warped pillar. Huang Tianfang was known for his penchant for amassing wealth. So how could his subordinates be any different? 20 million? Yi Feng multiplied that by 4. Dadabu continued to stand with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing skyward, refusing to meet Yi Feng's eyes. 40 million. This is the highest price I can offer. Yi Feng furrowed his brow. Although he could print hot spring coins at will, leading to inflation, the repercussions of inflation would primarily burden the citizens of Pingzhou, having minimal impact on the denizens of Hot Spring Island. However, he was not fond of overly avaricious individuals. Dadabu finally turned to face Yi Feng directly. How much for your latest bomber? He finally unveiled his true intent. During the Battle of Hot Spring Island, he witnessed firsthand the might of the bombers. Not even a cultivator of the divine origin realm could withstand their power. Even a refining void cultivator like the State Lord would surely succumb to the relentless bombardment of heavy water. Possessing such a weapon would grant him a semblance of confidence. In the future, when confronting refining void realm cultivators, he would not have to cower. The latest bomber? Apologies, but the newest generation is not for sale. Yi Feng set down his pen. What about the next tier of bombers? That is, your second-generation bombers, Dadabu inquired. He was merely trying to leverage a high bid, allowing Yi Feng to negotiate downwards. Even securing a first-generation bomber would be a substantial gain for him. The second-generation bombers? I fear they are quite expensive. Their pricing can fluctuate. If the fourth-generation bombers are produced, the price of the second generation will naturally decrease. Conversely, if the fourth-generation bombers are not developed, the price of the second generation will remain unchanged. Yi Feng replied nonchalantly. Just tell me directly, how much for the second-generation bombers? Dadabu asked impatiently. At least 500 billion hot spring coins, possibly as much as 1 trillion. Do you truly believe I would part with such a sum? Yi Feng chuckled coldly. So exorbitant? Dadabu's expression shifted slightly. He understood that bombers were costly, but never anticipated they would be priced so steeply. What of the first-generation bombers? Dadabu was compelled to lower his expectations. The first generation would be at least 500 billion hot spring coins. Chen An interjected. Still so costly? Dad Abu realized that Yi Feng would never agree to such a sum. Very well, then I shall settle for a sand vehicle. Equipped with heavy water Gatling guns and at least 1 million rounds of ammunition. Dad Abu had no choice but to retreat further. This is indeed quite expensive. At least 1 billion spring coins, with ammunition billed separately, Yi Feng stated slowly. 1 billion spring coins. Very well, Yi Feng, I demand 1 billion spring coins from you. Hand over the money, and I shall return to say that it was Mu Ziming who first disrespected the esteemed lord of the province, leading you, Yi Feng, to annihilate his entire family, Dian Dabu replied. Your Excellency, the Law King, do you truly dare to speak such words? Do you comprehend the magnitude of 1 billion spring coins? With such a sum, one could construct a train, repair 200 kilometers of railway, or acquire 10 exquisite spirit stones. Yi Feng shook his head. What more can you offer me? Dian Dabu narrowed his eyes, preparing to resort to force. In that case, I shall provide you with 100 million spring coins. With this amount, you can procure a heavy water Gatling gun, and additionally, I will gift you a box of heavy water bullets. With 6,000 heavy water bullets, if utilized wisely, even a cultivator in the early stages of the void refinement realm could be vanquished. The condition is that you must find a way to confine the void refinement practitioner for 1 minute, rendering them immobile. Even the most formidable treasure would be powerless against 6,000 heavy water bullets. Yi Feng finally conceded. 100 million it is. After all, spring coins can be printed at will. Dian Dabu's heart raced. The reason he had been so submissive to the void refinement cultivator was due to his own inadequacy in combat. However, if he possessed a heavy water Gatling gun, even a void refinement practitioner would think twice before attacking him. It is akin to a small nation that, despite being weak, possesses nuclear weapons. Even the mightiest nations must tread carefully. Brother Feng, the heavy water Gatling is not for sale. Chen An exclaimed anxiously. Chapter 1204. Yi Feng must not move, yet it's merely a Gatling gun. No cause for concern. Yi Feng dismissed Chen An. He had made up his mind. With 6,000 bullets, once this individual exhausts them and seeks more, he would raise the price astronomically, ensuring it remains unaffordable. Furthermore, there would be numerous restrictions on purchasing bullets, such as allowing only 1 bullet per day. As for manufacturing their own bullets, absurd. Without the technicians of Spring Island, the machine tools, the periodic table, or the senior engineers, not to mention the entire industrial foundation of Spring Island, they would be utterly incapable. Even if you were to divulge the principles of heavy water bullets and provide machine tools and equipment, they still could not produce them. Let alone the special requirements for the bullet casing. The materials and gunpowder must be meticulously calculated, neither too much nor too little, but precisely right. The most intricate bullet head, merely the size of a fingertip, contains 4 to 5 dozen tiny compartments, a testament to precision in its finest form. Once the bullet is fired, the rifling will slightly deform the bullet head, propelling it forth as a heavy water bullet weighing several 100,000 pounds. Yet, within the barrel, it only weighs around 10 grams. Should any single step in this process falter, the bullets they produce would fail to fire. Very well, 100 million it shall be. Directly exchange 100 million spring coins for the heavy water Gatling gun, with the bullets conveniently provided. Dian Dabu's massive frame slightly bent, evidencing his deep regard for the heavy water Gatling gun. Otherwise, such an act of concession would not have occurred. My apologies, electric water Gatling. You must take my letter of recommendation to purchase at Hot Spring Island. However, it is quite all right. You may travel by train. The electric water Gatling in the concession is meant for personal use. Yi Feng spoke slowly. He added a halo to the train. For cultivators, the train is the most suitable mode of transportation. Thus, in the future, these cultivators will take the initiative to maintain the railways, ensuring that the previous incident of stolen tracks does not repeat itself. That works well. I shall have the opportunity to witness the industrial advancements of Hot Spring Island. After Electric Dab finished speaking, he looked eagerly at Yi Feng's checkbook. Please give me the funds, Electric Dab urged. All right. Yi Feng seated himself and inscribed several large characters. 100 million round. Subsequently, he affixed his signature and stamped it with his seal. Senior Electric. Since the electric water Gatling is not for sale, I must also provide you with a letter of recommendation, or else your trip would be in vain. After saying this, Yi Feng attentively penned a letter and handed it to Electric Dab along with the check. Very well, Yi Feng. I shall return to report to the governor. How would you like me to phrase it? You shall say that Mu Ziming intends to rebel, and I assisted the governor in handling Mu Ziming and eradicated his entire clan. No. Do you think the governor is a fool? He sometimes likes to play ignorant. But he is not truly naive. Can your reasoning be more plausible? Electric Dab countered. Yi Feng replied, You are one of the 4 great law kings of Quantian. You must know him well. Help me devise a narrative to deceive him. Electric Dab remained silent, his hands clasped behind him, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle. I shall give you another 1,000,000, Yi Feng sighed. Ha ha ha, why didn't you say so earlier? You need not worry about the other matters, Island Master Yi. I shall persuade the governor. After Electric Dab spoke, he glanced at Yi Feng's checkbook once more. Keep it safe, 1,000,000 round. Yi Feng presented another check. Farewell, Island Master Yi. With that, Electric Dab's form blurred and he vanished from sight. This fellow appears like a deity, arriving and departing without a trace. Chen An exclaimed in astonishment. That is merely because his speed is too great. Your eyes cannot capture his trajectory. Just now, I witnessed his legs transform into whirling wheels of fire, vanishing in an instant into the horizon, Yi Feng explained. I see, Brother Feng. Once the civilization of Hot Spring Island reaches a certain level, I shall replace my right eye with titanium alloy, allowing me to capture all objects from 0 frames to 100 million frames. Chen An mused suddenly. But can your processor keep up with its operation? Yi Feng pointed to Chen An's head. Graphics card? Chen An looked perplexed. In the past, when I played on a computer, a 4K monitor was the best. But you also need a good graphics card to support a 4K display, Yi Feng elaborated. I understand now, Brother Feng. You are referring to comprehensive capability. Chen An responded promptly. Beside them, Imo Shishir appeared utterly bewildered. Brother Feng, where shall we go next? Chen An inquired. Venture into other counties. For the entirety of Pingzhou encompasses over 40 counties. It is said that Yuzhou County is quite remarkable, boasting an abundance of pristine forests. Perhaps we might slay a few monstrous beasts to satiate our desires, Yi Feng remarked. Very well, let us embark on this journey. I wish to accompany you. In the Pingzhou government office, Huang Tianfang sat at the helm, attentively listening to the report from Diandabu. My lord, Yi Feng has bribed me with this check for 1,000,000. Please take a look, Diandabu stated, presenting the check to him. 1,000,000. Huang Tianfang gently rubbed the thin paper between his fingers. As for why Yi Feng annihilated his entire family, Yi Feng instructed me to inform you that Mu Ziming sought to rebel and break free from the control of the Pingzhou government. Diandabu continued. Proceed, Huang Tianfang responded nonchalantly. However, I believe it is not yet the time to act against Yi Feng. Wenchuan Island has the capacity to continuously manufacture weapons and refine elixirs. If we were to destroy Wenchuan Island now, we would lose our only channel to acquire those high-purity elixirs, which would be our greatest loss. Moreover, his advanced weaponry, while ineffective against void refinement cultivators, poses a considerable threat to those at the divine origin stage and is indispensable. Thus, my subordinate's suggestion is to feign trust in Yi Feng's words and allow him to proceed unimpeded for the time being. Furthermore, this check appears deceptively simple, adorned only with a few patterns and Yi Feng's fingerprint. Next, we shall create a printing mold to mass-produce these checks and mimic the notes of the concession leaders, generating additional checks valued at 1,000,000. With sufficient funds, we can purchase various weapons from Wenchuan Island, refine elixirs, and even acquire the assembly lines from their factories. Wenchuan Island has been sustaining the credit of the Wenchuan currency, and I am confident that as long as we possess money, they will not dare to refuse selling to us. Otherwise, their currency will become worthless, Diandabu elaborated. Your analysis is astute. We shall refrain from counterfeiting large checks, as their substantial amounts are easily traceable. Instead, let us forge $50 Wenchuan notes. Gather all the painters in Pingzhou and summon the finest artifact craftsmen. Chapter 1205. Might you sell me some? Have them collaborate to create the molds, and then commence the printing day and night, starting with 10 trillion Wenchuan coins. Huang Tianfang commanded. Father, why not print $1,000 notes? His son, Kong Run, inquired. 1,000 denominations are not practical for circulation. With larger denominations, merchants tend to scrutinize them closely, which could reveal our ruse. Denominations of 500 or 100 are similarly met with caution. Only $50 notes can be easily passed off, Huang Tianfang explained. His demeanor significantly softened when addressing family. I understand now, Kong Run nodded. Before long, all the painters and craftsmen in Pingzhou were summoned to the government office. confined within a sealed space, working tirelessly around the clock until satisfactory counterfeit currency was produced. Meanwhile, Yifeng had already arrived in Yuzhou, where the temperature remained relatively mild, hovering around a pleasant 10 degrees. The land here is vast, yet sparsely populated. In terms of territorial expanse, it surpasses the combined areas of Pingzhou, Luozhou, and Huangzhou by several times. The abundance of demon beasts is daunting, and it is rumored that a demon king resides deep within Yuzhou. This demon king has taken on human form and frequently abducts young male cultivators to the remote mountains to absorb their yang essence. Consequently, Yuzhou has become a forbidden zone, with a population less than half that of Pingzhou. Brother Feng, I find the air here remarkably refreshing, and the scenery is quite pleasant, Chen An remarked, despite having traveled for 3 days without encountering a single household. Perched atop his horse, he busied himself plucking leaves and gathering fruit, lost in his own delight. The terrain is treacherous, making it unlikely for railways to reach this area, with towering mountains, deep valleys, and pervasive marsh gas and toxic mists. Yifeng surveyed his surroundings as they walked on the ground, where towering trees nearly obscured the sky, allowing only a few shafts of sunlight to filter through. Brother Feng, look at this. Chen An suddenly leapt from his horse and dashed over to pluck a golden fruit. Golden fruit? From the Black Tree River region? Yifeng accepted the fruit, feeling a sense of warmth at its sight. Though it held no benefit for his current cultivation, he felt inexplicably drawn to it. Look, there are also white fruits and silver fruits everywhere, Chen An exclaimed as he bounded into a small grove. Indeed, this world shares many common elements. What exists in the Black Tree River region also appears in the Starming continent. However, I wonder if we can find the holy water. Yifeng had not forgotten this matter. Tuber's corpse remained preserved in the ice coffin, and he sought to procure ample holy water to bathe Tuber, ensuring the body would not decay or deform. As for the soul, he believed there would be a way to address that. Brother Feng, would you like one? Chen An offered, brandishing 2 golden fruits. No, you enjoy them yourself. Brother Feng, where do you think little Tuan Tuan has gone? Chen An inquired, his voice unclear. I don't know. Perhaps she has already made her way to the capital, Yifeng replied, gazing skyward with a hint of melancholy. He deeply missed Ding Tuan Tuan. The text had mentioned a millennia-old black wood in Yuzhou, one of the materials needed to arrange the Starming array. Perhaps our journey to Yuzhou will yield some rewards, Chen An suggested suddenly. Indeed, that is precisely why I ventured into the realm of Yuzhou. Guogua mentioned that to establish the Starming array, one must gather the spiritual essence of the entire Starming continent. However, she also noted that a smaller Starming array could be arranged with the essence of a single state. Yifeng elaborated. Even so, such materials are exceptionally difficult to find. Mobilizing the entire population of Pingzhou would likely take 10 years just to gather half, Chen An responded. At that moment, a man and a woman approached, riding on a pair of magnificent horses, one black and one white. The horses' eyes glimmered with intelligence, suggesting they were no ordinary steeds. Fellow cultivators, are you on a hunt for demon beasts? The middle-aged man clasped his fists in greeting. Yes, and you? Yifeng returned the gesture, noting that both individuals were at the initial stages of the innate realm, similar to himself. Junior sister, it appears we have company. Upon hearing of the journey to Yuzhou, the other brothers have declined to accompany us. The middle-aged man turned to glance at a young woman beside him, seemingly in her late 20s, who bore a resemblance to Yang Li. Indeed, the young woman nodded, her expression one of indifference. Esteemed young brother, I am Zhou Zheng, and this is my junior sister, Yin Xiaoli. May I inquire about your names? Zhou Zheng asked with courteous formality. I am Yifeng, and this is my younger brother. Chen An, Yifeng reciprocated the courtesy. Nightwind, or perhaps Yifeng. The middle-aged man's expression shifted slightly. The renown of Hot Spring Island had already reached Yuzhou, albeit with considerable distortion. In the ears of the people of Yuzhou, Yifeng had transformed into Night Wind, Wang Zhihai into Wang Sihai, the heavy machine gun into a 6-barreled artifact, and the bomber into a monstrous chicken. Indeed, information that spreads from person to person is most susceptible to distortion. Names are merely monikers, Yifeng chuckled lightly. Very well, esteemed young brothers. Would you have any interest in accompanying us into the woods to search for a particular item? Zhou Zheng inquired. What are we searching for? Yifeng countered. 10,000-year black wood. Many refining pavilions in Yuzhou are currently seeking this material, which is exceedingly precious. It is said to be worth a significant quantity of spirit stones, posing far less risk than hunting for elixirs, and it spares one from battling fierce beasts. Zhou Zheng replied. Oh. Yi Feng's expression brightened, his heart rejoicing. He realized that He Qingji's methods were quite adept, having spread the news to other states. He believed it would not be long before this information circulated throughout the entire Stardream continent. At that time, cultivators from all over would assist him in sourcing the materials for the Grand Array. May I inquire, do you know what this 10,000-year blackwood is used for? Yi Feng asked. I am not entirely certain. It could be for refining weapons or elixirs, or perhaps even used as a medicinal catalyst. Regardless, as long as there's spirit stone involved, it suffices. It is sold by weight, at a price of 1 third-tier spirit stone per pound, equivalent to 100 first-tier spirit stones. I possess a storage bag capable of holding 10,000 pounds of materials, Zhou Zheng explained, gesturing toward a verdant pouch at his waist. A storage bag? Yi Feng exclaimed with delight. This was precisely what he desired, as it would facilitate the transport of larger items, functioning as an alternative space. Brother Zhou, do you have any more of these storage bags? Might you sell me one? Yi Feng asked excitedly. I regret to inform you that such items are exceedingly difficult to forge. This storage bag, in fact, was a family heirloom passed down from my great-grandfather to my grandfather, and ultimately to me. Zhou Zheng shook his head. What a pity. Pray tell, how large is the space within this storage bag? Yi Feng inquired. Approximately 2 meters in length, width, and height. It is said that as the space within a storage bag increases, the difficulty of crafting it escalates geometrically. For instance, to create a bag with 4-meter dimensions would increase the difficulty 100-fold, while an 8-meter bag would see the challenge increase a staggering 10,000 times. Thus, while a 2-meter storage bag may not be immensely helpful, it is still preferable to an ordinary foldable backpack, albeit at a prohibitively steep price. Many low-tier cultivators shy away from using storage bags, while high-tier cultivators are less concerned about the cost, Zhou Zheng elaborated. Indeed, Yi Feng murmured. I shall acquire a storage bag measuring 100 square meters, regardless of the cost. With ample wealth at his disposal, he could easily exchange currency for spirit stones. And with spirit stones, the coveted storage bag would be within reach. Thank you for the guidance, Brother Zhou. Let us proceed on our journey, Yi Feng smiled. Very well. Zhou Zheng nodded, leading the way atop his spirit beast. His junior sister, Yin Li, brought up the rear, one forging ahead while the other provided support. As both were mid-stage innate cultivators, slightly above Yi Feng's level, but significantly below Chen An's. Suddenly, eerie cries echoed through the forest. That sounds like a baby's wail. Chen An exclaimed, anxiety creeping into his voice. Fear not, Zhou Zheng reassured him. Those are the cries of the local axolotls, which thrive in the pristine waters of the streams. Where there are axolotls, the water quality is exceptional. Our spirit beasts can guide us to clean streams by following the sounds. I appreciate the lesson, Chen An said, his demeanor becoming more receptive. Brother Zhou, how far are we from that ancient blackwood? Chen An inquired further. I'm not certain. I've never been there, but it should lie at the very heart of Yuzhou. Legend has it that a female demon king resides there, having transformed into human form. Zhou Zheng replied with a chuckle, clearly dismissing it as mere folklore. At that moment, the trees ahead rustled violently, and a colossal creature emerged. As it did, its crimson gaze fixated on the 4 companions. A Tier 10 violent bear? Zhou Zheng frowned, though he remained composed. Isn't that Tier 10? Chen An asked. No, a first-tier beast strength corresponds to the early stages of post-heaven, while a 4th-tier beast matches the peak of post-heaven. An 8th-tier beast aligns with the pinnacle of true martial. This Tier 10 violent bear's strength is comparable to ours, likely mid-stage innate. However, they are rather foolish, and we should be able to handle it. You may observe from the sidelines while I deal with it personally, Zhou Zheng declared, gently summoning a flying sword from his waist. Simultaneously, the violent bear charged toward him, roaring ferociously. The sound reverberated for miles, toppling trees in its wake. Yi Feng and the others had retreated 500 meters, watching the confrontation unfold. It appeared that the classification of beasts in the Great Desert did not apply in the Starry Mist continent. In the desert, a Tier 10 beast equated to early post-heaven strength, whereas a Tier 10 beast on the Starry Mist continent corresponded to mid-stage innate, highlighting the vast disparity between the two realms. Brother Feng, should we assist? Chen An queried. Just as Yi Feng was about to respond, Yin Li coldly interjected. It's evident that he is a rustic from a remote area. There is no need for outsiders to intervene against a mere Tier 10 violent bear. You may simply observe the spectacle. Yi Feng had not anticipated Yin Li's disdainful tone, mistakenly believing her silence was due to shyness. After much deliberation, it became evident that she held both herself and Chen An in utter disdain. Dear senior sister, might I implore you to elevate your gaze when assessing others? Chen An expressed his displeasure. Who is your senior sister? Perhaps you should reflect on your own worth. And you, despite being a practitioner of the innate realm, may find yourself outmatched by senior brother Zhou, even if 3 of you combined were to challenge him, Yin Li stated, her disdain unmistakable. Very well. We indeed cannot compare to senior brother Zhou, Yi Feng conceded, deeming it unnecessary to put on airs before such a woman. With a swift motion, Zhou Zheng directed his sword, piercing through the head of the ferocious bear. With a final roar, the bear, having exhausted its demonic energy, collapsed heavily to the ground. Let us proceed, Yi Feng declared, charging towards Zhou Zheng alongside Chen An. Although Zhou Zheng had vanquished the bear, he had sustained some injuries from the bear's powerful strike and was bleeding. I, Zhou Zheng, am a paragon of fairness. While I single-handedly defeated this bear, my principle is that we all share the spoils. The demon core shall belong to me, while the remaining materials on the bear can be divided among you. Zhou Zheng proclaimed before sitting down on a stone, panting as he attempted to recuperate his strength. Though he possessed spirit stones in his storage bag, he was rather frugal, reluctant to expend them for recovery. Chen An, you might want to take care of the butchering, Yi Feng suggested, settling down beside him. Yi Feng had grown somewhat indifferent to such bears, having frequently dealt with practitioners of the Hua Yuan or Xin Yuan realms. I shall carve off the bear's whip for you to roast, lest you be drained by the women around you, Chen An remarked, wielding a dagger to swiftly sever the prized trophy from the bear. Disgusting, Yin Li grimaced, slicing off the bear's 10 formidable claws. The claws of such a bear were remarkably hard, making them excellent materials for crafting. Once you have gathered all the materials, you should depart from this place, lest the bear's carcass attract other beasts, Zhou Zheng advised, clutching his chest as he mounted his horse. After several hours of travel, dusk began to settle. They halted midway up a small hill, where a modest campfire was kindled, and Chen An began roasting the bear's delicacy over the flames. Yin Li frowned, rekindling another fire to roast the bear's leg. Chen An, having inherited some culinary skills from Shi Zhengliang, knew how to transform such a pungent and fishy dish into something delectable. Various seasonings were retrieved from his bag, sprinkled generously over the bear delicacy, releasing an enticing aroma. Zhou Zheng could not help but sniff the air. What a delightful scent! He exclaimed, Brother Zhou, if you desire, I could share half with you, after all. This bear was rather large, weighing around 5 or 6 jin, Yi Feng offered with a smile. That would be splendid, Zhou Zheng nodded in agreement. Yin Li also caught a whiff of the enticing aroma, her mouth watering involuntarily. Yet, being someone who valued her pride, she resolutely refused to partake in the bear's whip. In stark contrast, the bear leg she had roasted was seasoned merely with salt, failing to mask its inherent gamey scent. The culinary practices on the Starming continent still lingered in a rather primitive state. She was unsure of how to eliminate the gamey, fishy, and foul odors from the meat. Typically, she would use a bit of liquor to accompany the meat. Without it, the pungent taste rendered the meat inedible. Of course, freshly born cubs could consume it, as their meat bore a lighter scent, making it somewhat palatable. Chen An, ever the helpful soul, said, Sister Yin Li, you should first blanch the meat in boiling water. I have some fruit liquor here. Pour it in while blanching, along with these 2 spices. This will significantly reduce the odor. When it came to roasting, an abundance of spices was also essential. Let me teach you. Yin Li's expression flickered slightly, but she shook her head. No need. You can roast this bear meat. Just prepare it for me. Chen An retorted, roast it yourself, or you can eat bear testicles. Your choice. Chen An's temper flared. You, young man. You seem to misunderstand the situation. Here, my senior brother Zhou and I are both at the mid-stage of the innate realm, while you are merely a lowly practitioner of the acquired realm. I'm offering you a favor by allowing you to roast. Don't push me to act violently. After Yin Li spoke, she slowly stood up. Sister, do not. Zhou Zheng extended his hand to stop her. Chen An, go assist Yin Li in roasting the bear leg. I, too, will like a taste, Yi Feng said blandly. Initially indifferent to Yin Li, he found her increasingly audacious, which irked him. Out of respect for Brother Feng, I shall not stoop to your level. After speaking, Chen An patted the heavy water pistol at his waist. During their trip to Yuzhou, he had only fired 5 shots. successfully taking down an early-stage malevolent cultivator. Yet, their backpack contained over 1,000 rounds of pistol ammunition, even against innate realm practitioners. A surprise attack could yield success against them. Dare you disrespect me? Yan Li's face flushed with anger as she swiftly drew a small green sword from her waist. Do not, sister. Zhou Zheng reached out and grasped the small sword. Yet, it writhed in his palm, as if attempting to break free. Chen An's expression shifted, and he drew his heavy water pistol, aiming at Yan Li's chest. Had she not resembled Yang Li, he would have aimed for her head. Stop! Yi Feng confiscated Chen An's pistol. Brother Feng, this madwoman behaves like a dog. I kindly offered to teach her how to cook. Not only did she refuse my goodwill, but she also dares to demand I act as her servant. Chen An seethed. Enough. It's a trivial matter. You have gained some insight. How can you stoop to her level? Yi Feng sighed. Fine, fine. Chen An nodded. Meanwhile, Zhou Zheng retrieved the green sword and handed it back to Yan Li. Today, out of respect for my senior brother, I shall not hold this against you. However, my earlier request for your assistance is a standard expectation here. The weak must submit to the strong, please the powerful, and the strong are to be revered. Are you new to the world of martial arts? Lacking even this basic understanding? Yan Li replied flatly, the strong are to be revered? Very well, as you wish. Chen An fell silent, sitting nearby as he cut the bare testicles into strips. The night swiftly passed, giving way to the dawn of a new day. Let us proceed. There remains a long journey ahead, and we must not squander time, Zhou Zheng declared as he mounted his noble steed. The deeper they ventured into the forest, the more numerous the beasts became. After traversing merely 20 kilometers, they encountered numerous groups of these creatures. However, the beasts did not invariably attack humans. The weaker ones, sensing their presence, typically chose to circumvent them. Conversely, the more formidable beasts seldom approached the forest's edge. Chapter 12:07. A blood-curdling scream erupts. A roar reverberated through the air as the towering trees above swayed ominously. Zhou Zheng's consciousness swept to the treetops, and his countenance shifted dramatically. Everyone retreat, he commanded. With a swift motion, he summoned a colossal sword from his waist, which soared into the air, sweeping toward the treetop. Whoosh! A yellow figure leaped down from the treetop, its massive claws swiping effortlessly, sending Zhou Zheng's flying sword crashing into the giant tree. Boom! The yellow figure landed on the ground with a resounding thud, revealing itself to be an enormous monkey, its muscles bulging, and an almost human-like expression glinting in its eyes. A level 15 beast? Zhou Zheng exerted force, retrieving the sword embedded in the tree, which began to circle above his head. Yan Li followed suit, summoning her green blade, which elongated to over 3 meters, also hovering above her. Chen An narrowed his eyes, resting his hand on his heavy water pistol, while Yi Feng remained expressionless, subtly placing his hand on his waist. The level 15 beast, the monkey, sniffed the air with its flattened nose, circling around the four without a hint of concern for their presence. Withdraw quietly, Zhou Zheng's voice echoed in Yi Feng's ear. While Zhou Zheng might contend with beasts of the innate realm, against this monkey, which resembled a late-stage humanized entity, he possessed no capacity for resistance. The monkey emitted strange sounds that seemed a mockery mixed with excitement. After circling twice, it lunged at Yan Li without hesitation. You seek death, Zhou Zheng bellowed, pointing at the colossal sword. Clang! The monkey reached out and seized the sword, enveloped in a dense yellow glow, exerting control over it. Return! Zhou Zheng's face turned ashen as he attempted to summon the sword back. Unfortunately, the disparity in their realms was insurmountable. After a tense 5 seconds, Yan Li directed her green sword toward the beast. Puff! The small sword sliced a wound across the monkey's arm. Junior sister, retreat at once. Do not concern yourself with me, Zhou Zheng shouted, but it was too late. Infuriated by its own bloodshed, the monkey retaliated with a vicious swipe at the green sword. The sword dimmed instantly, hurtling 20 meters away, soaring above Yan Li's head and cleaving a century-old tree in two. Having wreaked such havoc, the monkey was not yet satisfied. It gripped Zhou Zheng's colossal sword and twisted it forcefully. No, the sword emitted mournful cries, akin to a dog yelping in pain, as it writhed helplessly in the monkey's grasp, fluctuating in size. Unrelenting, the monkey clamped the bent sword between its jaws and bit down with its sharp teeth. Puff! The radiance upon the colossal sword abruptly vanished, rendering it nothing more than a hunk of scrap metal, which the monstrous monkey carelessly cast aside. Bang! Bang, 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 bang. Chen An also took action, unleashing a barrage of heavy water bullets that relentlessly struck the demon monkey. The first 3 shots penetrated its form. Yet upon the 4th shot, a golden aura enveloped the creature, successfully deflecting the heavy water bullet. Nevertheless, the force of the bullet still left its protective demonic light trembling precariously. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Feng quietly positioned 12 flying swords around the demon monkey, forming a formidable sword formation. Roar! The demon monkey let out a furious bellow, generating a powerful shockwave centered around itself, which propelled Chen An 50 meters away. He flipped himself upright, but the heavy water handgun was knocked from his grasp. Uffed! Brother Feng, this creature is incredibly fierce. The heavy water handgun is only effective for surprise attacks. Chen An coughed up a mouthful of blood, wiping the corner of his lips with his sleeve. Brother Zhou, and you, Yin Li, retreat immediately and keep your distance. Feng shouted at the 2 in front. Zhou was about to comply, yet Yin Li remained undeterred, summoning another flying sword to relentlessly strike at the demon monkey. Damn it, hurry back. Don't hinder my grand plans. Feng spat blood in frustration. Realizing Zhou and Yin Li were still within the sword formation, he could not recklessly activate it, or they would all be reduced to mere fragments. Do you need my guidance? If you're afraid, just run. Yin Li retorted without glancing back. Brother Zhou, pull her back, quickly. Feng bellowed. If he did not activate the sword formation now, once the demon monkey escaped its confines, he would have to reconfigure the entire setup. Would his strategies still remain concealed from the demon monkey then? Let's go. Zhou disregarded the chaos, seizing Yin Li and pulling her backward, both of them simultaneously exiting the sword formation. Feng felt a surge of relief and moved his fingers. In the next moment, 1 foot of the demon monkey stepped out of the sword formation, while the other remained within. Damn it, you foolish woman, you've jeopardized our chance. Feng spat blood in despair. Just then, Chen An began to advance step by step. With each step he took, the heavy water gun in his hand discharged a sound. Bang, 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 bang. The protective demonic light surrounding the monkey flickered uncertainly, and it staggered back 2 paces, its legs landing squarely within the sword formation. Clear wind sword formation, Feng shouted, sealing his hand gestures. In the demon monkey's line of sight, a gray mist enveloped a 50-meter radius around it, rendering flowers and trees invisible. Roar! It bellowed angrily, striking fiercely at the gray area. Uffed! A strand of golden silk shot forth, cleaving towards its fist. Howl! The demon monkey was taken aback, as if struck by lightning, retreating into the heart of the formation. The surrounding golden strands gradually multiplied, swirling within the gray expanse. Feng let out a long sigh of relief. In truth, had the sword formation been established earlier, the demon monkey might have risked severe injury to strike at the gray area repeatedly, possibly finding a slim chance to escape. However, the sword formation has now been fully established. Even if he possesses the strength comparable to the pinnacle of the transformation realm, along with countless magical artifacts, his chances of survival are utterly non-existent. Zhou Zheng and Yin Li approached, astonished as they gazed at the demon monkey, which flailed about like a headless fly 100 meters away. A sword formation? Junior brother Yi, you actually managed to set up an entire sword formation by yourself? Zhou Zheng exclaimed in utter disbelief, his knowledge evident. Yin Li, shedding her earlier disdain, looked at Feng with similar astonishment. Hey, can your sword formation trap it? Do you need my brother and me to assist? She inquired. Although she employed her previous condescending tone, her demeanor had softened considerably. Do not engage in conversation with Feng Gu. Controlling this sword formation is highly exhausting, and he cannot afford any distractions, Chen An warned from the side. Zhou Zheng immediately fell silent, taking the initiative to guard Feng's back, ensuring that no other demonic beasts would emerge to disturb him. However, Yin Li's expression shifted dramatically as she glared fiercely at Chen An. At that moment, the golden threads in the gray area multiplied, and the grand formation became completely solidified. Feng sighed in relief. Even if the demon monkey was at the divine origin realm, it would likely find it impossible to escape death now. The golden threads slowly converged towards the center, while the demon monkey continuously attempted to flee to the periphery, but the moment its body made contact with the golden threads, a heart-wrenching scream erupted. Chapter 1208. The situation unfolds in less than 5 minutes. The sword formation fully closed in, and the demon monkey inside emitted an unending series of anguished cries. ultimately being reduced to mere fragments. Simultaneously, Feng collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat. Controlling the sword formation had drained all his energy, and he could not replenish his vitality with medicinal pills during the process. The energy from the pills would require him to expend a bit of effort to refine it into vitality, ultimately resulting in a net loss. Feng Ge, here, eat. Chen An quickly produced a transformation pill. Huh, a transformation pill? Zhou Zheng and Yin Li gasped in astonishment simultaneously. For individuals of their caliber, merely being able to use nourishing qi pills was a feat. The presence pill was already a rarity, let alone a transformation pill. After consuming the transformation pill, Feng felt utterly drained, promptly closing his eyes and collapsing into Chen An's embrace. He required a moment of rest. Brother Yi, are you all right? Zhou Zheng hurriedly supported Feng's arm. Our Feng Ge will be fine. He just needs to rest for a while, Chen An reassured. You actually possess transformation pills? Yin Li approached as well. Humph. Upon seeing Yin Li, Chen An lifted his chin and emitted a disdainful snort. In the days that followed, the trio carried Feng to a cave, vigilantly guarding him for 3 days and nights. On the 4th morning, Feng slowly opened his eyes. His vitality had recovered to about 90%. The remaining 10% would require time to gradually restore. The demon monkey lacked magical artifacts. Thus, Feng's sword formation proved more effective against the demonic beasts than against humans. Humans could summon all their magical artifacts at the last moment, infinitely depleting the number of golden threads, which were formed from Feng's vital energy. I am so thirsty. Chen An, please get me something to drink. All right, Feng Ge, I will fetch it immediately. I am so hungry. Who will help me find something to eat? I will go. Zhou Zheng hastily took up his weapon and ventured into the woods to hunt. My temples ache terribly. Could someone please massage them? Feng inquired. Only Yin Li remained in place, her delicate face tinged with a faint blush as she placed her slender fingers gently upon Feng's temples. Oh, it's you. How could I possibly accept such kindness from someone of your stature? Feng gently brushed Yin Li's hand aside. If you dislike it, so be it. I'll endure the pain myself. Having been pampered since childhood, this was Yin Li's first experience giving a massage, and she was taken aback by the rejection. After a short while, Zhou Zheng and Chen An returned. Zhou Zheng had successfully hunted a wild deer, while Chen An carried a pouch filled with pure spring water. Brother Feng, I located a source of water of excellent quality based on the calls of the giant salamander. Well done. You've applied your newfound knowledge effectively, Feng replied, nodding with satisfaction. He admired those who had a thirst for learning. It was precisely this continuous integration of elite talents from various races that had propelled the hot spring island to its current status. A single race, tribe, or nation must guard against stagnation and arrogance, lest they fall behind. A formidable race should constantly seek to learn from advanced concepts and technologies across different regions and races to evolve into a powerful organization. Yet, some tribes professed their commitment to learning, albeit superficial. They imitated the skin without grasping the essence, resulting in a grotesque amalgamation. In northern Hot Spring Island, schools were closed, factories struck, and third-class citizens flooded the streets, clutching banners and donning white cloths around their heads, marching resolutely toward the luminous barrier of northern Hot Spring Island. The banners proclaimed boldly, "Abolish the citizenship hierarchy." A contingent of fully armed soldiers stood before the barrier, with dozens of armored vehicles positioned in front, equipped with heavy water Gatling guns. The throngs of demonstrators finally halted, their gazes fixed intently upon the radiant barrier. Inside, He Lishuan coldly observed the assembly from within the barrier. At that moment, the foremost individual spoke with unwavering resolve. A powerful chorus erupted from outside the barrier, soon merging into a resonant wave that echoed through the air. Fear not the heavens, fear not the earth, even if blood flows beneath the chains. With our lives at stake, we dare to unseat the island lord. Death is but the severing of a head, a scar no larger than a bull. On the tiger's chair, upon the cross, we grit our teeth. The stones of the gutter shall rise. The seeds of revolution have germinated. We shall wield our bones as weapons. Unless victorious, we shall not relent. He Lishuan offered a cold smile and signaled to the officer leading the small squad. The officer nodded and gestured forward. In an instant, all guns were raised, aiming at the banner-waving crowd. Fear not the heavens, fear not the earth. Even if blood flows beneath the chains. The air erupted with gunfire. Bang, 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 crackle, 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 thud, Thud, thud. Ah, run. The cries of agony resonated throughout half of Hot Spring Island. Several armored vehicles surged forward, crushing bodies beneath them as blood flowed along the cobblestone streets, staining the pure white snow of vivid crimson. A number of third-class citizens scattered in panic, their banners discarded. A multitude of soldiers surged outside the luminous barrier, commencing the apprehension of these citizens. In an instant, the atmosphere on North Hot Spring Island became fraught with tension, and no one dared to mention the abolition of the citizenship hierarchy. On South Hot Spring Island, Wang Zhihai emerged from his seclusion, possessing strength at the 8th level of the sovereign realm, all thanks to the continuous supply of high-purity elixirs from Hot Spring Island. On the same day, Cheng Libin also concluded his retreat, boasting strength at the 9th level of the sovereign realm. This day marked the 6th re-election conference of the Hot Spring Island Master. A group of children frolicked outside the luminous barrier, engaging in rather unconventional pastimes. They experimented with magnifying glasses to roast meat, played with gunpowder, explosives, and heavy water. With only a few hours of labor each day, they had ample time for play, and amidst their antics, various technologies emerged. "Where's Feng Gu?" Wang Zhihai inquired of Yifeng. "Feng Gu has traveled to Star Dream Continent," Hao Yu replied. With Yifeng absent and Wang Zhihai in seclusion, Hao Yu currently served as the acting island master. "Let us inform everyone that the re-election conference for South Hot Spring Island will be held in 7 days." Wang Zhihai instructed. "Yes, Island Master." Hao Yu nodded and immediately began assigning tasks. At that moment, a soldier arrived with urgent news. "Island Master, significant events have unfolded on North Hot Spring Island. The situation is as follows." Shortly thereafter, Wang Zhihai learned of the crucial developments on North Hot Spring Island, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. "This presents an excellent opportunity to suppress the peace faction. Notify our forces to gather the third-class citizens from North Hot Spring Island and bring them to South Hot Spring Island, where we shall train them well and lay a hidden trap for the peace faction," he remarked with a faint smile. "Understood." Yifeng regarded the 6 cultivators before him. The leader, a robust figure bearing a gigantic sword, had his eyes rolled upwards, indicating his strength at the initial stage of the transformation realm. The 5 individuals behind him were all innate realm cultivators. "Do you recognize them?" Yifeng asked Zhou beside him. "Of course, I recognize them. These 6 are the evil cultivators from our Yuzhou, and the provincial lord is currently seeking them," Zhou replied with a serious expression. "What are you for whispering about? Hand over all your treasures, and that girl shall be passed around among us 6 brothers for a month. After a month, I will return her to you. Otherwise, you will all meet your demise," the leader coldly declared, his greasy gaze seemingly piercing, causing Yanli to instinctively tighten her legs. "Brother Zhou." She hurriedly sought refuge behind Zhou. "Lu Daoyu, our Tianhe sect bears no grudge against you. Why not let us go?" Zhou clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. "Let you go? Ha! In this dense forest, how could I possibly let you off? Enough of your nonsense. First, hand over everything you possess, especially your flying swords. Then, strip that girl beside you and hand her over as well." The Lu cultivator's expression darkened. "What if I refuse?" Yifeng stepped forward, having previously employed a sword formation. Now, he was determined to test his true strength to see if he could defeat these 6 formidable opponents with his initial innate power. Looking for death? The imposing monk, filled with rage, pointed at Yifeng and commanded, "Eliminate him." Immediately, 2 innate realm cultivators stepped forward, slowly encircling Yifeng. "Let us converse amicably," Zhou interjected, eager to mediate. "Brother Zhou, you 3 should step aside," Yifeng interrupted. "This, Yi Shidi, you may not be their match," Zhou cautioned. Yifeng nodded, then shook his head, suddenly adopting a horse stance and clenching his fists tightly. With a hum, 3 Sanskrit symbols began to whirl rapidly around his body. Simultaneously, a golden dharma form manifested behind him. "Chongyang." Yifeng bellowed, unleashing a powerful punch. The 3rd tier of the Sanskrit sacred demonic art, combined with the amplification of Chongyang, transformed this seemingly mundane punch into a force that could rend the heavens. Boom. The 2 innate cultivators failed to even activate their protective light and were sent flying by the punch's gust. In midair, they could not even emit a scream as their bodies disintegrated inch by inch. Bloodied flying swords fell from the sky, landing with soft thuds. After delivering the punch, Yifeng stood still, his chest rising and falling slightly. He had not exerted the full extent of Chongyang, having only used half of his strength. Otherwise, he would have been left unable to continue fighting after such a blow. The atmosphere seemed to freeze, the forest enveloped in silence, where even the sound of a falling needle could be heard. Zhou Zheng stood in shock. Chen An remained expressionless, while Yan Li covered her mouth in disbelief. In contrast, the three innate realm cultivators stepped back simultaneously, their protective shields illuminating one after another. Only the initial stage Huayuan realm cultivator remained steadfast as a mountain, though a flicker of fear crossed his face. After all, the ones who had just attacked were his second and third brothers, both in the late innate realm. To his astonishment, they had been unable to withstand even a single strike from this foreigner, their bodies exploding into fragments. In that moment, the Liu clan cultivator's face revealed deep apprehension. It appears you are indeed a hidden powerhouse, and I, Liu, failed to recognize your might. Very well. If you can withstand 3 of my punches, I shall concede today's events, he proposed. Under ordinary circumstances, he might have turned to leave, but today was different. His 3 younger brothers were watching, and he wished to maintain some semblance of dignity even in retreat. Agreed. Feng readily accepted. Excellent. The Liu clan cultivator increased the distance between them, flames erupting from his fists. With his first punch, a fireball hurtled toward Feng, unleashing a torrent of force that flattened the surrounding forest within 100 meters. Feng responded with a punch of his own. The two were like 2 sharp blades clashing, each intent on incapacitating the other with their initial strike, if not killing outright. Boom. A golden sun rose majestically. Zhou Zheng and Yan Li quickly shielded their eyes, unable to bear the sight of the battlefield. As the brilliance faded, 2 figures emerged from the dust. Feng stood unwavering, though his Dharma form dimmed slightly. In contrast, the cultivator of the Liu surname was in tatters. His garments were torn to shreds, and the protective radiance that once enveloped him had long since vanished. Streams of crimson flowed from his mouth and nose, ceaselessly pouring forth. Impressive indeed. The Liu cultivator slowly raised his thumb, gazing at Feng with great difficulty. The second punch. Feng gradually pulled back his body. What? Another punch? The Liu cultivator was taken aback. Feng would not afford him any opportunity. His fist shot forward with a ferocity akin to a comet colliding with the earth. The Liu cultivator's body was sent flying 100 meters, crashing against a massive boulder. Good heavens! The remaining 3 innate cultivators were rendered speechless. Feng retracted his fist and turned his gaze towards the trio. Gentlemen, I seek to exchange a few moves with you as well. Will you approach one at a time, or all together? Feng inquired nonchalantly. An overwhelming sense of pressure descended upon the 3, causing their lips to tremble, leaving them utterly speechless. Silence implies you wish to join forces, does it not? Feng let out a cold chuckle, pulling back once more. No. The late-stage evil cultivator finally reacted, dropping to his knees with a thud. Though this esteemed one is merely at the initial stage of innate cultivation, his powers are astonishing. We 3 brothers recognize that we are no match for him. Please spare our lives. With that, he pressed his forehead to the ground. Now you seek to submit? Yan Li stepped forward, her almond-shaped eyes wide with intensity as she fixed her gaze upon the 3. If we let you go today, who knows how many female cultivators will meet their demise at your hands? Feng, eliminate them. Yan Li commanded coldly. Feng felt the 3 Sanskrit characters on his body dissipate in succession, and the golden Dharma form behind him crumbled instantaneously. Apologies, I am out of energy. How about this, Miss Yan Li? I shall leave these 3 to you. Feng said, gradually retreating to stand beside Chen An. What? Yan Li was left dumbfounded. Junior brother Yi, or rather, senior brother Yi, you should handle this. I fear that junior sister might not be their match. Zhou Zheng hastily interjected. No. I have already exerted myself, defeating their strongest 3. The remaining 3 are mere trifles. Let her have a chance to practice. I am curious to see if this aloof Miss Yan Li can surpass expectations. Feng leaned against a tree, preparing to enjoy the spectacle. This lady, Yan Li, was far too delicate. It was imperative she face some hardship. Senior brother, there is no need to plead for me. I will handle these 3 myself, Yan Li declared, summoning her flying sword. However, the 3 innate cultivators remained kneeling on the ground, their eyes darting restlessly. Esteemed one, are you certain you will not intervene? One of the evil cultivators inquired. Indeed, I will not intervene. Feng nodded. Chapter 12:10. Speaking the heart's truth then, if I can defeat this fairy, will you grant us 3 a chance at life? The evil cultivator asked again. He had his own calculations. As long as Feng refrained from interference, he was confident that the three remaining would be obliterated together. Well then, very well, I accept your terms. Feng nodded, lifting a pouch to take a sip of spring water. Indeed, it is the homeland of the giant salamander, where the water quality is exceptionally pristine, rich in various minerals. Sir, could you please draft a written agreement? The malevolent cultivator remained uneasy, fearing that Feng might act unexpectedly. You are being overly verbose. Should you continue with your prattling, I shall intervene, Feng retorted, fury etched across his face. Yes, we shall refrain from requesting an agreement. The three individuals rose simultaneously, casting their gazes toward Yanli. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have unleashed a torrent of foul language. However, with Feng, the esteemed deity present, he opted for restraint. Fair maiden, let us cease here. Rest assured, I shall not harm a single hair on your head. We shall engage in 3 rounds. Best 2 out of 3. If we prevail, I kindly ask that you refrain from relentless pursuit. The malevolent cultivator spoke with an unsettling politeness. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us begin, Yanli commanded, gesturing towards her flying sword. Instantly, she clashed with the malevolent cultivator, their dual sending leaves swirling in all directions. In less than 10 exchanges, Yanli found herself at a disadvantage. Feng discerned that the 3 adversaries were not daring to unleash their full power. Fearful of injuring Yanli, on several occasions, they could have struck her down but deliberately pulled back their swords. That will suffice, cease your attacks. Feng raised his right palm. The 3 cultivators promptly retracted their swords. Yet, Yanli executed a graceful maneuver with her sword. With a series of swift thrusts, 3 heads soared into the air. Return to your sheath, she commanded, her sword spiraling downwards, quickly finding its place in her waist pouch. Brother Feng, this woman is formidable, Chen An remarked, his expression darkening. No matter, I had no intention of sparing those 3. Time is of the essence. We must acquire the eternal black wood. With that, Feng approached the 3 lifeless bodies and opened their waist pouches. Inside, he discovered a plethora of qi-nourishing pills and a single Peiyuan pill. Chen An proceeded to open the waist pouch of the Lu surname cultivator, finding a similar collection of elixirs that made Zhou Zheng's eyes gleam with excitement. Unfortunately, these potions held no allure for Chen and Brother Feng. This book seems intriguing, he said, casually tossing the pills into his pouch and presenting the tome to Feng. Let me see. Feng opened the small booklet, noting the title inscribed on the cover, Chronicles of the Starry Mysteries. Let us walk deeper into the forest while we peruse this, Feng suggested, flipping to the first page. Soul summoning technique. Time passed swiftly, and soon a day had elapsed. Feng closed the booklet with an expression of exhilaration, pondering the authenticity of its contents. The soul summoning technique purported to call back the souls of the deceased and reconstruct their bodies, thereby granting them resurrection. Brother Zhou, have you ever heard of the soul summoning technique? Feng could not resist inquiring of Zhou Zheng, who walked ahead. I have heard of it, though it seems rather impractical. The starry continent is rife with fantastical tales, and the soul summoning technique claims to resurrect the dead. Yet one must attain a divine realm to wield such a spell. However, there exists another rumor suggesting that those who have lost loved ones, out of deep longing, concoct these tales, leaving their veracity open to debate, Zhou Zheng explained. Do you not believe in such matters? Feng inquired, his heart brimming with anticipation, hoping that Zhou Zheng would affirm his belief. Haha, Brother Yi, what significance does belief hold? Whether one believes or not is inconsequential. In all my years of cultivation beyond the divine realm, I have yet to hear of any realm surpassing it. Indeed, in the last several millennia, it seems that only 2 divine realm experts have graced the Starmane continent, the Spear God and the Gu God. This couple left their treasures scattered across various secret realms of the continent, resulting in a surge of cultivators. The advantage is that nearly everyone can pursue the path of immortality, but the downside is that the excessive number of cultivators has depleted all the spiritual mines and herbs. Ancient texts recount that thousands of years ago, spiritual herbs over 1,000 years old were plentiful, yet now, even those aged 500 years are a rarity. Consequently, it has been a long time since a half-god realm expert has emerged on the Starmane continent. The only names I can recall are a few Spirit Division realm experts. For instance, the rulers of our Black Mountain Empire are both in the Spirit Division realm, while the rest are in the Void Refinement and Divine Origin realms. Zhou Zheng stated candidly, harboring a favorable impression of Yi Feng and revealing all that he knew. Is that so? Do you know where those who reach the divine realm go? Yi Feng asked again. Zhou Zheng remained silent, instead gazing at the sky where two celestial bodies, one large and one small, shone brightly. It is said they ascend to those two celestial spheres, Zhou Zheng replied slowly. Yi Feng and Chen An simultaneously turned their eyes skyward. The colossal celestial bodies appeared almost within reach. Yet they understood that even the most advanced aircraft would require millions of years to traverse such a distance. Brother Zhou, I have a feeling that the soul summoning technique is indeed real. For once, during my venture into a secret realm, I beheld the faces of many deceased individuals, contorted and struggling against the walls of the passage, as if in great agony. Yi Feng spoke softly. Oh, I too have entered a secret realm. Yet I saw no faces of the dead along the passage, Zhou Zheng replied, turning back. Regardless, I witnessed it, faces of several dear friends who appeared to be suffering. Yi Feng gently closed his eyes. During his entry into the Sword Gorge's secret realm, he had seen the faces of Bai Guifan, Chun Li, and He Li. There could be no doubt, nor was it an illusion conjured by his inner demons. Then, you should attempt to practice the soul summoning technique. But do not become overly engrossed, lest you transform into a blood demon and become a pariah of the entire continent, Zhou Zheng sighed and cautioned. Speaking of blood demons, I find myself intrigued. While it is indeed wrong for them to absorb the blood of others, it does not seem excessively malevolent. Why, then, do they become public enemies? Yi Feng inquired. The explanation is rather complex. A blood demon absorbs the blood of the strong, which accelerates their advancement. Yet they become susceptible to the control of inner demons. Additionally, they specifically target the blood of powerful beings. Consider this. Would those formidable individuals allow such events to transpire? Consequently, they resort to any means necessary to eliminate blood demons. The blood sorcerers, often driven to embrace the path of darkness due to the impending exhaustion of their lifespans, evoke a sense of pity within me. They are, after all, wretched souls. They draw the lifeblood of the formidable, becoming targets for universal disdain. Yet what of the righteous? They fare little better. Establishing sects across various realms, they confine their territories, demanding tribute from all cultivators within their domains. In my view, they too partake in this parasitic siphoning. Zhou Zheng spoke his innermost thoughts.